Hello everyone. Today we're diving into part 2. First, let's briefly recap the previous episode. The story follows Yiyang, who finds himself transported to a post-cataclysmic version of Blue Star, awakening as the sole wielder of the hidden and legendary Necromancer profession. In this world, humans undergo a job-changing ceremony to become professionals, battling against magical tides and monsters. Originally an ordinary teenager, Yiyang is thrust into this perilous yet opportunity-filled realm. Although the Necromancer profession is often underestimated, Yiyang, bound to a gaudier skill system, gains extraordinary summoning abilities. His summon skeletons are not only vast in number but also exceptionally powerful, capable of easily defeating various monsters. In the beginner's dungeon, Yiyang demonstrated remarkable strength, leveling up rapidly and catching everyone's attention. As the story progressed, Yiyang continued to push his limits in various dungeons, defeating formidable bosses and earning substantial rewards. His growing strength gradually won the recognition of others, even garnering the admiration of guild leaders from other cities. Yiyang excelled not only in combat but also in strategic thinking, consistently finding opportunities amidst crises. During the special training camp assessment, Yiyang faced off against strong opponents from Qingyao City without fear. With his abilities and intellect, he defeated them one by one, leaving everyone astonished. His performance silenced those who had once belittled him. Yiyang's rise not only earned him respect but also brought honor to Tinshui City. The story also touched on Yiyang's emotional entanglements. His childhood friend, Hanishu, chose to be with someone else due to family interests, but later wanted to return to him after witnessing his strength. However, Yiyang stood firm in his pride and principles, refusing to compromise his values for the sake of emotions. In the end, Yiyang shone brightly at the special training camp, becoming the center of attention. His strength and charisma allowed him to establish a foothold in this dangerous world. Yiyang's journey is one of passion and determination, portraying a young man's growth in a foreign world as he rises to become a true powerhouse. That concludes the recap of part 1. I hope you enjoy part 2 today. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation to keep going. If you're interested in this story and it's your first time here, you can start with part 1 in the comments section or playlist below. Now, let's dive into part 2. No way. Could this kid really be about to surpass President Zhu Tian's record? Wu Haitian stared at the monitoring screen in disbelief. President Zhu Tian's blood essence strength was honed through countless trials of blood and fire. What made this young man worthy of comparison? Before his doubts could fade, the numbers on the monitoring screen surged past 1 million. Wu Haitian felt his head buzzing as if struck by a heavy hammer. 1 million extractions was already considered the theoretical limit, yet this kid's blood essence was still holding on. Could it fail during extraction? The thought had barely crossed his mind when Wu Haitian startled himself. With a century of experience as a master craftsman, he had never heard of a failed blood essence extraction. Nearby, Zhang Cheng immediately panicked upon hearing this. Master Wu, don't mess this up. I gave my word to President Jiang, and my future is on the line. Shut up. Wu Haitian snapped, focusing intently on the ever-climbing numbers. 1.26 million, 1.73 million, 1.99 million. Finally, when the number froze at a solid 2 million, the system emitted a notification. Yiyang perfect blood essence extraction successful. Wu Haitian stared in shock at the drop of perfectly smooth, dark red blood essence in his hand, his scalp tingling. But there was no time for amazement. He swiftly turned and began integrating the drop into the embryonic form of a ghost god-class extraordinary weapon. Yiyang emerged from the extraction chamber, dazed as if waking from a dream. If not for the clock showing it was already 2 a.m., he would have doubted he'd been inside for so long. Where's Master Wu? Yiyang asked. Zhang Cheng stammered. He's fusing your perfect blood essence right now. Seeing Zhang Cheng's pale face, Yiyang couldn't help but ask with concern, Instructor Zhang, are you okay? Yiyang, you might not realize this. Zhang Cheng swallowed hard, but you just broke the national record. The previous highest blood essence extraction count was only 970,000. You hit 2 million and nearly scared Master Wu to death. Less than an hour later, a burst of laughter erupted from the equipment research lab. Wu Haitian emerged, holding the ghost god-class extraordinary weapon in both hands, his face glowing with excitement. Haha, incredible. Absolutely incredible. This is the true extraordinary weapon. This is the ghost god-class quality I've always dreamed of. He turned to Yiyang. Kid, you've really given me the surprise of a lifetime. Wu Haitian solemnly handed the extraordinary specialized weapon to Yiyang. The moment Yiyang touched it, a complete attribute panel of the ghostly, godlike extraordinary weapon appeared before his eyes. Extraordinary specialized weapon staff of Skyfall and Sun Descent LV-31. Yiyang's pupils contracted sharply. The imposing design of this staff had already far surpassed his understanding of weapons for third-year professionals. The basic attributes were astonishing. Spirit 180,000. Constitution, 150,000. Agility, 100,000. The total attribute boost of 430,000 points alone left Yiyang utterly stunned. To put it in perspective, his total attribute points across his entire body barely reached 20 or 30,000. Just the spirit boost from this weapon alone was an incredible 180,000 points. What was even more astonishing were the weapon's unique effects. Increases the attack power of all summoned entities by 500. Grants summoned entities a 10 lifesteal effect. Immunity to all negative statuses from 3rd tier and below. Negative effects above 3rd tier are reduced by 90. These effects perfectly compensated for the lack of recovery abilities in his skeletal army. Whether it was control skills or debuffs, they seemed utterly powerless in the face of this weapon. The weapon also came with 2 powerful traits. Spirit Burn reduces the spirit consumption of all summoning skills to 1/10 of the original cost. Thorn Armament grants all summoned entities a terrifying 1,000 damage reflection effect. This meant that even the most ordinary skeleton soldiers would become a force to be reckoned with, not to mention the formidable skeletal tyrants and invisible skeletal archmages. Yiyang gripped the staff tightly, feeling the immense power that had now fallen into his hands. This was the true might of an extraordinary specialized weapon. In Yiyang's combat system, ordinary skeletons finally underwent a significant transformation. Previously, they served merely as cannon fodder to draw enemy fire, or at most, were consumed by the skeleton overlord to sustain its berserk state. But now, with the addition of the ghostly thorn armament trait, these ordinary skeletons not only continue to fulfill their role as cannon fodder but also evolve into a formidable self-destructing force. Imagine the scene. Hundreds of thousands of ordinary skeletons charging forward and detonating simultaneously a sight even the most powerful bosses would struggle to withstand. This strategy even allows high-level undead summons like the Skeleton Overlord and Death Knight to take a brief rest. The most pressing issue now is determining the exact mechanics of the counter damage effect. Does it deal 10 times the damage received or 10 times the skeleton's maximum health? If it's the former, this Thorn Armament effect would be overwhelmingly powerful. Even if it's the latter, it still grants these small skeletons a new tactical value. The extraordinary trait, Mental Burn, brought an even greater surprise, leaving Yiyang exhilarated. It reduces the mental energy cost of all summoning skills by 10-fold, resulting in a substantial boost in summoning speed. 10 ordinary skeletons per second, 1 invisible skeleton archmage per second, 1 skeleton overlord every 10 seconds, and 1 death knight every 20 seconds. Even the summoning time for the bone wyvern is reduced to under a minute, theoretically allowing over 1,700 summons in a single day. However, reality quickly brought Yiyang back down to earth, had yet to complete the 3rd-tier dungeon at the Ashura level difficulty and therefore couldn't equip this extraordinary specialized weapon. It wasn't due to laziness but rather a matter of a packed schedule. After reaching level 30 in Silverlight City, he immediately headed to Bluebird City to participate in the special training camp assessment. Following that, he rushed to meet Wu Haitian without any time to spare for dungeon runs. As soon as he bid farewell to Wu Haitian, Yiyang couldn't wait any longer and asked Zhang Cheng directly, "Instructor Zhang, can I enter the dungeon hall now to start clearing dungeons?" Zhang Cheng frowned and explained, "The camp's induction ceremony is scheduled for tomorrow at noon. After the ceremony and the points exchange process, it'll likely be 6 or 7 in the evening." Yiyang, however, couldn't be bothered with these details and interrupted, "I have too much temporary experience right now. And there's also this thing." Yiyang took out 2 crystal-clear energy cores from his backpack, his expression slightly anxious. "I must start immediately. If I wait until the trial point exchange ends, not only will my temporary experience vanish, but these 2 energy cores might also lose their effectiveness. I can't wait for the dungeon to be cleared." Zhang Cheng's gaze fell on the 2 energy cores. Although momentarily stunned, he quickly regained his composure. As an instructor, he had long heard that these were rare items only obtainable by defeating the ultimate boss of a secret realm. Given the circumstances, Zhang Cheng deliberated for a moment before making a decision. "We'll head back to the special training camp right away. You wait in your room, and I'll report to President Zhang Chun to request a special channel for you." "Thank you, Instructor Zhang," Yiyang said, nodding solemnly in gratitude. "It's the least I can do," Zhang Cheng replied with an unusually serious expression. As Yiyang's direct instructor, he would be the first to step up if anything hindered his students' growth. Before long, in the office of the chief officer of the Dongshan Province Special Training Camp, Zhang Chun appeared surprised after hearing Zhang Cheng's report. "So, you're saying Yiyang wants to activate the dungeon hall right now?" "Yes, President Jiang." Zhang Cheng went straight to the point. "You must already know that Yiyang successfully defeated the ultimate boss of the secret realm." "I'm well aware." Zhang Chun nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Cheng continued to explain, "If we follow the standard procedure and wait for all the ceremonies to conclude, not only will his temporary experience disappear, but the energy cores will also expire, resulting in the loss of 2 cultivation levels. For an ordinary person, recovering from such a loss would take an unimaginable amount of time. To avoid hindering Yiyang's progress, I request your approval for him to exchange his points and activate the dungeon hall immediately. Very well. Jiang Chen agreed without the slightest hesitation. Originally, Jiang Chen did consider giving everyone in the special training camp a break after the secret realm assessment. After all, the entire camp had been running non-stop for nearly a week, with almost everyone working tirelessly to prepare. By tradition, he intended to let them rest once the assessment concluded. However, the current situation was extraordinary and allowed no delay. When it comes to dealing with geniuses, special circumstances require special measures. This reminded him of the time when Su Chun, after completing his own secret realm assessment, went straight into dungeon runs. Back then, Jiang Chen was just a rookie soldier on the Abyss battlefield, far from the position of being the head of the special training camp that he held now. Go tell Yiyang to wait for me at office hall number 3. I'll be there shortly. Jiang Chen decisively stood up and headed straight for Yiyang's villa number 935. At the same time, he dialed the number of Wang Chong, the president of the Dongshan Province Association. Hello? Jiang Chen. What's the deal with you calling me in the middle of the night? Didn't your special training camp's assessment just end today? Instead of keeping yourself busy, you're disturbing my sweet dreams. Wang Chong's grumbling voice came through the phone. Jiang Chen wasn't bothered in the slightest and instead chuckled. Old Wang, stop wasting your time fooling around with women. I've got news for you, something that'll have you jumping out of bed. What news? Wang Chong's tone immediately turned serious. It's simple, I've discovered a super genius. A genius? What kind of genius? I've seen plenty in my time, and they all call me a genius. Wang Chong scoffed dismissively. Jiang Chen replied calmly, this kid, during yesterday's special training camp assessment, single-handedly slaughtered over 1,000 examinees from Dongshan Province, including more than a dozen potential top talents. Not only did he break Su Chin's 50-year-old assessment record, but he also solo cleared the second-tier secret realm and defeated the final boss. So, how about I'm interested now? There was a long silence on the other end of the line before Wang Chong's skeptical voice finally came through. Jiang Chen, are you serious? Su Chin's record being broken, how is that even possible? Believe it or not, it's the truth. That kid is about to head into a dungeon right now. If you don't believe me, come see for yourself. Wait for me. Wang Chong's hurried rustling of clothes could be heard over the phone. If you're lying to me, you'll regret it. The two exchanged a few more teasing remarks before Jiang Chen hung up the phone, confident that Wang Chong would definitely show up. Although it had been 5 or 6 years since they last met, their relationship remained unchanged by the passage of time. At office hall number 3, Jiang Chen sat with Yiyang's file in hand, lost in thought. While he hadn't personally witnessed the secret realm assessment, the reports from the other instructors had left him stunned. What shocked him even more was learning that Yiyang was an orphan from Tianshui City, with no background or resources to rely on, yet he had managed to grow to the point of crushing numerous top talents in just a few days. It was simply incredible. Meanwhile, having received his points, Yiyang followed Jiang Chen to the dungeon hall. Go ahead and enter. Choose a suitable third-tier dungeon. You can use the survival points from the training camp to access it, Jiang Chen explained briefly. After thanking him, Yiyang stepped into the hall alone. Walking through the grand and ornate lobby, he soon saw several majestic entrances lined up. One for first-tier dungeons, one for second-tier dungeons, and finally, the entrance to the third-tier dungeons. Standing in front of the dungeon hall, Yiyang's gaze swept across the rows of room entrances. Each entrance represented a different tier of dungeons. Without hesitation, he chose the entrance to the Tier 3 dungeon hall. Immediately, a series of glowing markers with dungeon information appeared before him. Radiant Temple remaining, 7 months, 28 days. Shadowlight Ruins remaining, 11 months, 15 days. Death Catacombs remaining, 3 months, 18 days. Yiyang quickly scanned through the details. Tier 3 dungeons had a maximum duration of 1 year, so he decided to select the dungeon with the shortest remaining time. Soon, his attention was drawn to one labeled Tier 3 dungeon, Underground Demon Palace, which had only 1 month and 25 days left. A system notification popped up. Ding! You have unlocked the Tier 3 dungeon entrance, Underground Demon Palace. Please select difficulty. Normal, Hard, Nightmare, Hell, or Azura. Underground Demon Palace Dungeon Collapse Countdown. 1 month, 25 days. The dungeon progression records displayed. Normal, 8 hours, 16 minutes, 22 seconds. Hard, 19 hours, 27 minutes, 38 seconds. Nightmare, Phase 1 at 55 completion. Hell, no record. Azura, no record. This record left Yiyang quite satisfied. Compared to the Tier 2 Desert Ruins dungeon, which took over a dozen hours to complete, the normal difficulty of this dungeon required only half the time. However, without a moment's hesitation, he chose the highest difficulty Azura. The system immediately issued a reminder. At Nightmare difficulty and above, Tier 3 dungeons trigger special mechanisms, including global dungeon states, unique monster buffs, and various formation effects. These mechanisms are particularly disadvantageous to summoner-type classes. Despite this, Yiyang proceeded without hesitation, determined to challenge Tier 3. After a brief moment of dizziness, Yiyang found himself standing outside a massive, shadowy palace. Countless castle-like structures exuding an eerie glow towered before him, and the air was thick with the aura of death. As a necromancer, Yiyang felt entirely unbothered. In fact, he found the environment quite comfortable. A series of system notifications rang out. Ding. You have entered the Tier 3 dungeon. Underground Demon Palace. Ding. You are affected by the Ashura-level Demon Palace miasma. Defense 50, Attack 30. Ding. Due to the miasma, HP 100. Ding. Third talent. Soul of Faith activated, allowing summoned creatures to absorb damage. Yiyang immediately summoned his entire army. 130,000 regular skeletons, 50,000 stealth skeleton archmages, 1,400 skeletal tyrants, over 230 death knights, and more than 70 skeletal wyverns. Mounting one of the skeletal wyverns, he commanded his forces to advance. Before long, a squad of death knights encountered the first wave of enemies, 38 dark assassins. These creatures had attributes comparable to secret realm bosses, but under the collective will bonus of the death knights, the assassins were effortlessly wiped out in moments. The system chimed in. Ding. You have slain LV-31 Dark Assassin, gaining 310 points, 200 experience. Current dungeon progress, 0.1. In just a few seconds, the dungeon progress surged to 3.1. Yiyang watched the dungeon progress soar rapidly, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. No wonder this normal difficulty could be cleared within 8 hours. This pace was truly exhilarating. Attack. Everyone, find those monsters. Quick and decisive. Yiyang commanded. Instantly, hundreds of thousands of skeleton warriors scattered, conducting a thorough search in every corner of the underground demon palace. The moment a dark assassin was discovered, it faced one of 3 deadly attacks. Either an elite squad of dozens of skeleton tyrants encircling it, a bombardment of collective magic from thousands of invisible skeleton archmages, or a fearless charge from hundreds of death knights. Overhead, nearly 100 bone wyverns hovered, ready to unleash a bone hell attack the moment they spotted a target, turning the enemy into a sieve. In just half an hour, the first phase of the dungeon progress shot up to 23. Meanwhile, Wang Chong sprinted all the way to the special training camp. Before even entering the office, he shouted at the top of his lungs, Jiang Chun, where's the genius you were talking about? Stop yelling. Jiang Chun walked out of the office, rubbing his ears. Damn it, you're going to shatter my eardrums. Let's go. That kid is in the dungeon hall grinding a dungeon. You're too slow. If you'd been any later, he might have already finished by now. What kind of dungeon is that fast? Wang Chong asked, puzzled. It only took me less than an hour to get here from home. Jiang Chun chuckled and explained. I was just teasing. There are dungeon rules, so even a Tier 1 dungeon can't be cleared that quickly. But according to the instructor, the kid picked the fastest dungeon to complete his Tier 3 advancement mission. Tier 3? Wang Chong's eyes widened. He's already maxed out at level 30? Not just that, Jiang Chun replied. He's currently level 30 with 30,000 experience. Plus he has 2 energy crystals and a ton of temporary stored experience. If he doesn't complete the Tier 3 advancement mission soon, all that will go to waste. Take me to see him now. Wang Chong was utterly shocked. To think that the strongest talent in Dongshan province this year, the dozen or so potential awakeners from Qingyao City, had just reached level 30 with barely 100 experience 3 days ago. And yet, this kid had managed to hit 30,000 experience, and with those energy crystals, he might directly surge to level 40 and unlock the Tier 4 breakthrough. Jiang Qin immediately led Wang Chong to the dungeon hall. At the entrance, they were greeted by Jiang Cheng, who had been waiting for some time. How's it going? How long has he been inside? Jiang Qin asked directly. Jiang Cheng respectfully replied. It's been about an hour. As for the exact progress, you two can check for yourselves. All right. Responding with a nod, Wang Chong eagerly urged Jiang Chun to pull up the surveillance footage of the dungeon hall, his eyes fixed intently on the screen. 3rd tier Ashura level difficulty. Underground Demon Palace, real-time monitoring data. Current progress of Yiyang's team. Phase 1, 32? Seeing this, Wang Chong froze in disbelief. He instinctively turned his head and couldn't help but ask Jiang Cheng beside him, what did you just say? How long has that kid been in the dungeon? Less than an hour, Chairman Wang. Jiang Cheng was startled by Wang Chong's reaction and quickly checked the time. Yiyang entered at 4:16, and it's just 5:07 now. Do you have any other questions? An hour? Wang Chong was completely stunned. Are you telling me that this kid, in just 1 hour, managed to achieve over 30 progress in a 3rd tier Ashura level dungeon? Solo. At that moment, Jiang Chun couldn't help but chime in. 2nd tier peak strength, soloing a 3rd tier Ashura dungeon, with 32 progress in an hour. Wang Chong felt his head buzzing. Since taking over as the chairman of the Eastern Mountain Province 30 years ago, he had seen plenty of prodigies capable of clearing Ashura-level dungeons. Even if they weren't from his province, he had encountered countless powerful job holders at the national examinations. But someone like Yiyang, who could fight across tiers and solo in a Ashura-level dungeon, was a first for Wang Chong. What was even more astonishing was that this guy had managed to carve out 32 progress in just 1 hour within a third-tier Ashura-level dungeon. That meant this most complex and drawn-out first phase could be cleared by this kid in just over 3 hours? This wasn't just talent, this was madness, a monster, a freak of nature. Wait, where are the dungeon's record times? Let me see them. Wang Chong suddenly thought of something and immediately ordered Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, uninterested in arguing, quickly pulled up the record data for the underground Demon Palace dungeon. As Wang Chong looked at the dungeon's completion records, he was utterly shocked. Even on normal difficulty, it took 8 hours, and on hard difficulty, nearly 20 hours. This kid could potentially clear a third-tier Ashura-level dungeon in just 5 to 6 hours? At that moment, a sly smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips as he turned to Wang Chong. So, what do you think? I wasn't lying, was I? Old Wang? Wang Chong swallowed hard, his eyes filled with disbelief. Jiang Chen, where on earth did this guy come from? Qingyao City, Nanjing City, or Linyan City? No, that can't be right. I've met the geniuses from all 3 cities, but I've never heard of him. And what's even crazier is that it's not just this Yiyang guy. I don't know anything about the Yi family either. Jiang Chen patted Wang Chong on the shoulder lightly and chuckled. It's normal you haven't heard of him, because Yiyang isn't from any family at all. Not from a family? Wang Chong froze. Then could he be someone personally trained by a city-level president? No. Jiang Chen shook his head. This guy is actually just an orphan. Everything he's achieved is through his own hard work. From what I know, even before he joined the special training camp, the local president barely paid any attention to him, just gave him the information about the training camp's application process. The rest, he did all on his own. Recently, he even single-handedly suppressed a second-tier monster tide outbreak in Yingzhou City. Jiang Chen added. Handled a monster tide outbreak alone? Wang Chong's eyes widened. That's impossible. When a monster tide erupts, it can affect an entire monster zone and even spread to nearby cities. Sure, a second-tier tide isn't much for me, but he's only at the peak of the second tier. Suddenly, a thought struck Wang Chong, and he asked tentatively, Jiang Chen, could this guy be a potential awakened? No, wait, is he a heaven's chosen? Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. Neither. He's just a unique Tier 1 hidden class, a necromancer. That left Wang Chong completely stunned. After a long pause, he finally regained his composure. A unique hidden class? You've got to be kidding me. Not a potential awakened, not even a heaven's chosen? And you are telling me an ordinary orphan managed to break Su Qin's secret realm record and even destroy the trial realm? Is this guy even human? Growing increasingly agitated, Wang Chong grabbed Jiang Chen by the collar. Stop teasing me. Just tell me, which city is he from? If our Dongshan province has a genius like this, it's practically a blessing from the heavens. Jiang Chen gave him a meaningful smile. Want to know? Easy, just call me Dad and he'll tell you. Hearing this, Wang Chong's face instantly darkened. He stared intently at Jiang Chen in front of him, gritting his teeth. All right, cut the crap. Just tell me. I need to properly reward this city-level president. As he spoke, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Wang Chong's eyes. To think someone could discover such an extraordinary genius. Finally, there's hope for Dongshan province's revival. He couldn't help but recall the past. Back then, with the rise of Su Chun, Dongshan province had soared to become one of the top regions in the Dragon Nation, second only to the 3 supreme cities. But over the past 50 years, it seemed as if Su Chun had exhausted all the luck of Dongshan province. During this time, not to mention heaven-class professionals, even the number of potential talents had dwindled to a pitiful level. In contrast, the neighboring first-class provinces of Donghai and Sujiang had produced 3 to 5 heaven-class professionals every year over the past decade, with hundreds of potential talents emerging annually. Just last year alone, there were over 260 talented potential individuals, and the number of SS-rank professionals was staggering. Even Shushan province, once on par with Dongshan, now produced 1 or 2 heaven-class professionals and around 100 potential talents each year. Since President Li Changfeng had been promoted to vice principal of the Supreme Academy in the capital and joined the Dragon Nation's Central Guild, Wang Chong had taken over as the president of Dongshan province. Over the past 30 years, only 10 heaven-class professionals with relatively weak talents had emerged under his leadership. In the past decade, not a single one had appeared, leaving him deeply disheartened. Now, with the emergence of a once-in-a-lifetime genius who surpassed even Su Qin's talent, how could Wang Chong not be thrilled? However, Jiang Chen smirked mischievously and said, if you don't call me Dad, how am I supposed to reveal information about Yiyang? You ever seen someone eat at a restaurant without money? At this moment, Wang Chong was practically fuming with rage, but was utterly helpless. After struggling internally for a long time, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "Godfather." "What? What did you say?" "Little brother, I didn't hear you clearly. Was there a fly buzzing around?" Wang Chong was on the verge of collapse, barely restraining his anger as he shouted, "Dad! Grandpa! Is that enough? Just tell me already." Jiang Qian burst out laughing, nearly doubling over. "Ha ha ha. All right, good godson, good grandson. They'll reluctantly tell you then. This kid was trained by Lin Chongfeng, the president of Tianshui City." Poof! Upon hearing Jiang Qin's words, Wang Chong's eyes widened in shock, his expression filled with disbelief. "Tianshui City? Lin Chongfeng?" He shook his head incredulously. "How is that possible? You've got to be kidding me." As the president of Dongshan province, Wang Chong was all too familiar with the situation in Tianshui City. It was infamous as one of the 3 most hopeless regions in the entire province, perpetually at the bottom in terms of both economic strength and the number of talented individuals it produced. How could such a place possibly give rise to a genius surpassing Su Chun? Jiang Qian, however, showed no mercy, retorting bluntly, "Old Wang, like I said, believe it or not, I don't care. If you don't trust me, wait until Yiyang comes out of the dungeon and ask him yourself." These words completely shattered Wang Chong's doubts. Deep down, he knew Jiang Chun had no reason to lie to him. A person from Tianshui City, with an orphan background and a hidden profession, these details might seem ordinary on their own. But for someone like this to suppress all the talents in Dongshan province, break the record for the highest score among rising stars, and single-handedly slay the final boss of a second-tier secret real myth was nothing short of miraculous. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the battle had reached a fever pitch. In just 3 hours, the skeleton army of over 200,000 under Yiyang's command had completely cleared the first phase of Dark Assassins. Even more astonishingly, the elite monsters of the second phase were annihilated in an instant by a coordinated Bone Inferno attack from over 100 skeletal wyverns circling in the air. Watching the stream of elite monster kill notifications, Yiyang couldn't help but twitch his lips. Was this really the strength of a Tier 3 Shura-level dungeon? It was laughably weak. While the skeletal wyverns lacked the single-target strike power of the skeletal tyrants and death knights, they excelled in wide-area attacks. When over 100 skeletal wyverns unleashed their skills simultaneously, they could even severely wound a second-tier secret realm boss, let alone these elite monsters with average stats of just 3 to 5,000. Just then, a piercing wail tore through the air. A massive ghostly figure began to materialize the Tier 3 Shura-level boss, the Wraith Mage, Devil Gresslade. This level 40 boss boasted astonishing stats: Strength 12,000, Spirit 25,000, Constitution 21,000, and Agility 18,000, along with a Shura-level aura that granted a 100 boost to all attributes, as well as powerful skills like Wraith Impact and Life Devour. These stats were on par with the final boss of a second-tier secret realm, the Voodoo Mage, though this one lacked the ability to summon other bosses. Without hesitation, Yiyang issued the command to attack, intent on finishing the fight quickly. Perched atop a skeletal wyvern circling in midair, Yiyang gave his orders and then refrained from further involvement. The Wraith Mage, floating 100 meters above the ground, was beyond the reach of the skeleton army and death knights below. At that moment, over 60,000 invisible skeleton archmages and hundreds of skeletal wyverns launched a ferocious assault simultaneously. Bonehell! Necromantic death missiles. The entire space was instantly filled with countless jet-black necromantic projectiles and dense bone spikes, resembling a pitch-black storm that blotted out the sky as it surged towards the towering, ghostly third-tier dungeon final boss, Devil Gresslade, standing over 20 meters tall. The boss didn't even have time to launch an attack on Yiyang before being instantly obliterated under the overwhelming onslaught. Its massive form dissipated into wisps of green smoke, vanishing into the air. Immediately after, a series of system notifications popped up. Ding! Final boss Wraith Mage Devil Gresslade defeated, earning 58 million experience points. Ding! Dungeon cleared, a Shura-level underground demon palace, earning 200 million experience points, along with 1 Tier 3 exclusive class equipment chest and 1 skill chest. Yiyang quickly collected all the rewards dropped on the ground into his inventory. The system continued to notify him of the loot obtained, including items like the Mercy Robe and other pieces of equipment, estimated to be worth 2 to 300 million. However, these items seemed less significant to him at this stage. With the dungeon fully cleared, a series of system messages for completing the advancement quest followed in quick succession. Ding! Successfully solo cleared the Ashura level Tier 3 dungeon and fused with the Ghost God level Transcendent Weapon. Tier 3 advancement quest complete. Ding! Obtained a 5-star attribute growth template, raising the level cap to 40. Ding! Acquired Tier 3 talent skill, Soul Resurrection. This was immediately followed by a cascade of level up notifications, taking Yiyang from level 31 to level 37 in one go, with each level bringing substantial attribute rewards. Frowning, Yiyang checked his experience bar and realized that even with this massive experience boost, it was only enough to reach level 37. The experience required for each level had now increased by more than 80 times. Without hesitation, he consumed 2 spiritual energy crystals, instantly advancing to level 39, with his progress stopping at 86. Feeling ecstatic, Yiyang stared at the experience bar in delight. After using the psionic essence crystal, his level 39 experience remained perfectly intact at 86. Thinking back to his earlier worries about potentially losing all his progress, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Resetting the experience bar would have been a huge loss. Without hesitation, Yiyang took out the ghost god level weapon, the heaven-slaying Sunfall staff, from his inventory and equipped it. Instantly, the extraordinary weapon's attribute enhancements, combined with the effects of the Tier 3 5-star attribute growth template, which boosted his level by 9, caused his stats to undergo a dramatic transformation. The numbers on his attribute panel were astounding. Name: Yiyang LV39. Class: Tier 3 Necromancer Unique Tier. Strength: 8074. Spirit: 278,269. Constitution: 167,274. Agility: 111,274. Yiyang gasped in amazement. His spirit attribute had skyrocketed from just over 20,000 to more than 270,000. His constitution had surged from barely over 10,000 to 160,000, and most shockingly, his agility had reached an incredible 110,000 points, rivaling the strongest origin rangers of his tier. Adding to his excitement, the final boss of the Tier 3 dungeon had dropped a piece of exclusive class equipment. Eagerly, Yiyang opened the treasure chest and obtained the Tier 3 Necromancer Infernal Gauntlets. The stats of this level 37 gear were equally impressive. Spirit: 26,500. Constitution: 18,200. Agility: 12,700. Special effect: all summon creatures under the user's command can ignore 50 of the enemy's defense. After equipping the Infernal Gauntlets, Yiyang's spirit attribute surpassed the 300,000 mark. This meant that his army of skeletons would now receive an over 3,000 boost to all their attributes. Curious, he casually checked the stats of his mount, the Bone Wyvern. Level: 39. Base attributes all 3019.69. Strength: 585. Spirit: 117. Constitution: 195. Agility: 780. With the spirit boost applied, the Bone Wyvern's agility reached an astonishing 24,000 points. When factoring in the 10x mount state multiplier, its final agility would hit 240,000 points of speed that even top-tier assassins at the 5th or 6th tier couldn't hope to match. Even the most basic skeletons, with their base stats of 39, could surge to over 1,200 points under Yiyang's enhancements. Combined with the bonuses from various equipment, even a single skeleton's strength could rival that of a Tier 2 hell-level dungeon boss, like the Hydra Queen. While Yiyang regarded these skeletons as mere cannon fodder, to ordinary Tier 3 professionals, just 10 of them would be enough to overpower an elite SS-ranked expert. A legion of hundreds of skeletons could leave even prodigies with potential level abilities in despair. As for how they would fare against Destiny tier professionals, Yiyang hadn't yet encountered one personally, but he was confident that even they would struggle to withstand the charge of tens of thousands of skeletons. With that thought, Yiyang decided to stop overthinking and focus on his next move. After closing the Bone Pterosaur's panel, Yiyang's attention was immediately drawn to a brand new talent on his attribute panel. This talent, which appeared after his advancement to Tier 3, was named Soul Resurrection. When he carefully read through the talent description, his eyes lit up. Tier 3 talent Soul Resurrection. When any summoned creature under your command kills an enemy target, the defeated target has a high probability of being fully revived in peak condition. Simultaneously, the summoned creature that killed the target will instantly absorb all of the target's life energy, restoring itself to its peak state. It's here. Yiyang's eyes gleamed with excitement, his heart surging with uncontrollable joy. This was exactly the effect he had been longing for. As one of the 4 great calamities of the Undying Legion, the most terrifying aspect of the undead army was not merely its undying nature, but its unique battlefield advantage. In large-scale battles, the forces of other factions would only diminish over time, while the undead army could grow stronger as the fight progressed. This Soul Resurrection talent perfectly aligned with that characteristic. Yiyang quickly ran countless scenarios in his mind. Although the talent mentioned a high probability without specifying an exact percentage, even a 10 chance of revival would be overwhelmingly powerful for the undead army. On a large battlefield, what might seem like a modest probability could yield devastating results. What was even more astounding was the second half of the talent's effect. After killing an enemy, the summoned creature could immediately restore itself to peak condition by absorbing the enemy's life energy. This meant that the more intense the battle became, the stronger the undead army would grow. Opponents would be forced to face an army that never falters, one that remains in peak condition at all times, a truly despair-inducing force. A faint smile spread across Yiyang's lips as he thought to himself, this is the essence of the undead calamity. Finally, it's coming together. Yiyang looked at the initial formation of the undead scourge with satisfaction. The foundation was complete. Next, he would need to delve into its immortal and indestructible properties. Taking a deep breath, he closed the effect panel of his Tier 3 talent. There was one last reward left in this dungeon, a Tier 3 exclusive class skill chest. As the chest was opened, the system notification promptly sounded. Ding! You have successfully used the Tier 3 exclusive class skill chest and obtained the Tier 3 exclusive class skill, Necromancer Death Commander. The skill description followed. By consuming 1,000 mental energy points, you can summon one Death Commander to join the battle. However, under the influence of the extraordinary trait Mental Burn, the skill's energy cost is reduced to just 100 mental energy points. Yiyang frowned, puzzled. Death Commander? I can already command an undead army myself, so why would I need this? And the energy cost is so high. Even with the extraordinary trait enhancement from the Scythe of Fallen Sun and Sky, I can only summon 36 of them per hour. Despite his doubts, Yiyang decided to test it out himself, as this was his first Tier 3 exclusive skill. He wanted to see what made this Tier 3 undead summon so special. Without hesitation, he integrated the skill into his attribute panel. To his surprise, the skill underwent a transformation. Ding! The skill, Summon Death Commander, has successfully evolved into Divine Level, Summon Death Commander. The new skill effect was as follows. Consumes 100 mental energy to activate, and every 100 seconds, one Death Commander is automatically summoned. Yiyang waited quietly for a little over a minute. When the first Death Commander appeared in the summoning space, he immediately transported it in front of him, eager to examine it closely. Yiyang carefully examined the attribute panel of the Necromancer Commander. Level 39, Strength attribute at 39 points, with astounding spirit, constitution, and agility values of 1,083,019.69, 19,503,019.69, and 11,703,019.69 respectively. It possessed three powerful skills. Death Barrier. Targets enemies within a range of 50 of spirit points and meters, inflicting 1 spirit damage per second, while applying a severe 99 slow effect lasting for 10 seconds. Fountain of Hell. Within a range of spirit points x 10 meters, provides all summoned units with spirit points x 1 health regeneration per second. Necro Shield. Grants all summoned units within a range of spirit points x 10 meters a shield equal to spirit points x 10, refreshing every 100 seconds, along with a damage reduction effect of spirit points x 10. This is insane. Yiyang's eyes widened, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. Originally, he thought the Necromancer Commander was optional, but now it seemed like a walking war fortress. Take the Fountain of Hell skill, for example. Based on its current attributes, it could provide over 60,000 health regeneration per second to all undead summons within a 600-kilometer radius. This meant that unless they were instantly killed, every undead unit, from ordinary skeletons to skeleton overlords, could instantly regenerate to full health. Even more astonishing was the Necro Shield skill. Within the same 600-kilometer radius, it not only granted all undead units a periodically refreshing shield of over 600,000 points, but also provided damage reduction exceeding 6,000 points. These numbers were so absurdly high that even SS-rank third-tier professionals without top-tier equipment would struggle to break through. If only this thing had intelligence. Yiyang shook his head, thinking to himself, if the Necromancer Commander truly had independent awareness, he would even entrust the entire undead army to its command. With its support, even the weakest skeleton soldiers could become an unshakable force. This war machine was nothing short of a nightmare for any enemy. To be honest, just this one ability alone can significantly enhance the power of the Undead Legion by several levels. Yiyang thought excitedly about the abilities of the Necromancer Commander. This Necromancer Commander wasn't just a simple support-type summon. Its Death Barrier skill was truly terrifying. Once activated, all enemies within a 30,000 meter radius would take 600 damage per second. Even more frightening was the 99 slow effect inflicted on enemies entering the barrier, lasting for a full 10 seconds. This duration was more than enough for the skeletal army within the barrier to gang up on enemies and beat them to death hundreds of times over. This third-tier skill is absolutely game-breaking. Yiyang couldn't help but imagine, if I could summon tens of thousands of Necromancer commanders at once, wouldn't I be able to sweep through everything in one go? His excitement lasted for 2 or 3 minutes before gradually calming down. By now, all the rewards from this third-tier dungeon had been settled, and it was time to leave. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Wang Chong and Jiang Chun were waiting at the entrance of the hall. Standing at the front, Zhang Cheng suddenly exclaimed. Presidents, look, Yiyang has already cleared it. He cleared it already? And it's just dawn? Wang Cheng looked incredulous. Clearing a third-tier Ashura-level dungeon in less than 4 hours since entering? Was he even human? Zhang Chun was equally astonished. When they checked the dungeon completion records, they were completely blown away. Third-tier Ashura-level dungeon. Underground Demon Palace, completion time, 4 hours and 26 minutes. This result was utterly jaw-dropping. Just a few hours ago, Wang Cheng had seen records showing that even the simplest normal difficulty required over 8 hours to clear. Yet Yiyang had solo cleared Ashura-level difficulty in half that time, faster than others could clear normal difficulty in a team. At that moment, a figure appeared at the entrance of the dungeon hall. Before Zhang Cheng could step forward, Wang Cheng quickly approached Yiyang. Are you Yiyang? Introductions were made under Jiang Qin's guidance, and both sides got to know each other. Wang Cheng wasted no time and directly asked Yiyang if he was really from Tianshui City. This question caused Jiang Qin's expression to darken, clearly displeased by Wang Cheng's lack of trust. Yiyang glanced at Jiang Qin and calmly confirmed it. Wang Cheng then stated that he would fully support Yiyang's development needs before the national exam began. Having been through the workplace and experienced his fair share of negotiations, Yiyang immediately sensed there was more to this than met the eye. He directly asked Wang Cheng about his intentions. Wang Cheng smiled approvingly and candidly admitted that he hoped Yiyang could secure a top 3 spot in the national exam for Dongshan province. That's it. Yiyang was stunned. This was an unexpected windfall for him, as he had already planned to aim for the top spot in the martial exam even without this support. Wang Cheng frowned and said, Kid, you might not understand the value of being in the top 3 of the national exam. Yiyang shrugged and replied bluntly, I really don't. Please enlighten me, President Wang. Wang Cheng nodded in satisfaction, clearly impressed by Yiyang's calm demeanor. He got straight to the point and said, It's actually quite simple. Based on the information I have, you're currently just in a hidden profession. You're not even considered a potential awakener, let alone a destiny awakened. Potential awakener? Destiny awakened? Yiyang frowned slightly, puzzled by these unfamiliar terms. Since awakening as a professional just a few days ago, this was the first time he'd heard of them. He couldn't help but speculate perhaps this was what he'd been curious about all along, those being stronger than even SS-level professionals. Noticing Yiyang's confusion, Wang Cheng immediately explained, It's simple. Potential awakeners are prodigies who automatically awaken as professionals before the age of 18. Destiny awakened are even rarer. They are born as professionals from the very moment of their birth. They're the true super geniuses. Wang Cheng then elaborated on the nearly insurmountable power gap between SS-level professionals, potential awakeners, and destiny awakened. This information left Yiyang deeply shocked. So, President Wang, Yiyang couldn't help but ask, how many potential awakeners and destiny awakened are participating in this selection test for the special training camp? After a moment of thought, Wang Cheng replied, As far as I know, there are 12 potential awakeners from Qingyao City alone. Including other top-tier cities like Nanjing City and Linyan City, there are nearly 20 potential awakeners participating from the entire Dongshan province. But as for Destiny Awakened, not a single one. He added with a hint of resignation, after all, Dongshan province is only considered mid-tier within Longhua. Having this many potential awakeners is already a blessing. This number suddenly made everything clear to Yiyang. No wonder the prodigies from Qingyao City he encountered during the secret realm test had all reached level 25 or higher, with some even surpassing level 30. He had been puzzled how could they level up so quickly, even with constant use of second and third-tier beast blood potions and grinding in secret realms, when the awakening ceremony had only recently concluded. It turned out these prodigies not only had abundant resources, but also ample time to develop. Wang Cheng continued, What's even more astonishing is this. In the nationwide exams 50 years ago, the top 10 were all Destiny Awakened. 30 years ago, it was the top 30. 10 years ago, the top 50, even the top 70 or 80, were all Destiny Awakened. And the most shocking development began 5 years ago. The top 100 were all Destiny Awakened, and the top 1,000 were entirely dominated by potential awakeners. His tone grew heavy. Nearly all of these Destiny Awakened come from the 3 supreme cities Kyoto, Jinghai, and Jiangnan. In other words, the core strength of Longhua is firmly controlled by these 3 cities. What I want you to do is break into the top 3 among these countless talents. Now, you should understand just how immense the pressure of this national exam is, right? Of course, I won't force you. If hearing this information scares you, and you don't dare to take on the challenge, I won't push you. However, the resources, materials, and support I promise to help with your training will also be provided within reason. Upon hearing this, Yiyang shrugged and responded, President Wang, to be honest, I haven't even met these so-called top talents yet, so how would I know how much pressure there really is? But aiming for the top 3 nationwide? Forget it. If I can't secure the title of the national champion of the Ascending Dragon martial arts exam, wouldn't that be a shame to your efforts in nurturing me? Both Wang Chong and Jiang Chun were stunned by Yiyang's bold statement. What audacity! To casually declare his aim for the national champion title, such confidence and courage might even surpass that of those on-scene generation geniuses who truly have the ability to claim the top spot. Breaking through to the pinnacle of the national exam pyramid requires more than just skill. Luck and connections are equally indispensable. Take Su Chun, for instance. Everyone had assumed that year's national champion title was his for the taking. However, when the top talents from the three supreme cities joined forces against him, even though Su Chun fought back with all his might, he only managed to secure 7th place, barely making it into the top 10. At the time, everyone knew that Su Chin's climb to 7th place was only because the top contenders from the three supreme cities showed him mercy. They didn't want to be too ruthless, as their target was solely the top 3 rankings. With Su Chun unable to compete for the top 5, they simply left him alone. Now, hearing Yiyang's bold and ambitious words, Wang Chong couldn't help but feel a surge of pride and excitement. Good, good, good. Now that's what I call a genius, the unyielding spirit that a true genius should possess. Among all the talents Wang Chong had encountered, most would tremble just hearing the reputations of these extraordinary individuals. But Yiyang, upon hearing about them, showed not a trace of fear. Instead, he grew even more exhilarated, his heart burning with a desire to challenge them. Excellent, absolutely excellent. This is the kind of unparalleled genius I've been dreaming of. Wang Chong could hardly contain his excitement. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he patted Yiyang on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. No matter what you want to do from now on, I'll support you with everything I've got. Even if you don't make it into the national top 3, with your personality, I'll be satisfied even if you don't end up in the top 10. Hearing this, Yiyang instinctively glanced at his experience bar and replied, "To be honest, Chairman Wang, I'm still 114 away from completing the progress needed to start the 4th tier advancement mission. For now, let's just find a dungeon to grind a bit." He checked the time. It was already 6:30 in the morning, nearing 7 o'clock. If luck was on his side and he found an easy dungeon to clear, he could potentially finish the 4th tier advancement mission before the special training camp's opening ceremony began. Excellent. Wang Chong nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself that this kid not only had the personality of a genius, but also the potential to become a supreme powerhouse. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and retrieved a massive amount of resources from his backpack. 100 bottles of 4th tier beast blood potions, 10 bottles of 5th tier beast blood potions, and a 3rd tier magical beast crystal core that could directly boost monster killing experience by 50%. Standing nearby, Jiang Chun was utterly stunned. These resources represented almost all of Wang Chong's salary and benefits from the previous month. The 4th tier beast blood potions were so rare that only a handful could be found in the entire Dongshan province in a month. Even Jiang Qin, one of the 3 vice-chairmen of Dongshan province, had only received 50 bottles last month. What was even more shocking were the 10 bottles of 5th tier beast blood potions treasures that could only be earned by achieving at least 5 levels of merit on the Abyss battlefield. As for the 3rd tier magical beast crystal core, it was even more precious, only dropping from the final boss of a fully cleared 3rd tier secret realm, and even then, the drop rate was exceedingly low. Yet Wang Chong handed all of these resources over to Yiyang without hesitation. He said softly, "Go ahead. These resources aren't much, but they should last you a few days. I'll figure out how to get more later, so don't worry about it. For this month, all you need to focus on is improving your strength." As the chairman of Dongshan province, Wang Chong's generosity had its reasons. After witnessing Yiyang's performance in clearing the 3rd tier dungeon, he was fully convinced of this young genius's potential. He was determined not to repeat the regretful mistake of 50 years ago when Su Chen lost his opportunity due to a lack of resources. That incident had left the former chairman, Li Chengfeng, devastated, and it was only with the help of his brother, Li Yingtianth, headmaster of the Supreme Academy in Kyoto, that he managed to recover. Faced with these precious resources, Yiyang took a deep breath, his heart filled with gratitude and determination. Yiyang felt indifferent towards the beast crystal cores that others considered rare treasures. During the secret realm assessment, he had defeated the final boss and unexpectedly obtained 7, or 8 tier 2 beast crystal cores. In comparison, the resources of tier 4 and even tier 5 beast blood potions left him breathless. Though he had never used such high-level potions, he understood their immense value. From his casual conversations with Lin Chongfeng, the president of Tianchue City, Yiyang learned that crafting a tier 1 beast blood potion required at least a peak tier 3 or even tier 4 alchemist to ensure success. By that logic, crafting a tier 4 potion would require a peak tier 6 or tier 7 alchemist, while a tier 5 potion would necessitate the involvement of a tier 8 alchemist. In the Long Kingdom's Central Guild, tier 8 professionals and life-related specialties were considered formidable, while tier 9 professionals were regarded as national treasures. This alone underscored the rarity and value of the tier 4 and tier 5 beast blood potions in Yiyang's possession. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly said to Lin Chong, "Thank you, President Wang. I will do my utmost to improve my strength. Lin Chong nodded in approval, saying, then go ahead. However, Yiyang suddenly hesitated. What's wrong? Jiang Qin immediately asked upon noticing his hesitation. Yiyang shrugged awkwardly and replied, it's nothing. It's just that I've already completed a dungeon today. To enter another one, I'd need to borrow someone else's dungeon attempts. Oh right, I almost forgot about that. Lin Chong chuckled. But for someone like Jiang Chun, our esteemed chief of the training camp, this should be a trivial matter, no? As the president of Dongshan province, Lin Chong had no trouble mobilizing Tier 4, Tier 5, or even Tier 6 professionals, but when it came to involving Tier 3 or lower professionals, that responsibility fell to Jiang Qin, the head of the genius training camp. Hearing the light-hearted teasing, Jiang Chun shook his head with a wry smile. So it turns out in the end, I have to do you a favor, old man? Fine. Stop wasting time and go find some Tier 3 or lower professionals for our genius here. Letting out a resigned sigh, Jiang Chen glanced toward Zhang Cheng, who immediately understood and hurried back to the training camp dormitory. Before long, Zhang Cheng had gathered nearly 100 survivors of the secret realm trials who had just been selected for the training camp that day, bringing them before Lin Cheng and Jiang Chen. These individuals were referred to as secret realm survivors because they were the ones who had slipped through Yiyang's sweeping dominance during the secret realm assessment. After drawing out the final boss and discovering the mechanism for attracting boss-level monsters, Yiyang hadn't bothered to eliminate every one of these so-called geniuses. When the gathered geniuses arrived, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. Isn't the training camp's induction ceremony scheduled for 12 noon? Why are we being called here now? One of them asked in confusion. Could it be that they want us to run a dungeon to test our abilities? Another exclaimed. I knew it. This training camp wouldn't be so easy to get into. I was ready to quit, but my dad insisted I stay. Another muttered anxiously. President Jiang, we were wrong. Is it still possible to back out now? Hearing these timid remarks, Jiang Chun felt a mix of frustration and understanding. After all, talents like Ouyang Tian and Wang Kai, who were at the potential seeker level, could clear dungeons of the same tier at the Azura difficulty level with a well-coordinated 10-person team. By contrast, these SS-level geniuses struggled with even hell-level dungeons, and entering an Ashura-level dungeon was practically a death sentence. Jiang Chun sighed and ignored their complaints, turning instead to Yiyang. Yiyang, pick a few of them, he said simply. Yiyang nodded and pointed to a few individuals nearby. These ones will do. All right, Jiang Qin replied, then walked over to the selected individuals and commanded firmly, you few, step forward. Though confused, the chosen geniuses hesitated, but eventually complied under Jiang Qin's imposing presence. This is not a test of your abilities, Jiang Qin declared with a voice full of authority, but an opportunity for you to accompany Yiyang in clearing a dungeon. To accompany Yiyang? Help him clear a dungeon? The selected geniuses were dumbfounded. Among them, Li Chenghui, a talent from Qingyao City, shuddered at the thought. Images of Yiyang commanding a skeletal army to effortlessly defeat Wang Ji, Ouyang Tian, Wang Kai, and Qin Hui Tian during the secret realm assessment flashed through his mind. Now they were expected to help Yiyang clear a dungeon? This had to be a joke. President Jiang, you're kidding, right? Yiyang needs us to help him clear a dungeon? Isn't he capable of soloing an Ashura-level dungeon of the same tier with ease? Li Chenghui couldn't help but ask. He wasn't the only one confused. Every selected genius shared the same bewilderment. Could it be that President Jiang intended for Yiyang to teach them a lesson in the dungeon? Heaven help them. If even Ouyang Tian's team couldn't withstand Yiyang's skeletal army, how could they, mere SS-level geniuses, stand a chance? However, Jiang Chun couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the group. With a hint of helplessness in his tone, he said, if it weren't because Yiyang had run out of dungeon attempts, would we even need you? Letting you join isn't about having you help him clear the dungeon. It's to provide him with an extra entry attempt. With Yiyang's strength, does he really need your help? Li Chenghui's eyes lit up with sudden realization. President Jiang, are you saying we're just here to gain experience? What do you think? Jiang Chun replied with a smile. Oh, I see now. Li Chenghui exclaimed excitedly. In that case, of course, we're all in. I've already set up the party. Shall we head in now? As soon as he said this, the talented trainees who hadn't been selected earlier began to stir with excitement. President Jiang, I'm an SS-level priest. I can provide powerful buffs for Brother Yiyang's skeleton army. Li Chenghui's useless assassin class is of no help to Brother Yiyang's skeleton army. I'm an SS-level warrior, and I can tank damage for the skeletons. Who says assassins are useless? I'm an SS-level assassin and can make the skeleton army invisible. The previously rejected talents scrambled to showcase their strengths, desperate to join Yiyang's team. In their eyes, Yiyang was a powerhouse capable of crushing the final boss of a secret realm single-handedly. A mere Tier 3 Shura-level dungeon would be a walk in the park for him. This was a perfect opportunity to earn high-level dungeon experience for free. With the boost from advanced beast blood potions, The dungeon's experience rewards could propel these recently Tier 2, level 20 plus professionals straight to around level 30. Jiang Chun was a bit overwhelmed by the chaotic scene. Yiyang, should we reconsider the selection? No need, Yiyang said, shaking his head. It doesn't matter if there are support classes, or not, just let those few from earlier join. The unselected talents were disappointed, but couldn't argue. With the strength to crush secret realms of the same tier, Yiyang certainly had the right to be confident. Soon, Li Chenghui finalized the party, adding the chosen talents and Yiyang to the group. Once we're inside the dungeon, all you need to do is find a spot to rest. The dungeon will be cleared in no time. Yiyang instructed plainly. Got it. Li Chenghui nodded, then asked, but Brother Yiyang, what if we don't have enough points to enter the dungeon? Since Brother Yiyang has already been inside the dungeon, he must have redeemed survival points from the training camp. Can't he just transfer some to us? Zhou Yuan suggested. Yiyang immediately transferred a portion of his points to Li Chenghui using his training camp ID card. After all, whether it was the 10,000 points needed for a Tier 1 normal level dungeon, or the 10 million points for a Tier 3 Shura level dungeon, the investment was worthwhile. Besides, upon successful completion, they could receive up to a 10-fold return in points based on their performance rating. Even if all the points from the dozens of people outside were combined, they would still fall far short of the 10 million threshold. At this moment, however, Yiyang had an astonishing 1.45 billion survival points from the training camp, and with the additional 1 billion reward he just earned from clearing the third Ashura level dungeon, his total reached a staggering 2.45 billion. For him, a mere 10 million points was nothing but a drop in the ocean. Li Chenghui stared at the 10 million points that had suddenly appeared on his ID card, trembling with excitement. Even if he worked tirelessly for a year in the secret realm assessments, he might not have earned such an amount. Without hesitation, he immediately followed Yiyang's instructions and located the current fastest recorded third-tier dungeon. Without a second thought, he chose to enter. The system notification soon sounded. You have opened the third-tier dungeon entrance. Glorious Temple. Please select difficulty. Normal, hard, nightmare, hell, or Azura. Glorious Temple dungeon collapse countdown. 7 months and 28 days. The dungeon record showed. Fastest completion time for normal, 11 hours, 55 minutes, 38 seconds. Fastest completion time for hard, 1 day, 7 hours, 36 minutes, 15 seconds. Nightmare progress, stage 2, 18. Hell and Azura. No records available. Yiyang glanced at the records and nodded to himself. An 11-hour fastest completion time was within an acceptable range of difficulty. He turned to look at Li Chenghui, who immediately understood. Taking a deep breath, Li Chenghui confirmed his entry into the dungeon. In an instant, a series of chilling system notifications flashed across the screen. You have entered the third-tier dungeon. Glorious Temple. You are affected by the Ashura level effect, Glorious Light. Attack power 30, movement speed 20, defense 100. You are affected by Glorious Light. HP 500 points. Your third talent, Faithful Soul, is activated. Summoned entities under your command will absorb damage on your behalf. As their HP sharply declined, the talented trainees who had entered the dungeon alongside Yiyang began to panic. This dungeon's global debuff is insane. Quick, get the healers to restore HP. Just the damage from Glorious Light is brutal. Forget about fighting monsters. Panic shouts echoed throughout the dungeon space. Yiyang knew that while he could withstand the radiant golden light that dealt 500 points of damage per second, it was a lethal threat to Li Chenghui and the other newly advanced Tier 2 SS-class professionals. Without wasting a moment, Yiyang sprang into action. He opened his summoning space, and in an instant, an overwhelming tide of undead surged forth. The scene was awe-inspiring. Ordinary skeletons rose from the ground, forming dense formations, their numbers skyrocketing to 270,000. Over 76,000 invisible skeleton archmages emerged silently, their magical auras flickering. More than 3,000 skeleton tyrants stood tall and imposing, doubling their previous count. The Death Knight Legion swelled from over 180 to nearly 1,000, their iron hooves shaking the earth. Skeletal wyverns increased from over 80 to nearly 400, circling high in the sky. Even the Death Commanders had grown to around 12 or 13, leading this massive undead army. In just 3 to 4 hours, the total number of the undead army had soared from 180,000 to 350,000, a feat made possible by the heaven-defying 10-fold summoning speed boost granted by the heaven-slaying Sunfall staff. Yiyang quickly calculated. At the current summoning rate, by the time of the national exams in a month, the number of ordinary skeletons would exceed 20 million. Invisible skeleton archmages would approach 2.6 million. Death Commanders would number over 26,000. More importantly, this was only the initial scale. With his newly awakened Tier 3 talent, Soul Revival, any enemy slain could be converted into his force, ensuring that this army would only grow stronger in battle. As this colossal undead army fully materialized, the SS-class prodigies accompanying Yiyang into the dungeon were utterly stunned. They began discussing among themselves, voices filled with shock and awe. So this is Brother Yiyang's skeleton army? It's unbelievable. I thought there'd only be a few thousand, but there are at least tens of thousands. Tens of thousands? You're underestimating Brother Yiyang. This is easily 3 to 500,000. Exactly. Just the small skeletons alone number 2 to 300,000. Wow, your Tier 2 promotion was a waste. Time to start over. After Yiyang granted his team access to the Skeleton Legion's field of vision, their reactions were unexpectedly enthusiastic. Just a few hundred points of mental energy to get a clear view of this massive army. Brother Yiyang is truly incredible, someone exclaimed in awe. The formation of the Skeleton Legion was indeed breathtaking. In the air, more than a dozen undead mages wielding gray-white magical orbs floated ominously. On the ground stood several colossal skeletal giants, each 5 to 6 meters tall. Most striking of all was the squad of undead knights mounted on skeletal warhorses, their black cloaks billowing dramatically in the wind. Do all these undead troops obey only Brother Yiyang's commands? Of course. He summoned every single one of them. No wonder he's so powerful. Just facing this army of hundreds of thousands of undead is enough to make my legs go weak. Listening to the murmurs of the surrounding SS-level geniuses, Yiyang silently shook his head. An army of over 300,000 immortal undead was indeed enough to ignite anyone's passion for battle. All right, let's see just how powerful the forces of resurrection can be. Yiyang thought to himself before issuing a command to the entire Skeleton Legion. Quick and decisive, eliminate all enemies in this space as fast as possible. Boom. As soon as the order was given, the undead army surged into every corner of the dungeon. It didn't take long for the first wave of enemies to appear before Yiyang. They were a group of Shura-level glorious disciples, over 100 humanoid spirit forms that glowed faintly with golden light, each floating in midair. These entities had 31 points in strength, 1,200 in mental energy, 4,500 in constitution, and 2,300 in agility. They also possessed the glorious impact skill, capable of dealing 3 times their mental energy as damage and inflicting a 5-second blindness effect. However, the moment these creatures appeared, they were immediately detected by a nearby death commandant. In the next instant, the necromantic barrier was deployed. Whoosh! In an instant, a pale gray barrier of light erupted from the death spirit commander, spreading outward like a translucent veil. The thin, almost imperceptible light screen enveloped the newly spawned hundreds of radiant believers. These creatures didn't even have a chance to attack the ordinary skeletons before they were consumed by an invisible blaze, vanishing into nothingness in an instant. A system notification promptly appeared. Ding! You have slain an LV-31 radiant believer, gaining 310 points, 25,000 experience. Current dungeon progress, 0.05. Similar messages followed in rapid succession. Yiyang was stunned by the terrifying experience rewards. The 500 boost from the Tier 5 Beast Blood Elixir combined with the 5,000 experience multiplier from the Tier 3 Magical Beast Essence wasn't simply additive, it was multiplicative, resulting in an astonishing 25,000. This meant that every radiant believer he killed granted him over 77,000 experience points. No wonder Magical Beast Essence was revered as a treasured resource by professionals. Yiyang had initially assumed that the 2 boosts would add up to 5,500, but discovering their multiplicative interaction left him in a white was utterly game-changing. This realization made Yiyang think of the prodigies from the 3 supreme cities. Aside from being born as natural professionals and having ample time to train, it was these insane resources that were the real key to their overwhelming power. Although Yiyang had never visited the supreme cities, from his parents' descriptions and the explanations of figures like Lin Chongfeng, he had come to understand the terrifying advantages of those places. With endless resources at their disposal, these cities produced countless super geniuses. Even at its peak 50 years ago, the Dongshan province couldn't compare to even a tenth of the power of the supreme cities. This was why professionals across Longhua all aspired to live there. Checking the dungeon progress, Yiyang noticed that the wave of over 100 radiant believers had pushed his progress to 5.65. This efficiency was nearly double that of the underground Demon Palace dungeon, leaving him pleasantly surprised. While ordinary teams required over a dozen hours to clear this dungeon on normal difficulty, it was likely because the Radiant Believer's Radiant Impact skill, which caused blindness, was difficult to counter. Before long, new Radiant Believers began to respawn randomly across the dungeon, even before the undead army had fully mobilized. This frustrating respawn mechanism was the main reason why the first phase of the dungeon took so much time. Although killing these creatures wasn't particularly challenging, simply locating them consumed a significant amount of time. Fortunately, these newly spawned monsters seemed to have a built-in navigation system, charging straight toward the professionals' positions. For Yiyang, this setup couldn't be more perfect. However, for ordinary teams of professionals, it was more like a nightmare. While they might be able to handle the current wave of a couple hundred monsters, if the battle dragged on, they would soon be overwhelmed by the endless onslaught of thousands upon thousands of creatures. These third-tier Ashura-level dungeon monsters were no joke. In terms of stats alone, they could rival the final bosses of second-tier Ashura-level dungeons. In fact, they were on par with the final boss of Silverlight City's strongest second-tier dungeon, the Hydra Queen, Aishelia. Facing such a horde of monsters, any ordinary team of professionals would inevitably collapse. Yet, in front of Yiyang's skeleton army, these monsters were as fragile as paper, falling effortlessly. Ding! You have killed LV-31 Glorious Disciple, gaining 310 points, 250x experience. Current dungeon progress, 0.05. The system notification sounds rang out continuously, with kill logs refreshing faster and faster, and the dungeon progress skyrocketing. In less than 5 minutes, a golden light suddenly enveloped Yiyang. Ding! Your level has increased. Current LV-40. Ding! You have received level up rewards, 500 to all attributes, 5,000 to spirit attributes, 3,000 to free attributes. Finally, level 40. Yiyang nodded with satisfaction, immediately allocating all 3,000 free attribute points to his spirit attribute. Instantly, his spirit attribute surged dramatically. Yiyang checked his current attributes, feeling a deep sense of amazement. Just by leveling up once, his mental attribute had skyrocketed by nearly 10,000 points. Additionally, the overall attribute boost for his summoned undead had reached an astonishing 3,104.69, filling him with exhilaration. His next goal was to achieve 100 experience progress for level 40, eager to discover the details of the 4th-tier advancement quest. Taking a deep breath, Yiyang worked to calm his excitement. In just over 10 minutes, his experience progress hit 100, triggering a series of system notifications. Ding! Your current level has reached 40 with 100 experience. 4th-tier advancement quest successfully activated. Seeing the notification, Yiyang nodded in satisfaction before checking the attribute boost effects of the 4th-tier template. Ding! Your current level has reached 40. Please select the difficulty level of the advancement quest you wish to complete. The system's voice sounded again, and Yiyang quickly scanned the rewards for each difficulty level. 1-star difficulty reward, gain 800 points to all attributes, 8,000 points to mental attribute, and 5,000 free attribute points per level up. 2-star difficulty reward, gain 1,000 points to all attributes, 15,000 points to mental attribute, and 10,000 free attribute points per level up. 3-star difficulty reward, gain 2,000 points to all attributes, 30,000 points to mental attribute, and 20,000 free attribute points per level up. 4-star difficulty reward, gain 5,000 points to all attributes, 65,000 points to mental attribute, and 50,000 free attribute points per level up, with a chance to acquire a 4th exclusive talent. 5-star difficulty reward, gain 10,000 points to all attributes, 100,000 points to mental attribute, and 80,000 free attribute points per level up, with a guaranteed 4th exclusive talent. At first glance, the 5-star reward was incredibly enticing, especially the prospect of gaining 10,000 points to all attributes with each level up. Without hesitation, Yiyang chose the 5-star advancement quest. Ding! You have selected the 4th tier, 5-star advancement quest. The system continued, outlining the quest requirements. 1. Successfully clear a level 40 or higher Ashura level dungeon without taking any damage and without forming a team. 2. Obtain a 4th tier extraordinary weapon of at least Ghost God quality. 3. Survive for over 24 hours in an interdimensional secret realm of at least 1-star difficulty, with at least 50 of the time maintaining 100 health status. As expected, the 4th tier advancement quest is significantly more challenging than the 3rd tier, Yiyang thought to himself. He recalled his first encounter with the 1-star 1st tier advancement quest, which only required clearing an Ashura level dungeon. The 3rd tier quest had merely asked for an extraordinary weapon of perfect quality or higher. Now, not only had the weapon quality requirement been raised to Ghost God level, but he also had to survive in the secret realm for 24 hours while maintaining full health for at least half the time. For most people, the 3rd task would probably be the hardest, but for me, it's not much of an issue, Yiyang murmured with a confident smile, already formulating a plan. In the past, when he faced the daunting task of crafting a Ghost God level extraordinary weapon alone, it would have seemed insurmountable. But now, with the support of powerful allies like Jiang Chun and Wang Chong, this task seemed much more manageable. That said, crafting a 4th tier extraordinary weapon won't be easy, he mused, thinking of Master Wu. He wondered if the master would still be able to assist him. Bringing his focus back to the present, Yiyang took a deep breath and commanded his undead army to accelerate their monster-killing pace in the dungeon. Before long, the SS-grade genius teammates who had entered the dungeon with Yiyang expressed their amazement. Oh my god, this experience gain is insane. I've leveled up 3 times in less than half an hour. One teammate exclaimed excitedly. Same here. I was only level 24 when I entered, and now I'm almost level 28 in less than 30 minutes. Another teammate responded enthusiastically. Haha, I'm so jealous of you guys. My dad gave me a few bottles of 30-year beast blood potions, and I'd been reluctant to use them until now. After using them in this Ashura level dungeon, my level shot up to 30 with 280 experience. Another teammate shouted with excitement. That's incredible. I only have second-tier beast blood potions. Ugh, I didn't expect leveling up to be this fast. Another teammate sighed enviously. Yiyang's undead army is just too powerful. From the perspective of his summoned creatures, those radiant devotee mobs get instantly killed as soon as they spawn, with no chance to fight back. One teammate marveled. This leveling speed is terrifying, probably even faster than Ouyang Tian's. Everyone present was astonished by the overwhelming efficiency of the leveling process. However, when it came to Ouyang Tian, Li Chenghui, another SS-level genius from Qingyao City, couldn't help but exclaim, I'm from Qingyao City too, but Ouyang Tian's leveling speed is nothing compared to brother Yiyang's. Even his leg hair levels up faster. Exactly. Even for potential users, after reaching level 25, it usually takes months to gain just one level. The team members chimed in agreement. Those so-called top talents like Ouyang Tian in Dongshan province might boast about their potential, but it still takes them months to clear a single dungeon, someone added. For ordinary people like us, we have to grind through the normal difficulty step by step, spending countless attempts on just one dungeon. As the group discussed, the experience bar before them suddenly skyrocketed like a rocket, leaving all the SS-level geniuses stunned. It was then they realized that the genius Ouyang Tian they once admired was nothing more than a frog in a well compared to Yiyang. In less than 3 hours, the progress on the glorious temple dungeon's first stage had already hit 100. Before the second wave of monsters could even stabilize, a barrage of kill notifications appeared before everyone's eyes. Ding! You have defeated LV-35 Glorious High Priest Guardian, earning 35,000 points, 250x experience. Current dungeon progress. 1. In the blink of an eye, the second stage's progress reached 100. The team members were left dumbfounded, eagerly discussing the events that had just unfolded. Some attributed it to the bone dragon, while others insisted it was the skeletal mage's barrier. But all were in awe of the overwhelming power displayed by the undead army in this Tier 3 Shura-level dungeon. As hundreds of elite monsters from the second stage vanished into thin air, the dungeon's final boss slowly emerged. Shura-level Glorious High Priest's Remnant Soul, Faisal LV-40. Category: Boss-level monster. Attributes: Strength, 15,000. Spirit, 28,000. Constitution, 16,000. Agility, 12,000. Shura Aura. All attributes 100. Skills: Glorious Annihilation, Glorious Splash, Soul of Glory. Draped in a faint golden glow and wearing robes that resembled those of a divine servant, the boss appeared before Yiyang. Yiyang let out a light chuckle. Well, judging by these stats, another squishy mage boss. In that case, let's end this quickly. As Yiyang's thoughts shifted slightly, the 600 skeletal wyverns in midair formed a perfectly aligned formation and unleashed a thunderous, earth-shaking group attack. The skill Bone Hell echoed with ferocious roars. In an instant, a torrential rain of dense bone spikes descended, all locked onto the body of the priest lord, Faisal. Countless gleaming white bone spikes streaked through the air, forming a deadly web that enveloped the skies and ground. Damage numbers surged wildly, with terrifying damage in the hundreds of thousands erupting continuously. Faisal's health bar plummeted rapidly, and before he could even complete the chant for his first skill, his life points were completely depleted. This devastating blow wasn't just from the skeletal wyvern swarm, but was further amplified by the necromantic barriers cast by over 100 necromancer commanders. Under the overwhelming assault of the undead army, Faisal's body exploded with a resounding crash. The system notification promptly appeared. You have slain the final boss, the remnant soul of the glorious priest lord, Faisal, and gained 72,250x experience points. You have successfully cleared the dungeon, Ashura level underground demon palace, earning rewards, 2.5 billion experience points, Tier 3 exclusive profession equipment chest X1, Tier 3 exclusive profession skill chest X1. Yiyang quickly stepped forward to collect all the loot scattered on the ground. Among them was the highly valuable dark greatsword, along with other Tier 3 warrior class equipment, bringing a surge of joy to his heart. Without pausing to inspect the other profession equipment, Yiyang immediately opened the most precious item, the exclusive profession skill chest. Ding! You have successfully used a Tier 3 exclusive profession skill scroll and acquired the skill Necromancer Summon Rampaging Elemental Wraith. The attributes of the new skill were instantly revealed. Consuming 2,000 spirit points allows the summoning of one rampaging elemental wraith to join the battle. Under the influence of the extraordinary trait Spirit Burn, the skill's cost is reduced to 200 spirit points. The undead creature, which could originally be summoned with just 2,000 points of mental energy, turned out to be even more powerful than the Death Commandant. Yiyang's eyes lit up with excitement. He quickly skimmed through the detailed information about this brand new summoning skill, feeling a surge of anticipation. After all, every exclusive class skill he had unlocked so far had never let him down. Without further hesitation, Yiyang integrated the skill into his attribute panel. In an instant, a familiar system notification flashed before his eyes. Ding. Skill. Summon Riot Elemental Wraith has successfully evolved into God Ear. Summon Riot Elemental Wraith. The updated skill information then appeared. Consumes 100 points of mental energy to activate. Automatically summons one Riot Elemental Wraith every 200 seconds to assist in battle. After patiently waiting for just over 3 minutes, a unique summoned entity appeared within his summoning space. It was a transparent goblin-like spirit, standing only a meter tall. Though small in stature, it exuded an extraordinary aura. Yiyang immediately summoned it to his side using his thoughts and carefully examined its attributes. Riot Elemental Wraith. Level 40. Base attributes all receive a 3,104.69 boost. Strength 40. Spirit 4,000. Constitution 40. Agility 40. Skill list 1. Elemental Riot Passive. Mastery over all basic elements. Automatically triggers counter-elemental attributes during attacks, increasing damage by 200. 2. Riot Pierce. Deals Spirit X 100 damage and inflicts a continuous bleeding effect equal to 1 of Spirit for 100 seconds. Can stack up to 100 times. 3. Wraith Scream. Causes confusion to enemies within a range of 1 of Spirit in meters. Cooldown 100 seconds. The attributes of this Tier 3 summon creature left Yiyang utterly stunned. While its utility might not surpass that of the Death Commandant, its sheer destructive power was astonishing. In terms of raw combat capability, the Riot Elemental Wraith's potential was undeniably thrilling. The seemingly unremarkable passive skill, Elemental Chaos, actually harbors astonishing power. This skill not only enhances the Riot Elemental Wraith's skill damage by 200, but more importantly, it possesses the ability to automatically identify the elemental weaknesses of enemy units. This goes far beyond the simple relationships of water countering fire, or light suppressing darkness in the undead. The most terrifying aspect of Elemental Chaos lies in its ability to precisely pinpoint the enemy's weakest elemental resistance and automatically convert attacks into the corresponding elemental type. For instance, if a combatant has 100 resistance to wind, fire, wood, earth, and water elements, but 0 resistance to lightning, then Chaos Pierce will automatically transform into Lightning Chaos Pierce. The auxiliary skill, Wraith Scream, is a powerful control ability. With the current attributes of the Riot Elemental Wraith, unleashing Wraith Scream can plunge all enemy targets within a 12-kilometer radius into a state of chaos. This perfectly compensates for its relatively weak attributes outside of its mental power, allowing it to deliver astonishing combat performance in real battles. After closing the attribute panel, Yiyang nodded in satisfaction. Reflecting on his 8 exclusive summoning skills, each type of undead summon has its unique traits. While the ordinary little skeletons are merely basic companion summons, others such as the Stealth Skeleton Archmage, Skeleton Tyrant, Death Knight, Bone Wyvern, Necromantic Commander, and the newly acquired Riot Elemental Wraith all excel in individual combat capability. This stands in sharp contrast to ordinary Necromancers. A typical Necromancer can only summon 1 undead at a time, whereas Yiyang can summon multiple undead simultaneously with minimal mental energy expenditure. Surveying the undead army within his summoning space, there are 410,000 ordinary little skeletons, 90,000 stealth skeleton archmages, over 4,500 skeleton tyrants, more than 2,000 death knights, 650 bone wyverns, approximately 150 necromantic commanders, and the newly summoned Riot Elemental Wraiths. Additionally, there are undead creatures spawned by his third talent, Soul Resurrection, which cannot be stored in the summoning space. Altogether, the scale of the undead army has reached a staggering 500,000. Faced with such a massive army, Yiyang felt immensely satisfied. Next, his attention shifted to his next reward, the Tier 3 exclusive class equipment chest. Ding, you have successfully used the Tier 3 exclusive class skill chest. You have received the reward, Necromancer's Dark Spirit Robe. Yiyang directly opened the attribute panel of the Tier 3 exclusive equipment, his eyes quickly scanning through the rows of data. Tier 3 Dark Spirit Robe. Attributes. Spirit, 48,200. Constitution, 32,500. Agility, 27,000. Special effect. All summon creatures under your command gain 55 damage immunity. Wow! Yiyang gasped in astonishment. The attributes of this Tier 3 equipment far exceeded his expectations. Although he had known that armor-type equipment typically offered the highest attribute boosts, the stats of this Dark Spirit Robe were nearly double those of the Hell Gauntlets. Without hesitation, He put on the robe, and his attribute panel underwent a dramatic transformation. Yiyang. Level 40. Class Tier 3 Necromancer Unique. Strength 8,570. Spirit 355,469. Constitution 215,374. Agility 151,474. Now that's satisfying. Yiyang nodded in approval, already planning his next steps for the Tier 4 advancement quest. Together with his team of SS-class professionals, he quickly exited the dungeon. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the atmosphere had grown increasingly restless. The talented students who hadn't been selected had gone from anxiously waiting to being overwhelmed with excitement when they saw Yiyang and his team successfully complete the dungeon. Look, brother Yiyang and his team are out. I'm so jealous. Why wasn't I chosen? If you ask me, next time we should just draw lots to keep it fair. The chatter grew louder as the focus shifted to the topic of leveling up. Li Chenghui was only level 22 when he went in. After this run, plus the Tier 3 Beast Blood Potion, he's probably at least level 27 or 28 by now, right? Exactly. We've been out here grinding non-stop, fighting off skeleton armies just to reach level 22, and they get to level up so much just by clearing the dungeon. Seeing the envy in the eyes of these young people, Jiang Chun could only shake his head with a wry smile. It truly was an incredible opportunity, gaining nearly 10 levels in just a few hours. It was like riding a rocket. If you'd known this earlier, what were you all doing at the start? When I first called you, you were scared stiff like startled birds, and now you're regretting it. Huh. Someone couldn't help but mock. Just as the trainees were still lamenting their missed opportunity, a sudden exclamation broke through the chatter. Look, Yiyang is coming out. All eyes immediately turned to the familiar figure at the entrance. Yiyang, as always, carried himself with a lean and upright demeanor as he walked out of the dungeon hall. However, what surprised everyone was the sight of Li Chenghui and the others trailing behind him, all wearing grim expressions, far from the look of victorious triumph. Li Chenghui, what's up with you guys? Why do you all look like you've lost a loved one? Wu Yuan, a fellow trainee from Qingyao City, stepped forward with a hint of schadenfreude. Don't tell me you guys didn't get anything worthwhile in the dungeon? Li Chenghui let out a heavy sigh at that. It's not about not getting anything. After finishing the first phase, my experience already skyrocketed to 10,000 of level 30. Once the final boss and dungeon rewards were added, my level 30 experience bar couldn't hold it lit, all turned into temporary stored experience. Wu Yuan's smile froze instantly. What? Are you saying you already have temporary stored experience? Exactly. Li Chenghui shook his head with a bitter smile. Right now, my temporary stored experience has piled up to over 8,000. If I can't complete the third-year mission within 24 hours, all these dozens of times the experience will go to waste. This revelation was like a bombshell, igniting a massive uproar among the onlookers. The previously indifferent crowd erupted in chaos. Wow, this is insane. A single dungeon run took him straight from level 20 to maxing out level 30? Brother Yiyang, are you running another dungeon soon? Count me in. If I'd known the rewards for a third-tier Ashura level dungeon were this insane, I would have gone no matter what. Regret and envy were written all over everyone's faces, and the atmosphere became both lively and complex. Those who had hesitated earlier were now filled with deep remorse, wishing they could slap themselves for their indecision. On the other side, Yiyang ignored the indignant stares from the trainees and walked straight to Wang Chong and Jiang Chun. Impressive, Yiyang, Wang Chong said with a gratified smile. A regular level dungeon that takes others over 11 hours to clear, you managed to crush it in just 3 or 4. The young man's performance made Wang Chong increasingly satisfied. Clearing 2 third-tier Ashura-level dungeons solo within just a few hours was a feat that would surely attract the attention of guild leaders from the 3 supreme cities Kyoto, Jinghai, and Jiangnanhou would likely compete to recruit him. By the way, how's your experience progress coming along? Wang Chong suddenly asked. I've already triggered the 4th-tier advancement quest, and I chose the 5-star difficulty, Yiyang replied directly. 5-star? Wang Chong recalled. If I'm not mistaken, aside from clearing Ashura-level dungeons, you'll also need to forge an extraordinary grade weapon of ghost god quality, right? How about this, Jiang, and I will help you handle that. After all, no one in Dongshan province is capable of crafting equipment at that level anymore. Not even Master Wu, the 7th-tier peak craftsman? Yiyang asked, surprised. Wang Chong sighed and explained, it's not entirely impossible for him, but his success rate for crafting an extraordinary grade weapon embryo is only 10, and it would take at least 10 days to half a month. He's confident with heaven-bestowed grade, but that's within the scope of a 4-star quest. You should just focus on your own tasks for now. Yiyang nodded in gratitude, finally realizing how strict the classification system was for craftsmen. However, with a 7th-tier expert like Wang Chong offering help, he felt less concerned. At that moment, Jiang Chan spoke up. It's getting late, almost 11. Let's head to the induction ceremony for the special training camp together. Although Yiyang felt that such a ceremony would waste valuable time he could use to develop his abilities after all, compared to the 18-year development period of a typical career holder, he only had a month couldn't decline Jiang Chen's invitation. On the way to the base's auditorium, Jiang Chen explained to Yiyang, the ceremony is pretty simple. The main purpose is to have you inspire the other trainees. The fact that you've surpassed prodigies who've been training for 3 years in just a few days is an incredibly motivational story. Just say a few encouraging words later. Yiyang felt a bit speechless but still asked, so all I need to do is motivate them? Exactly. Jiang Chen chuckled. Have you already thought about what to say? More or less, Yiyang shrugged. They'll make sure not to let you down, President Jiang. Jiang Chen laughed heartily, explaining that he had arranged this opportunity because he was worried about Yiyang's introverted nature. You're a genius when it's time to fight for something. You should speak up and fight for it. Yiyang finally understood Jiang Chen's good intentions and felt deeply moved. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at the base's auditorium. The venue was filled with over 100 officially selected SS-level prodigies, and even figures like Ouyang Tian and Wang Kai were present. When they saw Yiyang, their calm expressions instantly twisted with resentment. It was Yiyang's skeleton army that had cost these self-proclaimed geniuses their spots in the special training camp, wasting a significant amount of resources they could have used for development. Their anger and hatred were palpable. Not just Ouyang Tian and his group, but all the city-level presidents across Dongshan province, including Ouyang Long, Zheng Yuntian, and Zhao Mingze, had their eyes locked on Yiyang. Yiyang could feel the hostile gazes from the surrounding geniuses he had eliminated during the secret realm trial, but he merely responded with a calm smile. As Jiang Chen stepped onto the podium, Yiyang chose a seat near the front, preparing himself for his upcoming speech. At that moment, Instructor Zhang Cheng, the person in charge of the special training camp assessment, was already on stage delivering the customary welcome speech. In previous years, such opening remarks were rather unremarkable, as the city presidents and family patriarchs generally had a clear idea of who would secure spots in the special training camp. While they might not be entirely certain about all 100 names, they were confident about more than 90 of the selections. This year, however, was different. Yiyang, the dark horse from one of the 3 underdog cities, Tianshui City, had completely shattered the expectations of these presidents and patriarchs. Under the command of his undead army, even prodigious talents like Ouyang Tian, Wang Kai, Qian Feng, Qin Huaiyan, and Lu Feng, all of them potential-level geniuses, were utterly defeated. Ironically, the usually overlooked SS-level talents became the survivors. This made the traditional opening speech feel particularly grating to the ears of those presidents and patriarchs, with every word cutting into them like a blade. Finally, the chief of the special training camp, Jiang Chen, took the stage. After delivering the routine exhortation for everyone to train hard and not waste resources, his gaze fell on Yiyang, who was seated not far away. Next, let's welcome the champion of this year's special training camp assessment, the extraordinary genius who broke Dongshan Province's 50-year record, Yiyang, to come up and give a speech. Immediately, all eyes in the room turned to the young man rising from his seat. Everyone was eager to hear what this unprecedented genius would say in front of so many elites and prodigies. Yiyang, isn't it a bit rushed to have you speak so soon? Jiang Chen asked with concern. It's fine, President Jiang. Yiyang replied with a smile. I've had an hour to prepare, so it shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Chen was taken aback by this response. He had assumed someone like Yiyang, a unseen-a-generation talent, would focus solely on honing his skills. Yet, here he was, taking a casual request so seriously. It seemed Yiyang not only possessed extraordinary talent, but also a remarkably composed demeanor, a true seedling for a future supreme powerhouse. Releasing the aura of a 7th-tier peak expert, Jiang Chen instantly silenced the crowd. The expressions of those in the audience varied. Some were resentful, others curious, admiring, or dismissive, each person observing Yiyang in their own way. Thank you for the invitation, President Jiang, Yiyang began. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he continued, hello, everyone. My name is Yiyang. Yes, I'm the Yiyang who, in just 3 days, outgrew and defeated you so-called geniuses who turned out to be nothing but trash. I know that many of you here, the so-called geniuses who had a chance to earn a spot in the elite training camp, are not convinced by me. Yiyang stood on the stage, his gaze sharp as he scanned the thousands of people below. Especially when it comes to my skeleton legion. You think that as a mere summoner, I've only become powerful because of my summoned creatures. His voice echoed through the venue, each word dripping with challenge. Well then, today, I'm giving all of you geniuses here a chance to prove yourselves. From this moment on, I want you to use a single undead summon. If anyone is dissatisfied, come at me, all of you at once. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously noisy venue fell into a deathly silence. It was as if thousands of people were frozen in place, their breaths audible in the stillness. This declaration was clearly beyond anyone's expectations, including Jiang Chun, who stood off to the side. Jiang Chun stared at Yiyang on the stage, utterly shocked. He had originally asked Yiyang to speak to inspire the weaker trainees, but he hadn't anticipated Yiyang would take such a direct approach. While his method seemed blunt, it was undoubtedly the most effective way to make people like Ouyang Tian and Wang Kai, who had long dominated the Dongshan province, face reality. But as a necromancer, how was Yiyang planning to fight without his undead army? This question lingered in Jiang Qin's mind. After a long silence, Li Chenghui, a trainee from Qingyao City, suddenly broke it. Amazing! That's what I call Brother Yiyang. His confidence is unmatched. His exclamation seemed to ignite a spark. Wang Ji, also from Qingyao City, shot to his feet and glared at Yiyang on the stage. Yiyang, don't get too full of yourself. Who do you think you are? You're nothing without your skeletons. Without them, you're just a useless nobody. Hearing this, Yiyang slowly turned his head, his gaze locking onto the source of the voice. Yiyang's gaze swept across the crowd and immediately recognized the one who initiated the attack. It was Wang Ji, the prodigy from Qingyao City, who had been the first to be eliminated by him during the secret realm assessment. Clearly, after he had withdrawn his skeleton army, these people suddenly grew bolder. Not only Wang Ji, but even other prodigies like Qian Feng, Qin Huaiyan, and Lu Feng, who had also been defeated by Yiyang, stepped forward angrily. Yiyang, you're looking down on us too much. That's right. Since you dare not use your undead army, this will be the day you die. With a furious shout from Ouyang Tian, hundreds of prodigies attacked simultaneously. Eternal Night Aurora, Shadow Flash, Phantom Shadow Strike, Mind Annihilation. Various ultimate techniques erupted one after another. Over a dozen potential-level talents and the combined full-force attacks of hundreds of SS-level prodigies were all aimed squarely at Yiyang. On the side, Zhang Chang and the other instructors couldn't help but gasp in shock. This was clearly a kill strike meant to eliminate him. However, just as they were about to intervene, Jiang Chun stopped them. Don't act, Jiang Chun said calmly. If Yiyang dares to boast so boldly, he must have a trump card. If he can't withstand even this level of attack, he doesn't deserve Wang Chang's cultivation. When the dazzling lights of the skills finally faded away, Yiyang's figure remained tall and unmoved, standing in the same spot as if nothing had happened. The guild leaders and clan heads present widened their eyes in disbelief. Impossible, one psychic exclaimed. I'm certain he didn't use any undead creatures at all. Ouyang Tian and the others were completely stunned. How can a mere origin summoning class withstand the damage from hundreds of us? Is he even human? Yiyang gently dusted off non-existent specks of dust from his clothes. In truth, he wouldn't have minded taking some damage, but unfortunately, their attacks were far too weak. They couldn't even destroy the weakest skeleton in his summoning space. It wasn't surprising, though with his terrifying 180,000 physique points, the automatic protection granted by the Soul of Faith talent, and the 55 damage reduction effect provided by the Dark Spirit robe, these attacks were indeed insignificant. The Necromancer's third skill, Necro Aegis, not only provides a massive shield but also grants an astonishing 6,000 block attribute. While this might seem like a modest number, it allows even the most basic skeleton minions to become completely immune to damage. The terrifying aspect of this block attribute lies in its counter effect against multi-hit damage. If an enemy can deal a single blow of 1 million damage, the 6,000 block might seem insignificant. However, when that damage is split into 100 hits of 10,000 each, this seemingly ordinary block attribute can negate 600,000 damage in total, effectively reducing the overall damage by half. Combined with various damage mitigation effects and the defensive bonuses from high constitution stats, even the cumulative damage from hundreds of young prodigies becomes negligible due to their dispersed attacks. They are utterly incapable of breaking through Yiyang and his army of skeletons. Yiyang glanced at the potential assassin, Lu Feng, standing before him and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Slowly raising his fist, he said coldly, "Get back underground where you belong." Boom. His punch landed squarely on Lu Feng's face, like being hit head-on by a speeding freight train. Lu Feng was sent flying back 100 meters in an instant. If it weren't for the clan leader of the Qingyao Lu family stepping in just in time to catch him, he might have been hurled out of the training base's grand hall entirely. Even so, Lu Feng's face was filled with disbelief as he pointed a trembling finger at Yiyang, managing only a single "you" before losing consciousness. This scene left the prodigies Ouyang Tian, Qin Huaiyan, Wang Ji, and others utterly stunned. They were no strangers to one-punch knockouts, but seeing a magic-based class achieve such a feat, it completely shattered their understanding of the world. In reality, while Yiyang appeared to be a necromancer, his strength attribute far surpassed that of warriors of the same rank. Thanks to the all-attribute growth boost from his 5-star template, Yiyang's strength attribute had reached an astonishing 8,500. In comparison, Qin Huaiyan, at the peak of the second tier, only had 3,600 strength even when equipped with universal origin class gear and a few class-specific items. Even Lu Feng, the assassin renowned for his raw strength, only had 6,800 strength, nearly 2,000 points less than Yiyang. Terrifying. A mage class profession can actually one-shot an opponent of the same level with a single punch? What kind of monster is this? Damn it. Aren't summoner-type professions supposed to focus all their points on spirit? How can he have such insanely high strength attributes? This is beyond belief. How can this guy be so strong? Freak. Monster. Abnormality. At this moment, all the geniuses who witnessed this scene felt a chill run down their spines. Even Ouyang Tian, who had been brimming with confidence earlier, now hesitated and shrank back in fear. Damn it. I don't believe it. He's just a mage class profession. There's no way he can one-shot me. A warrior specializing in potential. Just as Ouyang Tian was about to quietly leave the scene, a sudden roar erupted from behind him. Yiyang. Die. The radiant blade. Boom. In the next second, Qin Huaiyan once again wielded his dazzling greatsword and slashed at Yiyang. However, the attack was too weak, completely lacking power. And you call yourselves geniuses? No wonder you're being eliminated. Go back home and train for a few more years. In that instant, Yiyang suddenly reached out with his left hand and caught the massive sword that had struck his shoulder. Then, with his right fist, he smashed it directly into Qin Huaishan's face. Boom. In a flash, Qin Huaiyan felt his head spin, as if his mind had been thrown into disarray. Moments later, as Yiyang slowly released his grip, Qin Huaishan's body collapsed limply to the ground. Another one-shot. Another one-shot with a single punch. At this moment, Ouyang Tian and the others were completely dumbfounded. They could understand Lu Feng being taken down in one punch, since he was an assassin class profession with inherently low durability. But no one had expected even Qin Huaiyan, a warrior specialized in potential, to be utterly overwhelmed by Yiyang's punch. What kind of terrifying power was this? A mage class profession? One-punching people? My god. Are we even in the same dimension? Not only the geniuses but even the dozen or so instructors on both sides of the stage were stunned into silence. They had anticipated Yiyang being strong, but they never imagined he'd be this strong. A mere mage class professional, using his fists to one-shot a potential class warrior of the same tier? Incredible. Too incredible. This is the kind of unparalleled genius that truly deserves to showcase such power. Meanwhile, Yiyang glanced at the unconscious Lu Feng he had knocked out earlier and couldn't help but sigh. Assassins may be a fragile class, but you're far too weak. It was just a punch with over 8,000 strength attributes. How could you pass out so easily? Pathetic. No wonder they were eliminated. If you're weak, train harder. Why try to stand out? Learn from people like Li Chenghui, those geniuses who successfully made it into the special training camp. Hiding in the shadows and biding their time works just fine, doesn't it? After waiting for a while and seeing no more challengers, Yiyang calmly scanned the crowd of geniuses below him. With just one glance, Ouyang Tian, Wang Kai, and the others who had initially planned to step forward immediately felt as though their bodies were being slashed by sharp blades. That gaze, sharp and chilling, was enough to send shivers down their spines with just a glance. Moments later, bam! Yiyang kicked the collapsed Qin Huaiyan back into the seat he had charged from moments earlier and said indifferently, "None of you want to come forward? If that's the case, I won't waste any more time here." At that moment, as Yiyang walked down from the grand podium, the thousands of geniuses below wore expressions completely different from when the entrance ceremony began. Shock, awe, surprise, fear. In just an instant, these so-called Oninamillion prodigies now regarded Yiyang as the true genius among them. Too strong. In the secret realm assessment, he single-handedly suppressed all the talents of Dongshan province. And now, at the entrance ceremony, he used a single punch to demonstrate why he was invited by Jiang Chun to stand on that grand podium above everyone else. However, as Yiyang stepped off the podium, he walked straight to Jiang Chen's side. "President Jiang, I've finished my speech. We'll be leaving now." After a brief moment of silence, even the seasoned Jiang Chun, who had seen countless major events, couldn't help but pause for a moment before letting out a deep breath. "All right, go ahead," he finally replied. At that moment, as thousands of eyes in the grand hall watched Yiyang leave, everyone finally felt like they could breathe again. Not just the genius trainees, even the city presidents and family leaders in attendance found it hard to catch their breath. Too strong. The oppressive aura this young man exuded was like a mountain weighing down on them. Given time, no one could imagine what heights he might reach. Meanwhile, staring at the chaotic scene before him, Jiang Chun shook his head and gave a wry smile before stepping onto the stage to officially conclude the entrance ceremony. Excellent. Although Yiyang's speech didn't go the way he had imagined, the results far exceeded his expectations. Soon after, as the crowd dispersed, Jiang Chun gathered the 100 or so geniuses who had officially secured their spots. "Let's go. Follow me to the instance dungeon hall." If I'm not mistaken, Yiyang is about to begin his Tier 4 dungeon raid and attempt his Tier 4 advancement quest. Hearing this, the previously bewildered geniuses suddenly lit up with excitement. No way, this has to be a joke, right? Brother Yiyang's already starting a Tier 4 dungeon raid. Just the thought of how a mere Tier 3 Ashura level dungeon had propelled people like Li Chenghui from level 20 to the max level of 30 in one go was enough to send the genius trainees rushing after Jiang Chen toward the instance dungeon hall. As the crowd eagerly followed Jiang Chen toward the dungeon hall, a group of 20 or 30 geniuses suddenly stopped in their tracks. This unexpected scene left Li Chenghui, who had been brimming with excitement, momentarily stunned. He frowned and quickly walked over to a girl standing with her head lowered. Shiyu? What's wrong? Brother Yiyang is about to lead us through a Tier 4 dungeon. You didn't get selected last time, so why aren't you hurrying to join now? The girl, named Chen Shiyu, kept her head down, her voice tinged with hesitation. Brother Hui, I think I'll sit this one out. This is a Tier 4 dungeon, and knowing Brother Yang's personality, he'll definitely aim for the Ashura level difficulty. Well, isn't that obvious? Li Chenghui said with a laugh. With Brother Yang's strength, do you think any difficulty below Ashura level is even worth his time? That's exactly the problem. Chen Shiyu bit her lip, her face full of worry. A Tier 4 Ashura level dungeon is on a completely different level from a Tier 3 dungeon. Brother Yiyang just advanced to Tier 3. I'm afraid he won't be able to handle it. If he falls, we won't stand a chance against those Tier 4 Ashura level dungeon monsters. Hearing this, Li Chenghui furrowed his brows even deeper. Chen Shiyu was someone he had once pursued back in Nanjing City. Both of them were SS level professionals, and they shared a mutual fondness for one another. Because of this, he was even more eager for Chen Shiyu to quickly improve her abilities. At this point, Li Chenghui's experience bar was already maxed out. With his current strength, completing even a 3-star advancement quest within 24 hours was impossible. Continuing to follow Yiyang into dungeons would be nothing more than taking up a spot on the team unnecessarily. However, Chen Shiyu's words gave him pause. Dungeons and secret realms were not the same. In a secret realm, death would merely result in being teleported out, with the worst consequence being 24 hours of extreme weakness, reducing all attributes by 99. But dungeons were a different story. Dying in a dungeon meant true death. With only one life to live, no one dared to take risks lightly. Jiang Chen, while hoping Chen Shiyu would soar alongside him, couldn't bear the thought of her losing her life. However, just as he was about to take her to the dungeon hall, a brilliant beauty from Linyan City named Mu Yiyang overheard their conversation and immediately retorted, Chen Shiyu, if you don't want to join Brother Yiyang in clearing the dungeon, fine, but why insult him? Haven't you witnessed Brother Yiyang's strength? A mere 4th-tier dungeon is practically child's play for him. Mu Yiyang scoffed, casting a glance at the 20 or 30 hesitant, so-called geniuses nearby, and couldn't resist ridiculing them. And to think you were once called geniuses. Let's be real, what in this world comes without any risk? Now you're too scared to even tag along for a dungeon run and call yourselves geniuses? Brother Yiyang was absolutely right during the initiation ceremony. You're all just a bunch of useless trash. Mu Yiyang, don't push it too far. Li Chenghui snapped, his frustration evident. If you dare say another word, we'll make sure you regret it right here and now. Oh, I'm so scared. Mu Yiyang mocked, feigning terror before countering. Li Chenghui, don't think you can act so high and mighty just because your level is a bit higher than mine. Have you forgotten who helped you grind your way up? Exactly, chimed in several other geniuses from Linyan City who stood by Mu Yiyang. Li Chenghui, who do you think you are among us SS class professionals? You joined Brother Yiyang for one dungeon run, leveled up a few times, and now you've forgotten your place? Don't forget, we're SS class too. So what if your level's a little higher? Do you really think we're afraid of you? That's right. Together, we could easily take you down. The Qingyali family is nothing special. Their jeers grew louder, and the tension in the air thickened. Hilarious. You're the type to bite the hand that feeds you, aren't you, Li Chenghui? And as for Chen Shiyu, that despicable woman, she's the worst, daring to spout such nonsense. Let's see if you'll be begging Brother Yiyang to carry you through the 4th-tier dungeon after this. If I remember correctly, Li Chenghui, didn't Brother Yiyang transfer survival points to you the last time a dungeon team was formed? Oh yes, running a 3rd-tier hell-level dungeon costs a whopping 10 million points. And the craziest part? Clearing it rewards 10 times the entire 100 million points. TSK. If I'm not mistaken, Li Chenghui, that 100 million points is still sitting in your account, isn't it? Huh, what a joke. A backstabber who swallows Brother Yiyang's points and then badmouths him, pathetic. Exactly, how could someone be like this? When we see Brother Yiyang later, I'm definitely telling him. The crowd's voices rose in agreement. At this moment, both Li Chenghui and Chen Shiyu's faces turned red with embarrassment and frustration. As harsh as the words were, they were undeniably true. Before teaming up with Yiyang for the 3rd-tier dungeon, Li Chenghui had just reached level 21, barely advancing to a second-tier profession. Now, after benefiting from Yiyang's guidance, he was full of experience points yet had the audacity to criticize Yiyang's abilities. And Qin Shiyu? She had even joined in the mockery. Who did she think she was? Even if Yiyang failed to clear a 4th-tier hell-level dungeon, it wasn't her place as a mere second-tier SS-class professional to judge him. Meanwhile, those following Mu Ying briskly toward the dungeon hall had a sudden realization. Birds of a feather truly flocked together. Li Chenghui and Qin Shiyu being drawn to one another wasn't a coincidence. Likewise, those aligning with Mu Ying didn't waste time overthinking. They simply headed straight for the dungeon hall. At the same time, a growing discomfort gnawed at Li Chenghui's heart. Those people weren't wrong. Facts proved that Li Chenghui indeed possessed a staggering 1 billion points. This astonishing sum came from the reward he received as the initiator of a dungeon. Originally, he planned to quietly keep this windfall to himself, ensuring he had enough for a month of cultivation in the special training camp, while also using it as an opportunity to curry favor with Qin Shiyu and help her enhance her strength. However, he never expected that this secret would be exposed today. This is trouble, Li Chenghui thought to himself. Once Yiyang finds out, there's no way I can keep these points. Brother Hui, do you really have that billion points? After the crowd dispersed, Qin Shiyu couldn't wait to ask, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Li Chenghui nodded reluctantly. Seeing him admit it, Qin Shiyu's eyes immediately lit up. This was an enormous amount of points, enough for the two of them to train peacefully in the camp for a whole month. But as she thought of those people planning to report this matter, her excitement was quickly replaced by worry. Although she wasn't sure if Yiyang would be able to clear a 4th-tier Ashura-level dungeon, she knew very well that with Yiyang's strength, he could easily crush their group of SS-level professionals. Brother Hui, what should we do now? Are we just going to hand over the points? Qin Shiyu asked anxiously. Let's go check it out, Li Chenghui sighed. The memory of Yiyang single-handedly suppressing all the geniuses of the Dongshan province during the secret realm assessment was still fresh in his mind. Not to mention the suffocating aura he exuded during the initiation ceremony. Even potent individuals like Ouyang Tian and Wang Kai didn't dare to make a sound. There was no way their group of SS-level professionals could stand against him. But Brother Hui, you earned those points fair and square. Qin Shiyu protested, clearly unwilling to accept the situation. Shiyu, if we provoke Yiyang, we might lose more than just the points. We could lose our lives. We can't afford to act recklessly, Li Chenghui said earnestly. The moment she heard the word lives, Qin Shiyu immediately quieted down. After all, she had avoided participating in the dungeon selection out of fear for her own life. At the same time, the 2 or 3 dozen talented trainees who had initially decided not to join the dungeon selection were now fired up by Mu Ying and others' remarks. They all expressed their desire to see how Yiyang would struggle in the 4th-tier Ashura-level dungeon. At the entrance of the dungeon hall, Yiyang was slightly surprised to see Jiang Chen arrive so quickly with a large group of geniuses. President Jiang, you all got here fast. The initiation ceremony was already wrecked by you. So what's the point of sticking around? Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. But Yiyang, as much as I hate to say it, jumping straight into a 4th-tier Ashura-level dungeon isn't that a bit too hasty? Yiyang raised an eyebrow, looking at Jiang Chen in confusion. What do you mean, President Jiang? Nothing. Jiang Chen shrugged and got straight to the point. You've just advanced to a Tier 3 profession. While your level does meet the requirements to start Tier 4 advancement tasks, your equipment is probably still at Tier 2 standards. Why not spend some time running Tier 3 dungeons a few more times to upgrade your gear and skills? With your strength, you could gather a full set of Tier 3 equipment in just a day or two. Yiyang's lips curled into a faint smile, his tone calm yet resolute. Thank you for your concern, President Jiang. However, I believe my current strength is sufficient for Tier 4 dungeons. Instead of wasting time accumulating resources in Tier 3 dungeons, I'd rather challenge something more difficult. That way, it'll improve faster. That's true, Jiang Chen murmured, falling into silence. Around them, the trainees who initially had no interest in joining the dungeon selection began whispering among themselves after hearing the exchange. Yiyang is so arrogant. Exactly, President Jiang is just looking out for him, but he doesn't appreciate it at all. He probably has no idea how hard Tier 4 dungeons are. Remember Ouyang Tian and Qianfeng? They were so confident about tackling a Tier 2 Shura-level dungeon back then, but they couldn't even last an hour before their entire team was wiped. If they hadn't escaped quickly, they might not have made it out alive. Yeah, and later, didn't they have to start from nightmare-level dungeons? It took them over a week to finally clear that Tier 2 Shura-level dungeon. Yiyang now is just like Ouyang Tian was back then. This is going to end even worse for him. If he were willing to run Tier 3 dungeons a few more times, I'd totally team up with him. Exactly, right now, aside from his level, he's just a newly advanced Tier 3 professional. He's way too cocky. Just wait and see, he's going to get crushed in that dungeon. These prodigies, eager to witness someone they viewed as untouchable fall from grace, continued their unrestrained gossip. Jiang Chun, overhearing their remarks, shot them a furious glare before striding over to Yiyang. All right, since you're so determined to enter the Tier 4 dungeon, I won't say anything more, Jiang Chun said helplessly. Yiyang glanced around and casually pointed at a few people closest to him. These ones. His tone carried a hint of indifference. The selected trainees immediately erupted with excitement. Brother Yiyang picked me. This is my chance to soar. Long live Brother Yiyang. Cheers of joy echoed all around. Among the crowd, Mu Ying could hardly contain her excitement. As an SS-grade origin priest, she had purposely squeezed to the front row for this moment. She thought to herself, this is a Tier 4 dungeon. If I can show Brother Yiyang my abilities. Just as the team was preparing to enter the dungeon, a boy named Feng Ziyuan suddenly stepped forward and blocked Yiyang's path. Brother Yiyang, wait a moment, I have something to say. What is it? Yiyang stopped in his tracks. The 10 million survival points you lent Li Chenghui for the dungeon last time he cleared it, and got a tenfold reward. A whole 100 million. Shouldn't he return that money to you? The other teammates chimed in, clearly displeased about Li Chenghui keeping all the benefits to himself. If he had shared even a little with the group, perhaps no one would have brought this up now. Yiyang finally remembered this matter. After the induction ceremony, he'd gone straight to the dungeon hall and had long since forgotten about it. With 240 million points in his account now, it no longer crossed his mind. Where is Li Chenghui? Yiyang scanned the crowd. Feng Ziyuan smirked and said, I'll go get him right now. Soon, Feng Ziyuan dragged Li Chenghui out from the edge of the crowd, arrogantly ordering, hurry up and hand over the points. Just as Li Chenghui was about to give in, Chen Shiyu suddenly stepped in front of him and confronted Yiyang. You're supposed to be a big shot, and yet you're this petty? What do these points even mean to you? Besides, if it weren't for my husband, you wouldn't have been able to clear the Tier 3 dungeon, right? Her words left Li Chenghui feeling both touched and hopeless. The surrounding teammates were stunned for a moment before bursting into uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha. Big Sock burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Listen to yourself. Is that even something a normal person would say? What do you mean by Brother Yiyang thinks 1 billion points is a lot? If it's not a lot, should he just give it away? This kind of absurd statement is a first for me. He turned to Qin Shiyu, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Do you seriously think that without your Li Chenghui, Brother Yiyang wouldn't be able to clear a Tier 3 dungeon? At this, he laughed so hard he bent over, clutching his stomach. She really thinks Li Chenghui is some big deal. No wonder Li Chenghui wants to snatch Brother Yiyang's points. Everything makes sense with a girlfriend like this. Mu Ying couldn't hold back her laughter either when she heard Chen Shiyu's words. She strode toward her with a stern expression and questioned sharply, Chen Shiyu, how can you be so shameless? Shameless? Me? Chen Shiyu was immediately flustered, her face turning bright red. My husband helped him clear the dungeon. Shouldn't he be rewarded? Why should he do it for free? Mu Ying was momentarily stunned by her response. Taking a deep breath, she retorted. Li Chenghui already gained so much experience from it. Isn't that enough for you? You're just being greedy. And what about me? Chen Shiyu countered aggressively. I'm his girlfriend. Don't I deserve some kind of reward too? At these words, Mu Ying almost fainted from rage. Who do you think you are? How dare you demand compensation from our brother Yiyang? Let me tell you, if Li Chenghui doesn't return that billion points today, he won't be leaving here alive. As soon as she finished speaking, not only Mu Ying but also Yiyang's selected teammates, and even the other talented individuals who hadn't been chosen stepped forward to stand by her side. Surrounded by hundreds of SS-level talents, Chen Shiyu turned pale with fright. She hurriedly ran over to Jiang Chun, crying, President Jiang, look at what they're trying to do. They're ganging up on us girls just because they have the numbers. You have to stand up for us. Jiang Chun was dumbfounded by the scene before him. He had assumed this was just a petty squabble among young people, but he never imagined it would escalate to this extent. When Chen Shiyu approached him, he instinctively took a step back, completely at a loss for words over how someone like her could exist. What baffled him even more was how someone like her had managed to secure a spot in the training camp. Looks like Zhang Cheng needs a lesson, Jiang Chen thought to himself. The training camp isn't a place for just anyone. However, after hearing the full story, he began to piece together the reasons behind this absurd situation. After much contemplation, Jiang Chen finally pieced together the entire situation. It all stemmed from Li Chenghui, the team leader, who, after helping Yiyang complete a dungeon run, intended to claim all the reward points from the third Ashura level dungeon for himself. Jiang Chen's cold gaze fell on Chen Shiyu, his tone devoid of any warmth. Chen Shiyu, get a family elder from your household here immediately. Principal Jiang, are you asking for a Chen family elder to come and stand up for me? Chen Shiyu asked, her face filled with confusion. Stand up for you? Jiang Chun let out a cold laugh, his voice rising sharply. You've been expelled from the special training camp. Right now, this instant, Have someone from the Nanjingchen family come and take you away. If no one shows up within the hour, I won't hesitate to personally visit your house and scatter your remains at your family's doorstep." These words struck like a heavy blow, leaving Chen Shiyu trembling all over, her face drained of color. Jiang Chen turned and strode toward Li Chenghui, his eyes filled with icy fury. "Li Chenghui, you've got some nerve, pulling this kind of underhanded stunt in my Dongshan province special training camp. Very well, they'll personally visit the Qingniaoli family and find out who taught you to behave like this. You have 1 minute to return the points to Yiyang. If you're still here after a minute, don't blame me, the head of this training camp, for showing no mercy." Li Chenghui felt as if he had been plunged into an icy abyss. He had never expected such a minor incident to provoke the camp's top leader. Without a word, he immediately transferred all the points from his ID card to Yiyang, then grabbed Chen Shiyu and fled the camp gate in panic. The genius trainees present couldn't help but burst into laughter at the pair's humiliating retreat. Yiyang, however, shrugged indifferently. While Chen Shiyu did have some skill, his teammates had already said everything that needed to be said, and the points had been recovered, so he didn't feel like pursuing the matter further. Jiang Chen approached Yiyang and spoke with sincerity. "Yiyang, this was my oversight. I didn't expect Zhang Cheng to let people like that into the training camp. Rest assured, I'll make sure to deal with him properly when I return." To everyone's surprise, it was the first time they had witnessed Jiang Chen, the dignified deputy chairman of Dongshan province, and the head of the special training camp with a formidable strength at the peak of the 7th tier, apologizing to a junior. Even Yiyang was quick to respond. "Chairman Jiang, you're overthinking it. I'm not one to hold grudges." "You may not hold grudges, but I can't let it go so easily myself." Jiang Chen replied with a smile, then suddenly remembered something. "Oh, right. Amidst all the commotion earlier, I almost forgot to tell you something." Hearing this, Yiyang immediately asked, "What is it?" "Chairman Jiang, please go ahead." "It's about your Tier 4 Transcendent Specialized Weapon," Jiang Chen said without hesitation. At the start of our special training camp's opening ceremony, Chairman Wang had already set off for Kyoto City to find a top-tier artisan who could craft a Tier 4 Transcendent Specialized Weapon for you. Kyoto City. Upon hearing this name, Yiyang couldn't help but take a deep breath. Even in his previous life, he had never set foot in Kyoto City. The restrictions and requirements to enter, such as vehicle plate limitations, residence permits, and temporary stay permits, were enough to make ordinary people feel overwhelmed. In this lifetime, the scrutiny to enter Kyoto City was said to be even stricter. Conversely, the city was home to countless hidden talents and powerful figures. Legendary institutions such as the Dragon Kingdom Central Guild, the Dragon Kingdom Military Academy, and one of the 3 Supreme Academies, the Kyoto Supreme Academy, were all situated there. Yiyang hadn't expected that just for a Tier 4 Transcendent Specialized Weapon, Chairman Wang would personally travel to Kyoto City to seek resources for him. "Chairman Jiang, is crafting a Tier 4 Transcendent Specialized Weapon that complicated?" Yiyang couldn't help but ask. "Well, yes and no," Jiang Chen replied. "Compared to Tier 3, crafting a Tier 4 weapon is relatively simpler in some ways, but it does demand higher expertise from the artisan. The process involves using a Tier 3 Transcendent Specialized Weapon as the base material, then fusing it with Starlight Source Stones to create the embryo of a Tier 4 weapon. Afterward, integrating your perfect essence blood completes the crafting process. However, if you want to upgrade its quality, for instance, if your current weapon is a Tier 3 Heaven-Blessed Transcendent Specialized Weapon, and you aim for a Tier 4 Ghost God quality weapon, you'll need to gather new materials." At this point, Jiang Chen decided to reveal everything. After all, it was Yiyang's matter, and he would find out sooner or later. Jiang Chen continued. "So, if I'm not mistaken, Chairman Wang likely went to Kyoto City to seek out the former chairman of Dongshan Province, Li Chengfeng. Only through Chairman Li's connections can he find the Dragon Kingdom's national treasure-level artisan and the strongest craftsman, Master Chen Yuan. To be fair, an artisan with Tier 8 strength could also reliably craft your Tier 4 weapon. However, your growth rate is simply too fast. If we don't seek out Master Chen Yuan this time, we'll still need to go back to him when you start your Tier 5 missions. So, it's better to get it done in one go and save future trouble." "I understand," Yiyang said, enlightened by the explanation. He hadn't realized that crafting a transcendent specialized weapon could be so challenging. Just a Tier 4 or Tier 5 weapon required such significant resources and manpower. He couldn't even imagine the effort needed to craft weapons of Tier 6, Tier 7, or even higher. "Thank you, Chairman Jiang and Chairman Wang, for your guidance and support." With that, Yiyang bowed deeply to Jiang Chen. "There's no need for that," Jiang Chen said, lifting Yiyang up before he could bow. "Our goal in nurturing you isn't just to contribute talent to the Dragon Kingdom. We also have our own motives and intentions, so you don't need to feel guilty about it. Like I said, you're a genius, and geniuses deserve special treatment. If our great Dragon Kingdom can't even support a single prodigy like you, wouldn't that make us the laughingstock of the entire Blue Planet? All you need to do is focus on becoming stronger. Leave the rest to us." Understood. Yiyang exhaled deeply, knowing Jiang Qin's words were meant to ease his mind. Regardless, he was immensely grateful for their efforts and support. Then, Chairman Jiang, they'll head off to tackle the Tier 4 dungeon now, Yiyang said. Go ahead. Jiang Chun nodded with satisfaction, watching as Yiyang entered the grand doors of the dungeon hall. As Yiyang stepped into the dungeon, Mu Yingying quickly approached him. Brother Yiyang, I can help you open the dungeon. Don't worry, once the dungeon is cleared, they'll transfer all the points to you immediately. All right. Without overthinking, Yiyang transferred 100 million survival points from the training camp to Mu Yingying. This was the required amount to access a Tier 4 dungeon at the Azura difficulty level. After receiving the points, Mu Yingying swiftly opened the Tier 4 dungeon, as per Yiyang's request. Ding! You have opened the Tier 4 dungeon entrance, Dark Magic Swamp. Please select the dungeon difficulty, Normal, Hard, Nightmare, Hell, or Azura. Dark Magic Swamp Dungeon Collapse Countdown, 2 years, 6 months, 11 days. Dark Magic Swamp Dungeon Progress Records. Normal, 21 hours, 12 minutes, 57 seconds. Hard, 5 days, 16 hours, 33 minutes, 42 seconds. Nightmare, 28 days, 12 hours, 58 minutes, 36 seconds. Hell, First Phase 73. Azura, unrecorded. At a glance, the dungeon's progression appeared relatively well developed. Only the Hell difficulty remained incomplete before the Azura difficulty could be accessed, signaling the final steps to completely conquer this dungeon. This was likely due to the dungeon's long existence. Lower-tier dungeons only lasted a month at most. Tier 3 dungeons could last a year, but Tier 4 dungeons could persist for up to a decade. With just over 2.5 years remaining before the collapse of the Dark Magic Swamp, the current progress was unsurprising. Without hesitation, at Yiyang's command, Mu Yingying activated the dungeon at the Azura difficulty level. In the next moment, Yiyang led the group into the depths of the Dark Magic Swamp dungeon. When Yiyang and the others entered the dungeon, Zhang Cheng turned to Jiang Chun, frowning slightly. President Jiang, I think Yiyang's current strength should be enough to directly challenge a Tier 4 Shura-level dungeon, right? Why insist on making him clear a few Tier 3 dungeons to build up his strength first? Jiang Chun chuckled at the remark and shook his head. Zhang Cheng, all those years as an instructor seem to have gone to waste. The difficulty of a Tier 4 dungeon isn't just a simple step up from Tier 3. Of course I know that, Zhang Cheng replied, furrowing his brows in thought. But it doesn't seem that much harder, does it? For ordinary players, the difference might not be that significant, Jiang Chun sighed, his expression turning serious. But for someone like Yiyang, whose main combat force is his undead army, it's a completely different story. The mechanics of Tier 3 and below dungeons are relatively straightforward. First phase involves small monsters, second phase brings in elite monsters, and the third phase introduces the final boss. He paused briefly, then continued his explanation. But Tier 4 dungeons are another matter entirely. Elite monsters appear right from the first phase, and the second phase immediately pits you against boss-level enemies. The most critical difference, though, is that once the second phase begins, the attack formation activates immediately. For Yiyang's undead army, that's practically catastrophic. But, Zhang Cheng said with a puzzled expression, don't Tier 3 dungeons also have attack formations? Not even close to the same thing. Jiang Chun scoffed lightly. In Tier 3 dungeons, the attack formation only activates when the final boss health drops below 50. I've looked into how Yiyang has been clearing Tier 3 dungeons. Those final bosses couldn't even withstand his undead army. They were obliterated instantly. The attack formation didn't even have a chance to activate before the boss was gone. In other words, he still has no idea what a Tier 3 attack formation even looks like. After hearing this detailed explanation, Zhang Cheng fell silent. As a seasoned expert who had already reached the peak of Tier 6, he had long since stopped paying attention to the specific mechanics of lower-tier dungeons. Jiang Qian continued to recall, in the dungeons of these two tiers, the attack array mechanisms were still in their infancy and far from being perfected. The real headache lies in the Tier 5 and Tier 6 dungeons with their fully developed attack array systems, lightning arrays that cause paralysis, frost arrays that inflict freezing effects, and so on. The most troublesome, however, are the support arrays. They can grant monsters various buffs while inflicting countless debuffs on players. When these words reached the ears of the students who had already refused to follow Yiyang, they sparked an uproar. Haha, did you hear what President Jiang Chun said? Yiyang's in for a rough ride this time. I always knew Tier 4 dungeons were tough, but I didn't expect them to be this insane. Those attack arrays are like ancient Gatling guns, spraying crazily at everything. And the worst part? The arrays themselves are invincible. You can only dodge by moving strategically. Isn't this the nemesis of the Undead Legion? It's over. Yiyang's going to get completely wrecked this time, just like Ouyang Tian back when he tried to brute force his way through a Shura-level dungeon. The students who had initially felt disappointed about not being chosen now breathed a sigh of relief. Especially a few geniuses from Linyan City, who secretly admired Mu Yingyi, were now consumed with worry for her safety. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the moment Yiyang entered, he was met with a suffocating scene. A desolate swamp surrounded him, with dark purple poisonous mist drifting through the dead woods. Almost immediately, a series of system notifications flooded in. Ding. You have entered a Tier 4 dungeon. Dark Demon Swamp. Ding. You are affected by the Shura-level Dark Demon Miasma. HP cap 30. MP cap 50. Defense 60. Ding. The miasma's magical poison inflicts 3,000 points of continuous damage. Ding. Third talent. Soul of Faith activated. Damage transferred to summoned creatures. The terrifying debuffs left everyone in a panic. Shit. These global negative effects are brutal. 3,000 damage per second? I can't hold on much longer. Where's the healer? Someone save me. If I'd known it would be this insane, I wouldn't have come. Can we still leave now? No way out. Once the miasma starts dealing damage, you're in combat mode. I'm a healer, but my healing can't keep up, and I'm running out of mana fast. Are we seriously going to die here? When the notification of continuous health loss caused by the toxic miasma first appeared, all the teammates turned pale. Losing over 3,000 health points per second was nothing short of a nightmare for these second-tier, early-stage professionals. They could barely hold on for 30 seconds, and the glimmer of hope in their eyes quickly faded. Yet, just as despair was about to engulf everyone, a strange light descended from the sky. A thick shield suddenly materialized around each of them, and at the same time, a surge of immense power flowed into their bodies, granting them a bonus of over 6,000 points in block attributes. What's happening? Someone exclaimed. This shield has over 600,000 points. Wait, look. My health regeneration rate 64,000 points per second? That's higher than my maximum health. And this block attribute over 6,000 points? This is practically invincible. The teammates stared around in astonishment, trying to locate the source of these miraculous buffs. Soon, they discovered that the powerful enhancements Hell's Spring and Necromancer's protection came from the Necromancer commanders hovering midair under Yiyang's command. Even more incredible was the fact that Yiyang had summoned nearly 200 of these formidable Necromancer commanders all at once. The skills of just one Necromancer commander were enough to pull them back from the brink of death. The combined effects of nearly 200 of them? Unimaginable. The once devastating damage from the toxic miasma now seemed trivial in the face of these overwhelming buffs. One by one, their gazes turned toward Yiyang's massive undead army, numbering in the tens of thousands. Their hearts were filled with both awe and relief. Thankfully, these powerful Necromancer commanders were allies, not enemies. Yiyang glanced at his teammates' conditions with a calm expression. This was a Tier 4 Ashura-level dungeon. Anyone brave enough to come along had already accepted the possibility of death. However, since the skills of the Necromancer commanders could ensure their safety, he didn't mind lending a hand. After all, for his vast skeletal army, deploying a Necromancer commander was hardly a significant effort. However, just as he had unleashed the undead army, the first wave of monsters came into Yiyang's sight. Yet, when he saw these creatures, Yiyang felt somewhat surprised. Azura-class Corrupt Venom Beetles X103, Level 41, Strength 41, Spirit 9700, Constitution 6500, Agility 8000. Skill Venomous Fangs. Each attack inflicts 50 of the user's strength as toxic elemental damage per second to the enemy, lasting 10 seconds. At a glance, over 100 beetle-like monsters, each 2 to 3 meters long, charged relentlessly toward the nearby skeleton tyrants. However, what surprised Yiyang wasn't these corrupt venom beetles, but rather the presence of an elite-class monster among them, one that was twice their size. Azura-class Dark Venom Insect, Level 42, Category, Elite Monster. Strength 23,000, Spirit 12,000, Constitution 19,000, Agility 15,000. Azura Aura. All attributes 100. Skill Dark Venomous Fangs. Upon landing, any attack inflicts 10 of all attributes as deadly poison elemental damage per second on the enemy, lasting until the target's death. At this moment, after seeing the attributes of this elite monster, the Dark Venom Insect, Yiyang couldn't help but smile. To be honest, its stats were fairly average, but its skill was truly fearsome. Once any attack landed, it would deal over 6,900 poison elemental damage per second. The most terrifying part was that the effect of Dark Venomous Fangs would persist until the target's death. In other words, as long as the target didn't die, the poison damage would continue indefinitely. Unless a priest-class character could purify this status, survival was nearly impossible. Though the appearance of an elite monster caught Yiyang slightly off guard, it didn't shock him too much. As soon as these monsters entered his field of vision, in less than a seconding, you have slain LV41 Corrupt Venom Beetle, gaining 410 points, 250x experience. Ding ding ding. You have slain Elite LV42 Dark Venom Insect, gaining 42,000 points, 250x experience. Current dungeon progress, 0.5. Despite the menacing aura of these small monsters, they couldn't withstand the death domain unleashed by the Necromancer commander for long. The moment these monsters appeared, they were immediately in trouble. Trapped within the death barrier, their movement speed was reduced by 99, rendering them almost immobile. Seizing the opportunity, the ambushing Riot elemental Wraith launched its attack. A strange ripple spread through the air, followed by a piercing beam of light. A Riot piercer of the light element screaming forward and precisely impaling the elite monster along with the smaller ones behind it. However, as the kill notifications popped up one after another, Yiyang frowned. Strange. Why does the dungeon progress increase by only one step despite killing so many monsters? It didn't take long for him to figure out the progress mechanics of this Tier 4 dungeon's first phase. Only elite monsters contributed to the progress. The regular mobs merely provided experience points. In other words, no matter how many small monsters were killed, the dungeon wouldn't advance. The key was to specifically target the sole elite monster in each wave. After doing the math, he realized that each elite monster contributed 0.5 progress, meaning it would take clearing 200 waves of monsters to complete the first phase. No wonder it took others such a long time to conquer this dungeon. But Yiyang was unfazed. He smiled faintly, and with a slight mental command, issued new battle orders to his undead legion. Begin the hunt. Make it quick. The system notifications began to flood in. Ding. You have killed LV-41 Plague Beetle, gaining 410 points, 250x experience. Ding. You have killed Elite LV-42 Dark Venom Bug, gaining 42,000 points, 250x experience. Current dungeon progress, 0.5. Watching the dungeon progress steadily climb, Yiyang calculated that at this rate, the first phase could be completed in less than 10 hours. He was very satisfied with the situation. His undead legion was efficiently clearing the dungeon monsters, while a death commander ensured the safety of the mixed party members. Everything was under control. Finally, with a graceful leap, Yiyang landed on the back of a skeletal wyvern and soared into the sky to take a well-deserved rest. However, in less than an hour, the team members inside the dungeon witnessed an astonishing sight with their own eyes. Their experience bars were skyrocketing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wow, is this really the 4th tier Ashura level dungeon? The experience gain is insane. One team member exclaimed in disbelief as they stared at their experience panel. Another team member excitedly chimed in. Back when we followed Li Chenghui into 3rd tier dungeons, we had to rely on high tier beast blood potions just to keep up. Now, I haven't even used a potion, and after just 11 progress, I've jumped from level 22 straight to level 25. The entire team was immersed in an unprecedented wave of joy. Someone eagerly calculated. At this rate, we won't even need beast blood potions to max out the 30th level's 30,000 experience. What thrilled them even more was the thought of surpassing the once untouchable prodigies people like Ouyang Tian and Wang Kai, who had taken 1 or 2 years to reach this level of progress. In just a few hours, they had caught up. Ouyang Tian is only at 2,000 experience at level 30 right now. One of the members burst into laughter. By the time Brother Yiyang finishes leading us through this dungeon, our experience bars will be overflowing. The exhilaration was akin to an ordinary person winning a billion-dollar lottery, instantly surpassing those second-generation elites who had built their wealth through hard work. The team couldn't help but reflect that if it weren't for Ouyang Tian and his group relentlessly targeting Yiyang during the secret realm trials, they never would have had this opportunity to join the special training camp and seize this rare chance for a comeback. At this moment, those ordinary geniuses who had once been crushed under the overwhelming aura of the so-called prodigies finally got a taste of standing at the top of the food chain. Ironically, it was the arrogance and stubbornness of Ouyang Tian and his peers that paved the way for these lucky winners to triumph so effortlessly. Not only that, the students outside the dungeon were utterly stunned when they saw Yiyang's dungeon progress soar to nearly 50 in just 4 hours. No way, this has to be a joke, right? One student exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Wasn't it said that Yiyang was bound to be crushed in a tier 4 dungeon? How is his progress this fast? I'm kicking myself for listening to those rumors. If I had known, I wouldn't have hidden in the back to avoid being seen by Big Brother Yiyang. Another student lamented, slapping their thigh in frustration. The chatter grew louder and more animated. At this rate, he could clear the first phase in 8 or 9 hours. Are those elite monsters just decorations? Even his skeleton army can defeat them? How can someone who just advanced to tier 3 be this insane? Big Brother Yiyang is absolutely incredible. He can dominate even a tier 4 Ashura level dungeon, someone praised sincerely. However, others quickly voiced a different opinion. You're celebrating too soon. This is only the first phase. President Jiang said the second phase is the real challenge. This comment brought a brief silence to the crowd. That's right. The first phase is actually comparable to the difficulty of a tier 3 dungeon. The second phase will introduce attack formations, and that will be a disaster Yiyang can't handle. Those hoping to see Yiyang fail became excited again, eagerly anticipating how he would perform in the second phase. Standing off to the side, Jiang Chen observed the scene with a quiet sigh. Why couldn't these students show more kindness toward others? Despite his thoughts, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of worry for Yiyang. At this pace, Yiyang would face the grueling test of the second phase in no more than 5 hours. Meanwhile, in the vice principal's office at the Supreme Academy in Kyoto City, Wang Chong was engaged in a serious conversation with his most trusted confidant Li Chengfeng, the former president of Dongshan province and now vice principal of the academy. Presently, I need your help this time, Wang Chong said gravely. What happened with Suchin 50 years ago must not repeat itself in Dongshan province. Li Chengfeng hesitated for a moment before replying slowly, Wang, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that what you're saying sounds a bit too far-fetched. An orphan background, and yet such a terrifyingly gifted student emerges? How do you expect me to believe what you're saying? President Li's tone was laced with obvious skepticism. Wang Chong abruptly stood up from his seat, his expression resolute. President Li, if you don't believe me, we can go to Dongshan province right now and see for ourselves. If I'm lying to you, may I be struck by lightning the moment I step out. That's not necessary. Li Chengfeng waved his hand dismissively, letting out a small sigh. Fine, he'll agree to have my elder brother reach out to Master Qin Yuan. However, I can't guarantee he'll be willing to forge a fourth-tier transcendent weapon for Yiyang. Why not? Wang Chong instinctively asked. Li Chengfeng pursed his lips and explained slowly. First of all, a mere fourth-tier transcendent weapon hardly warrants troubling Master Chen Yuan. Secondly, Master Chen Yuan has an eccentric personality. Getting him to help isn't as simple as just saying a few words to me. Challenges don't scare me. Wang Chong straightened his back. As long as you can find a way for me to meet Master Chen Yuan, I'll go through fire and water if I have to. Li Chengfeng gave him a helpless look. Even if you're willing to go through fire and water, what good will it do? The key is whether Yiyang can catch Master Chen Yuan's eye. From what I've heard, he refuses to help anyone except members of the Longwa Central Guild these days. Even Su Chun, back then, was turned down when he wanted a sixth-tier transcendent weapon and had to seek out Master Zhao Changchun instead. Is there really no way at all? Wang Chong asked urgently. Even just letting me meet Master Chen Yuan would be enough. Presently, you don't understand. Yiyang is immensely talented. Every bit as remarkable as Su Chun was back then. Even as someone who isn't yet a potential awakener, he's already reached level 40 and taken on a 5-star advancement quest. This fourth-tier transcendent weapon is absolutely critical. Before he could finish, Li Chengfeng suddenly interrupted. Wait, Wang, what did you just say? Yiyang isn't even a potential awakener? Seeing the serious expression on Li Chengfeng's face, Wang Chong was momentarily stunned. Presently, is there something on your mind? Li Chengfeng waved his hand, his gaze fixed on Wang Chong. I recall the nationwide awakening ceremony for universities ended just 5 or 6 days ago, correct? Yes, today is June 7th, tomorrow marks the 1-year anniversary of Awakening Day. So, Li Chengfeng furrowed his brows, you're telling me that Yiyang, a student who wasn't even a potential awakener, managed to reach level 40 in just 7 or 8 days. And on top of that, he accepted a 5-star difficulty advancement mission? That's right. Wang Chong nodded. His earlier tier templates were also all 5-star rated. If you don't believe me, I can have Jiang Chun send you the records right now. No need, I trust you, Li Chengfeng said, clenching his fist over his chest. If that's the case, I'll find a way to contact Master Qin Yuan. What happened with Su Chun must never happen again here in Dongshan province. Wang Chong stood up excitedly. Presently, does this mean you've decided to help Yiyang? Of course, Li Chengfeng replied as he stood. I'm heading to see my brother right now to see if he can reach out to Master Chen Yuan. Wang Chong bowed repeatedly in gratitude. He knew that with Li Chengfeng's promise, the matter was almost as good as resolved. After all, Li Yingtian, the head of the Supreme Academy in the capital, was Li Chengfeng's elder brother, and Master Chen Yuan was a close friend of Li Yingtian's from their university days. If Chen Yuan was willing to grant Li Yingtian this favor, everything would fall into place. Stop looking so worried, Li Chengfeng said, patting Wang Chong on the shoulder. I'll be back in no more than an hour. If my brother refuses, I'll disown him as my sibling. The mention of Su Chun brought a shadow of pain to Li Chengfeng's heart. 50 years ago, if Su Chun hadn't failed to secure the top spot in the National Longwu Martial Championship, her, at least placed in the top 3, Li Chengfeng's life trajectory might have been entirely different. As the first awakened professional in Dongshan province, Su Chun had once been the beacon of hope for Li Chengfeng's rise to prominence. But fate took a cruel turn. Not only did Su Chun fail, but he also went missing during the subsequent Cosmic Explorer mission. That event profoundly changed Li Chengfeng. He began climbing the ranks with relentless determination, all in pursuit of information about Su Chun's disappearance. Unfortunately, his talent had its limits. 7 years ago, he hit a ceiling at the peak of the 8th tier, leaving him stuck in a mid to low level position within the Dragon Kingdom's central guild. Now, through Yiyang, he saw a glimmer of hope. By helping Wang Chong, he could foster the growth of a prodigiously talented individual. Perhaps, one day, with Yiyang's help, he could finally uncover the truth behind Su Qin's disappearance. Before long, Li Chengfeng arrived at the principal's office. Without preamble, he announced, "Brother, put that aside for now. I have something important to discuss with you." Li Yingtian, who was buried in paperwork, took a deep breath. "Chengfeng, you know I hate being interrupted when I'm in the middle of something. Brother, stop fussing over these trivial matters for now." Li Chengfeng stepped forward, decisively snatching the documents from Li Yingtian's hands. His tone was firm as he said, "I came to you this time with an important matter to discuss." Li Yingtian sighed helplessly. "All right, go ahead. I need your help to get in touch with Master Chen Yuan," Li Chengfeng said bluntly. "Chen Yuan?" Li Yingtian chuckled lightly. "You're in luck. He owes me a favor from last year. But what do you need him for?" Li Chengfeng's expression turned serious. "I want to request him to forge a 4th-tier extraordinary weapon of ghost god quality for a genius named Yiyang from Dongshan province." "A 4th-tier extraordinary weapon?" Li Yingtian was almost choked by the words. "Little brother, are you joking? You're asking Chen Yuan to forge a mere 4th-tier weapon? You should know that the people seeking him out are usually looking for at least 6th-tier weapons or higher." "I don't care about that," Li Chengfeng said, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Brother, just tell me, will you help me or not? Yiyang is an extraordinarily rare talent." Li Yingtian shook his head with a laugh. "In your eyes, anyone from Dongshan province is a super talent. A 4th-tier weapon can be forged by any 8th-tier craftsman. Why insist on Chen Yuan? You probably don't realize how hard it is to get him to owe someone a favor." Li Chengfeng plopped down on the sofa and crossed his arms, putting on a stubborn demeanor. "I don't care. If you won't help me, I'm not leaving. And don't even think about getting back to those documents." "You rascal." Li Yingtian's anger flared upon seeing his paperwork held hostage. "Go ahead, hit me." Li Chengfeng taunted, pretending to surrender himself completely. He added smugly, "If you kill me, I'll go tell Mom in the afterlife that my dear brother was the one who did it." This remark struck a nerve with Li Yingtian. Remembering their mother's dying wishes, he completely lost his temper. Seeing the opportunity, Li Chengfeng played his trump card. "Sigh. I know my talents can't compare to yours, brother. My life is what it is. Coming to the Central Guild of Longhua, I just wanted to track down Su Cha. But look at me now, bullied even by my own brother. I might as well be dead." With that, he dramatically acted as if he were about to take his own life. All right. Li Yingtian quickly stopped him. "I'll help you find him, okay? But let me be clear, if Chen Yuan refuses, I can only help you find another 8th-tier craftsman." "Do you think I need your help to find an 8th-tier craftsman?" Li Chengfeng was secretly delighted, but maintained a dissatisfied facade. "I know plenty of 8th-tier craftsmen in the Central Guild myself." Fine, you're amazing." Li Yingtian rolled his eyes. "I'll go find Chen Yuan now." "Unbelievable, I can't believe I have a brother like you." Li Chengfeng grinned. "That's my good brother. Mother would be so pleased in the afterlife to see you taking such good care of me." With that, the two brothers went their separate ways back to their offices. When Wang Chong saw Li Chengfeng return, he immediately stood up to ask about the result. Li Chengfeng briefly explained that he had asked his brother to contact Chen Yuan, and that if Chen Yuan couldn't be reached, an 8th-tier craftsman would be arranged instead. A dozen minutes later, Li Yingtian called back to inform them that Chen Yuan was not at the Central Guild and wouldn't be back for at least a week. This news made both Li Chengfeng and Wang Chong frown. "Presidently, this is really urgent," Wang Chong said anxiously. "We must see the embryo of the extraordinary weapon by today or tomorrow at the latest." "That urgent?" Li Chengfeng asked in surprise. "Didn't Yiyang just receive his 4th-tier advancement mission?" "Exactly." Wang Chong sighed, furrowing his brows slightly. "A Tier 4 Shura-level dungeon would take that kid at most a day to clear. Add the 24-hour survival in the secret realm, and it's only about 2 days in total. It's definitely tight. Looks like we'll have to turn to an 8th-tier craftsman." Li Chengfeng nodded, his expression serious. "Xiao Wang, don't worry about this. Since Master Chen Yuan isn't available, you'll first find an 8th-tier craftsman to help you forge a Tier 4 extraordinary specialized weapon. As for Master Chen Yuan," he paused for a moment. "Once that kid advances to Tier 5, I should be able to get in touch with him. But you know how eccentric Master Chen Yuan is. Even if he comes back soon, convincing him will take time. Still, it should be manageable before Yiyang reaches the peak of Tier 4 and takes on the Tier 5 advancement mission." "All right. I'll leave it to you, President Li." Wang Chong's face showed a hint of disappointment, but internally, he was secretly pleased. He hadn't expected to meet Chen Yuan immediately during this visit to Li Chengfeng, nor did he think it would be possible to persuade him to craft a Tier 4 extraordinary weapon in such a short time. That's precisely why he deliberately applied pressure at the start by himself more time. This was the essence of negotiation. What Wang Chong didn't realize, however, was that Li Chengfeng's willingness to help was largely due to his recognition of Yiyang's potential. Attempting a Tier 4 advancement mission within a week, such talent far surpassed the average. If Yiyang could one day surpass him, it would bring new hope to finding Su Chun. Li Chengfeng was fully aware of the difficulty involved. The Cosmic Explorers Initiative was a joint effort by the superpowers of Blue Star, dispatching only those professionals who had reached level 100 with unwavering determination to chart a new future for the planet. This initiative had been ongoing for over a century, and much of the information about it was accessible only to the upper echelons of these empires. To uncover Su Chin's whereabouts, one had to gain access to the top ranks of the Dragon Nation's Central Guild. These individuals were all Tier 10 Supreme Professionals, advanced from 5-star templates, representing the pinnacle of existence. For most professionals, this threshold was nearly impossible to cross. Even SS-grade professionals or prodigious talents with immense potential struggled to reach such heights. In the 500-plus years since Blue Star entered the era of mass career transitions following the Great Mutation, only the most exceptional figures among the Destiny professionals had ever achieved the status of 5-star Tier 10 Supreme Professionals. Back then, Li Chengfeng's ambition to solve Su Chin's mystery through his own strength had indeed been overconfident. But now, with Yiyang as a glimmer of hope, he was determined to give it a shot. If Yiyang could join the Cosmic Explorers, it would not only aid in the search for Su Chun, but also allow Yiyang to continue pursuing greater power as a Tier 10 Supreme Professional. After all, Blue Star was just a tiny place in the grand scheme of things. A 10th Tier Supreme being possesses incredible power, capable of circling the now vastly expanded Blue Star tens of thousands of times in the blink of an eye. Yet, even such strength might be insignificant in the boundless realms of the cosmic void. To break through the limitations of the 10th tier, one must first transcend the constraints of the Blue Star. Li Chengfeng quickly returned to Wang Chong's side, a satisfied smile on his face. The 8th tier craftsman has been contacted. Once Yiyang arrives, we can begin immediately. Thank you, President Li. Wang Chong responded with a pleased nod. No need to thank me, Li Chengfeng replied with a smile. As for Master Qin Yuan, I'll arrange contact as soon as he returns. Rest assured. All right, I'll head back to check on Yiyang, Wang Chong said, rising to leave. Go ahead, Li Chengfeng instructed. Once you're back, have Jiang Chun send me Yiyang's details. Sure, I'll have him send them right away, Wang Chong replied before departing. This trip to Kyoto had proven fruitful. Not only had he secured a solution for Yiyang's 4th tier extraordinary specialized weapon, but he had also established a connection with Master Qin Yuan through President Li. Although there were no immediate results, he was confident that when Yiyang reached the peak of the 4th tier and faced the challenge of advancing to the 5th, there would be promising news from Master Qin Yuan. Even if the path with Master Qin Yuan didn't work out, Li Chengfeng could still help him connect with Master Zhao Changchun. As another 9th tier pinnacle craftsman, Zhao Changchun's skills were on par with Qin Yuan's, more than sufficient for forging 5th tier and even 6th or 7th tier extraordinary specialized weapons. By the time Yiyang required 6th or 7th tier extraordinary weapons, he would likely have already passed the national exams and entered one of the 3 Supreme Academies of the Dragon Nation. If he managed to enroll in the Kyoto Supreme Academy, Yiyang's future path of growth would no longer demand such meticulous attention from Wang Chong. At the same time that Wang Chong arrived at the special training camp in Qingyao City, Dongshan Province, after a few hours aboard the Jingdong high-speed rail, Yiyang had just completed the first stage of his challenge in the Tier 4 dungeon. On the large screen at the entrance of the dungeon hall, real-time monitoring information was clearly displayed. Tier 4 Azure level difficulty. Dark Magic Swamp. Current progress of Yiyang's team. Stage 2-0. This information immediately sparked a strong reaction among the students present. They all stared at the screen, their eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. Haha, Yiyang has finally reached the 2nd stage. One student was the first to break the silence. The boss-level monsters and the attack formations are about to appear. Yiyang is in for a show now, another chimed in. Exactly. I'd love to see how his so-called proud undead army gets completely wrecked by those attack formations. The crowd buzzed with predictions, each adding their take. Serves him right for ignoring President Zhang's advice. Challenging Tier 4 Ashura level difficulty right after reaching Tier 3? He's just asking for it. Didn't listen to the experienced, now he's paying for it. They stared at the progress bar for a while, noticing that the 2nd stage was still stuck at 0, further solidifying their assumptions. Look at that, it's been a minute or two, and the progress hasn't moved an inch. TSK. I bet Yiyang's undead army has already been smashed to pieces by those attack formations. The students' chatter grew louder, their voices filled with anticipation as if they could already foresee Yiyang's imminent failure. And this reaction wasn't limited to just these ordinary students. Even Jiang Chun couldn't help but feel a bit tense at this point. After a long wait of over 9 hours, the 2nd phase had finally begun. His greatest hope was that Yiyang would back out during this phase and abandon the dungeon entirely. If Yiyang persisted to the final phase, things would become exceedingly difficult. At this moment, Yiyang had just stepped into the second phase, and the scene before him was unexpected. A Shura-level dark spirit boss appeared right in front of him, its attributes truly intimidating. Level 45. Strength 26,800. Spirit 82,000. Constitution 45,000. Agility 33,600. Shura Aura. All attributes 100. Skills: Soul-Devouring Claw, Dark Spirit Devour, Dark Spirit Impact. In addition to this boss-level monster, the area was densely packed with thousands of elite monsters. However, what truly caught Yiyang's attention was a dark, translucent, disc-shaped magic array slowly forming in midair. The system notification identified it as a darkness attack array, capable of launching 100 dark beam barrages per second. These beams inflicted 100 points of dark elemental damage on all targets within a 100-meter radius that had aggro. The array would only disappear after the boss was defeated. This information immediately threw Yiyang's teammates into a panic. Damn, that attack frequency is insane. I can only hold out for 2 or 3 seconds at most. As soon as the array activated, the team froze in fear, unable to move. However, Yiyang's lips curled into a faint smile. This kind of attack array, which typically appeared in third-tier dungeons, might have a high attack frequency, but its damage was almost laughable. His undead army, bolstered by the Necromancer commander's Deathly Guardian skill, had over 6,000 points of damage mitigation. The dark elemental damage was nowhere near enough to breach their defenses. Sure enough, as the dense barrage of dark beams rained down like a storm, the undead summons continually displayed 0 damage numbers above their heads. This sight filled the previously terrified teammates with hope as they marveled at the sheer power of Yiyang's undead summons. Seeing this, Yiyang immediately issued his attack orders. Over 200 rampaging elemental spirits locked onto the boss, while the rest of the undead summons charged at the elite monsters. The air rippled as more than 200 radiant light rampage piercing arrows shot forth, striking the dark spirit boss with pinpoint accuracy. In the next moment, the kill notification appeared. Ding! The system notification chimed as the BOS level monster, the dark spirit of the abyss, collapsed to the ground, awarding Yiyang 4.5 million experience points, multiplied by a 250x bonus. The dungeon progress instantly leaped to 10 of the second phase. This perfectly validated Yiyang's tactical judgment. There was no need to waste time on elite monsters. Taking down the boss directly granted progress rewards. He nodded in satisfaction, his gaze fixed on the center of the battlefield. The boss's corpse had not yet fully dissipated when the Death Commander, Skeleton Overlord, and Death Knight led the undead army in a charge against the surrounding elite monsters. The tide of undead overwhelmed the battlefield, and the thousands of elite monsters crumbled in mere moments. Ding! You have slain an elite LV-42, Dark Venomous Serpent, earning 42,000 points 250x experience bonus. System notifications flashed repeatedly. Within just a minute or two, all the elite monsters had been reduced to lifeless debris. Yiyang's teammates stared in stunned silence. They had expected an epic, earth-shattering battle, but instead, the boss didn't even last a second under the concentrated assault of the summoned phantoms. Unbelievable. As expected of Brother Yiyang, my experience bar is about to explode. Temporary storage is already over 2,000. The rewards from this Tier 4 Shura-level dungeon are insane. As the group reveled in their joy, the second wave of monsters spawned. This time, the undead army didn't even wait for instructions. They autonomously launched an assault on the newly spawned boss and its minions. The battle ended even faster than the first within less than a minute. Every monster was annihilated. Outside the dungeon, when Yiyang's real-time progress showed, second phase 20, the crowd watching erupted in disbelief. How is this possible? He's already at 20 in just 5 or 6 minutes. What about the bosses and the attack formations? They didn't even slow him down. I regret it so much. I should have joined Brother Yiyang's team. Even Jiang Chun couldn't hide his shock. He had assumed the attack formations in the second phase would pose a significant challenge for Yiyang. Now, it was clear he had underestimated this young man's strength. With a deep sigh, Jiang Chun looked at the situation before him, feeling a bit helpless. These true geniuses were indeed beyond the grasp of conventional thinking. They always seemed to effortlessly shatter the preconceived notions of ordinary people. On the monitoring screen of the dungeon hall, Yiyang's progress in the second phase was skyrocketing. In just 10 minutes, his completion rate had surged from a mere 20 to over 80. Now, all that remained was to defeat the final 2 boss-level monsters to advance directly to the final boss stage. As Jiang Chun marveled at Yiyang's incredible strength, Wang Chong suddenly appeared before him, urgently asking, "Jiang Chun, how's our Yiyang doing now?" Old Wang, how did you get back so quickly?" Jiang Chun turned to look at Wang Chong and asked, How did your chat with the old guild leader go? Did you meet Master Chen Yuan? With Yiyang's success in clearing this Tier 4 Sure-level dungeon practically guaranteed, Jiang Chen relaxed and asked seriously. I didn't meet Master Chen Yuan. Wang Chong replied directly, but Yiyang's Tier 4 Ghost God-grade extraordinary exclusive weapon should be no problem. Seeing the confusion on Jiang Chen's face, he explained, the old guild leader has already contacted an 8th tier craftsman for me. It's all set. Although I didn't meet Master Chen Yuan, the old guild leader promised to help arrange it. By the time Yiyang reaches the peak of Tier 4 and prepares to forge his Tier 5 extraordinary exclusive weapon, the matter with Master Chen Yuan should be finalized. Jiang Chen nodded silently but then added, the advancement quest for Tier 5 won't be easy. With the pressure of the national exams being so high, honestly, I'm really worried Yiyang won't even reach level 50 before the exams, let alone forge a Tier 5 extraordinary exclusive weapon. That's not something you should be worrying about, Wang Chong said as he shifted his gaze to the real-time monitoring screen above the dungeon hall. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, huh? This guy is clearing a Tier 4 dungeon this fast? He's already nearing the final stage in just a matter of hours. There's no way it's been over 10 hours, it's barely been less than 10. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and explained, after you left, I took Yiyang to attend the induction ceremony before we started tackling this Tier 4 dungeon. Wang Chong froze in place after hearing this. That's insane. Back when I first attempted a Tier 4 Ashura level dungeon, it took me 6 whole months to clear it. This guy's efficiency is 300 or 400 times mine. Jiang Chun let out a cold chuckle. Heh, don't flatter yourself. Even Su Chun took an entire week to barely scrape through his first Tier 4 Ashura level dungeon. Wang Chong took a deep breath, utterly shaken. He knew his potential couldn't compare to a on-scene generation genius like Yiyang, but he hadn't expected even Su Chin's past performance to pale in comparison. The sheer gap in strength was almost incomprehensible. Could he be one of the strongest? Wang Chong began to speak. Sure. Jiang Chen immediately interrupted. Quit talking. Yiyang's already in the final stage. Wang Chong quickly turned his attention to the monitoring screen. At that moment, the final boss of the second stage had just been obliterated by the Berserk elemental wraiths, signaling Yiyang's entry into the third stage. As eerie hissing noises echoed from all directions, a massive, worm-like boss slowly emerged. This was the Ashura-level Dark Abyss Worm, a level 50 boss boasting terrifying stats, Strength 86,500, Spirit 55,800, Constitution 135,000, Agility 76,300, along with full attribute bonuses granted by its Ashura-level aura. Yiyang frowned slightly. As a tank-style boss, this thing would make the fight a bit more tedious. But without hesitation, he issued the attack command. Let's finish this quickly. All undead armies move out. Hundreds of death commanders began casting simultaneously, layering death barriers over the battlefield. Over 200 Berserk elemental wraiths unleashed their light-piercing chaos attacks in unison, while skeletal tyrants, death knights, and invisible skeletal grand mages launched an aggressive assault. In just a matter of seconds, system notifications rang out in rapid succession. Defeating the final boss had earned 250 million experience points. Clearing the dungeon rewarded 1 billion experience points and 2 Tier 4 treasure chests. Yiyang quickly gathered the loot, roughly estimating the haul to be worth at least 3 to 5 billion dragon coins. However, since he hadn't advanced to Tier 4 yet, the 2 exclusive treasure chests remained unusable for now. In that case, I'll just leave the dungeon for now. Perfect time to check in with President Wang, Yiyang thought. Yiyang placed the 2 Tier 4 exclusive treasure chests into his backpack and habitually opened his attribute panel to check his experience points. The numbers before him made his eyes light up. The experience bar had skyrocketed to an astonishing 3,800. The combination of this Tier 5 Beast Blood Potion and the Tier 3 Magic Beast Crystal is truly terrifying. Yiyang calculated to himself. Each monster alone provides tens of thousands of experience points. By the end of this dungeon, my experience has surged nearly 40 times. Just as he closed the attribute panel and was about to leave, hurried footsteps sounded behind him. Yiyang, wait a moment, please. Mu Yingying rushed over with a sweet smile on her face. After completing the Tier 4 dungeon earlier, the 1 billion reward points have been credited. I'll transfer them to you right now. As her identity card emitted a faint glow, Yiyang's points balance instantly soared to 1.24 billion. This reminded him of the information he'd previously reviewed in the dungeon hall. Entering a Tier 5 standard dungeon required 100 million points, while the Azura difficulty demanded a staggering 1 billion. Finally, I have enough points now, Yiyang thought to himself. If I can complete a single Tier 5 Ashura level dungeon, I'll earn a 10 billion point reward. But here in the Dongshan Province Special Training Camp, the highest available resources are only for Tier 5 dungeons. These extra points might not be of much use. As Yiyang prepared to lead his team out of the dungeon hall, an unexpected figure appeared at the entrance. Wang Chong was waiting there. President Wang, you're back from Kyoto? Yiyang asked in surprise. That's right. Wang Chong quickly stepped forward, his expression excited. I went specifically to handle the matter of your Tier 4 extraordinary exclusive weapon. The good news is that we've secured someone to forge a ghost god quality extraordinary weapon. If you're available now, we can head to Kyoto immediately. Perfect timing. Yiyang agreed without hesitation. My Tier 4 advancement mission only has a secret realm left, and it can wait a bit. Since we've found the right craftsman, let's prioritize forging the extraordinary weapon. After bidding farewell to Jiangchen, Wang Chong took Yiyang straight to the Bluebird City high-speed rail station. At the ticket counter, he purchased a top-tier ticket for a direct train to Kyoto City. Yiyang quickly boarded the super high-speed train, which boasted a record-breaking speed of over 10 million kilometers per hour. Standing inside the train carriage, Yiyang finally learned about the classification system of the high-speed rail network. The train he had previously taken from Tianshui City to Bluebird City was a standard model, with a speed of just over 1,000,000 kilometers per hour, making it the most basic type. In contrast, the train heading to Kyoto City was the most advanced super high-speed train in Longwa, utilizing cutting-edge technology and boasting the highest safety rating. Even in an era dominated by supernatural abilities and universal career transitions, the innate infrastructure capabilities of Longwa's people continued to shine brightly. In less than an hour, the super high-speed train came to a smooth stop at Kyoto City Station. The moment Yiyang followed Wang Chong out of the station, he was utterly awestruck by the sight before him. As the supreme city of Longwa, Kyoto City's level of prosperity far exceeded his imagination. What amazed him the most was that every passerby on the streets was a professional, with the majority of them possessing 4th or 5th tier strength. Yiyang had only heard of Kyoto City's power before, but seeing it with his own eyes made him realize how greatly the rumors had underestimated this city's capabilities. Scanning the crowd of over 100 people passing by, he estimated that at least half were 3rd tier professionals or above, with many 4th and 5th tier experts among them. To put this into perspective, even Lin Chongfeng, the president of Tianshui City, was merely at the peak of the 5th tier. So this is the foundation of Kyoto City? Yiyang murmured to himself, his heart unable to calm down. Here, even a random passerby could rival Lin Chongfeng in strength. Such a density of power was truly astonishing. What shocked Yiyang the most was that almost all the professionals below Tier 3 on the streets were merely 12 or 13-year-old children, while adults had generally reached Tier 4 or Tier 5 levels of strength. As he strolled through the streets of Kyoto City, the overwhelming depth of power in this place left him unable to remain calm. After leaving the maglev station, Wang Chong led Yiyang straight to their destination. Noticing the astonishment written all over Yiyang's face, Wang Chong chuckled lightly and asked, "What's the matter? Are you overwhelmed by Kyoto City's sheer strength?" "Yeah, I am," Yiyang admitted honestly. These ordinary people casually roaming the streets could easily crush the entire Tianshui City, yet here in Kyoto, they were nothing more than average passers-by. Thinking of the legendary president of Kyoto's professional guild and the revered president of Longwo's central guild, Yiyang couldn't help but wonder just how terrifying their power must be. Though he had heard their names countless times before, the impact of seeing Kyoto's strength firsthand was incomparable to rumors. Someday, they'll surpass them all. Yiyang silently vowed to himself. He had thought that leaving Tianshui City and entering Dongshan Province had broadened his horizons, but now he realized how naive he had been. "This is unbelievable," Yiyang exclaimed. Wang Chong shook his head with a smile. "You don't need to be so surprised. After all, this is Longwo's most supreme city. Isn't such a display of power only natural? Otherwise, how could Longwa have become one of the major superpowers over the past 500 years of the Great Mutation? Besides, for outsiders to enter Kyoto City, they typically need to meet 3 conditions. 3 conditions? I thought you just needed to pass an internal screening?" Yiyang asked curiously. Wang Chong elaborated. "The 3 conditions aren't difficult. First, you must have lived within Longwa for at least 1 year. Second, you need to have a clean record with no criminal offenses in the past 10 years. Third, and most importantly, your strength must be at least Tier 5, which corresponds to level 51. As long as you're a citizen of Longwa and meet these criteria, you can enter Kyoto City. But I'm only at level 40 right now, not even Tier 4, Yiyang said, puzzled. Of course, Wang Chong explained with a smile, those who don't meet the Tier 5 requirement need a sponsor who is at least Tier 6 or higher, and who also satisfies the first 2 conditions. The strict entry criteria left Yiyang deeply impressed. Whether it was the peaceful era 500 years ago or Kyoto in his previous life, such stringent restrictions had never existed. The post-mutation Kyoto City was no longer a place anyone could casually access, and these rules only applied to citizens of Longwa. For foreigners, the requirements were even stricter. Not only must they have a lifetime of clean records with no criminal offenses, but they also needed to have lived in Longwa for at least 10 years and possess a staggering Tier 8 strength level 81 or higher. Even then, they would still have to pass multiple layers of scrutiny by Kyoto's review departments. Of course, diplomats had their own special approval processes. To be fair, Wang Chong had a deeper purpose in bringing Yiyang to Jingdu City. In less than a month, Yiyang would be participating in the national exam. If he were to face those overwhelmingly powerful Tianji professionals for the first time during the exam, he would likely be caught off guard. The true aim of Wang Chong's trip was to give Yiyang an early understanding of the sheer strength of Jingdu City, one of the three supreme cities of Longhua. In Longhua, nearly half of all Tianji professionals are concentrated in Jingdu City alone, Wang Chong explained to Yiyang as they walked. Next are Modu City and Jiangnan City, which together account for a little over 40. Take Jiangnan City as an example. Just last year, over 30 Tianji professionals emerged from the national exam there. The remaining less than 10 of Tianji professionals were scattered across the provinces of Longhua. For ordinary cities, or even entire provinces, producing just one Tianji professional would be enough to spark local celebrations. Last year, the total number of Tianji professionals in Longhua exceeded 200, and this year, the number would only grow. Facing such immense pressure, failing to prepare adequately could lead to dire consequences, Wang Chong said with a serious tone. These super geniuses from the three supreme cities may not interact much on a daily basis, but they all know each other. If you stand out too much during the national exam, they might unite against you. At that point, neither Wang Chong nor Jiang Chun would be able to offer Yiyang any assistance. Wang Chong warned, back then, Su Chen failed to handle this kind of pressure, which cost him the title of martial champion. He didn't even make it into the top 3. After hearing this, Yiyang finally realized the terrifying depth of Jingdu City's strength. Among the tens of thousands of Tianji professionals in Longhua, Jingdu City alone housed 6,000 to 7,000 of them. These professionals handled various responsibilities across the city. No wonder even powerhouses like Wang Chong and Jiang Chun could only serve as president and vice president of a single provincial guild. Even with 7th-tier peak-level strength, ordinary professionals, or even potential-level geniuses were insignificant compared to Tianji professionals. Forget about joining the Longhua Central Guild. Just establishing a foothold in Jingdu City was already a monumental challenge. President Wang, are we heading to Jingdu City's review department now? Yiyang asked directly. Yes, Wang Chong confirmed with a nod. With Wang Chong, the president of the Dongshan Province Guild and a 7th-tier peak-level powerhouse, leading the way, a process that would typically take several days was completed in less than 3 minutes. Wang Chong simply contacted someone named Li Chengfeng, and the entire procedure was effortlessly handled. After leaving the review department, the two headed toward Jingdu's Supreme Academy. Yiyang glanced at the Jingdu City ID card in his hand and asked curiously, President Wang, why does this ID card have a time limit? It only allows a 1-week stay in Jingdu City? That's correct, Wang Chong explained. After all, this is the very core of Longhua. All right, Yiyang said with a quiet nod. Following Wang Chong, Yiyang soon arrived at the grand gates of the Supreme Academy of Kyoto. Looking up, he saw several majestic golden characters engraved in a dragon and phoenix calligraphy style. Kyoto City Supreme Academy. As they approached the gates, an invisible sense of pressure suddenly swept over Yiyang, making it hard for him to breathe. Sensing his discomfort, Wang Chong explained, it's normal to feel this way. The entire Supreme Academy is surrounded by a powerful barrier formation. This formation is strong enough to obliterate even 9th-tier experts. However, ordinary people won't feel this once they're inside. Sure enough, the moment they stepped through the gates, the oppressive sensation vanished completely, replaced by a refreshing clarity that invigorated Yiyang. What shocked him even more was the system notifications that began to chime incessantly. Ding! You have received a special enhancement. You've gained 100 experience points. Ding! Ding! Wow! Is this really the Supreme Academy of Kyoto? Just standing here earns you experience points? Yiyang marveled inwardly. Under Wang Chong's guidance, the two soon arrived at the vice principal's office. A spirited middle-aged man was seated inside, appearing to be around the same age as Wang Chong. Presently, I've brought Yiyang with me, Wang Chong said straightforwardly. The 8th-tier craftsman you contacted, can they start forging the extraordinary specialized weapon right away? At that moment, when Li Chengfeng saw Yiyang standing behind Wang Chong, a gleam of relief and joy burst from his eyes. Facing the young man he had long anticipated, Li Chengfeng gave a satisfied smile, then turned to Wang Chong and said, she has cleared her schedule for this and is ready to craft an extraordinary personalized weapon for Yiyang. Wang Chong nodded solemnly. Then I must trouble President Li to make the introduction. Follow me, Li Chengfeng said as he led the way out. After leaving the Supreme Academy of Kyoto City, the three soon arrived at the city's most prestigious upscale residential area, Zijin Chilan Estate. Yiyang was awestruck by the sight before him. The level of luxury here far surpassed that of the trainee villas back at the training camp. The two were simply incomparable. After navigating through a few turns, they stopped in front of villa number 135. As the door opened, a graceful and elegant woman appeared before them. She spoke. Chengfeng, you're back? Is it time to start crafting the extraordinary weapon? Wang Chong, upon seeing the stunning woman, was momentarily captivated. Unable to resist, he whispered to Li Chengfeng, "President, is this the master craftswoman who will create the weapon for Yiyang?" "Master craftswoman?" Li Chengfeng's expression darkened. "This is your master's wife. And this is my home." "Your home? She's my master's wife?" Wang Cheng froze in shock. Li Chengfeng snorted coldly. "A dignified 8th-tier pinnacle professional like me marrying an 8th-tier craftsman, what's the problem with that?" Realizing his mistake, Wang Cheng quickly bowed and apologized. "Greetings, master's wife. My apologies for my earlier offense." The woman, none other than Su Qiaoyin, waved her hand graciously. "It's fine. Chengfeng, is this the new generation professional you mentioned, fresh out of graduation?" "Yes, I'll leave him in your capable hands," Li Chengfeng replied. "We're family," Su Qiaoyin said with a smile. "Let's head to the Confronting Guild now." "Qiaoyin, I have some matters to attend to today, so I won't be joining you," Li Chengfeng said, preparing to leave. "Wait a moment," Wang Cheng exclaimed in shock. "Master's wife is actually the legendary Su Qiaoyin?" After a brief farewell, Yiyang followed Su Qiaoyin to the Confronting Guild of the Dragon Nation. The imposing structure before them emanated an overwhelming sense of power. Even the golden dragon carvings flanking the grand entrance were enough to instill awe and trepidation. As Yiyang drew closer, he felt an immense pressure that seemed almost crushing. "Just endure it a little longer," Su Qiaoyin reassured him softly, waving a silver glowing card in her hand. "Once the door opens, it will ease." Yiyang nodded with difficulty, but even this simple act made him feel like his entire skeleton was grinding violently under the strain. The barrier protecting the Dragon Nation's central guild was truly terrifying. As Yiyang approached, he was overwhelmed by a suffocating and oppressive force. This barrier was the work of Lu Yuanfeng, a 10th-tier formation master. As a national treasure-level craftsman, Lu Yuanfeng specialized in creating various types of functional magical formations. The power of this protective barrier was so immense that any 5th-tier or lower professional would be instantly obliterated upon contact. Though Lu Yuanfeng was categorized as a craftsman, his strength was on par with other 10th-tier combatants. His formations, when deployed on the battlefield, could rival the might of the most powerful 10th-tier warriors. On the Abyss battlefield, Lu Yuanfeng's formations not only supported countless 10th-tier fighters in fending off abyssal monsters, but also unleashed catastrophic destruction single-handedly. In addition to defensive formations, he excelled in offensive and summoning formations, among others, their potency far surpassing the dark attack formations Yiyang had encountered in 4th-tier dungeons. Every member of the Dragon Nation's central guild was a top-tier powerhouse, each capable of shaking the entire Blue Star with their presence. This was precisely why they were revered as national treasure-level and nation-stabilizing experts. At that moment, Su Qiaoyin took out a silver card and inserted it into the slot between two dragonstone pillars at the entrance. Instantly, the discomfort Yiyang had been feeling vanished without a trace. "Feeling better now?" Su Qiaoyin turned and asked. "Thank you for your concern, master's wife." "I'm fine now," Yiyang replied with a nod. "Good. Then follow me," Su Qiaoyin said as she led Yiyang to her private office. The setup was similar to that of Master Wu Heisheng's, though it was even more luxurious. "Little brother, since you're aiming to forge a God-Ear transcendent weapon, I assume you've already prepared a 3rd-tier God-Ear transcendent weapon as the base? If so, hand it over now," Su Qiaoyin said bluntly. Yiyang nodded in agreement and immediately summoned the 3rd-tier transcendent weapon, handing it to her. "What an incredible aura this weapon has. Little brother, it seems your perfect essence is even stronger than I imagined." "Thank you for the compliment, master's wife," Yiyang responded, his gaze shifting towards the adjacent blood extraction room. Turning to Su Qiaoyin, he asked, "Are we starting the extraction now?" Su Qiaoyin smiled faintly. "Yes, that's right. Go ahead and step inside. While you're at it, I'll begin crafting the embryo for your Tier 4 extraordinary exclusive weapon." Yiyang nodded in agreement. Watching as Su Qiaoyin pushed open the door to the blood extraction room, he stepped inside without hesitation. Time ticked by, and 5 full hours had passed. Su Qiaoyin had already completed the creation of the Tier 4 extraordinary weapon embryo, but there was still no notification of Yiyang's blood extraction being successful. She sighed softly. "This perfect blood is truly extraordinary. I can't wait to see what kind of remarkable weapon it will produce." Just as her words faded, a thrilling notification suddenly appeared before her. Ding! Yiyang's perfect blood extraction successful. Incredible. It took over 5 million attempts to succeed, Su Qiaoyin murmured as she carefully retrieved the single drop of dark red, gem-like, perfect blood. Without delay, she began the fusion process with the extraordinary weapon embryo. Meanwhile, Yiyang exited the blood extraction room, noticing that Su Qiaoyin was no longer in the same spot. He immediately understood she must have gone to handle the fusion process, just as she had done previously with Wu Heisheng's blood. Only a few minutes later, Su Qiaoyin reappeared before Yiyang, her face alight with excitement. "Little brother, You've truly given me a huge surprise. This Tier 4 Ghost God grade extraordinary weapon is on par in quality with an ordinary Tier 5 extraordinary weapon. With that, she handed him a unique weapon. Its surface was coated in a thin layer of frost, exuding a chilling aura of death that sent shivers down his spine. When Yiyang saw the weapon's attributes and effects, he was left utterly speechless. My goodness, is this really a weapon I can wield right now? Yiyang didn't hesitate and immediately opened the attribute panel of the Tier 4 extraordinary exclusive weapon. In front of him, the extraordinary exclusive weapon, Staff of Heavenslaying and Sunfalling, displayed its attributes: level 41, Tier 4 quality, and Ghost God grade. The base stats were astonishing: Spirit 972,000, Constitution 635,000, and Agility 458,000. Even more impressive were its special effects. Special 1. Increases the attack power of all summoned creatures under the wielder's command by 1,000. Special 2. Grants all summoned creatures a 50 lifesteal effect. Special 3. Makes all summoned creatures immune to all negative status effects of Tier 4 or below, while reducing the effectiveness of Tier 5 and above negative effects to only 10. The extraordinary trait, Spirit Burr, reduced the mana consumption of all summoning-related skills by 20 times, while the Ghost God trait, Thorned Armament, caused all attackers to suffer 2,000 damage reflection when attacking any summoned creature. As Yiyang observed, the enhancements after the staff's ascension to Tier 4 were truly jaw-dropping. The attack boost doubled from 500 to 1,000, and the lifesteal effect increased to 50. What surprised him the most were the extraordinary and Ghost God traits. The mana consumption reduction of Spirit Burn had increased from 10 times to 20 times, and the damage reflection effect of Thorned Armament had surged to 2,000. Through several battles, Yiyang gradually understood the mechanics of the Ghost God trait, Thorned Armament. Simply put, the reflection damage was unrelated to the maximum health of the summoned creatures. Even if a summoned creature had only 1 point of health and took 100 points of damage, the attacker would still suffer 1,000 points of reflected damage. Now, with this Tier 4 extraordinary exclusive weapon, the reflected damage had reached 2,000 points. What shocked him even more was the significant increase in the staff's attributes. The spirit stat skyrocketed from the previous 180,000 to over 970,000, more than 5 times higher. Even the weakest stat, agility, surpassed the total combined stats of his previous Tier 3 weapon. It was overwhelmingly powerful. However, as he recovered from his shock, Yiyang realized a problem. This Ghost God grade Tier 4 weapon seemed to require level 41 to equip, but he was currently only at level 40, the peak of Tier 3. Did this mean he couldn't use it? Instinctively, he turned to Su Qiaoyin for answers. Su Qiaoyin feigned surprise and teased, "Oh, it seems that's true." Her expression left Yiyang speechless. He thought to himself, what should I do now? He still needed to complete the advancement quest in the Tier 4 secret realm. This weapon, though incredibly strong, would be useless if he couldn't equip it. Would all his effort go to waste? Seeing Yiyang's anxiety, Su Qiaoyin couldn't help but laugh. Relax, little brother. I already anticipated this problem, so I used some materials to add a temporary enchantment to this weapon. For the next 48 hours, there's no level restriction on this Tier 4 weapon. So, even if you're just level 4, you can still equip it. Hearing this, Yiyang let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that his master's wife had quite the mischievous side, secretly enchanting the weapon with a level restriction bypass while pretending to watch him squirm. However, he quickly realized that the materials required to enchant a Ghost God grade Tier 4 weapon must be incredibly rare. He couldn't help but ask about it. Su Qiaoyin shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "Of course they're rare. But since you're part of the family, there's no need to sweat the details. I only have one request. If you ever get the chance, help Changfeng fulfill his wish." His wish? Yiyang was puzzled. Li Changfeng had never mentioned any personal wishes to him. Only now did Yiyang realize that Li Changfeng's willingness to help him was entirely due to Wang Chong's influence. However, Wang Chong didn't have that much sway. Li Changfeng had even gone so far as to involve his wife in crafting this extraordinary weapon for Yiyang. This wasn't just a gesture of goodwill, it was tied to a wish Li Changfeng, as a man, couldn't bring himself to voice, leaving Su Qiaoyin to convey it. Su Qiaoyin didn't hold back and directly revealed Li Changfeng's true wish to Yiyang, to find the whereabouts of Su Chan. After a moment of silence, Su Qiaoyin let out a long sigh and said, "Years ago, after Su Chun, whom Changfeng regarded as his adopted son, disappeared into the outer starfield, there hasn't been a single day when Changfeng didn't yearn for news of him. Unfortunately, his abilities are limited, and his strength has plateaued at the peak of Tier 8. Each day feels like torment for him. What's worse is that few people are willing to help, and even his own brother advised him to stop searching, warning that it would only lead to trouble. But then, you appeared. Your potential surpasses anyone else's, and most importantly, you're an independent wanderer with no clan or faction. If you can grow strong enough in the future, perhaps even becoming part of the Dragon Kingdom's Central Guild Corps, Changfeng hopes you can help him find Su Chen's whereabouts." After listening to Su Kaiwian's explanation, Yiyang couldn't help but sigh deeply. From the moment Yiyang stepped into the Dongshan province special training camp, his ears were filled with tales about Su Chan. Praises like the #1 genius of Dongshan province and unprecedented talent echoed around him. Some compared him to Su Chen, while others lamented, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled, implying that Su Chen's downfall was due to his brilliance. These discussions undoubtedly sparked Yiyang's curiosity about Su Chan. Before Yiyang could respond to the idea of seeking out Su Chen, Su Qiaoyin spoke first. Yiyang, there's no need to rush this decision. To be honest, even if you agree now, with your current strength, you wouldn't be able to help much. If something happens to you along the way, our hopes would be in vain. Just focus on getting stronger. When you truly have the ability and are willing to help Changfeng, come back and let him know. You have plenty of time to think about it, and as you grow, if there's anything we can assist with, don't hesitate to ask. Her words struck a chord with Yiyang. They weren't forcing a promise, yet they were still willing to offer unconditional help. This alone made it hard for Yiyang to refuse outright. Moreover, Su Qiaoyin was right, making a promise now would feel too empty. Only when he truly gained the capability would such a promise hold real weight. I understand. Thank you, Master's wife and Chairman Li, for your guidance, Yiyang said with a slight bow, expressing his gratitude. Su Qiaoyin smiled at his gesture, and then led him out of the Longhua Central Guild, heading straight for Qilin County. On the way, Yiyang equipped the 4th-tier extraordinary specialized weapon. In an instant, a surge of attributes flooded his status panel, causing a dramatic transformation. Name: Yiyang LV40. Class: Tier 3 Necromancer. Unique Strength: 8570. Spirit: 1,102,469. Constitution: 669,674. Agility: 482,474. Unbelievable. To think I could reach over 1.1 million spirit points at just Tier 3 peak. Yiyang marveled silently, fully aware that it was thanks to the 4th-tier extraordinary weapon's unrestricted enchantment effect. Without improving his strength within 48 hours, these attributes would see a significant drop. Upon returning to Qilin County, Wang Chong, who had been waiting at the gate, immediately approached with eagerness, asking about the weapon's progress. Yiyang nodded, confirming the success, and displayed the attributes of the heaven-slaying Sunfall Staff. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. This doesn't even feel like a 4th-tier extraordinary weapon, it's more like a 5th-tier. Wang Chong exclaimed repeatedly in admiration. That's exactly what Master's wife said. Yiyang replied with a shrug. Master's wife. Wang Chong froze in confusion. Standing nearby, Su Qiaoyin chuckled and explained. Yes, that's what I told him to call me. Good. Great. If Master's wife says so, then it must be right. Wang Chong said, patting Yiyang's shoulder with a laugh. You kid, that makes you my peer now. At that moment, Li Changfeng walked over and quietly inquired about the progress of a certain matter with Su Qiaoyin. After some playful banter, Su Qiaoyin finally gave him a reassuring answer. Satisfied, Li Changfeng nodded and said with a grin, That's the wife I know. Li Changfeng's gaze unconsciously drifted toward Yiyang, who was currently engaged in conversation with Wang Chong. Although Yiyang couldn't provide much help to him at the moment, a talent as extraordinary as this without any affiliations yet with such terrifying potential was truly rare. Someone like this was worth recruiting, even without the matter concerning Su Chan. What's more, Yiyang was in dire need of resources to enhance his strength right now. How could Li Changfeng let such an opportunity slip away? As he was lost in thought, Wang Chong finished his conversation with Yiyang and walked over to him. President, the matter is settled. Yiyang and I will head back now. As for Master Chen Yuan, I'll leave that in your capable hands. Li Changfeng looked at Yiyang, who was standing beside Wang Chong, and nodded with satisfaction. Don't worry. Even if we can't find Chen Yuan, your master can still forge a 5th-tier transcendent weapon with no problem. As for a 6th-tier weapon, by the time Yiyang needs it, the examination will be over, and you won't need to worry about it anymore. Turning to Yiyang, he asked, By the way, have you decided which academy you'll attend after the exam? With your talent, you can choose from any of the 3 supreme academies in Longhua. Yiyang shrugged. I haven't decided yet. He had some knowledge of the Supreme Academy in the capital, but was still unfamiliar with the ones in Jinghai City and Jiangnan City. This was an important decision, and he felt he needed more time to consider. Li Changfeng smiled. No rush. This is about your future, so it's perfectly normal to take your time. Yiyang nodded his thanks. Wang Chong then added, Presidently, Master, take care. Yiyang just mentioned that this 4th-tier transcendent weapon was temporarily downgraded using special materials. Time is tight, so we'll be heading out now. As the two left, Li Changfeng watched them go, lost in thought. In any place where people gather, there are factions, and where there are factions, there are alliances. Yiyang would eventually grow stronger, and during that process, he would inevitably need help and make choices about where to stand. Even if he ultimately chose independence, that too was a kind of position. Back at the special training camp, Yiyang gripped the newly empowered 4th-tier transcendent weapon, eager to enter the 4th-tier secret realm. President Wang, I'm heading into the secret realm now, Yiyang said, standing at the entrance of the hall. Wang Chong didn't stop him but gave him a serious reminder. Remember, secret realms are different from dungeons. Secret realm entrances are scattered across the globe, so you may encounter other exploration teams or even foreign powerhouses. Your only task is to survive in there for 24 hours, so prioritize safety and avoid conflict if you can. I don't want to hear about you meeting an untimely end in the secret realm. Understood. Thank you, President Wang. Yiyang replied with a firm nod. Yiyang suddenly thought of something and turned to Wang Chong, asking, President Wang, I heard there are many treasures in the secret realm. What exactly are they? Hearing this, Wang Chong gave a knowing smile and said, Well, there are indeed plenty of treasures in high-level secret realms, but the most sought-after one would be the time-space crystals. Time-space crystals? What are those? Yiyang's eyes lit up as he immediately followed up with another question. Wang Chong patiently explained, simply put, if you have a time-space crystal, you can bypass the cooldown period of a dungeon, allowing you to enter the same dungeon multiple times in a single day. Something like that exists? Yiyang was initially surprised, but then his brows furrowed slightly as he began to think. Based on his experience, a single dungeon run could take 3 to 5 hours. For instance, the 4th-tier Ashura-level dungeon he tackled last time took him a full 10 hours to barely clear. If he wanted to run it again, wouldn't it just be easier to find someone who hadn't entered the dungeon yet and form a team? But soon, Yiyang realized the key point. For regular players, let alone Ashura-level difficulty, even normal difficulty dungeons might require multiple attempts, sometimes dozens, before they could clear it. Each attempt might fail in just half an hour, and if they had to wait for the cooldown every time, completing a single dungeon could take days. Thinking about it this way, time-space crystals were indeed incredibly practical treasures. However, for him, they weren't particularly useful. Besides, as Wang Chong had mentioned, the main goal of entering the secret realm this time was to complete the 4th-tier advancement quest. Farming experience was secondary. Having figured this out, Yiyang prepared to ask his final question. Yiyang asked Wang Chong about the secret realm levels involved in the Tier 4 advancement mission, a topic entirely unfamiliar to him. Wang Chong explained in detail, dungeons are categorized into 5 difficulty levels, ranging from normal to Shura. Secret realms, however, are rated from 1 to 5 stars. The special training camp can only detect up to 2-star secret realms. Higher-level secret realms can only be found at the Supreme Academy in Kyoto or the Dragon Nation Military Academy. Noticing Yiyang's curious expression, Wang Chong continued, a 1-star secret realm has a difficulty equivalent to 10 times that of a Shura-level dungeon monster of the same tier. A 2-star secret realm is 100 times harder, and a 3-star secret realm reaches an astonishing 1,000 times the difficulty. Even with your current strength, challenging a 2-star or 3-star secret realm is out of the question. Why are the star levels of secret realms fixed? Why can't their difficulty be adjusted like dungeons? Yiyang asked. It has to do with how secret realms are formed, Wang Chong explained. A 1-star secret realm is an independent parallel space, whereas a 2-star secret realm is formed by the collision and fusion of dozens of 1-star secret realms. Because of this, the star level of each secret realm is fixed. After understanding this information, Yiyang bid farewell to Wang Chong and stepped into the Hall of Secret Realms for the first time. Upon entering the Tier 4 sequence hall, he immediately understood why this was the most resource-intensive place in the special training camp. Inside the hall, information about various secret realms was displayed. Tier 4 Secret Realms, 10 million survival points per hour. 1 star, Frozen Wind Demon Valley time remaining, 3 years, 4 months, 12 days. 1 star, Ruined Relic time remaining, 8 years, 6 months, 21 days. 2 star, Blazing Volcano time remaining, 5 years, 11 months, 8 days. Yiyang quickly calculated that his current 1.2 billion points would only allow him to stay in a secret realm for 120 hours. Completing a single Tier 4 advancement mission would cost 240 million points. This made him appreciate the high rewards from the challenging dungeons in the dungeon hall. He chose the 1-star Frozen Wind Demon Valley, which was nearing collapse, and soon received a system prompt. Ding! You have opened the entrance to a Tier 4 1-star secret realm, Frozen Wind Demon Valley. Would you like to enter? Collapse countdown. 3 years, 4 months, 12 days. Without hesitation, Yiyang confirmed his entry. Meanwhile, Jiangchen arrived at the entrance to the Hall of Secret Realms. Upon seeing Wang Chong, he immediately asked about the progress of Yiyang's Tier 4 extraordinary weapon creation. Wang Chong smiled and replied, of course it was a success. Otherwise, how could I face you? Then why do you look so pleased with yourself? Jiangchen asked curiously. Wang Chong's smile deepened, and after a moment, he said, because I discovered another secret. Secret? Jiangchen froze for a moment upon hearing this, unconsciously leaning forward. What secret did you discover? Wang Cheng's lips curled into a slight smile, his tone carrying a hint of mystery. It's about our old president. Did you know that he recently got married? You mean President Li Chengfeng? Jiang Qin's eyes widened in disbelief as he pressed further. He got married? Wasn't he always indifferent to such matters? That's exactly the secret. Wang Cheng chuckled. In all these years, this is the first time I've heard anything like this. The most surprising part is that none of us caught wind of it. If I hadn't gone to him recently to commission Yiyang's extraordinary weapon, I would have been completely in the dark. Jiang Chun was utterly stunned. It wasn't the marriage itself that shocked him, but the fact that the typically solitary and independent President Li Chengfeng had unexpectedly stepped into the realm of matrimony. Do you know who he married? Wang Cheng continued. It's none other than the legendary first-ranked 8th-tier artisan, the stunningly beautiful Su Qiaoyin. Hearing this name, Jiang Qin's expression grew serious. Su Qiaoyin was no ordinary figure. She was the only artisan in recent years with the potential to break through to the 9th tier. She was just one opportunity away from becoming a nationally treasured professional under the Longhua Central Guild. Taking a deep breath, Wang Cheng added, but that's not the most significant part. I discovered that the old president seems to have intentions of having Su Qiaoyin take over the crafting of Yiyang's 5th-tier extraordinary weapon. After successfully creating Yiyang's 4th-tier extraordinary weapon, which he technically can't equip at his current level, Su Qiaoyin went out of her way to enchant it with a temporary null-level restriction effect. Think about it, we go to such lengths unless she plans to handle his future weapons as well? Is there a problem with that? Jiang Chun still seemed puzzled. Wang Cheng sighed. I'm worried that the old president is trying to recruit Yiyang to help him search for Su Chun. Hearing this, Jiang Chun felt a chill run down his spine. This matter involved top-secret information within the Longhua Central Guild, something even high-ranking officials with Saint Gold-level identity cards couldn't resolve. Sending Yiyang to investigate would undoubtedly put him in great danger. The two delved into a heated discussion. Jiang Chun believed the situation was worth looking into, while Wang Cheng expressed concern. In the end, Jiang Chen shifted the topic, mentioning that he had borrowed a team of 4th-tier potential users from Sujiang province to protect Yiyang. When Wang Cheng questioned the necessity of such measures, Jiang Chen explained, "You're underestimating those Destiny users. As the chief overseer of the special training camp, I've seen countless unique talents. Some of them can even bypass established rules to directly eliminate professionals. If Yiyang encounters such a talent and gets taken out, the consequences would be disastrous." Huh, such a talent exists? Wang Cheng couldn't help but take a sharp breath, his scalp tingling. Although being killed in the secret realm usually only results in forced expulsion and a 24-hour state of extreme weakness with all attributes reduced by 99, if faced with such a sinister talent, Yiyang's life would truly be in grave danger. That's why I made preparations in advance, Jiang Chun said with a serious expression. While you escort Yiyang to Kyoto City, I went directly to Sujiang province to borrow a team of 4th-tier awakened from Old Wu to protect Yiyang. Not bad, very thorough planning. Wang Cheng nodded with a faint smile, but his expression quickly turned grim. However, given Yiyang's current strength, can ordinary 4th-tier awakened really protect him? To be honest, even 4th-tier talented might not be up to the task. Protection isn't really the goal, Jiang Chen clarified. The orders I gave them are simple. Monitor Yiyang's situation discreetly, and if danger arises, persuade him to leave the secret realm. If that fails, they must at least record enemy details and report back to us. With this team, we can at least keep track of Yiyang's movements. That's a workable plan. Wang Cheng finally nodded in approval. At that moment, a group of more than 10 figures approached from the distance. Leading them was a warrior awakened named Zhang Guang. He walked up to Jiang Chun and respectfully said, "Greetings, President Jiang. We are the team of awakened sent by President Wu Chun from Sujiang province." Jiang Chen glanced over the fully assembled 10-member team and nodded in satisfaction. Good. President Wu should have already briefed you on the mission, correct? This time, your main task in the secret realm is to ensure Yiyang's safety. There's no need to take unnecessary risks. Yes, everything has been clearly instructed, Zhang Guang confirmed with a serious expression. Jiang Chen nodded and said directly, "In that case, you should head straight into the Frozen Demon Valley secret realm." Understood. Zhang Guang responded without hesitation and led all his teammates into the Frozen Demon Valley secret realm. The moment they entered, an endless expanse of a frozen, desolate world stretched before their eyes. Yiyang immediately sprang into action. With a single thought, he summoned all the undead creatures stored in his spatial dimension, unleashing them in full force. Go hunt the monsters. Do not attack other human professionals. Yiyang issued a clear battle command to his undead army. Although Wang Cheng had previously reminded him that this mission was solely to complete the 4th-tier advancement task, Yiyang had initially planned to just sleep through the 24 hours and be done with it. However, seeing the survival points draining at a staggering rate of 10 million points per hour, he couldn't stay idle any longer. Such an enormous cost felt wasteful if he simply rested here. Besides, he still had a whole month left in the training camp, and this was merely a 1-star, 4th-tier secret realm with the lowest consumption rate. Higher-tier secret realms would undoubtedly cost even more. Yiyang quickly made up his mind rather than lying around. He might as well take the opportunity to grind monsters. As long as he didn't provoke other professionals, how was this any different from sleeping? The undead army, upon receiving the command, immediately dispersed and launched fierce attacks on the monsters within the secret realm. System notifications began flashing continuously. Ding! You have slain LV-32, Icefield Direwolf, and gained 3,200 points 250x experience. Ding! Watching the high experience points piling up, Yiyang let out a satisfied sigh. This feels amazing. Too bad I only have 10 third-tier magical beast crystals left. They're nowhere near enough for this 4th-tier secret realm. He recalled the resources Wang Cheng had provided. From the initial single magic beast crystal to the nearly 30 bottles of magical beast crystals and a large amount of 5th-tier beast blood potions that were added later after seeing his remarkable progress. Without these resources, Yiyang doubted he could have even unlocked the 4th-tier advancement task, let alone earned the extraordinary 4th-tier Ghost God class exclusive weapon. However, Wang Cheng had also mentioned that these resources represented the limit of what he could provide. To acquire better developmental resources, Yiyang would have to rely on his own strength to reach higher levels, such as gaining entry into one of the 3 supreme academies. Of course, that would be after the national exams, which still felt a bit far off. Yiyang quickly formulated a plan. Once the effects of this 3rd-tier magical beast crystal wore off, he would have his undead army venture deeper into the heart of the secret realm and lure out the final boss. He still remembered how, in the last secret realm, the final boss had attracted other boss-level monsters, creating a cascade of rewarding experiences. If he could recreate that scenario in this 4th-tier secret realm, there was a chance he could fill his level 40 experience bar, which required a staggering 40,000 inches one go. What excited him even more was the potential boss loot. The last time, the final boss of the 2nd-tier secret realm had dropped a rare exclusive skill chest, granting him the powerful Bone Wyvern summoning skill. This time, with the final boss of a 4th-tier secret realm, who knew what incredible surprises awaited him. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Zhang Guang and his team entered the secret realm, they used the locator provided by Jiang Chun to accurately track down Yiyang's whereabouts. However, the scene before them left everyone stunned. An endless army of skeletons was pouring out of Yiyang's summoning space. The dense mass of bone warriors seemed to almost completely occupy the surrounding area. Is this the power of a necromancer? Zhang Guang stared in disbelief at the sight before him. He recalled the moment not long ago when Jiang Chun mentioned sending professionals to protect the talents of Dongshan province. Back then, he had been skeptical about the necromancer profession. But now, witnessing the terrifying scene of hundreds of thousands of undead soldiers, his understanding was utterly overturned. The teammates around him couldn't help but start murmuring to one another. The special training camp assessment just ended a few days ago. I heard there was a genius who single-handedly suppressed all the other participants. No way. One person suppressing all the talents? That's way too exaggerated. It's absolutely true. My friend works at the training camp and told me personally. As the group was still reeling from their shock, a priest among them, who was also a potential awakener, suddenly frowned and warned, "Wait, look over there." A group of people is approaching Yiyang's position. Following his gaze, everyone turned to look in the indicated direction, only to feel an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure rushing toward them. "They're divine occupants," someone whispered in alarm. "Damn it, could they be targeting Yiyang?" Zhang Guang quickly regained his composure and issued an order to the assassin Xiao Fei beside him. "Be ready to retreat from the secret realm at any moment. If Yiyang encounters any trouble, report the situation to President Jiang Chun immediately." Just then, panicked shouts echoed from the distance. "Run! Run for your lives!" A team of professionals could be seen fleeing frantically, glancing back in terror as they ran. "The team of Sakura Nation professionals behind us seems to be catching up again," one of the team members shouted anxiously, his voice noticeably tinged with exhaustion. This elite squad of 10 4th-tier professionals was fleeing at full speed. Their original goal was simply to hunt a boss and search for time-space crystals in this 4th-tier secret realm. However, after finally obtaining a crystal, they barely had time to recover before being surrounded by multiple teams of Sakura Nation professionals. To make matters worse, they seemed to have fallen victim to some kind of strange spell, which left them unable to exit combat mode or leave the secret realm. "I have no idea how they're tracking us," someone in the group panted. "But there must be a tracker-type professional among them." As the team leader, Chao Ming understood just how dire their situation was. 3 of the team's vital professionals were already spent, and the others weren't in much better shape. Just then, they spotted a lone figure, a slender, upright young mage, also from Long Nation. "Captain Chao, we can't hold on much longer." A female mage named Chen Ling suddenly spoke up. "Why not let that person stall them for us?" Her words immediately stirred unrest among the team. Chao Ming spun around abruptly, glaring at Qinling. What nonsense are you spouting? I, Chao Ming, would rather die than let another Long Nation comrade sacrifice themselves for us. How is that any different from treason? Without hesitation, he issued a new order. Everyone, change direction. We must not lead those Sakura Nation people toward that young man. The team quickly shifted course, but unbeknownst to the others, Chunling discreetly left a tracking marker near the young mage's location. A sly smirk tugged at her lips. Heh, you think changing direction will save him? Chao Ming, you're far too naive. Moments after Qinling left a tracking mark, the Sakura Nation team received updated coordinates. Miss Rikamikawa has sent us the location of another Chinese combatant. And this one is acting alone. One of the Sakura Nation members exclaimed excitedly. The so-called Rikamikawa, or Qianling, was actually a carefully planted agent by the Sakura Nation within the Dragon Nation. She was a heavenly practitioner baby deliberately abandoned at just 1 year old, left on the doorstep of a childless Dragon Nation couple who were also practitioners. The couple adopted her and named her Qinling, unaware that this seemingly innocent infant had already been instilled with a specific mission. As a heavenly practitioner, Qinling was born with the intelligence of an adult, which made the Sakura Nation's brainwashing program extraordinarily effective. Over the years, under the guise of Qinling, she had secretly helped the Sakura Nation eliminate numerous talented practitioners of the Dragon Nation. And Qinling was not the only spy assassin. The Sakura Nation had planted many others like her within the Dragon Nation. If we can't catch up to Chao Ming and his group, let's take care of this lone target first, someone in the team suggested. Following the coordinates, they quickly located Yiyang, who was resting in the shade of a tree. Look at this Chinese mage, still sleeping so peacefully. One team member mocked. Impatient, the heavenly practitioner ranger named Murashita Hyakabu summoned his longbow and activated his innate skill. A dark gray elemental beam ripped through the air, hurtling straight toward Yiyang. With a deafening explosion, a massive crater was left in the ground yet Yiyang's figure had vanished. What happened? Where is he? The Sakura Nation team members were thrown into a panic. Having already relocated, Yiyang stood at a distance, coldly observing his ruined resting spot, his brows furrowed. He had intended to keep a low profile as Wang Chong advised, but trouble had come knocking regardless. Seeing that the attackers were from the Sakura Nation, Yiyang's fury erupted. If you insist on disturbing my rest, then all of you can go to hell together. Before the last word left his lips, he summoned the undead creatures he had dispersed across the secret realm. In an instant, tens of thousands of skeletons surged forth around him, creating a scene that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. In an instant, tens of thousands of ordinary skeletons surged forward like a tidal wave, appearing before the ranks of the Sakura Kingdom's chosen ones. But that wasn't all. Countless skeletal tyrants, death knights, and even several necromancer commanders followed in their wake. Gazing across the battlefield, the sky was entirely overshadowed by the massive forms of skeletal wyverns. Yiyang let out a cold laugh, thinking to himself, since you people from the Sakura Kingdom dare to disturb my peaceful slumber, then all of you can go to hell. Without hesitation, he issued a battle command to the skeletal army. Kill them all. In a flash, the overwhelming undead army surged forward like a torrential flood, charging straight at the chosen ones of the Sakura Kingdom. However, when those chosen ones saw the skeletons Yiyang had summoned, especially the ordinary ones that looked as though they might fall apart at any moment, they burst into laughter. Ha ha, these Chinese are absolutely ridiculous. Summoning this pile of junk to try and stand against the chosen ones of our great Sakura Empire? What a joke. I thought this guy was making such a big show because he was actually powerful, but it turns out he just summoned some worthless skeletons? A mage wearing a robe, one of the Sakura Kingdom's potential wielders, stood in the middle of the group, his gaze sweeping over the massive skeletal army with a sneer tugging at the corner of his mouth. This is absurd. Lord Hyakutake, these skeletons aren't worthy of the esteemed chosen one's efforts. Allow me, a humble potential wielder mage, to help you wipe out this pile of trash. Hearing this, Murashita Hyakutake, a ranger among the chosen ones, silently nodded in agreement. In that case, little Lu, let's finish this quickly. Bai Wu's voice carried urgency. Our target is Chao Ming and his group. If we delay too long, we might lose track of those Dragon Kingdom job holders. Hino Xiaolu nodded solemnly, raising his staff without hesitation and aiming at the ordinary skeletons at the front. Heavenly blaze. A massive flaming meteor roared through the air, trailing a long, fiery tail as it hurtled straight toward the center of the skeleton army. The deafening explosion shook the air. Watching from the side, Murashita Baiwu smiled with satisfaction. Being from the Origin Mage class, it was the natural counter to the Origin Summoner class. With the power of Hino Xiaolu, a level 50 potential holder, clearing out these skeletons and undead should have been effortless. However, in the next moment, something shocking occurred. As the flaming meteor detonated, Hino Xiaolu suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. How could this happen? Murashita Baiwu exclaimed in shock. It's a reflection effect. Those summoned skeletons have an incredibly strong damage reflection. The teammates shouted in alarm. Before Murashita Baiwu could recover from his disbelief, the massive undead army surged forward. The other Sakura Kingdom job holders dared not be careless anymore and quickly unleashed their job-specific abilities. Dazzling skill effects intertwined in the chaos. As a dozen Death Knights charged toward Murashita Baiwu, he immediately activated his skill. Shadow of the Night. Countless shadowy clones materialized around him, all firing nightfall arrows. The black elemental arrows rained down like a storm, but to everyone's horror, the Death Knights, after dissipating momentarily, bizarrely restored themselves to their original state. Impossible. Murashita Baiwu's composure shattered. My nightfall arrows can overpower even 4th-tier peak professionals. How are these 3rd-tier peak summons completely unharmed? The truth lay in the 2nd-tier rare equipment Crown of Knights, unique trait it granted summoned creatures of 2nd tier, and below a 1-hour cooldown death immunity. Even more critically, the summoned creatures under Yiyang's command not only benefited from the Crown of Knights 100 death immunity, but also possessed the revival probability effect from the Resurrection Jewelry set. The effects of the Resurrection Pendant and Resurrection Ring activated instantly, giving the summoned undead a 30% chance of immediate revival. At this moment, the value of this Tier 1 equipment was fully displayed. Although its rank was not high, its resurrection effect had no limitations, theoretically capable of even affecting Tier 10 summons in the future. Murashita Hayakabu stared at the revived undead army before him, his composure completely shattered. The Dark Knight Oblivion, his prideful ultimate move that he had unleashed with all his strength, had been utterly wasted just like that. In the brief moment he was stunned, waves of Death Knights and skeleton overlords surged like a tide toward the Sakura Nation's adventurer team. The battlefield was soon filled with panicked shouts. Warriors, block these skeletons. These damn things just won't die. Damn it, their shields are ridiculously strong. Miss Jinchuan, quickly give us a true damage buff. Yet the situation was even worse than they imagined. These seemingly fragile skeletons not only had impenetrable shields, but also possessed a terrifying counter-damage effect. Every time the Sakura Nation combatants attacked, they suffered several times more damage than the skeletons did. In just a few breaths, 7 out of the 10-member team of potential holders had already fallen. Though the ordinary skeletons lacked strong individual attack power, hidden among them were sinister skeleton mages. The dark gray elemental magic missiles they cast were lethal. Even Murashita Hayakabu, who possessed the heaven-defying talent of Dark Knight Physique, found himself in dire straits. This SS-level ability, which limited all types of damage to just 1 per second, could only buy him an extra minute or two in the current situation. Soon, as the last priest and warrior of the adventurer team fell, Murashita Hayakabu let out a roar of unwillingness before being crushed into pulp by the swarming skeleton overlords. Until his final breath, he could not believe that a Dragon Nation adventurer who wasn't even a potential holder could possess such terrifying power. Meanwhile, Chao Ming and his group, who were fleeing, suddenly noticed that the pursuing enemies behind them had disappeared. Alert to this sudden change, Chao Ming immediately stopped in his tracks, his expression wary. Hearing Chao Ming's words, the rest of the team fell into deep thought. Indeed, the pursuit team from Sakura Nation, which had been relentlessly chasing them earlier, had suddenly gone silent. Maybe they ran into some expert who wiped them out. One team member joked with a laugh. Getting wiped out seems unlikely, another member analyzed. But being blocked by a stronger team is definitely possible. They only had 3 or 4 heavenly occupiers, and it's really just that ranger among them who's particularly skilled. True, it would be tough for an average team to completely take them out, someone agreed. Those Sakura occupiers were no pushovers either. It'd be best if they were all wiped out. One team member spat angrily. Those Sakura dogs are always taking advantage of others' misfortunes. If it weren't for us being in bad shape, the 8 of us heavenly occupiers could have dealt with them in no time. Exactly. If I, as a priest occupier, were at full strength, I could have held off their entire team on my own. As the team grew more and more excited, they began to vividly imagine the Sakura Nation squad being slaughtered by some powerful expert. Meanwhile, Ling Wuchuanzi was secretly sneering to herself when they had changed direction earlier. She had left a blood mark on that talent side. Judging by the timing, the Dragon Nation occupier that Chao Ming had mercifully spared should have already been taken care of by the Sakura Empire's heavenly occupiers by now. Just then, the priest occupier in the group, Zhoukai, suddenly spoke up. I used my talent to track them, and those Sakura Nation people are really all dead. What? The news stunned everyone, including Ling Wuchuanzi, who had been secretly gloating just moments before. What did you say? They're all dead? Ling Wuchuanzi asked in disbelief. Zhoukai calmly explained. My innate talent is the Eye of the Divine. which allows me to detect all information related to us. Since those people attacked us before, I can sense their status. They've indeed been killed, but I can't tell who did it yet. Would need to find their bodies to investigate further. This kind of heavenly occupant-level ability, the Eye of the Divine, was far more powerful than the talents of potential users like Wang Kai. It not only allowed Jokai to monitor information about allies at any time, but also made it incredibly effective for locating boss-level monsters. This highlighted the vast gap between heavenly occupiers and potential users. Hearing this news, Ling Wuchuanzi was nearly on the verge of collapse. That Sakura Nation squad had 3 heavenly occupiers, and Murashita Hyakutake was particularly outstanding among those at the same level. How could they have been completely wiped out so quickly? Seeing Ling Wuchuanzi's distressed expression, the other team members couldn't help but frown. Chunling, why are you reacting so strongly? One teammate was the first to speak, his tone filled with confusion. Exactly. Isn't it a good thing for us that those Sakura dogs are dead? Another chimed in, a gloating smile on his face. If I were strong enough, the first thing I'd do is sink their Sakura Island, someone shouted, waving his fist in the air. Ha ha ha, that's why we're brothers. We think alike. As the mood grew livelier, someone turned to Qinling and said, don't overthink it. Since Jokai said they're dead, they must be dead. Yeah, the way you looked so shocked just now, anyone would think those Sakura dogs were our teammates. This comment immediately drew discontent from another person. Ugh, don't say something so disgusting. Chunling is my goddess. There's no way she has anything to do with those Sakura dogs. Amid the chatter, Ling Wuchuanzi lowered her head slightly, putting on a timid expression. No, it's nothing. I was just a bit surprised. I didn't expect someone could wipe them all out in such a short time. Her words resonated with the group. The teammates nodded in agreement and began discussing the eliminated team. Even though those guys weren't that strong, taking them down wouldn't have been easy. Yeah, especially since there were 3 heavenly occupants in their group. Could they have run into a fully stacked team of heavenly occupants? That's pretty rare, even in Kyoto City, isn't it? The discussion quickly shifted to whether they should go back and take a look. Everyone agreed they should return to express their gratitude to the great benefactor. Before the team leader, Chao Ming, could speak, Ling Wuchuanzi eagerly agreed. Yes, yes. Someone this powerful, we have to find them. Seeing that everyone was on the same page, Chao Ming finally nodded in agreement. All right then, let's go back and take a look. But for safety's sake, let's recover first, just in case anything unexpected happens. Yes, sir. The group responded in unison. To be honest, everyone present was eager to catch a glimpse of the master who had managed to annihilate the Sakura dog squad in such a short time. After all, in this Tier 4 secret realm, the level cap for professionals was only 50 at the peak of Tier 4. Without a full team of top-tier professionals, achieving such a feat would have been nearly impossible. Chao Ming's team was renowned in Jinghai City, and during the recent training camp selection trials, they had dominated the competition with an astonishing score of over 35 million points. However, they hadn't heard any news of other prodigies from the 3 supreme cities of Longhua entering this secret realm, which only fueled their curiosity to investigate further. Nearby, Ling Wuchuan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with anger. He swore to himself that he would make the killer who had slaughtered the talents of the Sakura Empire pay a bloody price. The group soon found a safe location to fully recover their strength. Meanwhile, after dealing with the Sakura Empire professionals, Yiyang had already left the battlefield. Witnessing the entire scene, Zhang Guang and his companions were left utterly speechless. They could hardly believe their eyes, discussing in disbelief. How could such a powerful figure who could render 3 top-tier professionals powerless against an undead army possibly need their protection? The real reason Jiang Chun had sent them was merely to ensure they could keep track of Yiyang's movements within the secret realm. At this moment, Yiyang had already reached the outskirts of the core area of the secret realm, where the density of professionals was higher, and the dangers were even greater. It wasn't long before Chao Ming's team arrived at the battlefield. The scene before them made their scalps tingle. The bodies of the Sakura Empire professionals were mangled and dismembered, some sliced apart by sharp weapons, others crushed into pulp by blunt force. The carnage clearly pointed to a one-sided slaughter. Using his talent, Jokai investigated the corpses and discovered that all of them had died at the hands of undead creatures. This revelation shocked everyone. Undead-type killings in the frozen Demon Valley secret realm? Upon further analysis, he confirmed that the massacre had been carried out by the summoned creatures of a Necromancer. Just one Necromancer, and they managed to single-handedly wipe out an entire squad, including 3 top-tier professionals? The group found it hard to believe. But Jokai's talent didn't lie. The traces of necrotic energy on the corpses were undeniable. Under Chao Ming's leadership, the team decided to track down this mysterious Necromancer, who had already headed toward the core area of the secret realm. Even Ling Wuchuan gritted his teeth and followed, determined to confront the enigmatic figure who had defeated 3 top-tier professionals of the Sakura Empire. After Ling Muchuanzi obtained Yiyang's coordinates, she immediately relayed the information to other Sakura Nation professionals within the secret realm. Even before entering the realm, she had already reported the details of 8 Dragon Nation professionals to the upper echelons of Sakura Nation's assassination division. At this moment, there were about 20 to 30 Sakura Nation professionals scattered throughout the secret realm, and Murashita Baiwu's team was the weakest among them. When this information reached Nida Hanyu, a priest and Sakura Nation professional, Ling Muchuanzi promptly turned to Chao Ming and the others, speaking urgently, "Captain, we've mostly recovered. The number of professionals in the core region of the secret realm far exceeds those on the outskirts. We need to find that Necromancer who wiped out the Sakura Nation team quickly, or we might not get another chance." Chao Ming nodded in agreement. "All right, let's move out now." The rest of the team, hearing this, grew excited and immediately followed Zhou Kai's guidance, heading swiftly toward Yiyang's coordinates. Meanwhile, in the core area of the secret realm, Nida Hanyu's expression darkened upon receiving Ling Muchuanzi's message. What? Bai Wukan was killed. The news caused an uproar among his team. "Hanyukin, are you serious? I always said Bai Wukan was too arrogant. Don't speak ill of him, still one of our Sakura Empire's professional warriors." Nida Hanyu cut off their discussions. "This isn't what you think. According to Chuanzi's report, Bai Wukan and his team were completely wiped out by a necromancer from the Dragon Nation." This revelation left everyone in shock. After all, Murashita Baiwu's team included 3 professionals and 7 potential fighters. In this Tier 4 secret realm, even a full team of professionals would find it nearly impossible to annihilate them. Without delay, Nida Hanyu led his team toward the coordinates provided by Ling Muchuanzi. They had to avenge Bai Wukan and could not tolerate a foreign professional blatantly challenging the dignity of the Sakura Empire. At the same time, Yiyang, who had just entered the core area of the secret realm, was checking his own status. Name: Yiyang LV40. Experience: 4,356. 2 hours of fighting monsters on the outskirts had earned him over 500 experience, but he was still far from reaching the full 40,000 required to level up. Clearly, finding the secret realm's final boss was the fastest way to progress. With the 20x summoning speed bonus from his Tier 4 Ghost God level specialized weapon, Yiyang's undead army had grown to an astonishing scale. Regular skeletons, over 1.3 million. Invisible skeleton archmages, nearly 200,000. Skeleton tyrants, over 14,000, each boasting peak attributes exceeding 100,000. Death knights, over 6,800. Skeletal wyverns, over 2,500. The sheer size of this undead army was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. It's no exaggeration to say that the sight of over 2,500 skeletal pterosaurs gathered together was enough to blot out the sky. What comforted Yiyang even more was the sheer number of death commanders his first Tier 3 undead summons. With the enhancement of a Tier 4 extraordinary specialized weapon, their numbers had reached an astounding 1,100. At the moment, these death commanders were scattered across the secret realm, leaving barren destruction in their wake. Wherever their death auras passed, any creature below Tier 6 was instantly obliterated, and even Tier 7 powerhouses would struggle to survive against such overwhelming numbers. Though Yiyang had yet to face a Tier 8 opponent, his current strength granted him an undeniable advantage when confronting Tier 7 adversaries like Wang Chong or Jiang Chun. However, the Death Commanders were merely auxiliary forces under Yiyang's command. The true destructive power lay with nearly 500 rampaging elemental wraiths. Their piercing rampage skill delivered a 100 elemental suppression effect, making them a nightmare even for a Tier 7 peak warrior like Wang Chong, let alone an assassin-class professional like Jiang Chun. Yiyang's undead army had already surpassed 1.5 million in number, advancing toward the core of the secret realm within just a couple of hours. At their current speed, they would reach the center of the Icewind Demon Valley secret realm in another 2 or 3 hours. Just as Yiyang was preparing to push forward, a brilliant beam of judgment suddenly descended from the sky, striking directly at his head. With a thunderous explosion, a Sakura Nation professional let out an excited shout. "Ha ha ha. So this is the Dragon Nation professional, who slaughtered hundreds of our warriors? Pathetic." Seeing this, Nida Hanyu showed a look of disappointment and prepared to lead his team away. However, at that moment, countless undead creatures surged toward them, encircling them from all directions. A cold voice sounded from behind Nida Hanyu. "I have to ask, you dogs from the Sakura Nation, haven't you learned your lesson? Since you're so eager to die, I'll gladly oblige." Nida Hanyu felt a chill run down his spine as he spun around, only to find the Necromancer woe should have been obliterated by the beam of judgment standing right behind him. "What? Impossible. When did you get here?" At that moment, as he listened to Nida Yushing's rapid string of bird-like chatter, Yiyang felt his temples throb incessantly. He spoke coldly. "Enough? You actually have the nerve to care about when I arrived? The only thing you need to know now is that your time has come." Before his words finished echoing, Yiyang willed his thoughts, and in an instant, an endless army of undead surged toward Yiyang and the other Sakura Nation professionals like a tidal wave. However, the panic on Yiyang's face was swiftly replaced by a smirk. Although Yiyang's sudden appearance had initially caught him off guard, once he realized the opponent was merely a peak third-tier summoner, he quickly regained his composure. Is that all? Yiyang sneered inwardly. A mere third-tier dares to challenge our team of peak fourth-tier transcendents? He shot a meaningful glance at the priest among his team. The priest immediately understood and raised their staff, which erupted with a dazzling light. A strange spatial ripple swept through the air, and a faint, shimmering barrier enveloped all the Sakura Nation professionals. Spatial mastery. Yiyang grinned smugly. Let me show you the true power of transcendence today. In the next instant, all the Sakura Nation professionals vanished into thin air before Yiyang's eyes. Yiyang frowned slightly. So, the enemy team had a spatial specialist, no wonder they were so arrogant. Still, this was far from enough to concern him. From the moment he had discovered them, Yiyang had only sent 100,000 ordinary skeleton warriors into battle. The rest of his vast undead army remained scattered across the secret realm. Among them were over 2,000 skeletal wyverns circling high above, granting him an unbroken field of vision. Through his soul coalescence ability, Yiyang instantly pinpointed the location of Yiyang's team. Want to play hide and seek? Fine, I'll play along, he thought. Activating his soul shift skill, his figure vanished, replaced by one of the summoned skeletal wyverns. At that moment, having just escaped the encirclement, Yiyang and his team were celebrating. Haha, a mere third-tier thought he could trap us? Ridiculous. But just as Yiyang was about to continue searching for Yiyang, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from above. What's going on? Are you still trying to find me? No need for all that trouble, I came to find you instead. Right now? The moment they heard the voice, Yiyang and the others felt a chill run down their spines. What's happening? That necromancer, he actually caught up to us? How is this possible? We use spatial powers to teleport instantly to this location. How could he have tracked us down so quickly? And the most baffling thing is, how on earth did he manage to locate us? It wasn't just Yiyang who was unnerved. The moment Yiyang's voice reached them, his teammates were instantly thrown into a state of panic. At that very moment, as Yiyang and his group anxiously scanned their surroundings, trying to spot Yiyang, his figure slowly descended from the sky and appeared right before them. What? Yiyang froze in place, stunned. How did you get here? Don't tell me you've mastered spatial powers too? Yiyang couldn't believe it. His team had used spatial powers to teleport to this location instantly, yet this necromancer had somehow caught up to them so quickly. What kind of trickery was this? However, upon hearing Yiyang's words, Yiyang simply chuckled. Spatial powers? I don't have anything quite so advanced. But finding your location, well, it seems that even without spatial powers, it's not that hard, is it? Hearing this, Yiyang felt like his mind was unraveling. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were being monitored, yet there wasn't any trace of a tracking spell or device on them. But now wasn't the time to dwell on it. The fact that the necromancer had shown up meant his undead army couldn't be far behind. If they stayed here any longer, they would inevitably be surrounded by those filthy creatures. The top priority now was to run. Yudo-kun, use spatial transfer again. At the command, the spatial priest of Sakura Kingdom, Kiyohara Yudo, unhesitatingly summoned another spell orb and unleashed his spatial mastery skill. In the next instant, as a layer of spatial barrier unfolded, Yiyang and his companions were instantly transported to another location. Oh, so you ran again? Let's see how long your spatial power can hold out. A professional capable of controlling spatial energy truly defies the natural order. However, spatial power, alongside temporal power, stands as one of the supreme elements. While wielding such forces is undoubtedly formidable, the mental energy required to use them is immense. In contrast, Yiyang's second innate ability, Soul Spirit Transfer, consumes only 1 point of mental energy with each use. Keep going. Let's see who can last until the end. After Yiyang located Yiyang and his group again, he quickly activated his Soul Spirit Transfer ability. Meanwhile, as Yiyang and his companions landed at their new location, they anxiously scanned their surroundings. Only after confirming that the Necromancer hadn't followed did they let out a collective sigh of relief. At this moment, Yiyang couldn't help but curse, damn that Necromancer. How does he have such terrifying tracking abilities? They'll make sure to tear him to pieces. He was on the verge of breaking down. No one could have anticipated that their instantaneous spatial transfer would be so easily tracked by the Necromancer. Not just him, but even his teammates felt a lingering sense of dread. Just then, the spatial priest of Sakura Kingdom, having finished his spatial mastery, noticed his teammates were safe and finally exhaled in relief. Lord Hanyu, my mental energy can only support one more spatial transfer. If that guy catches up again, what should we do? Should we keep running, or make a stand? Upon hearing this, Hanyu froze on the spot. What? Only one more transfer? Yudo, during battles, aren't you able to perform at least 100 transfers? Lord Hanyu, Kyohara Yuto sighed. That's because we were only doing short-distance transfers. Long-distance spatial transfers consume a tremendous amount of mental energy. After 2 consecutive transfers like this, I've already used up more than 60 of my energy. Right now, I'm left with less than 40. If I have to perform another long-distance transfer, it'll be completely drained. Damn it. Hanyu cursed under his breath. That Necromancer is so persistent. Without your spatial transfer ability, how are we supposed to escape the encirclement of his summoned undead creatures? Hearing this, some of his teammates spoke up. Lord Hanyu, why don't we just face him head-on? Yeah, we're all peak 4th-tier professionals. Why should we be afraid of a mere peak 3rd-tier Necromancer? Exactly. Those undead creatures he summoned may look intimidating in numbers, but they're just for show. If we all attack together, even if he summons 100,000 of them, we can still wipe them out with ease. Listening to his teammates' chatter, Hanyu sighed. You're all too naive. Do you realize that this Necromancer survived a direct hit from Yuda's destructive judgment without dying? Tell me, which one of you can withstand a destructive judgment head-on, especially without any preparation? At these words, the group fell silent. Inoue Yuta was the strongest mage in their Sakura Nation team. His ambush with destructive judgment had even been enhanced by his terrifying innate ability. To put it mildly, that attack would severely injure even the team's strongest warrior with full defensive capabilities. Yet, the Necromancer had taken it head-on without any defenses and remained unscathed. His strength was truly terrifying. At this moment, Hanyu continued. So, if we want to take down that Necromancer, our only chance is through a surprise attack. Understood? Hearing this, the group lowered their heads in acknowledgement. Shaking his head, the visibly shaken Hanyu scanned the surroundings once more. After confirming that the Necromancer hadn't caught up yet, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, just then, a cold and expressionless figure appeared in the distance, slowly approaching them. What's this? Sneaking around like mice, what are you looking for? The buzzing of energy filled the air. The moment Hanyu saw Yiyang's figure again, he froze in place. You're here again? Surprised? Yiyang chuckled softly as he approached. I told you, you can't escape. Why don't you just surrender? Hearing Yiyang's words, not only Hanyu but his entire team fell into despair. Kyohara Yudo didn't even wait for Hanyu's orders. The moment Yiyang appeared, he immediately summoned his magic orb. Spatial transfer. In the next instant, with the spatial barrier activated, the entire group disappeared once again. TCH, he can still manage it? That's the 3rd time now, isn't it? Yiyang muttered, watching their figures vanish. Unbothered, he activated his soul tracking ability once more. Damn it, damn it, damn it. On the other side, having just landed on a desolate hill, Hanyu was still gasping for breath, visibly shaken by Yiyang's sudden appearance. He cursed furiously at the empty air. That damned Necromancer. How is he tracking us? His teammates were just as distraught. This Necromancer was like a ghost, impossible to defeat, impossible to outrun, and relentlessly haunting them. The psychological pressure was unbearable for any of them. However, before they could catch their breath, the sky above them darkened as skeletal wyverns filled the air. With a swoosh, Yiyang leapt off one of the skeletal wyverns and landed right in front of them. So, are you going to keep running? Thud, thud. The sight of Yiyang appearing once more sent everyone collapsing to the ground in fear, save for Hanyu, who barely managed to stay on his feet. What do you want from us? He stammered. What do I want to do? Yiyang sneered. Did you ever stop to think about that the first time you made a move against me? This question left Hanyu stunned. Indeed, ever since Inoue Yuta first attacked Yiyang, they had assumed this Dragonborn professional was doomed. But who could have predicted that this Necromancer would not only withstand the devastating punishment that even peak 4th-tier professionals struggled to endure, but also emerge unscathed and relentlessly chase them through the secret realm? There was no time to dwell on it now. Kyohara Yudo had exhausted his mental energy. He couldn't even cast the simplest skill, let alone utilize his mastery over space. Kill that Dragonborn professional for me, Hanyu commanded. The previously despondent Sakura Nation professionals immediately became invigorated. They had no other choice. Kyohara Yudo was incapacitated, and if they couldn't kill Yiyang before his undead army arrived, their fate would be sealed. 10 peak 4th-tier Sakura Nation professionals unleashed their skills, locking onto Yiyang. However, Yiyang merely let out a disdainful laugh. About time. You've saved me a lot of trouble. If it's a fight you want, then come at me. Before his words had fully faded, Yiyang's figure disappeared, replaced by a towering skeletal tyrant standing 4 or 5 meters tall. Nida Hanyu and the others hadn't even recovered from their shock when the ground beneath them began to quake violently. One of the Sakura Nation professionals frantically looked around, only to see countless summoned undead surrounding them, stretching out to the horizon. When did this happen? When did these creatures appear? Nida Hanyu stared in disbelief at the sudden emergence of the undead army. Attack! Don't let these undead get close. The 10 professionals immediately unleashed their skills. Void Assassination, Dark Eclipse, Blood Ritual Inferno. Yet, as the skills struck the ordinary skeletons in the front line, a bizarre scene unfolded. What? Why did Inoue Yuta suddenly die? Lord Hanyu, Ishihara has fallen too. What's going on? We're clearly attacking the undead. Are we dying instead? Nida Hanyu's pupils contracted sharply. After just one round of attacks, the undead army had suffered minimal losses, while 3 of their own had perished in an instant. Even more terrifying was the fact that the destroyed undead were quickly restored and resumed their relentless charge. Reflective damage? Kiyohara Yuto, now too weak to fight, suddenly realized. These undead creatures possess a powerful reflective damage effect. Lord Hanyu, we can't attack them, or we'll die even faster. Nida Hanyu was on the brink of collapse. If they didn't fight, they would be devoured by the undead army. If they did fight, the reflective damage would consume them. This kind of necromancer was utterly unheard of. Before they could make a decision, hundreds of skeletal tyrants had already closed in. No. Yamaro. Nida Hanyu screamed, his eyes wide with despair as a massive skeletal fist hurtled toward him. Dozens of heavy punches rained down, reducing Nida Hanyu's body to a mangled mess of flesh and blood. The other Sakura Nation professionals barely had time to react before they were overwhelmed and crushed by the relentless tide of undead. In the end, the battlefield was littered with broken and fragmented corpses. Ironically, Nida Hanyu's body, blasted into a hollow crater, was the most intact among them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chao Ming and his team had been hiding nearby, witnessing the brutal scene unfold. When Xintian Yuxing and his group completed their final spatial transfer, landing right in front of Chao Ming's team, the sight before them left them not only exhilarated but also slightly fearful. Such overwhelming power. Where on earth did this kind of monster come from? The moment Chao Ming saw Xintian Yuxing surrounded by over a dozen skeletal tyrants and reduced to a bloody mess within a few punches, he was utterly stunned. His teammates couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. To be honest, this level of strength was simply absurd. Xintian Yuxing and his team were top-tier 4th Order professionals, yet they were utterly powerless against these undead creatures. It was horrifying. They had previously clashed with Xintian Yuxing's team in the Secret Realm and had clearly been outmatched. But now, to see them slaughtered so effortlessly was nothing short of astonishing. Xintian Yuxing alone had been more than enough to deal with Chao Ming and his team. Yet in the face of these skeletons, he couldn't even muster a shred of resistance. Wait, if this guy could enter a 4th Order Secret Realm, does that mean he's also a 4th Order professional? Chao Ming thought to himself, feeling a growing sense of shock at the Necromancer's power. Just how strong was he to single-handedly overpower Xintian Yuxing's entire team? At this moment, everyone was shaken by the terrifying scene. They, as 4th Order professionals themselves, couldn't even handle a single team of Sakura Nation professionals. Yet this Necromancer had completely crushed them. Could he be a profession above the 4th Order? At that moment, a teammate instinctively broke the stunned silence with a low, heavy voice. However, the moment these words were spoken, everyone present felt as if they had been struck by lightning. A chilling sensation ran from the tops of their heads to the soles of their feet. A divine occupation? How is that possible? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Those are only born to descendants of Godder professionals who've surpassed the 10th tier. If he's truly a divine occupation, why have we never heard of him? Another person questioned. But if he isn't, then how could he single-handedly crush the top 10 professionals of Sakura Nation? As the crowd grew increasingly restless with their speculations, Chao Ming decisively interrupted. Now's not the time for debates. This person is clearly a super powerhouse. Our priority is to establish contact with him immediately. His words were met with enthusiastic agreement from his teammates. Right. If we can connect with such a powerhouse, our future success is practically guaranteed. Damn it. I thought we were already strong enough. Now I see what it really means to have someone out there stronger. What's so surprising about this? Sure, we're professionals, but in Jinghai City, we're only considered mid-tier. Comparing us to the elites from the capital city is a whole different story. Still, I know plenty of people in the capital, and I've never heard of someone like this. At that moment, Zhoukai interjected. Based on the information I've uncovered, this powerhouse is around our age. He's likely one of the new generation professionals taking part in this year's national exams. This revelation caused everyone to gasp in shock. A monster of such caliber was actually a competitor in the same league as them? Meanwhile, Ling Muchuanzi's face turned pale. Hanyu, one of Sakura Nation's most brilliant new generation talents, and his entire team had been wiped out by that Necromancer alone? No. Someone like this absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Ling Wuchuanzi gritted her teeth in secret. If we let him continue to grow, he'll become a major threat to Sakura Nation. Feigning composure, she urged, Captain Chao Ming, we should hurry and thank this powerhouse. After all, he's done us a huge favor. Chao Ming nodded in agreement and promptly instructed Zhou Kai to pinpoint Yiyang's location once more. At the same time, having just finished his battle with the Sakura Nation professionals, Yiyang exhaled deeply. It was clear that these people hadn't stumbled upon him by chance. They had come prepared. While they posed no real threat, the constant harassment was undeniably irritating. In that case, let them all perish. Yiyang decisively commanded his undead army to eliminate all the enemies. Just then, Chao Ming and his team suddenly appeared before him. Hearing Yiyang's order, Chao Ming quickly shouted, Powerhouse, you can't wipe them all out. There are still many of our Long Nation professionals in this secret realm. Dragon Kingdom professionals? Hearing this, Yiyang instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. Sure enough, it was a group of professionals from Dragon Kingdom, sprinting in his direction. It was worth noting that this was Yiyang's first time encountering professionals from Dragon Kingdom in this secret realm. If not for their appearance, Yiyang might have thought this secret realm had been entirely dominated by professionals from Sakura Kingdom. Soon enough, the group of professionals arrived in front of Yiyang. Without hesitation, as they reached him, Chao Ming immediately spoke up, Boss, please don't go on a killing spree. There are many professionals from Dragon Kingdom in this secret realm. Who are you? Yiyang asked instinctively upon seeing them. I'm a professional from Jinghai City. These are my teammates. Hearing this, Chao Ming didn't dare delay and quickly revealed his identity to Yiyang. All right then, Yiyang responded. Hearing this, Yiyang nodded slightly, his brows furrowed as he asked, how many foreign combat professionals are there in this secret realm? Yiyang bore no particular ill will toward the combat professionals from Longhua. As long as they didn't cause trouble, leveling up by hunting monsters in the secret realm was perfectly acceptable. But the professionals from Sakura country were a different story. Aside from the historical animosity between the two nations, their deliberate provocations were something he could not tolerate. Chao Ming immediately responded, based on the information we have, there are 26 entrances to this secret realm, 20 of which are in Longhua and 6 in Sakura country. So, the only combat professionals here are from Longhua and Sakura country. And how many people from Sakura country are there? Yiyang pressed further. About 200 or so, Chao Ming replied, glancing at Zhou Kai. Understanding the cue, Zhou Kai added, that's right, boss. And these Sakura country people aren't here to hunt monsters thief, come specifically to assassinate the talented combat professionals from Longhua. Assassinate? Yiyang's brows furrowed even deeper. Is it purely to weaken Longhua's strength? Exactly. Chao Ming nodded, explaining, this year marks the 10-yearly International New Generation Combat Professionals Tournament across the entire Blue Planet. Any professional who awakened within the past 10 years is eligible to participate. The winners not only receive generous rewards, but also get the chance to join the reserve team for the Cosmic Exploration Initiative. Hearing about the Cosmic Exploration Initiative reminded Yiyang of Su Kaiwian's account of Su Qin's disappearance, how he had vanished into the vastness of space after taking part in that very initiative. However, for now, the immediate threat needed to be dealt with. Wait a second. Yiyang suddenly thought of something. If someone is killed in the secret realm, they shouldn't actually die for real, right? Wouldn't their efforts be in vain? That's not quite the case. Chao Ming shook his head and sighed. It's precisely because most people think that way that assassins find their opportunity. In reality, many talented combat professionals possess skills capable of causing true death. Take Zhou Kai. For example, his second-tier talent, Divine Retribution, can induce delayed true death. Anyone he kills will die completely within 24 hours, and this effect can even be shared with his teammates. Yiyang nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the seemingly safe environments often lulled people into a false sense of security, making them even more dangerous. However, there was one last issue to resolve. Since you were able to find me, you must also have information on the locations of those Sakura country combat professionals, right? Of course. Zhou Kai jumped in eagerly. Boss, I've got the exact positions of all 200+ Sakura country professionals. I can tell you anytime. Good. A cold glint flashed in Yiyang's eyes. Then spill it all. If they want to make a move in this secret realm, let's show them who really calls the shots here. As soon as Yiyang spoke, Chao Ming and the others couldn't help but gasp, their scalps tingling with unease. To make all the Sakura Nation professionals in the entire secret realm taste his wrath? That was sheer audacity taken to the extreme. Even though Chao Ming had witnessed with his own eyes how Yiyang annihilated top-tier talents like Induction and his team, doubts still lingered in his heart. Among the over 200 remaining Sakura Nation professionals in the secret realm, There were undoubtedly individuals stronger than Nida Yusheng. Even if some were slightly weaker, the difference in strength was marginal at best. However, Chao Ming did not voice any objections. If this powerhouse dared to make such a bold declaration, he must have something to rely on. Truth be told, Chao Ming was also eager to see with his own eyes what kind of trump card this man, who had effortlessly wiped out Nida Yusheng's squad, possessed to single-handedly suppress all the Sakura Nation professionals. Zhou Kai quickly provided Yiyang with a detailed report of the intelligence he had gathered. Within the secret realm, there were a total of 267 Sakura Nation professionals, over 190 of whom were advanced class holders. This force was both vast in size and intimidating in strength. To put it into perspective, according to Zhou Kai's earlier report, the Dragon Nation had only slightly over 50 advanced class holders in this secret realm, and even when including potential class holders, their total barely exceeded 300. It seemed that the Sakura Nation was well-versed in the art of warfare. While it might be overkill to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut, the efficiency of a sledgehammer was undeniable. Crushing opponents with absolute strength was indeed the best way to minimize one's own losses. Yet, this blade they wielded to strike their enemies would ultimately become the very instrument of their demise. Inwardly, Yiyang thought to himself, "Thank you, my friends. Truly, much appreciated." After a brief word of thanks, Yiyang immediately activated his soul coexistence talent. Using the undead summons scattered throughout the secret realm, he precisely pinpointed the coordinates provided by Zhou Kai Gang. Within mere minutes, the movements of these Sakura Nation professionals were completely exposed to his perception. Without hesitation, Yiyang issued a decisive order. All 267 human professionals were to be added to the must-kill list. Upon receiving the command, every undead summon abandoned their current battles, even if the monsters they were fighting had only a sliver of health left. Without hesitation, they turned and charged toward the designated targets. Meanwhile, the sudden death of Nida Hanyu left the other Sakura Nation professionals in shock. Yamaguchi Watanabe, a chosen one, felt a chill run down his spine upon receiving a message from his companion, Yuto. Hanyukin and his team were ambushed by a necromancer and killed by their summoned undead creatures. Fortunately, they didn't suffer permanent death effects and have already exited the secret realm. Watanabe informed his nearby teammates. What? Lord Hanyukin was killed? The teammates erupted in disbelief. It must have been an ambush by those Jina professionals. Some began to analyze the situation. Though Hanyukin is strong, he's still not quite on par with Watanabekin. This isn't entirely surprising. Either he was caught off guard, or he was too overconfident. If it were Watanabekin, with his job as a divine light messenger and his mastery of light elements, those undead creatures wouldn't stand a chance, another chimed in. Not to mention, Watanabekin is a direct descendant of the Yamaguchi family, far surpassing Nida Hanyu in both profession and resources. Listening to his teammates' discussions, Yamaguchi Watanabe's lips curled into a faint smile. While both he and Nida Hanyu were top talents among the new generation of chosen ones, differences in background and personality had sometimes led to Hanyu achieving more notable records. If he could eliminate these undead creatures this time, wouldn't it be a perfect opportunity to prove his superior strength to his doubters? As he indulged in this thought, a teammate's startled exclamation interrupted his musings. Holy crap! Look, so many skeleton creatures just appeared out of nowhere. They're not monsters, they're undead creatures, Yamaguchi Watanabe corrected immediately, recognizing these as the very summons that had killed Nida Hanyu. Watching his panicked teammates, he smirked coldly. There's no need to fear. Let me take care of them. With that, he raised his staff and, facing the oncoming horde of undead, unleashed his ultimate move, Divine Light. Radiant Impact Judgment. In the next moment, a dazzling burst of silver light erupted midair. Dozens of light pillars, each 1 to 2 meters in diameter, descended from the sky, striking the center of the undead legion with precision and triggering a deafening explosion. The teammates of Yamaguchi Watanabe saw this scene and excitement lit up their faces. This was their captain's most powerful skill, Divine Light. Radiant Impact Judgment, accompanied by his strongest innate ability, Divine Light Illumination. The combined power of these skills was enough to instantly annihilate any professional below Tier 5. However, just as the silver light exploded within the undead legion, something unexpected happened. Before they could even see the results of the attack, Yamaguchi Watanabe suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, his body limp. Watanabekin! His teammates cried out, rushing to his side. 2 clerics immediately began assessing his condition. One of them waved a hand to stop the other from casting a healing spell. Kamakikin, there's no need to heal. Watanabekin has already fallen. This devastating news left everyone stunned. They couldn't comprehend how the summoned undead had managed to claim their captain's life without direct contact. But the crisis was far from over. The undead legion was closing in. 3 warriors stepped forward, activating their defensive skills. Guardian Bastion. Shield of Despair, Aegis of Life. The clerics also began casting support spells to bolster their allies. Yet barely a few steps forward, they felt as though their bodies had sunk into quicksand. Looking up, they saw several figures clad in dark gray robes floating in midair. Necromancer commanders. These commanders had cast a death barrier, trapping everyone in a state of 99 slowed movement. At that moment, hundreds of Riot elemental specters, resembling goblins, suddenly appeared before them. These specters unleashed a barrage of chaotic elemental piercing attacks, their concentrated assault instantly obliterating the 3 fully armed warrior professionals. The remaining team members stared in shock and disbelief. These warriors were peak tier 4 professionals, yet they hadn't even had the chance to resist before being instantly killed. It was even more horrifying than their captain's death. As the undead army closed in step by step, the remaining teammates were consumed by despair. Ami, Yamaru, stay back, don't come closer. Although Yamaguchi Watanabe was undeniably powerful, he was ultimately just a fragile mage. Facing a sudden ambush, his swift demise was not entirely unexpected. However, what shocked everyone even more was the fact that 3 Sakura Nation job holders, who had maxed out their physical attributes and possessed 5 major defensive talents, were also effortlessly annihilated by the undead creatures in an instant. The strength of these undead far exceeded anyone's expectations. Before the other Sakura Nation teammates could recover from their shock, a massive tide of undead surged toward them like an unstoppable wave. Several job holders had no time to react before being completely overwhelmed by the countless summoned undead. The undead army swept through like a swarm of locusts, obliterating everything in its path. With just one charge, the job holders were crushed to the point where not even their remains were left. Thus, Yamaguchi Watanabe, who had surpassed even Nidahabu in strength, along with his entire team, was completely wiped out in the Icewind Demon Valley's secret realm. This tragedy was not an isolated incident. Simultaneously, in another core area of the secret realm, some Sakura Nation job holders who were unable to participate in the plan to assassinate the Dragon Nation players were busy hunting ordinary boss-level monsters. Since over 190 Sakura Nation job holders had entered the secret realm compared to only about 50 from the Dragon Nation, many individuals were left without assassination tasks and had to pass the time this way. As one team was battling a boss and had reduced its health to half, a sudden rain of bone spears descended from the sky. The half-health boss was instantly killed, and several Sakura Nation potential warriors closest to it were also pierced to death. The survivors looked up in shock, only to see hundreds of skeletal wyverns circling high above. Damn it! They killed our elite warriors. The Sakura Nation job holders roared in fury, preparing to counterattack. However, before they could act, the air around them shimmered, revealing thousands of skeletal mages wielding gleaming bone staves. Without giving them a chance to respond, a barrage of deathly magic missiles rained down like a storm, reducing the group to nothing but ash in an instant. Meanwhile, other Sakura Nation job holders across the secret realm noticed through their tracking devices that the red dots representing their allies were vanishing at an alarming rate. The strongest teams, including those led by Yamaguchi Watanabe, Nidahabu, and Kuroda, had all been eliminated, and their total numbers had dropped below 100. Just as they were debating whether to retreat from the secret realm, they spotted a terrifying sight on the horizon. Thousands of Death Knights riding skeletal warhorses, charging toward them with incredible speed. No, 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 stop! The terrified screams of the Sakura Nation players echoed in the air. I can't move. Someone help me. Why is my movement so slow? Their bodies seemed trapped in a quagmire, each step agonizingly difficult. The 99 movement reduction effect rendered them nearly immobile, and cries of despair erupted one after another. A tide of Death Knights surged forward, thousands of skeletal figures wielding sharp weapons. Over a dozen Necromancer commanders stood above, orchestrating this undead army. In an instant, the Sakura Nation players were overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught, leaving them no chance to escape. Within just 2 or 3 hours, Yiyang watched as the enemy's numbers dwindled rapidly. Finally, the last Sakura Nation player was surrounded and consumed by the rampaging elemental spirits. He exhaled deeply. This massacre had finally come to an end. Boss, what do you mean by cleared them out? Chao Ming asked, perplexed. Obviously, I killed all those Sakura Nation players, Yiyang replied calmly. Chao Ming was stunned speechless by the response. In less than 3 hours, nearly 200 players and 200 elite class holders had been annihilated. Yet Yiyang had remained in the same spot the entire time, never even lifting a finger. Boss, if I may ask, how old are you? Chao Ming couldn't help but inquire. 18. Yiyang answered directly. So, you're also taking the national exams? Of course. There's still a little over half a month before they start. Chao Ming burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. With a super genius like you joining, those so-called prodigies will finally understand what it means to meet someone truly out of their league. He went on to explain that while the top talents in Jinghai City and the elite class holders from the three supreme families could also easily defeat these Sakura Nation players, they had already reached the peak of Tier 5 and were unable to enter this secret realm. Currently, those top-tier prodigies were focused on conquering Tier 5 secret realms. What do you mean by that? Yiyang asked, puzzled. Nothing, Xiaoming said, shaking his head. I just figured you're preparing to clear your Tier 4 advancement quest, right? Yeah, Yiyang shrugged in response. Hearing this, Xiaoming immediately said, so, there's only a little over half a month left until the national exam. If you want to achieve better results, you need to improve your strength as soon as possible. Although his own abilities were not particularly strong, he clearly understood that this year, in the three supreme cities of the Dragon Nation, most of the top-ranked Tianji participants in the national exam had already reached level 60, the pinnacle of the 5th tier. Some, like the Super Tianji from Kyoto City, had even surpassed the limits of the 5th tier. And right now, your strength is only at level 40, the peak of the 3rd tier. While you can fight above your level and easily crush 4th tier peak professionals from Sakura Nation, your current strength is still far from enough to stand out in the national exam arena. There was a sense of urgency in Xiaoming's voice. Hearing this, Yiyang frowned slightly, thinking to himself, the national exam already has participants at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, and even those who have broken through the 5th tier. This means their strength is comparable to city-level leaders like Lin Chongfeng and Ouyang Long, or even provincial-level officials like Wang Chong and Jiang Chun. These Tianji are just too unfair. Yiyang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. They awakened at birth, giving them nearly 20 more years of development compared to ordinary professionals. Luckily, he had a cheat-like advantage, and his strength wasn't far behind these Tianzi. In fact, it might even surpass them. After all, according to Xiaoming, while the top Tianji from the three supreme cities of the Dragon Nation could suppress the Tianji from Sakura Nation in the secret realms, they would likely struggle against enemies at the peak of the 6th tier. As for Yiyang now, he could easily crush even 4th tier peak Tianji, not to mention opponents at the 5th tier pinnacle. And that's without considering his million-strong undead army, which was a testament to his foundational combat power. It was worth noting that in just a few hours within the secret realm, Yiyang's undead army had already slain millions of small monsters, elite monsters, and bot-level creatures. Under the enhancement of his third-tier talent, Soul Revival, these millions of slain creatures had been transformed into over 10 million undead beings. Even more terrifying, this number would continue to skyrocket at an insane rate. These pure undead creatures, despite their overwhelming numbers, have a significant flaw: they cannot benefit from Yiyang's equipment bonuses, mental enhancements, or the various boosts provided by his talents. This makes their combat effectiveness rather mediocre, even though their sheer numbers are staggering. However, a massive undead army of over 10 million is still not to be underestimated. Take, for instance, the 200 to 300 Sakura country professionals from earlier. Yiyang could easily annihilate them with just this undead army. Of course, if he were to deploy his core undead legion, the efficiency would be even higher. Xiaoming's earlier remarks did provide some valuable intelligence. Lin Chongfeng, Wang Chong, and Jiang Chun, due to the limitations of their strength, were unable to penetrate the three supreme cities to investigate the specific abilities of those elite geniuses. While Xiaoming might not be the top talent in Jinghai City, the seemingly ordinary information he casually mentioned was something Lin Chongfeng and the others could hardly obtain even with great effort. This disparity isn't hard to understand. Xiaoming and others are still grinding levels and fighting monsters to improve their strength. Their journeys have just begun. In contrast, Lin Chongfeng and Wang Chong are already nearing their limits. For Wang Chong, as a potential awakener, there might still be a chance to reach the 8th tier. But for Lin Chongfeng, who only has the status of an SS class professional, if he fails to achieve a breakthrough in rank, he may be stuck at the 5th or 6th tier. After all, the innate talent of a heaven class professional alone is something Lin Chongfeng and his peers could never hope to achieve in their lifetimes. At that moment, Yiyang sensed that a significant portion of his undead army had already infiltrated the central area of the secret realm. Thanks for the warning, my friend. I'll head to the central area of the secret realm to continue farming monsters, Yiyang said. Without even waiting for Xiaoming's response, he activated his soul shift talent and vanished on the spot. Xiaoming froze for a moment upon hearing this. Wait, the central area of the secret realm? He suddenly realized a major problem: those were all boss-level monsters there. He grew anxious immediately. That place posed not only the threat of other professionals, but also the deadly power of those terrifying boss-level monsters. Damn it, this guy must be here farming the secret realm for the first time, Xiaoming thought in frustration. He left so quickly that we didn't even get a chance to explain the dangers of the central area to him. Upon realizing this, Xiaoming immediately turned to Zhoukai and asked, Zhoukai, can you still track Yiyang's location? Where has he gone now? Without hesitation, Zhoukai activated his ability, quickly pinpointed Yiyang's position, and informed Xiaoming, hurry, this is our lifesaver. We can't let anything happen to him. Their lives, if not for Yiyang's intervention intercepting those professionals from Sakura country, would have already been taken by Murashita Baiwu's people. Now, the very fact that they were still breathing was all thanks to Yiyang. At this moment, knowing that Yiyang was in danger, how could they stand idly by? In the central area of the secret realm, the boss-level monsters often proved too much even for professionals at the peak of Tier 4. Yiyang, with his current peak Tier 3 strength, stepping into the central region of a Tier 4 secret realm was practically a death wish. Meanwhile, after arriving, Yiyang utilized his soul symbiosis ability to assess the state of his undead army. Before him, only a small portion of fast-moving undead summons like skeletal wyverns and death knights had entered the central area of the secret realm. The majority of the undead summons were still lingering in the core region, slaying monsters as they advanced toward the center. Without hesitation, Yiyang willed all the undead summons in the secret realm back into his summoning space and then instantly deployed them in the central area. This way, the slower-moving undead summons no longer had to waste time traveling. Soon after, Yiyang released over 1 million undead summons into the central area of the secret realm and issued his command: attack. Eliminate the monsters in this area as quickly as possible. With that order, the undead army surged like a tidal wave toward the surrounding ball-level monsters. Some might argue that Yiyang didn't need to personally move to the central area of the secret realm. By simply allowing the undead army to efficiently hunt monsters in the center, the secret realm's final boss could eventually be drawn out. However, Yiyang knew better. The final boss of the secret realm would only appear in the central area. In other words, regardless of whether he was in the core region or the outer area, even if the undead army wiped out all the boss-level monsters, the final boss would not emerge. While the scenario of completely eradicating the bosses was unlikely, to summon the secret realm's final boss, Yiyang had to be physically present in the central area. Fortunately, transferring himself there was no hassle for him. It only required a soul spirit transfer. Time flew by, and 3 hours passed. As Yiyang observed his level 40 experience bar reaching over 4,500, a sudden, bone-chilling cold engulfed him. Could it be a final boss of the secret realm had appeared? Feeling the chill in the air, Yiyang cautiously scanned his surroundings. To be honest, the final boss of this secret realm was taking its time to appear. The experience he had gained over the past few hours left him rather disappointed. In the first hour of entering the secret realm, his level 40 experience bar had already surged to 4,300, nearing 4,400. But after 6 or 7 hours, the progress had barely crawled past 4,500. Granted, this was due to the lack of the Tier 5 Beast Blood Potion and Tier 3 Magic Beast Crystal Essence boosts, but this snail-paced progress still made him frown. Without high-level experience-boosting resources, leveling up beyond level 40 was indeed a grueling task. Just then, a bone-chilling cold suddenly swept through. The final boss of the Tier 4 secret realm, the Icewind Demon Valley, finally made its appearance. A massive Icefield Dragon over 100 meters long, hovering in midair. Icefield Dragon LV-50 Secret Realm Final Boss. Strength: 855,000. Spirit: 332,000. Constitution: 827,000. Agility: 791,000. Skills: Icefield Body, Frost Assault, Ice Claw. As Yiyang took in these stats, his initial surprise quickly turned into a disdainful smirk. This was the strength of a Tier 4 Secret Realm's final boss? Nearly 800,000 in strength, constitution, and agility was certainly intimidating, an absolute nightmare for an ordinary team. Even if Chao Ming and his entire group of chosen ones were to join forces, they would struggle to stand a chance. But for the current Yiyang, these numbers were hardly worth noting. Just one of his skeletal tyrants had a base strength of 200 points. With the tenfold attribute boost from the peak state of Ravaging Devourer, combined with the tenfold attack and defense boost from the Rage state, it could reach a staggering 20,000 points in attributes. The key factor, however, was Yiyang's current spirit attribute, which had soared to an incredible 1.1 million points. This allowed him to provide all his summoned undead with over 110 times their base attribute boosts. After the amplification, the skeletal tyrant's attack and defense attributes could skyrocket to 2.2 million points, while its agility unaffected by the Rage state still reached an impressive 130,000. It was precisely this overwhelming disparity in attributes that enabled the skeletal tyrants to effortlessly crush those Sakura-kuni Chosen Ones teams. No matter how powerful a Chosen One was, it was nearly impossible to overcome such an insurmountable gap in stats. Yiyang stood before the Icefield Dragon, quietly calculating in his mind. With his current strength, he could easily crush this so-called final boss by simply deploying a single peak-level skeleton tyrant. This made him ponder the challenges that lay ahead. A 1-star secret realm is no longer a challenge for me. It's time to consider tackling a 2-star secret realm, Yiyang thought, recalling Jiang Chen's advice. The training camp in Dongshan province could detect up to 2-star secret realms within the province. However, the difference of just 1 star signified a vast disparity in difficulty. Even within the same 4th-tier secret realm, If this Icewind Valley were 2-star, the Icefield Dragon's attributes would skyrocket to at least 8 million, possibly even breaching the 10 million mark. As Yiyang was lost in thought, the Icefield Dragon launched its attack. Accompanied by a deafening explosion of air, the massive creature lunged toward Yiyang in an instant. However, a skeleton tyrant stepped forward just in time, spreading its arms wide to intercept the dragon firmly. A flicker of confusion flashed in the Icefield Dragon's eyes. With over 800,000 points in strength, it had never expected to be so easily restrained by an undead creature. Yiyang had no interest in wasting time on this ice worm. Without hesitation, he summoned over 100 skeleton tyrants to encircle the dragon. Play with it for a while, but don't kill it, he ordered. At his command, the skeleton tyrants swarmed forward like a gang of unruly thugs cornering a lone target. The 5/6 metal skeleton tyrants subdued the Icefield Dragon in an instant. Some grabbed its neck, others pinned its head down, and a few even climbed onto its back. Watching the skeleton tyrants toy with the dragon like street bullies mocking their prey, the Icefield Dragon finally broke down. It began to thrash about wildly in a desperate struggle. Roar. Howl. Grr. The frost dragon let out a roar of humiliation, thrashing wildly under the restraint of hundreds of skeleton tyrants. The more it struggled against these undead creatures, whose combined strength exceeded 2 million points, the more frenzied they became. Finally, the frost dragon could no longer endure the disgrace. Glacial assault. With a burst of silvery white icy light, the dragon twisted its massive body and broke free from the skeleton tyrant's hold. Despite its base strength of just over 800,000 points, the power of its skill enhancements was formidable. The glacial assault alone came with a 20-fold strength multiplier, unleashing an overwhelming force of over 16 million points in an instant. However, just as the frost dragon prepared to flee, a scene even more despairing unfolded. The skeleton tyrants began mounting skeletal wyverns, initiating a deadly aerial pursuit. Thinking it could escape by taking to the skies, the dragon was shocked to discover its pursuers could ride dragons too. In no time, the level 40 skeletal wyverns, with their exceptional agility stat of 1.76 million points, easily outpaced the frost dragon. Bolstered by the Death's Wing and undead servant skills, along with Yiyang's 1.1 million spirit attribute, these skeletal wyverns were flying at more than twice the dragon's speed. The skeleton tyrants quickly encircled the frost dragon, unleashing a barrage of simple yet devastating punches, sending it crashing to the ground. They then continued to mercilessly assault the fallen dragon. Meanwhile, Yiyang noticed a large number of dungeon boss tier monsters appearing in the vicinity. Without hesitation, he consumed a tier 5 beast blood potion and a tier 3 magic beast core, while summoning his entire undead army. As the two forces clashed, the dungeon bosses began to fall one by one. A frost bear with over 100,000 points in all attributes attempted to maul a skeleton tyrant, only to have its skull shattered with a single punch. System notifications flooded in. Ding. You have slain a boss tier monster. LV50 Frost Bear. Gained 1,350,000 points, 250x experience bonus. Ding. You have slain a boss tier monster. LV50 Frost Wolf. Gained 1,860,000 points, 250x experience bonus. In just half an hour, Yiyang's experience skyrocketed from 4,500 to 5,200. At this rate, with sufficient potions, he could max out the 40-level 40,000 experience bar in just 29 hours. Meanwhile, Xiaoming's group had also reached the central area of the dungeon. As they debated how to locate Yiyang, Zhoukai suddenly exclaimed, "Holy crap! Look over there! Why are there so many boss-tier monsters all charging in the same direction?" At this moment, when Xiaoming's teammates saw the scene before them, they were all stunned. Countless boss-level monsters were converging like streams, rushing madly in one direction. What on earth were these boss-level monsters trying to do? Had they gone insane? One of Xiaoming's teammates couldn't help but ask. Zhoukai frowned and said in a deep voice, "If my guess is correct, this should mean the final boss of the secret realm has appeared, which is causing all these regular boss-level monsters to gather towards it." "What did you say? The final boss?" The teammates' eyes widened in disbelief. After all, in this secret realm, who could possibly defeat the final boss? Moreover, it was almost unheard of for someone to even provoke the final boss. Not necessarily. Zhoukai, usually the calm one in the group, spoke again after a brief pause. "Have you all forgotten the target we're looking for this time? Are you talking about Yiyang?" Xiaoming's pupils contracted sharply. "Exactly." Zhoukai nodded. He himself was a primordial summoner with the ability to command a massive number of summoned creatures remotely. Without even stepping into battle, he could annihilate all the Sakura dogs in the secret realm within hours. With such power, wouldn't someone like Yiyang be capable of drawing out the final boss of the secret realm? Hiss. Zhoukai's analysis made the teammates gasp in shock. His reasoning was indeed sound. Yiyang had already shown the ability to effortlessly eliminate hundreds of Sakura dogs without moving from his spot, a feat that clearly relied on the cooperation of a vast number of summoned creatures. Enough. At this moment, the team's mage, Lingmu Chuanzi, spoke up. No matter what, if Yiyang really did provoke the final boss of the secret realm, we have to go and help him. If we arrive too late and Yiyang is killed by the final boss, wouldn't we bear an enormous responsibility? Ling is right. Xiaoming nodded in agreement. Their purpose in seeking out Yiyang was to assist him. After all, regular boss-level monsters were already challenging enough. If the final boss had been drawn out as well, Yiyang's situation would be even more dangerous. Xiaoming's determination solidified. Although Yiyang was incredibly powerful, it was obvious that this was his first time exploring a secret realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have recklessly charged into the heart of the secret realm, nor would he have thoughtlessly provoked the final boss. The elite talents from the three supreme cities of the Dragon Nation had all undergone countless secret realm trials. Yet Yiyang, despite his overwhelming strength, seemed to be a novice. However, Xiaoming was unaware of Ling Mu Chuanzi's ulterior motives. Her eagerness stemmed from a desire to witness the Dragon Nation's professional being crushed by the final boss. If the final boss failed to kill Yiyang, she planned to secretly interfere to ensure he couldn't escape. The thought of this thrilled Ling Mu Chuanzi, and she couldn't wait to face Yiyang, even hoping to personally take him down. But Ling Mu Chuanzi was no fool. After Xiaoming agreed, she quickly sent a message to her contacts in Sakura Nation, requesting reinforcements to ensure her plan's success. As a Curse support-focused Dark Curse spirit, her combat abilities were limited. While she could cast true vision tracking marks and interference skills, her offensive power was weak. If Yiyang managed to avoid her interference, her assassination attempt might fail. Still, allowing someone as powerful as Yiyang to grow unchecked posed a massive threat to Sakura Nation and other countries in the future. Even though Sakura Nation had already lost nearly 200 top-tier professionals, eliminating Yiyang would make those sacrifices worthwhile. For the Emperor, for Sakura Nation, Ling Mu Chuanzi's heart raced with excitement as she felt she was ridding the world of a great menace. With her thoughts simmering, Ling Mu Chuanzi didn't hesitate and followed Xiaoming, Zhou Kai, and the others as they quickly made their way toward Yiyang's location. On the other side, within the Sakura Nation's Central Guild's Dark Division, when a professional at the peak of Tier 8 received information from Lingmu Kawako, they broke out in a cold sweat instantly. Nanny? What? Over 300 warriors from the Sakura Empire stationed in the frozen Demon Valley have all been killed? How could this happen? Hearing this, a professional from Sakura Nation who was handling official matters nearby instinctively asked, Akina-kun, what did you just say? It's Lingmu Kawako, replied Hazakino, the Tier 8 professional, instinctively. She just informed me that nearly 200 Tier 4 professionals and over 100 potential warriors we stationed in the Tier 4 secret realm, the Frozen Demon Valley, were all slaughtered by a Dragon Nation professional named Yiyang. Moreover, she's requesting us to send reinforcements to completely eliminate this Yiyang. What? The person was instantly shocked upon hearing this. How could something like this happen? That's nearly 200 Tier 4 professionals. And for a Tier 4 secret realm, the most powerful individuals allowed are those at the peak of Tier 4, right? Exactly. That's why I find it unbelievable. Hazakino sighed and continued, moreover, according to the information from Lingmu Kawako, this Yiyang is only at the peak of Tier 3. He entered the Tier 4 secret realm merely to complete his advancement mission. Damn it, that Dragon Nation professional is too audacious. The other person's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. A mere Tier 3 peak professional from Dragon Nation managed to annihilate nearly 200 of our Tier 4 peak professionals. This crime cannot go unpunished. Hazakino frowned deeply as he read over the message from Lingmu Kawako. He couldn't help but say gravely, this Yiyang from Dragon Nation must be eliminated. Absolutely. The other person immediately agreed. Since Lingmu Kawako is requesting reinforcements, we should dispatch another 100 Tier 4 professionals to this secret realm right away. This Dragon Nation professional, Yiyang, must face the punishment he deserves. That's exactly what I was thinking. Hazakino nodded and immediately contacted members of the Dark Division to mobilize Tier 4 peak professionals from Sakura Nation to enter the Frozen Demon Valley secret realm. Not only that, but Hazakino also sent a message to Lingmu Kawako, instructing her to adapt flexibly as reinforcements were on their way. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, not far from Yiyang's location, Zhang Guang and his team of potential warriors, who had been monitoring Yiyang, were utterly shocked by the terrifying scene before them. Good grief, is this guy even human? In just 3 to 4 hours, he single-handedly lured out the secret realm's final boss. This is insane. Yeah, and the craziest part is that the skeleton giants he summoned, just 100 or so of them, are treating the final boss, the Icefield Dragon, like it's a mere caterpillar. This is beyond excessive. This is unbelievable. For us, a team of Tier 4 peak potential warriors, Even taking down a regular boss monster in the secret realm is a struggle. Yet Yiyang is taking down regular boss monsters like he's slaughtering chickens. Slaughtering chickens? More like crushing ants. Waves after waves of hundreds, or even thousands of boss monsters are instantly obliterated by his undead army the moment they approach. It's easier than stepping on ants. Goodness, with so many boss monsters, how much experience is he farming in an hour? Exactly. The amount of experience this guy is gaining in an hour is probably more than I could farm in a month. A month? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to farm this much experience in an entire year. Damn, I'm so jealous I could die. Seeing Yiyang's godlike speed in farming monsters, Zhang Guang and his team were practically green with envy. When Jiang Chen initially brought them here, they genuinely thought they were supposed to protect a budding genius. Only now did they realize this was pure humble bragging. When they returned to Sujiang province, if President Wu asked them about this genius from Dongshan province, he'd probably be furious. After all, 50 years ago, when Dongshan province produced Su Chun, it had been a leading region in the nation for over a decade. But after Su Qin's fall and disappearance into the boundless starry domain, Dongshan province had gradually declined. For nearly 20 years, even producing a talent ranked among the nation's top 10,000 was considered rare. Still, don't underestimate a talent ranked among the top 10,000 in the national examination. In an average province, such individuals would easily rank as top-tier potential warriors. And now, Dongshan province had produced a super genius who was almost or even more monstrous than Su Chun. It seemed the entire Dragon Nation would tremble because of Dongshan province in this year's national examination. Thankfully, Zhang Guang wasn't in the same cohort as this monster. Otherwise, it would have been terrifying. After another hour passed, Zhang Guang, as the team leader, suddenly remembered something. Wait, we've been in the secret realm for 8 hours now. If I recall correctly, President Jiang instructed us to report back to him every 8 hours. Shaoli, you go this time. There's nothing much happening here anyway. Got it. Yang Li, the potential warrior, nodded in response to Zhang Guang's instructions. Just as Zhang Guang instructed Yang Li to leave the secret realm and report to Jiang Chun, Chao Ming and his group had already arrived near the area where Yiyang was located. The scene before them left everyone utterly speechless. The Icefield Dragon, hailed as the strongest boss in the 4th-tier Frozen Abyss secret realm, was now being toyed with by over 100 giant skeletons under Yiyang's command. Even more astonishing, the endless stream of regular boss-level monsters couldn't even get close to Yiyang, as his undead army completely intercepted them at the perimeter, forming an impenetrable defense. This is insane, one team member exclaimed in disbelief. I thought Yiyang would be struggling against the final boss, but instead, he's using just a couple hundred giant skeletons to beat it into submission. The most ridiculous part is, he's just lying there, not lifting a finger, while his undead army clears the field. Another team member added enviously. It takes all 8 of us working together to barely handle a single regular boss, and he can wipe out Dezensno, hundreds in the blink of an eye. Even Chao Ming, the team leader, was left stunned and at a loss for words. As far as the eye could see, the battlefield was covered with hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of undead soldiers. Chao Ming couldn't even begin to imagine what would happen if this army turned its attention on him. Wouldn't stand a chance. While Lingmu Chuanzi was equally shocked by Yiyang's overwhelming power, her heart burned with anger. She had been counting on the final boss to entangle Yiyang, giving her the chance to act against him. Yet reality had dealt her a crushing blow. No, I can't let his strength intimidate me. Lingmu Chuanzi snapped herself out of it by pinching her fingernail hard. Akinakun has already sent 100 heaven-class professionals as reinforcements. They'll arrive in 2 or 3 hours at most. Once they're here, this so-called genius from Longwo will meet his end. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Yang Li had just arrived before Jiang Chen. How is Yiyang? Is he in any danger? Jiang Chen and Wang Chong asked anxiously. Yang Li bowed respectfully before responding. President Jiang, President Wang, Yiyang is fine for now. He did encounter a few Sakura Nation professionals at the start. Are they potentials or heaven-class professionals? They're not from the Dark Division, are they? Jiang Chen pressed, his concern evident. After all, while Yiyang was exceptionally gifted, he was still only at the peak of Tier 3 and had never faced an opponent of heaven-class caliber. I'm not sure about their exact identities, Yang Li replied with a shake of his head. But they barely had time to provoke Yiyang before he killed them. Yiyang killed those Sakura Nation professionals? Upon hearing the news, Jiang Chen's expression immediately tensed. Yes. Yang Li nodded to confirm. Haha, well done. Jiang Chen slammed the table. Those Sakura Nation scum deserve to be wiped out. If I had the strength, I'd be the first to charge into Sakura Nation and annihilate every single one of them. Ahem. Wang Chong couldn't help but interject. Jiang Chen, calm down. Even if you had the strength, what then? Sakura Nation has the support of Lighthouse Nation behind them. Keep in mind, Lighthouse Nation is one of the three global superpowers alongside our Dragon Nation and Bear Nation. Moreover, with their vast territory and sparse population, their talents receive abundant resources, making them even stronger than us in some ways. Ha, nonsense. Jiang Chun sneered. In this era, strength is everything. If I'm strong enough, who's going to stop me from doing what I want? Keep dreaming about being the strongest in the world. Wang Chong sighed, shaking his head. Ignoring him, Jiang Chun turned back to Yang Li and pressed. What happened after Yiyang dealt with those Sakura scum? Has he been hunted down? If they dare to gang up on Yiyang, I'll go straight to President Li Chengfeng and have him deploy 500 peak 4th-tier professionals to back him up. No, Yang Li quickly explained. Strangely, no one has come looking for trouble afterward. Good. Jiang Qin exhaled in relief but still warned. Stay alert, though. Those scum are capable of anything. Let me know immediately if something happens. Thank you for your concern, President Jiang. Yang Li responded respectfully. Now, tell me the current situation. Yiyang has already lured out the final boss of the secret realm, the Frost Dragon. Captain Zheng Guang and I observed from a distance, and for now, there's no immediate danger. What? Jiang Chun was shocked. He's only at the peak of Tier 3. How dare he provoke a level 50 boss? Yang Li gave a wry smile and recounted in detail how Yiyang used his undead army to overwhelm the boss. Only then did Jiang Chun relax a little, though his brows remained furrowed. Yiyang was supposed to be developing peacefully. Yet now he had not only killed Sakura Nation people, but also provoked the final boss. Was he asking for trouble? Yang Li, go back and keep an eye on things. Within 3 hours, I'll mobilize 500 peak 4th-tier professionals to support you. President Jiang, this? Yang Li was stunned. Yiyang is the pride of our Dongshan province. If something happens to him, none of us can bear the responsibility. Go quickly. Without hesitation, Yang Li rushed back to the secret realm. Jiang Chun turned to Wang Chong. Old Wang, I'm counting on you for this. Wang Chong sighed helplessly. After all, he was the old president's most trusted protege. Jiang Qian stepping in might not be effective, but if he personally sought help, and it was for Yiyang, Li Chengfeng would surely lend his support. As the vice principal of the Supreme Academy in the capital, and with his brother Li Yingtian as the principal, Li Chengfeng controlled the capital's network of genius resources. Mobilizing 500 peak 4th-tier professionals wouldn't be an issue. Wang Chong immediately called Li Chengfeng. President Li, this is urgent. Yiyang might be in danger in the Frozen Demon Valley. We need you to mobilize 500 peak 4th-tier professionals through the Supreme Academy's secret realm hall for support. How soon do you think this can be arranged? Someone dares to bully our Yiyang? Li Chengfeng clenched his fists tightly, his voice brimming with unmistakable anger. To him, Yiyang was not just an ordinary junior but also a crucial key to finding Su Qin's whereabouts. Upon hearing that someone intended to harm Yiyang, how could he not be enraged? Xiao Wang, since you're mobilizing reinforcements, that must mean you already know who's targeting Yiyang, right? Just tell me directly. Li Chengfeng's voice was filled with a sharp edge. I want them to understand that Yiyang is not someone they can mess with. Wang Chong, staring at the furious Li Chengfeng on the other end of the communicator, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Ever since he had reunited with Li Chengfeng in Kyoto City, he had sensed a special bond between Li Chengfeng and Yiyang, though he wasn't entirely sure of the reason. However, the old chairman's intense reaction now still caught him off guard. Chairman, please calm down. Wang Chong quickly explained. The ones targeting Yiyang this time aren't domestic forces. It's an assassin organization from Sakura Country's secret division. They're planning to act inside the secret realm. Sakura Country? This piece of information slightly tempered Li Chengfeng's fury. He understood this was no longer a simple personal vendetta, but a potentially sensitive issue that could escalate into an international incident. With the Lighthouse Nation backing Sakura Country and the matter taking place within a secret realm, even as an 8th-tier professional, he couldn't directly intervene. The 4th-tier secret realm could only accommodate professionals at the peak of the 4th tier, leaving him unable to act. After a moment of thought, Li Chengfeng made his decision. Fine. I'll arrange the reinforcements you need. While gathering 500 people might be difficult, I can assemble 300 top-tier professionals within an hour. 300 will suffice. Wang Chong nodded. But we need to act fast. Yiyang has already taken down several of Sakura Country's professionals in the secret realm. It seems calm now, but I fear this is just the calm before the storm. They're likely regrouping and preparing for a large-scale retaliation. I understand, Li Chengfeng replied curtly before ending the call. Without delay, he instructed his assistant to contact several prominent families in Kyoto City. In no time, he had rallied over 300 top-tier 4th-tier professionals. After Wang Chong hung up the phone, Jiang Qin immediately asked, how did it go? Did the old chairman agree to help us? Wang Chong smiled faintly and replied, of course. I had noticed before that the old chairman seemed particularly concerned about Yiyang. Perhaps he wants Yiyang's help, or maybe there's another reason. So even if he wouldn't do it for my sake, Hearing about Yiyang being in danger wouldn't let him stand idly by. However, the number of reinforcements he promised might be a bit less than expected. Jiang Chun was taken aback and quickly asked, "How much less?" Wang Chong sighed and said gravely, "I requested 500 fourth-tier peak-level TNG professionals, but the old chairman said it would be challenging to mobilize that many within an hour, so it might only be about 300. However, judging from his tone, these 300 TNG professionals might just be the first wave of reinforcements." Haha, naturally. Jiang Chun chuckled calmly. The old chairman basically controls all the talent channels in Kyoto. Summoning a few hundred people is a piece of cake for him. Sakura country dares to ambush our dragon country's geniuses? While we may lack resources, who can rival us in the sheer number of talents? He took a deep breath, feeling slightly reassured. Since the Great Mutation era began on Blue Planet, the population had surged, and Dragon Country's total population now approached 20 billion. Even with a 1 in 10,000 genius ratio, Dragon Country could still produce over 2 million geniuses, not to mention that Li Chengfeng currently controlled all the talent resources of Dragon Country's most powerful supreme city. It was no exaggeration to say that if it came to an open confrontation, Li Chengfeng's network alone could easily dismantle Sakura Country's covert organizations. If not for the backing of Lighthouse Country behind Sakura Country, Dragon Country's current strength could flatten their tiny island in no time. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Lingmu Kawako was overwhelmed with excitement after receiving reinforcements, 100 TNG professionals from Sakura Country's covert assassin organization, dispatched to the frozen Demon Valley secret realm. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. This time, she was determined to eliminate the Dragon Country genius named Yiyang, ridding Sakura Country and the entire Blue Planet of a major threat. However, this couldn't be rushed recklessly. After all, Yiyang's strength was widely acknowledged. His power was enough to effortlessly suppress the final boss of the fourth-tier secret realm and even withstand the relentless onslaught of boss waves. Even with the help of 100 TNG professionals from Sakura Country, underestimating him was not an option. With this in mind, Lingmu Kawako glanced at her teammates to ensure they weren't paying attention to her. She quickly sent a message to the members of Sakura Country's covert organization. Moshi Moshi, Yiyang is currently at these coordinates, fighting the final boss of the secret realm. If you're planning to make a move, be cautious. Look for the right opportunity and make sure it's a one-hit kill. Here is Yiyang's basic information, along with his current coordinates. Having said that, Lingmu Kawako used her special communicator to swiftly send the coordinates to the members of Sakura Country's covert organization. On the other side, Takashi Mizuno received a message from Kawako Rinki and curled his lips into a disdainful smirk. This 14-year-old prodigy from Sakura Nation had already reached the pinnacle of level 50, tier 4 strength. Even more astonishing was the fact that he had awakened the one and only unique celestial vocation, the Master of Angels. A genius from Shina, and he's a necromancer? Takashi Mizuno sneered, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Perfect. I'll show him what real attribute suppression feels like. The Master of Angels vocation had a straightforward trait, the ability to summon various types of angels. In this regard, it bore some similarity to Yiyang's necromancer abilities. However, Takashi Mizuno's innate talent, Prayer of Light, granted all his summoned angels the light element attribute, which happened to be the bane of all undead beings. I currently command over 50,000 angel units. Takashi Mizuno declared proudly. Even though I haven't summoned the tier 4 twin-wing judgment angels yet, I already have nearly 1,000 tier 3 single-wing destruction angels. Dealing with his undead summons will be a piece of cake. He turned to his teammates and asserted, we don't even need to ambush him. A direct confrontation will be more than enough to crush him. His teammates immediately chimed in with agreement. Mizunakin's strength speaks for itself. This mission is way too easy. That Shina Necromancer isn't even a celestial vocation holder. How long could he have been awakened? Just a few days. How many undead can he summon? 1,000 or 2 of tier 1 or tier 2 at best. However, if Yiyang had overheard this conversation, he might have struggled to suppress a laugh. 50,000 angels? That's nothing. Despite his recent awakening, he already commanded over 2,300 tier 3 undead, including more than 1,600 undead commanders, and over 700 rampaging elemental wraiths. His tier 2 undead numbers were even more staggering, 3,600 skeletal wyverns, nearly 10,000 death knights, almost 20,000 skeletal overlords, 240,000 invisible skeletal archmages, and an astounding 1.84 million ordinary skeleton warriors. Yiyang's undead army had already surpassed the 2 million mark, utterly dwarfing Takashi Mizuno's mere 50,000 angels. That said, one detail was worth noting. If Takashi Mizuno truly managed to summon tier 4 angels, Yiyang might have to take him a bit more seriously. Currently, Takashi Mizuno's third-tier angel summons only number around 1,000, which poses no threat to Yiyang at all. As for the elemental attribute counter he mentioned, it's true that Takashi Mizuno wasn't wrong. Light elements have a strong suppressive effect on dark-type creatures like the undead. When light elemental attacks hit undead creatures, the damage can easily multiply 3 to 5 times, or even tenfold. However, without this elemental advantage, Mizuno's angel units would actually die even faster under the overwhelming counter-damage effect of Yiyang's extraordinary exclusive weapon with its godlike trait, Thorn Armament. Although Yiyang was unaware, Takashi Mizuno had already learned a 4th-tier summoning skill for 2 to 3 months. The reason he couldn't summon anything was that the success rate of 4th-tier summoning skills is extremely low, and each attempt consumes an enormous amount of mental energy. Summoner skills inherently come with a success rate, though this is not reflected in the skill descriptions. That's why this Origin Summoner class is known as a profession with the highest potential ceiling, but also an incredibly low floor. If Yiyang hadn't bound himself to the god-level skill system early on, he would also have to endure the pitifully low summoning success rate and summon his undead subordinates one by one. Takashi Mizuno's 4th-tier angel summoning skill, Dual-Winged Angel of Retribution, requires 30,000 mental energy points for each summoning attempt, with only a 1 success rate. As a result, Mizuno would perform devout prayers and purification rituals before each summoning attempt. Yet, after months of trying, he still hadn't successfully summoned a single 4th-tier angel. In contrast, ever since Yiyang's skills evolved into god-level abilities, he only needs to consume mental energy once to endlessly summon undead creatures. Even more astonishing, he can activate all his skills simultaneously, meaning he can summon 1st-tier, 2nd-tier, and 3rd-tier undead all at once. Mizuno, on the other hand, lacks such a heaven-defying ability. As Takashi Mizuno and his team moved toward the coordinates sent by Rinko Reiko, Yiyang had already detected their presence. Unfortunately for Mizuno, the number of undead summons Yiyang had prepared to face the Secret Realm's boss group wasn't even a tenth of his total forces. Most of his undead were stationed across various corners of the Secret Realm's central area, serving as sentries for Yiyang. This way, he could receive immediate alerts in case of unexpected developments. When Yiyang noticed that these hundreds of professionals were heading straight in his direction without killing a single monster along the way, he couldn't help but laugh. Were they coming for him too? If that's the case, then let his undead army keep them entertained. Without hesitation, Yiyang issued a combat command to the undead units patrolling the central area of the Secret Realm. In the next instant, countless undead summons surged toward Takashi Mizuno and his team like an unstoppable tide. Meanwhile, at the exact moment when Yiyang issued the battle command, all the undead near Mizuno Takashi suddenly swarmed toward him. At that moment, seeing a large number of skeleton creatures inexplicably appearing and surrounding him, Mizuno Takashi froze in shock. What is going on here? For a brief second, Mizuno Takashi was utterly dumbfounded. Not only him, but even his teammates standing nearby were stunned on the spot. What the heck are these things? Why are all these skeletons charging at us? Damn it, could it be that these monsters have somehow gained intelligence? It wasn't impossible after all. Monsters in a Tier 4 Secret Realm awakening some form of intelligence wasn't unheard of. But still, wasn't this just incredibly unlucky? What were the odds of encountering something so rare? As this thought crossed their minds, Mizuno Takashi's teammates couldn't help but pause in disbelief. However, upon hearing his teammates' discussions, Takashi Mizuno couldn't help but laugh coldly. No, these aren't creatures from within the Secret Realm, he said. I remember before entering the Secret Realm, the leader of the Umbu, Akira-san, sent me some information about this place. According to that, there shouldn't be any skeletal creatures in the Icewind Demon Valley Secret Realm. Hearing this, one of Mizuno's teammates froze for a moment and asked, Mizuno-san, what do you mean? If these skeletal creatures aren't part of the Secret Realm, then what are they? It's simple, Mizuno replied with a faint smirk, seemingly already prepared for battle. He said lightly, have you forgotten what our target profession is this time? A necromancer. At that moment, his teammates seemed to realize something, exclaiming instinctively, Mizuno-san, are you saying these skeletal monsters were summoned by that Chinese prodigy? Of course, Mizuno said with a calm smile. As he gazed at the tens of thousands of undead creatures before him, he summoned his entire angelic legion in the next instant. Suddenly, 5,000 to 6,000 angelic beings, hovering 1 to 2 meters above the ground, appeared around him. At that moment, his teammates were left in awe. After all, Mizuno rarely summoned his entire angelic legion. As a primordial summoner, his summoned creatures were his greatest asset in battle. This time, however, Mizuno not only unleashed all his 1st and 2nd-tier angelic summons, but also revealed over 100 3rd-tier one-winged destroyer angels he had recently summoned. They're here. Finally, one teammate exclaimed. Mizuno-san's 3rd-tier one-winged destroyer angels been summoning them for years, hasn't he? This is my first time seeing them. Same here. They're incredible. Another chimed in. If the one-winged angels look this magnificent, I can't imagine how stunning the 4th-tier two-winged judgment angels will be when Mizuno-san summons them. Come on, Are your priorities always this strange? Someone else interjected. Shouldn't we be focusing on their combat capabilities? That's what's important. Exactly. If Mizuno-san is even unleashing his third angels, these disgusting undead creatures don't stand a chance. As Mizuno unleashed his full power and summoned all his angelic beings, his teammates were astonished. Hearing their discussions, Mizuno couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Although he had spoken dismissively of Yiyang, the Necromancer, he had taken the situation seriously. After all, this individual had wiped out nearly 200 professional fighters from Sakura country in a very short time. Even extraordinary talents like Yamada Watanabe and Haruto Nitta, who were in the same cohort as Mizuno, had fallen to this Necromancer. Haruto Nitta was lucky to survive, though defeated. Yamada Watanabe, on the other hand, suffered a worse fatigue, and nearly 200 other Sakura fighters were killed outright. Despite this, Mizuno felt no fear. Instead, he grew more exhilarated. If he could defeat someone who had bested other top talents, his reputation would soar upon returning to Sakura country. Without hesitation, Mizuno issued his command, Angel Legion. Charge. Annihilate all these skeletal creatures. At his command, the Angelic Legion launched a full-scale charge against the undead army. The angels, upon seeing the seemingly endless horde of undead, displayed visible disgust. Without hesitation, they raised their weapons high and charged into battle. Watching the scene unfold, Mizuno couldn't help but smile. He could already envision his Angelic Legion obliterating the repulsive skeletal creatures before him. Boom! Deafening explosions of combat erupted as the two armies clashed. Angels and undead engaged in fierce battle. But just as Mizuno anticipated his 50,000 strong Angelic Legion to crush the undead army, an unexpected and shocking development occurred. In just moments after the battle had begun, nearly half of Mizuno's 4,000 first-tier angelic summons were inexplicably wiped out. Even more alarming, within just 2 to 3 minutes, over 10,000 second-tier angels at the forefront of the charge were also reduced to ashes in an instant. The most terrifying part was that Mizuno Takashi's pride, his hundreds of Tier 3 one-winged destroyer angels, vanished like bubbles the moment they launched their first attack against the undead army. It was as if they had never existed. What shocked him even more was that while his angelic forces suffered devastating losses, the opposing undead army remained untouched and seemed to grow in numbers. In just a few minutes, his army of over 5,000 angels was completely annihilated, and the seemingly fragile skeletons hadn't even used any special abilities. How is this possible? Mizuno Takashi was stunned. This was the culmination of over a decade of effort and army of more than 50,000 angels. He had assumed that he could effortlessly obliterate these summoned skeletons, yet his angelic forces were wiped out before he could even observe the battle properly. This can't be happening. My angel army is supposed to be the strongest, he shouted in disbelief. His teammates were equally dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had just unfolded. What's going on? Mizuno's 50,000-strong angel army couldn't even last 10 minutes? This is terrifying. If even Mizuno can't handle this, what are we supposed to do? Damn it. We thought this was just an easy mission to wipe out some genius from Longwa. Who could have expected this disaster? Despair swept over the group. Who would have thought that a hidden-class fighter from Longwa, someone who wasn't even a potential wielder of great power, could possess such fearsome strength? Mizuno Takashi was the strongest among over 100 Sakura Nation's chosen warriors, and his 50,000 Dangle army was more than enough to crush all of them combined. Yet now, that supposedly invincible army had fallen helplessly before the skeleton horde. Just then, a mage among them suddenly screamed, "Look! Mizuno's angel army. They're all coming back to life." Everyone turned to look and saw the fallen angels rising from the ground. But now, they exuded an eerie, deathly aura. What was even more horrifying was that these resurrected angels were turning against Mizuno and his team, charging at them with terrifying intent. Could this be some kind of unique skill of Mizuno's? Someone speculated. That must be it. No wonder Mizuno didn't panic earlier. However, Mizuno Takashi himself was paralyzed with fear. This bizarre resurrection didn't bring him relief, it only deepened his terror. Suddenly, as if realizing the truth, he screamed, "No! This is a special ability of undead creatures. My angels were transformed into undead beings after being killed. They're no longer my angels, they're now death angels." Death angels? Everyone was dumbstruck. What the hell? Is something this absurd even possible? Takashi Mizuno couldn't bother listening to their nonsense and roared furiously, "Quick! Stop those skeleton monsters! Stop those undead angels! They're all enemies!" His words struck his teammates like a hammer, reverberating in their minds. Angels had become enemies? Undead angels? The bizarre fusion of angels and the undead completely shattered their understanding of reality. In fact, This was precisely the terrifying nature of Yiyang's fourth ability, Soul Resurrection. Any life form killed by his undead summons would be revived at full strength and join his undead army. Takashi Mizuno knew all too well that his angels lacked the ability to resurrect. The so-called Angel Legion before them had clearly come to claim his life. Though his teammates were confused, they immediately sprang into action upon hearing the command. Over a dozen mages raised their staffs, archers and assassins unleashed their skills. Warriors formed a defensive formation to protect the group, and priests continuously cast supportive spells to bolster their allies. Just as they finished organizing their defenses, tens of thousands of skeleton monsters and countless converted undead angels surged forward like an unstoppable tide. Attack! Even though Takashi Mizuno had lost his Angel Legion and was temporarily weakened in combat, his summoning abilities still commanded immense respect within the Sakura Nation's Transcenders army. At his command, the mages unleashed their charged spells simultaneously. Cataclysmic Inferno, Death Vines, and Holy Light Retribution dazzling magical energies lit up the sky. Simultaneously, numerous assassins and warriors launched ferocious attacks, unleashing devastating skills like Soul-Devouring Dance, Veil Blade, Sky-Piercing Slash, and Starbreaker Wave. As the devastating wave of attacks subsided, a large swath of undead angels at the front lines fell to the ground. Witnessing this, the Transcenders of the Sakura Nation were instantly exhilarated. Ha ha ha, I thought these undead creatures were supposed to be strong, but they're nothing after all. Huh, what a scare earlier. These undead turned out to be so weak. That's only natural, said one of the Tenjibitos. Although they were once part of the Angel Legion, these Angelstern undead have lost the powerful blessings that Mizuno-kun bestowed. Their strength has drastically diminished, and they can no longer perform at their original level. Before the words had fully settled, the skeletal monsters were already closing in. A group of 10 or so mages from the Sakura Nation swiftly moved to the front line, positioning themselves at the forefront of the team. The other Tenjibitos, understanding the strategy, instinctively made way for them. Enough talking. The skeleton monsters are right in front of us now, one mage shouted loudly. I've already prepared my spells. This time, let us mages wipe them out in one wave. Ha ha ha, if these undead angels are this weak, how strong could those skeleton monsters possibly be? Another mage said confidently, his face brimming with arrogance. No need for close combat. Leave it to us mages. We'll handle this. As the skeletal army approached the attack range, the mages unleashed a synchronized second wave of spells. Cataclysmic Hellfire, Death Vines, Holy Light Retribution blazing colors of magic intertwined in the air. The mages wore cruel, triumphant smiles, as if they could already see the skeletal monsters being obliterated before them. However, the situation took a sudden and dramatic turn. The moment their spells struck the skeletal army, every casting mage spewed blood violently from their mouths. What's happening? The other Sakura Nation Tenjibitos at the rear shouted in shock, rushing forward to assess the situation. But just as they reached the mages, the bodies of the spellcasters collapsed like puppets with their strings cut, falling to the ground in unison. At this moment, the teammates from Sakura Nation were left in stunned silence as they witnessed the horrific scene before them. The lifeless bodies of Akagi and others lay sprawled on the ground, yet the skeletal monsters hadn't even laid a finger on them. This is impossible. Akagi and the others are some of the most elite job holders in our country. One of the Sakura Nation team members stammered, trembling. Mizuno Takashi stood frozen nearby, his mind racing. The manner of death for these mages was eerily similar to the annihilation of his 50,000-strong angelic army earlier. In both cases, they collapsed immediately after launching their attacks. The only difference was that the mages had at least managed to take down a few skeletons, while his angelic army hadn't even killed a single one. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Mizuno Takashi's mind. Damn it, I understand now. It's a reflection effect. These skeletons possess an incredibly powerful damage reflection ability. Anyone who attacks them is instantly killed by the backlash. As soon as he said this, panic erupted among the Sakura Nation job holders. Then Akagi and the others. Does that mean idiots? If even Watanabe-kun and Hanyukin couldn't handle this, sending us here is nothing but a death sentence. This cursed reflection ability, there's no way we can fight back. If we make it out alive, we must report this to the Central Guild and expose the Dark Division. However, their fear was short-lived, as the tide of tens of thousands of skeletons surged toward them. Quick, warriors, hold them off. No, stay back. Damn it. Without the support of Mizuno Takashi and the Mage Corps, the remaining Sakura Nation job holders quickly lost all will to resist. When the thousands of skeletal tyrants and the invisible skeletal archmages hidden in the air revealed themselves, everyone was reduced to ash in the blink of an eye. On the other side, Yiyang, observing everything through his soul link ability, let out a faint chuckle. Their strength is laughable, worse than those I encountered in the secret realm at the very beginning. My death commander hasn't even intervened yet. Just a couple thousand skeletal tyrants were enough to wipe them out completely. Meanwhile, back at the Sakura Nation's headquarters, Ringu Kawako, having received no news of Mizuno Takashi and his team's return, finally sensed that something was amiss. She immediately sent another communication, attempting to confirm their safety. However, 5 minutes passed, then 10, and eventually a full hour went by. Yet Lingmu Chuanzi still hadn't received a reply from Mizuno Takashi. Anxiety began to creep into her heart. What could have happened? Hadn't Mizuno and the others already entered the secret realm? Why was there no news yet? Could they have encountered some kind of trouble? Lingmu Chuanzi was filled with doubt. Mizuno Takashi and his group were top-tier geniuses, possessing 4th-tier peak strength as heavenly practitioners. A mere 4th-tier secret realm shouldn't pose any threat to them. Moreover, Mizuno Takashi was accompanied by over 100 heavenly practitioners from Sakura Nation. Even if he were alone, as long as he didn't actively court disaster, there shouldn't be any danger in the secret realm. Yet, as time ticked by, over an hour had passed since she sent her message, and still, there was no response from Mizuno Takashi. This left her increasingly puzzled. Even if Mizuno Takashi didn't show up, Yiyang's strength was formidable enough that acting rashly wouldn't affect him in the slightest. Most importantly, taking action would inevitably expose her identity as a top-level spy. She had to endure. No matter what unexpected situation Mizuno Takashi and his group had encountered, Lingmu Chuanzi needed to remain calm. She couldn't, and wouldn't, believe that this 4th-tier secret realm could truly pose a threat to Mizuno Takashi and his team. Meanwhile, Yiyang's experience bar was skyrocketing at an astonishing pace. In less than 5 hours, after luring out the final boss of the secret realm, his level 40 experience bar had surged from 4,500 to 9,316. In other words, he was gaining nearly 1,000 experience per hour on average, an absolutely astounding rate for a 4th-tier secret realm. At this speed, in just 30 more hours, he could max out his experience bar. Since Yiyang had already entered this mysterious realm, he had no intention of leaving so easily. Although his level 40 experience bar had a massive storage limit of 40,400 times, for him now, it was only a matter of time. 13 hours had already passed, leaving less than 11 hours to complete the 4th-tier advancement quest. Thinking about how overpowered his 3rd-tier talent skills were, Yiyang couldn't help but anticipate the kind of skills he would gain after advancing to the 4th tier. When the time reached 2 a.m. the next day, a series of system notifications suddenly appeared before him. Ding! You have successfully cleared the Ashura level 4th tier dungeon solo, successfully fused the 4th tier Ghost God level extraordinary exclusive weapon, and maintained full status for 24 hours in the 1-star Icewind Magic Valley secret realm. 4th tier advancement quest completed. Ding! You have obtained a 5-star attribute growth template, and your level cap has been raised to level 50. Ding! You have acquired the 4th tier talent skill, Corpse Soul Explosion. Following this was a rapid string of level up notifications as Yiyang's level surged from 40 to 44. Opening his attribute panel, he saw astounding improvements across the board. Mental power skyrocketed from 1.1 million to 1.86 million. Constitution increased from 660,000 to 700,000. Agility rose from 480,000 to 520,000. Strength leapt from 8,000 points to nearly 50,000 points. The most striking part was his newly acquired 4th tier talent skill, Corpse Soul Explosion. Whenever a summoned unit under his command dies, it deals damage equal to mental power 1 to all enemies within a radius of level 1 meter. When activated manually, it can detonate any summoned unit, dealing damage equal to mental power 10 to all enemies within a radius of level 10 meters. This was Yiyang's first active offensive skill. Up until now, he had only possessed incredibly strong survival abilities, but now he finally had a devastating offensive technique. Based on his current attributes, even detonating a single ordinary skeleton could deal 1.8 million damage within a 44-meter radius. If he detonated hundreds or thousands at once, he could unleash terrifying damage in the billions or even tens of billions. Considering that Yiyang could summon 20 skeletons per second, he could accumulate 1.72 million skeletons in a single day. Although each skeleton only had around 8,000 points of attributes and limited combat power, when combined with the Corpse Soul Explosion skill, this massive army of summoned creatures would become the most fearsome weapon of destruction. Yiyang nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, with the Corpse Soul Explosion ability, it's like I've planted a time bomb across the entire secret realm. This realization filled him with immense contentment. As a 4th tier talent, it was no surprise how much he cherished it. Previously, he had to rely solely on his undead army to fight. But now, whenever he wished, he could unleash devastating power. Summoning 20 ordinary skeletons every second was akin to releasing 20 bombs per second, utterly astonishing. With a slight smile, Yiyang closed the Corpse Soul Explosion effect panel and turned his attention to other treasures: the 4th tier exclusive skill chest and the 4th tier exclusive equipment chest he had obtained in the 4th tier dungeon. Without hesitation, he opened the equipment chest. Ding! You successfully used the 4th tier exclusive equipment chest and received a reward. Necromancer's Painful Robe. The attributes of the 4th tier Painful Robe left Yiyang stunned. Spirit 83,300, Constitution 55,100, Agility 41,600. Even more impressive was its special effect. All summoned creatures under the wearer's command were immune to 80 of physical damage, though they would take 10 more magic damage. Wow, so this is 4th tier exclusive equipment? Yiyang marveled. The combined attributes totaled a whopping 180,000 points, with the spirit attribute alone exceeding 80,000, simply incredible. Without hesitation, he replaced his 2nd tier dark robe with the Painful Robe, and his overall stats skyrocketed instantly. Name: Yiyang. Level: 44. Class: 4th tier Necromancer. Strength: 48,570. Spirit: 1,942,569. Constitution: 762,974. Agility: 564,074. Yiyang felt immense satisfaction as his spirit attribute soared to 1.94 million points. This meant his soul explosion could now deal over 19.4 million points of damage. The effects of 4th tier exclusive equipment were truly extraordinary. However, this was merely standard exclusive equipment. What would the effects of rare exclusive equipment be like? Yiyang pondered excitedly. The day he acquired 4th tier rare exclusive equipment was not far off. All he needed to do was defeat the final boss of the 4th tier secret realm, the Frost Dragon, and he would obtain one. Next, he opened the 4th tier exclusive skill chest. Ding! You successfully used the 4th tier exclusive skill scroll and received a reward. Necromancer's Wailing Wraith. This skill consumed 10,000 spirit points to summon a single Wailing Wraith to fight by his side. Wailing Wraith? Yiyang paused, feeling it might be a support-type summoned creature. At first, he was not too thrilled about support-type summons. However, after experiencing the power of the Death Commander, his perspective had shifted. Now, simply deploying the Death Commander could resolve 90 of battles, with the remaining 10 handled by Bone-Winged Dragons. Without much thought, he integrated the skill scroll into his skill panel. At that moment, a familiar system notification sounded. Ding! Skill: Summon Wailing Wraith has successfully evolved into Divine Skill. Summon Wailing Wraith. This skill now consumed 10,000 spirit points but automatically summoned one Wailing Wraith every 10,000 seconds to fight by his side. Ding! Skill: Summon Wailing Wraith has been affected by the extraordinary trait Spirit Burn, reducing its cost to 500 spirit points. Yiyang was overjoyed. What originally required 10,000 seconds to summon a Wailing Wraith now took only 500 seconds, about 10 minutes. As time passed, 8 minutes later, a spectral, gray-white wraith began to materialize in the summoning space. It stood about 2 meters tall, with an indistinct lower body and a twisted, agonized face. Yiyang couldn't help but think that this Wailing Wraith was the ugliest summoned creature he had ever seen. Its contorted expression seemed to convey immense suffering, and its mere appearance was enough to inspire dread. However, when Yiyang examined the Wailing Wraith's attribute panel, his initial impression was completely overturned. Yiyang opened the attribute panel of the Wailing Wraith, and the data that appeared before his eyes made him hold his breath instantly. Wailing Wraith. Level: 44. Base attributes: Strength: 4,419,425.69. Spirit: 15,419,425.69. Constitution: 2,219,425.69. Agility: 13,2019,425.69. Skill list: 1. Wail of Agony. Emits a piercing shriek, reducing the defense and attack power of enemies within a range equal to Spirit x 1 meters by 100, lasting until death. When allies kill enemies in the agony state, they gain a 100-second exhilaration state with a 1000 boost in agility. Each kill refreshes the duration. 2. Heart of Rampage. Deals terror damage equal to Spirit x 50 to surrounding enemies. If the target is in the agony state, damage increases by 100. If inside the Whale Vortex, damage increases by another 100. Cooldown: 100 seconds. 3. Whale Vortex. Releases a vortex lasting 100 seconds, forcibly pulling enemies within a range equal to Spirit x 1 meters to its center. Enemies in the agony state ignore super armor effects. Allies killing enemies within the vortex gain a 100-second berserk state with a 1000 boost in damage. Each kill refreshes the duration. Yiyang carefully compared the data. In terms of base spirit attribute alone, the Wailing Wraith had already reached a staggering 15,000 points, far surpassing any other Wraith under his command. Even the strongest, the rampaging Elemental Phantom, only boasted 4,400 spirit points, which was less than 1/3 of the Wailing Wraiths. What was even more astonishing was that beyond such overwhelming attribute values, the skills of this summoned creature also possessed devastating power. This was not just a creature with impressive stats, but a truly formidable force worthy of being called top-tier combat strength. After carefully studying the details of the Wailing Wraith's abilities, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Yiyang's eyes. The power of this summoned creature far exceeded his expectations. Not only did it possess outstanding support capabilities, but its offensive potential was also astonishing. First was the core skill, Agonizing Wail. Based on Yiyang's current stats, this ability could inflict a 100 attack and defense weakening agony status on all enemies within a massive range of 19,000 meters. Even more terrifying was the fact that when enemies under the agony status were killed, the killer would gain an exhilarating 10-fold agility boost. The second ultimate skill, Wailing Vortex, was a powerful crowd control ability, also covering a range of 19,000 meters. It could forcibly pull all enemies within the area to the Wailing Wraith's side. And for those already afflicted by the agony status, it could even bypass immunity effects. Once these controlled enemies were killed, the killer would receive a 100-second 10-fold damage buff, which could be continuously refreshed as long as the killing spree continued. What left Yiyang utterly stunned was its offensive skill, Rampant Heart. This ability alone boasted a terrifying 50x mental power multiplier. If the target was simultaneously affected by both the agony status and the Wailing Vortex effect, the damage would be quadrupled, reaching a 200x mental power multiplier. Based on Yiyang's current stats, the maximum damage from a single strike could reach 598 million. And with the addition of a berserk state, the damage could soar to a staggering 6 billion. Such raw power could even one-shot a tier 6 professional. Who says the Wailing Wraith is ugly? It's absolutely badass. Yiyang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It was truly worthy of the 10,000 mental power threshold required for its summoning. This level of strength was well-deserved. Compared to the previous Necromancer commander, while its support abilities were decent, its offensive capabilities paled in comparison. Without other summons to assist, the Necromancer commander fighting alone was akin to a healer tackling a high-difficulty boss. Survivable, but with pitifully low damage output. What excited Yiyang even more was the thought that this was merely a standard tier 4 exclusive skill. If he could defeat the final boss of the Secret Realm and obtain a rare grade exclusive skill, just how godlike would that be? Each tier advancement not only brings a qualitative leap in innate talents, but also introduces new summoning skills that skyrocket my power. Yiyang took a deep breath, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. In that case, let's finish this quickly and see just how powerful this rare grade tier 4 summoning skill can truly be. Originally, Yiyang planned to max out the experience bar for level 40 and then leave directly. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. After staying in this secret realm for a full 24 hours, he would automatically complete his advancement. The experience stored in his bar would instantly convert into levels as well. If that was the case, there was no need to remain here any longer. With the presence of the Wailing Wraiths, advancing to a tier 5 secret realm was no longer an issue for him. In fact, even with his previous strength, heading straight to a 1-star tier 5 secret realm to grind and level up wouldn't have posed much danger. However, if I, with my current peak 3rd-tier strength, were to directly venture into a 5th-tier dungeon to farm monsters, it would be inefficient compared to the 4th-tier dungeon and wouldn't yield much experience. Secondly, there's the issue of points. After completing the 4th-tier advancement mission, I only have around 10 billion training camp survival points left. To access a 1-star 5th-tier dungeon, the cost is a staggering 1 billion points per hour. With my current points, I could only stay for a maximum of 10 hours. Lastly, and most importantly, I can't guarantee that I can maintain my peak 100 state for a full 24 hours in a 5th-tier dungeon. If I can't, I might fail the 4th-tier advancement mission. Even if I could maintain my state, I'm not sure if a 5th-tier 1-star dungeon would meet the requirement of surviving 24 hours in a 4th-tier 1-star dungeon as specified in the advancement mission. For all these reasons, I chose to proceed cautiously, step by step, to complete the 4th-tier advancement mission. But now, those concerns are gone. The advancement mission is complete. My attributes, strength, summoned undead power, and skill effects have all skyrocketed. With everything boosted, I can now confidently move into the 5th-tier dungeon without hesitation. Without wasting any time, I issued a battle command to all my summoned undead under my control. Undead, take down the final boss of this dungeon. As soon as the command was given, the soul flames within the eyes of the hundreds of skeleton tyrants, who had been toying with the Icefield Dragon, flared up with intense energy. Not only them, but even the undead legions that were holding off the endless waves of bosses nearby shifted their focus to the Icefield Dragon. Before the dragon could react, an overwhelming barrage of attacks rained down upon it. Death magic missiles, death barriers, bone infernos. In that instant, countless pitch-black death magic stones filled the sky. Hundreds of massive skeletal fists struck. Layers upon layers of gray-white barriers intertwined, and bone spikes descended from the sky like waterfalls, all targeting the Icefield Dragon. In the blink of an eye, The once tormented dragon showed a hint of relief on its face. Then, with a thunderous crash, its massive body, over 100 meters long, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Immediately, a series of system notifications appeared in front of me. Ding! You have defeated the final boss of the 4th tier dungeon, Icewind Valley, level 50 Icefield Dragon. You have gained 1.5 billion points, 250x experience bonus. Ding! You have successfully cleared the 4th tier dungeon, Icewind Valley. You have received rewards, 5 billion experience points, 250x bonus, rare 4th tier exclusive class equipment chest X1, rare 4th tier exclusive class skill chest X1. Ding! The final boss of this dungeon has been eliminated. The dungeon space will collapse entirely in 1 hour. Please exit the dungeon promptly. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level, 41. Ding! You have received level up rewards, 10,000 points to all attributes, 100,000 points to mental attributes, and 80,000 free attribute points. Ding! You have received rewards, exclusive class equipment chest X2. Ding! You have received rewards, exclusive class skill chest X1. Ding! You have obtained a space-time crystal source X1. Ding! The flood of system notifications was almost overwhelming. The sheer amount of experience rewarded was enough to fill my experience bar to level 44 and push me straight to level 45. Unbelievable. The experience required for levels in the 40s is truly insane. Over 100 billion experience points just for a single level up. For ordinary players, it would probably take years to gain 1 level. Even for prodigies or super talented individuals like those with innate job classes, it would still take at least a couple of months to level up once. Exhaling deeply, I didn't dwell too much on it. Ordinary players are ordinary players, I'm me. There's no comparison between a prodigy and someone like me, who essentially has hacks. Honestly, even with my current leveling speed, I'm not entirely satisfied. If I had access to the top-tier resources those prodigies enjoy, I could easily level up several times faster. I stopped overthinking. As the dungeon was collapsing and before I could organize the massive rewards in my inventory, a group of familiar figures appeared. They had been hiding in the distance all along. It was Chao Ming and his team. You again? Seeing Chao Ming, I was a bit surprised. I asked directly, why are you following me? And no, please don't misunderstand, Lord Yiyang. We're not here to cause trouble. Chao Ming stammered nervously. We just heard you entered the central area of the dungeon and were worried about your safety. So we came to check on you. Having witnessed my strength firsthand, Chao Ming was extremely cautious with his words, terrified of offending me. The fear of my undead army wiping them out in an instant was evident in his demeanor, especially after seeing me annihilate a team of Sakura Nation prodigies led by Shintani Yuheng. Chao Ming's respect for me had grown even deeper. What Chao Ming didn't know was that I'm not someone who kills indiscriminately. If those Sakura Nation players hadn't relentlessly pursued me, I would have just focused on leveling up in the dungeon and avoided unnecessary conflict. After hearing Chao Ming's explanation, a woman standing at the back of the group, Lingmu Chuanzi, couldn't help but ask curiously, yeah, Lord Yiyang, you've been farming here for so long, did you really not face any challenges? No, not really, I replied instinctively to her question. But then, as if remembering something, I added, oh, wait, there were a few Sakura Nation players who tried to cause trouble for me, but I dealt with them. Though, it's strange. You almost sound like you knew about this beforehand? Looking at Lingmu Chuanzi's face, Yiyang felt a twinge of doubt. This girl, who was usually quiet and introverted within the team, had suddenly asked such a pointed question, which was indeed suspicious. What made it even more concerning was that when Chao Ming had inquired earlier, he had only subtly expressed his worries about Yiyang being in danger in the central area of the secret realm. However, Lingmu Chuanzi went straight to the point, asking if he had encountered any danger. The timing seemed too coincidental. It was important to note that Yiyang had already eliminated all the Sakura Nation professionals in the secret realm. Relying not only on the intelligence provided by Zhou Kai, he had also deployed thousands of skeletal wyverns and over 1 million undead troops to thoroughly search the entire realm. Apart from a couple of hundred Dragon Nation professionals leveling up there, no Sakura Nation personnel remained. And yet, now, over 100 Sakura Nation professionals had suddenly appeared, and Lingmu Chuanzi had deliberately asked if he had been ambushed. It was far too unlikely to be a coincidence. Not only Yiyang but also Chao Ming and the others looked at Lingmu Chuanzi in surprise after hearing her words. Seeing everyone's unusual reactions, Lingmu Chuanzi became visibly flustered and hurriedly explained, I was just casually asking. Worried that the Sakura Nation might try to take revenge on Yiyang, Chao Ming immediately questioned her. Chunling, did you forget that Yiyang already wiped them all out? Even if they wanted revenge, it couldn't possibly happen this quickly, right? Lingmu Chuanzi instinctively retorted. But didn't Yiyang just say he was ambushed? Chao Ming stared at her intently. Thanks to Zhou Kai's divine punishment talent, those people died for real. There's no way Xintian Yuxing could have learned about it so quickly, let alone sent reinforcements. Besides, within 24 hours of death, they can't re-enter the secret realm. Seeing Lingmu Chuanzi rendered speechless, Zhou Kai suddenly interjected, Qinling, could it be that you have a crush on Yiyang? Lingmu Chuanzi immediately put on a shy demeanor. What are you talking about? Of course not. Chao Ming, however, wasn't buying it. Stop joking around. Everyone knows Qinling is into Wang Xiaoya. That's no secret. Then he pressed further. So, how did you know about Yiyang being ambushed in advance? Unable to provide a reasonable explanation, Lingmu Chuanzi started deflecting. What could I possibly be hiding from you guys? We've been teammates for over 10 years. Chao Ming's expression turned serious as he looked at Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai, use your third-ear talent to trace back her actions from the past day. At these words, Lingmu Chuanzi panicked completely. She hadn't realized Zhou Kai possessed such an ability, let alone that it could be used against her. Seeing her flustered reaction, Chao Ming smirked coldly. What's the matter? Scared? Heh. A cold smile appeared on Lingmu Kawako's face. Forget it. No need to make this so complicated. Chao Ming, I have to admit, you're quite clever. A trace of cruelty flickered in her eyes. Indeed, I don't carry even a drop of the blood of you useless Xina people. I am Lingmu Kawako, a pure-blooded member of the Yamato nation from Sakura country. Since the age of 1, I've been infiltrating Long country, and over these past 10+ years, I've provided countless pieces of intelligence to the great Sakura Empire. I've even personally hunted down at least 100 of your Long country's prodigious Tianji practitioners. So what if I've been exposed now? It was all worth it. Hearing this, a storm of anger and pain surged through Chao Ming's heart. Well, Lingmu Kawako, is it? His voice was low, suppressed by his simmering rage. To think that my teammate of so many years was actually a spy from Sakura country. How many of my Long country compatriots have I indirectly caused the deaths of because of you? He let out a cold laugh. But this time, it's not because I'm clever. It's because you're too foolish. This time, I'll make sure you die knowing why. Lingmu Kawako frowned. What do you mean? It's simple, Chao Ming said, his lips curling into a mocking smirk. We've been teammates for over 10 years. Are you seriously unaware of Zhou Kai's abilities? Time reversal? Only an idiot like you would fall for such a childish lie. Realization dawned on Lingmu Kawako, and her face turned deathly pale. Zhou Kai's Tier 3 ability was clearly divine suppression, not time reversal. She cursed herself inwardly for her stupidity. If she had known, she would have kept her cover intact. But it was too late. Chao Ming's voice rang out with authority. Everyone, kill this Sakura country traitor. Though Lingmu Kawako was a talented Tianji practitioner, she was only a support type. She could barely hold her own against Chao Ming alone, let alone against 6 other powerful Tianji practitioners. Blade of Destruction, Divine Suppression, Anti-Magic Slash. A barrage of dazzling skills exploded, leaving Lingmu Kawako no chance to escape. She was obliterated into fragments. Chao Ming's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. It's my fault. It's all my fault, he cried out in anguish. No wonder we could never escape in the secret realm. It must have been Qinling tipping off those Sakura scum. Qinling, why? Why did you have to betray our country? Memories of their years fighting side by side flashed through his mind. But it was too late now. There could be no mercy for a traitor. Captain, don't beat yourself up. Zhou Kai stepped forward to console him. She was a spy. Removing her was a service to Long country. I know. Chao Ming let out a deep sigh and stood up, turning to Yiyang. I'm just sorry that we dragged you into this. Yiyang, my apologies. It's nothing, Yiyang replied with a gentle smile, waving it off. The group then chatted for a while longer. Chao Ming gave Yiyang a detailed introduction to the talents of the 3 supreme cities. As a Tianji from Jinghai City, Chao Ming was considered outstanding locally, but he was far from being among the very best. After listening to Chao Ming's explanation, Yiyang couldn't help but feel shocked. He had originally thought that someone like Chao Ming was already quite remarkable, but in the 3 supreme cities, the top geniuses had already reached the peak of the 5th tier, equivalent to level 60. In comparison, he was only at level 45, a staggering gap of 15 levels. The disparity in skill levels among the candidates for the national exam is truly immense, Yiyang thought to himself. To go from birth to level 60 in just 18 years, the talent of these Tianji is indeed extraordinary. After watching Chao Ming and the others leave the secret realm, Yiyang quickly adjusted his mindset. There were still 22 days left until the national exam, and he had already gone from level 1 to level 45 in just 8 days. Catching up to these geniuses was not entirely out of the question. Yiyang then began to take stock of his gains from the secret realm. The value of the various miscellaneous items alone was already substantial, but what mattered most were the treasures that were extremely useful to him. 3 exclusive profession equipment chests and 2 exclusive profession skill chests, including a rare grade piece of exclusive equipment and a skill. Filled with anticipation, Yiyang immediately started opening the 5 chests. System notifications began to flash before him in rapid succession. Ding! You have successfully used a Tier 4 exclusive profession skill scroll and obtained Necromancer. Summoned Dark Warrior. Ding! The continuous stream of system notifications echoed in his ears. System notifications kept sounding as Yiyang acquired a series of rare equipment and skills. The skill scroll Necromancer. Summon Ethereal Nightmare appeared first, followed by Necromancer. Shadow Boots, Necromancer, Cursed Crown, and the rare quality Necromancer. Soulguard Gauntlets. Yiyang's eyes lit up. These three pieces of equipment perfectly complemented his existing Tier 4 Transcendent weapon and pain robe, forming a complete set of Tier 4 gear. Eagerly, he inspected the most valuable item, the Soulguard Gauntlets. The equipment's attributes appeared before him. Spirit 212,000. Constitution 156,000. Agility 132,000. Effect. Increases all summoned undead damage by 50. Special. During combat, all summoned undead have a guaranteed critical hit rate of 100, unaffected by any status effects. These stats are insane. Yiyang marveled to himself. The spirit attribute alone exceeded 200,000 points, far surpassing his current ghostly Tier 4 Transcendent weapon. The combined base attributes totaled an astonishing 500,000 points. What thrilled him most was the special effect his undead army would always land critical hits in combat, completely ignoring any critical hit reduction effects. Next, he examined the attributes of the Shadow Boots. Agility 69,800. Constitution 44,600. Spirit 34,700. Effect. Increases agility of all summoned undead by 100 and grants immunity to Tier 4 and lower slowing effects. These boots not only provided nearly 150,000 points in total attribute boosts, but also doubled the mobility of his undead army while rendering them immune to various crowd control effects. Yiyang immediately equipped the boots. Finally, he checked the Cursed Crown. Spirit 73,200. Constitution 51,200. Agility 38,500. Effect. Grants all summoned undead damage reduction equal to 50 of their constitution. This crown's effect is impressive too, Yiyang thought, calculating silently. The effect alone provided over 500,000 points of damage reduction. Before damage immunity attributes become available, this value was extraordinarily significant. The distinction between basic defense and block attributes is crucial knowledge for players. While basic defense can reduce damage, it still allows the attacker to inflict 1 point of mandatory damage, even if the attack doesn't break through the defense. This seemingly negligible 1 point of damage holds significant implications essentially. As long as damage can be dealt continuously, even a group of level 1 beginners, leveraging their numbers, could eventually take down a level 100, Tier 10 powerhouse. Block attributes, on the other hand, operate entirely differently. They create a flawless protective barrier if an attack cannot surpass the block value. Not even 1 point of mandatory damage can be inflicted. What's even more remarkable is the synergy between block and damage reduction attributes, amplifying the defensive effect to extraordinary levels. For example, consider a character with 50 points of defense and 90 damage reduction. When subjected to 100 points of damage, the system first calculates the basic defense, reducing the damage by 50 points. The remaining 50 points are then further reduced by 90 damage reduction. Block attributes, however, are calculated differently. They take effect after damage reduction. This means that with 50 points of block and 90 damage reduction, no damage can penetrate unless the original attack exceeds 500 points. Now, Yiyang's newly acquired Cursed Grudge Crown pushes this mechanism to its limits. It grants all his summoned undead an astounding 500,000 points of block value. Combined with the Pain Robe's 80 physical damage reduction, any attack would need to exceed 2.5 million points of damage to harm this undead army. Such an impenetrable defense renders even 5th-tier professionals, including prodigies like Chao Ming, incapable of even scratching the undead forces. Of course, Yiyang thought to himself, this astonishing damage reduction is limited to physical attacks. When it comes to magical damage, it's a completely different story. After all, while my Torment Robe can block 80 of physical damage, it actually increases magical damage by 10. His gaze fell on the Cursed Crown, which boasted an all-stats boost of over 160,000 points of value that even surpassed the Shadow Boots he had obtained earlier. Without any hesitation, Yiyang immediately equipped the item. Just as he was about to check his stats panel, 2 system notifications suddenly popped up. Ding! Successfully collected the full set of Tier 3 exclusive class equipment. Aura bonus activated. All stats 5,000. Ding! Successfully collected the full set of Tier 4 exclusive class equipment. Aura bonus activated. All stats 50,000. I almost forgot about the equipment aura. Yiyang exclaimed in delight, realizing the massive gap between the Tier 3 and Tier 4 aura bonuses. Together, they granted him a staggering 55,000 points in all attributes, equivalent to a total boost of 220,000 points. Eagerly, he opened his stats panel. Name: Yiyang LV44. Class: Tier 4 Necromancer Unique. Strength: 103,570. Spirit: 2,285,169. Constitution: 1,047,574. Agility: 841,574. With the replacement of 3 pieces of equipment and the double aura bonuses, Yiyang's stats experienced a qualitative leap. His spirit skyrocketed to 2.28 million, his constitution broke past the 1 million mark to reach 1.04 million, and even his agility surged from 560,000 to 840,000. This meant that all of his summoned undead would now receive a 228-fold attribute boost. Even the most basic skeleton with 44 base attributes would now rival the strength of a Tier 2 dungeon boss of the Azura level under this amplification. The only downside was losing the resurrection effect for all undead summons that had been provided by the previous Night Crown. However, considering his current Tier 4 level, that effect, which only applied to Tier 2 or lower undead, now seemed rather negligible. Next, Yiyang integrated 2 newly acquired summoning skills into his skill panel. The system notification followed promptly. System notifications remain unchanged from the original text. Looking at the staggering spirit consumption of these 2 Tier 4 summoning skills, Yiyang couldn't help but smile wryly. Even with his Tier 4 transcendent weapon, summoning a single Dark Warrior required 17 minutes, while summoning a Phantasmal Nightmare took a daunting 42 minutes. Without the transcendent weapon, these times would stretch to 5.5 hours and 14 hours, respectively. After patiently waiting, the first Dark Warrior finally materialized within the summoning space. Clad in pitch-black armor and wielding a long blade exuding an aura of death, this warrior radiated an imposing presence. No doubt about it, the Dark Warrior is as dark as it gets. Yiyang took a deep breath before opening the stats panel of this formidable summon. When Yiyang saw the attribute panel of the Dark Warrior before him, he was utterly speechless with shock. The stats of this Tier 4 undead summon were simply astounding. At just level 45, the Dark Warrior's base strength had already reached nearly 40,000 points. With the amplification of Yiyang's mental power, its maximum strength attribute could soar to over 9 million points, far surpassing Yiyang's own 2 million plus mental attribute. And it wasn't just strength, its constitution and agility stats were equally terrifying. However, what was truly mind-blowing were the Dark Warrior's 3 skills. The first passive skill, Dark Demon Body, provided 99 damage immunity, along with a 10 constitution base damage block. Based on its current attributes, the block value alone reached an astounding 660,000 points, and with the bonus from Yiyang's Cursed Crown, it exceeded 1.2 million points. Even more frightening was how this damage reduction synergized with the 80 physical damage immunity from the Pain Robe, culminating in a staggering 99.8 physical damage immunity equivalent to 500 times damage reduction. This meant that to break through its defenses, physical damage would need to exceed 600 million, and magical damage would require at least 120 million. For anyone below Tier 6, even prodigious talents among the Heaven Chosen, breaking this defense was nearly impossible. The Dark Warrior's offensive skills were equally astonishing. The Dark Slash skill boasted a 100x full attribute bonus, with base damage reaching 2.3 billion. Factoring in Yiyang's extraordinary specialized weapon with a 1000 attack boost and the 50 damage bonus from the Ghostly Wedding Gloves, a single strike could deal up to 35 billion damage, enough to overwhelm even Tier 6 peak level powerhouses. Moreover, as elemental damage, it was impervious to ordinary defensive measures. Most critically, it could directly reduce the maximum health of fully healed targets, rendering any healing completely ineffective. The third skill, Dark Obliteration, was a devastating area effect ultimate ability. Its base damage came with a 100x strength bonus, roughly 900 million damage, and could reach a maximum of 13.5 billion. Its range was staggering, covering a 240-kilometer radius, and it came with the most terrifying effect of all: true death. As long as the Dark Warrior's strength exceeded that of its target, it could annihilate them outright. This was the first time Yiyang had encountered the true death effect in his own arsenal. Previously, during expeditions in secret realms, he had relied on Jokai's celestial retribution talent to truly kill enemies from Sakura Nation. But now, this fearsome ability was finally under his own control. Over the centuries of Blue Star's mutations, while many rare treasures had surfaced with the power to resurrect the dead, the ability to cause true death remained exceedingly rare and invaluable. Of course, even these precious treasures lose their effectiveness after a prolonged period of death. These life-restoring artifacts are not only extraordinarily valuable, but also extremely rare. Among the powerful individuals Yiyang knew, whether it was Lin Chongfeng, Wang Chong, Jiang Chen, or the even stronger Li Chengfeng, none of them had ever possessed such items. According to Li Chengfeng, such rare treasures could only be found in the national-level resource vault of the Dragon Nation's Central Guild. However, The difficulty of obtaining them was so immense that it deterred even the most ambitious. More importantly, even these resurrection-type artifacts came with strict limitations. They could not revive someone who had been dead for more than one day. This is what makes true death so terrifying. Not only does it allow for the direct killing of enemies in secret realms, but more importantly, once someone is truly killed, all resurrection-type artifacts become useless. The pursuit of resurrection-type treasures has been one of Yiyang's driving motivations to grow stronger. 10 years ago, his parents in this life sacrificed themselves to save Han Ishu's family and now rest forever in the Tianshui City Cemetery. If he could obtain such a treasure, he would undoubtedly give it a try. The saying, when a child wishes to care for their parents, they are no longer there, resonates deeply with Yiyang's 2 lifetimes of experience. In his previous life, his father passed away from a terminal illness, and by the time he had earned enough money, his father had been gone for years. His mother, unable to endure the grief, passed away less than a year after. In this life, though he had awakened the powerful Necromancer class and gained a system, giving him the potential to become the strongest on Blue Star, his parents had already passed away 10 years ago. If he ever had the chance to bring them back to life, he would make sure they became the happiest parents in the world. For now, these goals were still far out of reach for Yiyang. He silently recited his aspirations in his heart, to claim the top spot in the National College Examinations Dragon Martial Rankings, to be admitted to the Supreme Academy in the capital, and to join the Dragon Nation's Central Guild. As the first 4th-tier rare-grade summoned creature, the Phantasmal Nightmare, appeared in the summoning space, Yiyang shook his head and temporarily set aside these thoughts. He immediately opened the Phantasmal Nightmare's attribute panel to examine it. At that moment, when Yiyang first laid eyes on the attributes of the ethereal nightmare, he was stunned. All attributes were just 1 point. What use could such an undead summon possibly bring him? However, as he carefully examined the skill effects of the ethereal nightmare one by one, everything became clear. 1 word strong. 2 words extremely strong. The first passive skill renders all basic damage completely nullified, meaning it provides 100 immunity to any form of basic physical or magical damage. The second skill is essentially a synergy with the special ability Nightmare Bind. Simply put, once the ethereal nightmare attaches itself to a summoned creature, its nightmare energy causes enemies affected by the nightmare state to suffer damage they inflict upon others. In other words, any enemy in the nightmare state attempting to attack will have their damage reflected back onto themselves. Not only that, but certain negative statuses will also be reversed in the same manner. Moreover, this skill has an even more overpowered application. If a healer is subjected to the nightmare state, they will only be able to heal or buff themselves, effectively rendering them useless. And in a team, healers are a precious resource, constantly under protection. With this, Yiyang wouldn't even need to deal with those healers directly. What truly captivated Yiyang was the third skill. Any enemy slain by his undead summons would have their memories devoured, granting him a wealth of information. This meant that if Yiyang wanted to investigate his enemies, he wouldn't have to worry about them lying. Lastly, the special ability acted as a life-saving mechanism. The ethereal nightmare could attach itself to him. If he were to be fatally struck, the ethereal nightmare would take the damage in his place. While this effect might not always be necessary, having this safeguard essentially granted Yiyang countless extra lives. Even in the case of a fatal blow, the ethereal nightmare would absorb the true damage, leaving Yiyang completely unharmed. It must be said that with the Soul of Faith, talent allowing all his undead summons to take damage on his behalf, Yiyang's survivability was already extraordinary. However, this didn't mean he was entirely without danger. Powerful destiny holders often possessed mysterious and unpredictable talents. If any of them had the ability to bypass his innate defenses and directly harm him with their skills, it could still catch him off guard. All in all, the ethereal nightmare's special abilities were in no way inferior to the mount skill of the previous rare summon, the Bone Wyvern. In fact, they were countless times more powerful. With this, Yiyang had fully taken stock of all his gains from the Tier 4 secret realm. In just a few minutes, this realm would completely collapse. Next, he would leave this secret realm and continue toward the Tier 5 secret realm, aiming to reach even greater heights. Thinking of this, Yiyang wasted no time and decisively recalled all his undead summons back into the summoning space. The scene before him left him quite satisfied. This trip to the Tier 4 secret realm had brought a qualitative leap to his undead army. The number of basic skeletons had surpassed 3 million. Although these Tier 1 skeletons were almost negligible in combat strength before entering the secret realm, the acquisition of the Tier 4 talent, Corpse Soul Explosion, had turned these ordinary skeletons into a force to be reckoned with. A slight smile appeared on Yiyang's face as he realized that whether it was maintaining the enraged state of the skeleton tyrants or using his own talent skills, it all seemed to rely on the sacrifice of these skeletons. However, these summons had no consciousness to begin with. Even if they did, they would charge fearlessly when the Corpse Soul Explosion needed to be released. surpassing even the loyalty of ancient death warriors. The numbers of his other summons were equally astonishing. The invisible skeleton archmages had grown to 360,000. This force alone was sufficient to handle a Tier 2 magic tide, as large as the one that struck Inzhou City previously. The skeleton tyrants, which Yiyang relied on the most, had exceeded 30,000. These summons, with their rapid summoning speed, formidable attributes, and exceptional durability, were the most resilient main force in his army, second only to unique entities like the Dark Knights and the Phantom Nightmares. The Death Knights had increased to over 15,000, and the Bone-Winged Wyverns had reached nearly 6,000. This aerial force was enough to ensure Yiyang could maintain seamless surveillance over any region. The most powerful undead commanders now numbered over 2,700, while the Riot elemental specters, known for their explosive damage, had broken past the 1,300 mark. By comparison, the newly acquired Tier 4 summons were still relatively scarce. Yiyang recalled what Xiao Ming and the others had mentioned about Mizuno Taki, a Tier 4 pinnacle summoner specializing in origin summoning. Despite mastering Tier 4 summoning skills early on, Mizuno Taki had never managed to summon even a single Tier 4 creature. This was not only due to the limitations of transcendent weapons, but also heavily dependent on luck. Failed summoning attempts were a common occurrence, even with sufficient spiritual energy accumulated. However, a smug smile appeared on Yiyang's face. Unlike those professionals who had to exhaust a tremendous amount of energy to summon undead one by one, he only needed to use a small amount of mental power, and his skill would automatically summon an army of undead for him continuously. This was indeed a significant advantage brought about by his god-tier skill system. Compared to Mizuno Takashi, who had to summon one by one and endure the low success rate of summoning, Yiyang's efficiency was far superior. At this moment, his undead army had reached an astonishing number of over 3.5 million, while Mizuno Takashi had painstakingly accumulated his angelic legion over more than 10 years, which only amounted to a mere 50 to 60,000. At the very moment the Tier 4 secret realm was about to collapse, Yiyang's figure vanished from the spot. A few minutes before Yiyang's exit, Zheng Guang had already led his men to report in detail to Jiang Chun and Wang Chong about Yiyang's actions in the secret realm. Hearing this, Jiang Chun couldn't help but burst into laughter. Are you saying that this kid Yiyang single-handedly took down hundreds of Sakura Nation's heavenly occupation professionals? And even over 100 would-be ambushers didn't even get to see his shadow before being counterkilled? That's exactly what happened. Zhang Guang nodded, a mix of joy and concern on his face. Although those were merely Sakura Nation's geniuses, they were still heavenly occupation professionals, a title that alone was intimidating. Yet Jiang Chun showed no signs of worry after hearing this, which was truly perplexing. Good, good, good. Jiang Chun praised repeatedly. That kid Yiyang did an excellent job. This will make this year's International League of New Generation Professionals on Blue Star so much more entertaining. Wang Chong, however, frowned and said, Jiang Chun, aren't you oversimplifying the situation? This involves a serious international incident with hundreds of Sakura Nation's heavenly occupation professionals. Do you think they won't retaliate? Sakura Nation? What's there to be afraid of? Jiang Chun replied with a dismissive laugh. But they have the Lighthouse Nation backing them. Wang Chong sighed. This will inevitably alarm the Dragon Nation's Central Guild. When they demand Yiyang, how will we protect him? The harder it is to cover up, the better. Jiang Chun grinned. I even want this to make headlines in Dongshan Province. As for the Central Guild, do you think they would prioritize international relations over protecting someone like Yiyang, who can single-handedly take down hundreds of high-tier heavenly occupation professionals? While Wang Chong was still caught in indecision, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked toward the entrance of the Secret Realms Hall. Yiyang? You finally came out. Well done. This time you managed to kill 300 to 400 of Sakura Nation's heavenly occupation professionals. President Jiang, you're too kind. Yiyang shrugged, a relaxed smile on his face. I was just planning to grind some monsters in the secret realm to level up, but those Sakura country professionals insisted on causing trouble. I had no choice but to take them all down. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen burst into laughter at his words. They provoked you and ended up getting wiped out instead. Kid, you've got some skills. After laughing, he quickly composed himself and asked seriously. So, what are your plans next? The 5th-tier secret realm, Yiyang replied without hesitation. His words were like a thunderclap, leaving Jiang Chen momentarily stunned. The 5th-tier secret realm was a forbidden zone even for high-level professionals like them, only accessible to the most elite talents of Dragon Country. Wang Chong was equally shocked by the response. Yiyang, are you serious? Or are you just looking to gather information about the 5th-tier secret realm? Exactly. Jiang Chun quickly chimed in, his brows furrowed. The 5th-tier secret realm is extremely dangerous. Even though Wang Chong and I are 7th-tier professionals, the rules prevent us from entering to escort you. The ones in there are either seasoned veterans or the nation's top talents. With your current strength, Rushing in would be far too risky. However, instead of backing down, Yiyang's eyes lit up. So, those super geniuses participating in the Dragon Country's national exam, are they in the 5th-tier secret realm as well? He explained that leveling up was only a secondary goal. What he really wanted was to see with his own eyes just how powerful the top talents from the 3 supreme cities, as described by Chao Ming, truly were. Like the saying goes, seeing is believing. Jiang Chun, mistaking Yiyang's words as a sign of hesitation, immediately provided a detailed explanation. 50 years ago, during Su Qin's era in the national exam, there were already super geniuses at the peak of the 4th tier, even some who had just stepped into the 5th tier. These individuals came from the super families or guilds of the 3 supreme cities, equipped with top-tier resources, gear, skills, and combat techniques. In last year's exam, most of the prodigies were at the peak of the 5th tier, with years of experience to back them up. You've just advanced to the 4th tier, and your strength is barely comparable to the peak of the 3rd tier. Even if you can fight above your level, challenging 2 major tiers at once is far too dangerous. Wang Chong quickly added, and you've never been inside a 5th-tier secret realm, so you don't know what to expect. But since you've cleared the 4th-tier Azure difficulty dungeon, you should be familiar with offensive formations, right? Yiyang nodded to indicate his understanding. Yiyang nodded and then looked directly at the two of them, asking, so, there really are offensive formations in this 5th-tier secret realm? Of course. Wang Chong replied with a serious expression, a trace of caution flashing in his eyes. And the power of these offensive formations is thousands of times stronger than those in 4th-tier Ashura-level dungeons. Even a genius at the heavenly occupation level could lose their life if they're not careful, let alone an ordinary 5th-tier potential user it's almost certain death. As he spoke, Wang Chong's tone carried a hint of sorrow. As someone who had experienced it firsthand, he understood this harsh reality all too well. He vividly remembered that back in the same graduating class in Dongshan province, there had been thousands of geniuses, nearly 100 of whom were potential users. Yet now, only a handful, including himself and Jiang Chun, remained. Too many people underestimated the offensive formations in the secret realm. They only focused on defending against the monsters and ended up paying the price with their lives, Wang Chong said, shivering unconsciously. And it's not just the 5th-tier secret realm. From the 5th tier onward, all secret realms are equipped with these deadly offensive formations. However, this warning didn't deter Yiyang. On the contrary, it fueled his determination. After listening to their words, Yiyang's eyes lit up with excitement as he thought to himself. So the 5th-tier secret realm is the battleground for the top geniuses in Longhua. Isn't this like participating in the national exam ahead of time? More importantly, the highest level of the secret realm hall was 5th tier, with the upper limit being 5th tier 2-star. Yiyang had already made up his mind once he could safely clear a 5th tier 1-star secret realm, he would immediately challenge the 2-star realm. In his view, only by continuously taking on greater challenges could he rapidly improve his strength. With that thought, Yiyang turned decisively and started walking toward the secret realm hall. Seeing this, Wang Chong quickly stepped in front of him, urgently trying to dissuade him. Yiyang, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? You're only in the 40s level-wise. Even if you want to train in a higher difficulty secret realm, you don't have to jump straight to the 5th tier. Isn't the 4th tier 2-star secret realm a viable option as well? Yiyang suddenly furrowed his brow, as if he had just thought of something important. He turned to face Wang Chong and Jiang Chun, his tone carrying a hint of hesitation. President Wang, President Jiang, I'm afraid I can't directly enter the 5th tier secret realm right now. Oh. Jiang Chen's expression lit up with a pleased smile upon hearing this. What, have you reconsidered? Planning to develop yourself properly in the 4th tier secret realm first?
No.
Yiyang shook his head and explained with a serious expression. I've already used up all my 3rd-tier magic beast crystal essences. If I rely solely on the 5th-tier beast blood potion, the experience gain is just too slow. This wasn't an excuse. In fact, the reason he had chosen to directly challenge the final boss of the 4th-tier secret realm before was precisely because the duration of his last magic beast crystal essence had been down to just a few minutes. Without the 5,000 experience boost provided by the 3rd-tier crystal essence, he could only rely on the meager 500 boost from the 5th-tier beast blood potion now. The difference was simply staggering a full 50 times. In other words, if he entered the 5th-tier secret realm now, the amount of experience he used to gain in 1 hour would now take over 2 days to achieve. With such a massive efficiency gap, it would be better to conserve his points and take a temporary step back to regroup. I see, Wang Chong said, suddenly understanding the situation. He immediately made a promise. You don't need to worry about this. As for the magic beast crystal essences, I can help you figure something out. Since you've successfully completed the 4th-tier secret realm, you now have the chance to enter the Eastern Mountain Province Resource Vault and select 2 resources as your reward, Wang Chong said, causing Yiyang's eyes to light up with excitement. Jiang Chun quickly added, I was planning to tell you as soon as you came out, but we got sidetracked talking about the 5th-tier secret realm. Since there's some time to wait, Why not head to the resource vault now? Yiyang readily agreed and followed Jiang Chun to the Eastern Mountain Province resource vault located in Qingyao City. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng headed straight to the capital city to seek out the retired provincial president, Li Chengfeng, intending to request some magical beast crystal essence as compensation for Yiyang's assistance. After all, asking for help always comes with a price. Before long, Yiyang and Jiang Chun stood in front of a secure underground vault door. Jiang Chun skillfully operated the control panel, and with a deep, resonant rumble, the heavy door slowly swung open. Go on in. I've already registered all the necessary paperwork for you. You can pick any 2 items you like, Jiang Chun said. Even 5th-tier items? Yiyang asked, visibly surprised. Of course. Since it's your choice, there are no restrictions. The moment Yiyang stepped into the vault, he was awestruck by the sight before him. The dazzling array of rare resources was overwhelming. 5th-tier beast blood potions, magical beast crystal essence, exclusive profession skills, equipment chests. Treasures that were nearly impossible to find in the outside world were now laid out before his eyes. On the way there, Jiang Chun had thoroughly explained the vault's protective mechanisms. The entire vault was safeguarded by a powerful array barrier, impenetrable even to 8th-tier peak-level professionals. Additionally, each resource was protected by its own miniature barrier, making internal theft virtually impossible. This was why Jiang Chun could only wait outside. He lacked the authorization to enter. Forcing entry would result in automatic expulsion at best, or instant annihilation by the barrier at worst. Keeping Jiang Chun's prior advice in mind, Yiyang carefully scanned for the most valuable items. Before long, his attention was drawn to a particular treasure chest. Finally found it. A 4th-tier rare jewelry set chest. Yiyang exclaimed with excitement. Jewelry sets of this caliber were exceedingly rare in the outside world. Even the 1st-tier jewelry set he currently wore was something most prodigies could only dream of obtaining. At a glance, Yiyang's eyes lit up when he saw the rare tier 4 jewelry set treasure chests in front of him. He glanced down at his own tier 1 common jewelry set and couldn't suppress the joy bubbling up inside him. Although he felt a tinge of regret for not obtaining a tier 5 jewelry set chest, getting a rare tier 4 set was already an incredible consolation. Without hesitation, Yiyang eagerly stored the treasure chests into his inventory and immediately took them out. His fingers trembled slightly as he opened them one by one. A system notification promptly followed. Ding! You have successfully used Rare Tier 4 exclusive class jewelry chests X2 and received Rare Tier 4 Abyssal Ring, Rare Tier 4 Abyssal Chain. Yiyang quickly pulled up the attribute panel for the jewelry set. The Abyssal Ring's attributes were displayed as follows. Spirit 386,000, Constitution 288,000, Agility 243,000. Set effect. When the Abyssal Jewelry set is complete, all summoning skills consume half the spirit energy. 12. The Abyssal Chain's attributes were equally astonishing. Spirit 386,000, Constitution 288,000, Agility 243,000. Set effect. When the Abyssal Jewelry set is complete, all summoning skills consume half the spirit energy. 22. Reducing spirit consumption by half directly? This set effect is incredible, Yiyang thought excitedly. This meant his summoning speed would increase significantly, especially when utilizing the extraordinary feature Spirit Burn of his Dusk Frost magic staff. What amazed him even more was that the attribute boosts of this jewelry set far exceeded those of his current rare tier 4 gauntlets. The gauntlets only provided a 210,000 point increase in spirit, while the combined spirit boost from the Abyssal Jewelry set reached over 700,000. The only question lingering in Yiyang's mind was whether the spirit consumption reduction from the Abyssal Jewelry set would simply stack with his extraordinary weapons effects or multiply exponentially. With that thought, Yiyang decided to stop overanalyzing. Yiyang equipped the Tier 4 accessory set without hesitation. In an instant, his attribute panel saw an astonishing boost. Attribute panel. Name, Yiyang LV45. Class, Tier 4 Necromancer. Strength, 103,570. Spirit, 3,057,169. Constitution, 1,623,574. Agility, 1,327,574. These stats are absolutely insane. Yiyang gasped in disbelief. His spirit attribute alone skyrocketed from the original 2.28 million to 3.05 million. His constitution surged from just over 1 million to more than 1.6 million, and even his agility leapt from over 800,000 to well above 1.3 million. What thrilled him even more was discovering, upon inspecting the summoning space, that the set effect of the abyssal accessories indeed stacked multiplicatively with the extraordinary trait of the Fallen Sunlight Frost Staff. Previously, he could summon 20 ordinary skeletons per second. Now, that number had doubled to 40. Satisfied with this incredible haul, Yiyang didn't linger and promptly returned to Jiang Chen's side. How did it go? Did you find anything good? Jiang Chun asked eagerly. I did. It's a rare tier 4 accessory set, Yiyang replied, showing the abyssal accessories. Holy crap, you actually got this. Jiang Chen exclaimed in amazement. Looks like your luck and secret realm score were both off the charts this time. Yiyang was a bit puzzled. President Jiang, what does this have to do with the secret realm score? I thought you could freely choose items in the resource vault? Jiang Chen quickly explained. No, not exactly. While many people, myself included, can enter the Dongshan province resource vault, the items each person can see vary. It's determined by your hidden score, which is assessed by the array masters remotely managing the vault. The higher your score, the better the treasures you can access. The fact that you found a rare tier 4 accessory set means your hidden score is already near the highest level. I see, Yiyang said thoughtfully. So does that mean if I can conquer a tier 5 secret realm with the highest hidden score, I might get a chance to see a rare tier 5 accessory set? The idea sparked a sense of curiosity in him, and he couldn't help but voice his question to Jiang Chen. Yiyang smiled faintly, his gaze firm as he looked at Jiang Chen. So, President Jiang, according to what you're saying, if I can successfully conquer a tier 5 secret realm, theoretically, I should be able to find tier 5 rare grade accessory sets in the resource vaults of Dongshan province, right? Jiang Chen instinctively nodded, thinking to himself that Yiyang truly lived up to his reputation as the top scholar in both academics and combat for 3 consecutive years during school. His comprehension was extraordinary. However, in the next moment, a sense of unease suddenly rose in Jiang Chen's heart. Wait, Yiyang, are you saying you want to head straight into a tier 5 secret realm right now? Yiyang smiled faintly, his tone relaxed. Of course. But going in now isn't very cost-effective. It's better to wait for President Wang to return and see how his situation is first. Yes, of course. Jiang Chen quickly nodded upon hearing this, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Without hesitation, he immediately used the dedicated communication line to send a message to Wang Chong. Try to come back as late as possible. I'll do my best to make sure Yiyang gets some rest. At the very least, I want him to train in a tier 4 secret realm first. Jiang Chen understood all too well that a tier 5 secret realm was far too dangerous for Yiyang. It wasn't just the geniuses present, but also the countless unknowns and perils within the realm itself. Ensuring Yiyang stabilized his strength first was absolutely crucial. After much persuasion, Jiang Chen finally heard Yiyang agree to take a break. However, when the tier 4 2-star secret realm was mentioned, Yiyang seemed unimpressed. Without tier 3 beast potions, going there is just a waste of time. The efficiency of gaining experience is too low. I'd rather go back to my room and rest for a few hours. Back in his room at the training camp, Yiyang stared into his summoning space, deep in thought. President Jiang was right. Although he had already become a tier 4 professional, his strength was still at the peak of tier 3. At the moment, the number of tier 4 undead summons he had was far from sufficient. This was a good opportunity not only to rest, but also to stockpile more tier 4 undead summons. By the time President Wang returned from Kyoto, Yiyang's tier 4 undead summons would be fully prepared. Currently, his summoning ability allowed him to summon an average of 14 wailing spirits, 7 dark warriors, and just under 3 phantasmal nightmares per hour. This translated to around 345 wailing spirits, 172 dark warriors, and 69 phantasmal nightmares in a day. Although the numbers didn't seem large, these were all tier 4 undead summons. To put it bluntly, even a single one could easily crush tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of ordinary tier 1 or tier 2 undead summons. The attributes of the skeletal overlord were already astonishing, with its strength stat reaching over 22,000 in its peak enraged state. As for the dark warrior, another stats-focused summon, its strength attribute soared to nearly 40,000 without any enhancements. With skill boosts factored in, the dark warrior's passive ability, Dark Armored Body, which provided 99 damage reduction, made it nearly impervious even to thousands of skeletal overlords. The gap between tier 2 and tier 4 summons was evident. Alright, since the only thing I can do now is rest, I might as well sleep, Yiyang muttered to himself. He thought with a hint of amusement that even while sleeping, his summoning would continue automatically. Thinking of this, Yiyang closed his eyes and quickly fell into a deep sleep. As a true strong man, even if the sky were to collapse, he could still sleep soundly and peacefully. Meanwhile, Wang Chong, who had just arrived at the Supreme Academy in the capital, received a message from Jiang Chen. He couldn't help but muse to himself, that kid Yiyang is just waiting for me to get back so he can directly enter the 5th tier secret realm? With that thought, Wang Chong took a deep breath. There was no denying if this guy's focus on cultivation was so intense that he wouldn't waste even a single moment. Shaking his head, Wang Chong strode briskly into Li Chengfeng's office. The moment Li Chengfeng saw Wang Chong, his brows furrowed instinctively. Xiao Wang, what brings you here? I'm here to ask for something, Wang Chong said straightforwardly. Ask for something? Li Chengfeng was momentarily stunned. He had assumed Wang Chong's visit was related to Yiyang. After all, Earlier today, Wang Chong had contacted him, requesting the deployment of 500 4th-tier peak-level professionals to assist Yiyang, who had encountered danger in the secret realm. Li Chengfeng gave Wang Chong a once-over. Kid, don't tell me you're running low on cultivation resources yourself? Not at all. Wang Chong shook his head and clarified. I'm here on Yiyang's behalf to ask for resources. And while I'm at it, I wanted to check regarding Yiyang's recent international incident. You should already have some understanding of the situation, right? Although Li Chengfeng hadn't sent the requested 500 people, he had dispatched 100 professionals. Therefore, Yiyang's actions in the 4th-tier secret realm slaying the talented professionals from Sakura country couldn't possibly escape Li Chengfeng's notice, let alone that of the Dragon Kingdom Central Guild. So it's Yiyang who needs cultivation resources. Li Chengfeng chuckled calmly. Just tell me what he's lacking. As for the international incident between Yiyang and Sakura country, yes, I'm well aware of it. They'll say just one thing: Yiyang did an excellent job. Excellent job? Hearing this, Wang Chong's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, President, you're not joking, are you? Yiyang has just killed 300 to 400 Sakura Nation transcendents. Do you think Sakura Nation will just let this go? He spoke urgently. I came here not only to ask you to provide Yiyang with beast blood potions and height-ear magic beast crystals, but more importantly, to help suppress this international incident. Li Chengfeng's face lit up with a confident smile. You don't need to worry about that. I've already looked into it. Those so-called geniuses were nothing more than high-ranking members of Sakura Nation's secret assassin organization. Even their strongest squad leader is just a level 8 transcendent, slightly stronger than me, but not a real threat. He added with assurance, even if Sakura Nation tries to pressure us through international diplomacy, I can handle it alone. And worst-case scenario, there's still your master uncle, Li Yingtian. He's a peak level 9 transcendent, not only the principal of the Supreme Academy in Kyoto, but also a holder of a sacred silver-level ID card in the Long Nation Central Guild. At the mention of the sacred silver-level ID card, Wang Chong swallowed hard. In the 5-tier ranking system of the Long Nation Central Guild, the levels from lowest to highest were Sacred Bronze, Sacred Silver, Sacred Gold, Saint, and Sacred Dragon. Although Sacred Silver was the second lowest tier, it was already the highest level most people could ever witness. Even the master craftsman Chen Yuan was only at the Sacred Gold level. As for Sacred Dragon, Wang Chong had never even heard of anyone reaching it. So, Li Chengfeng said, patting Wang Chong on the shoulder, with me around, Yiyang is absolutely safe. Wang Chong let out a sigh of relief before bringing up another purpose of his visit. Then please, President, help Yiyang grow stronger. He urgently needs height-ear beast blood potions and magic beast crystals. Take as many 5 or 6-tier beast blood potions as you want, Li Chengfeng said generously. As for magic beast crystals, I can give you 100 level 3 ones. 100? Wang Chong was so shocked he could barely speak. It had taken him years of scrimping and saving to gather 20 or 30, yet the president could casually hand out so many. Li Chengfeng continued. I remember your master uncle has some level 4 ones as well. I'll get those for you. These should last Yiyang about a week. In a while, I'll gather some more level 3 to level 5 ones for you. Wang Chong thanked him profusely. Li Chengfeng waved it off with a smile. Yiyang's needs are my needs. With that, he headed straight for Li Yingtian's office. Before long, Wang Chong saw Li Chengfeng's figure appear in front of him again. President, you're back so soon? Did Sherbois run out of magic beast crystals over there? Wang Chong couldn't help but ask. Li Chengfeng shrugged. Not exactly. That old guy just used up all his 5th-tier magic beast crystals. These are the only 4th-tier ones left. As he spoke, he placed the magic beast crystals he had collected from Li Yingtian in front of Wang Chong, a total of 27 4th-tier crystals, along with over 200 3rd-tier ones. Wang Chong stared at the pile of magic beast crystals in front of him, utterly dumbfounded. As a talent at the potentialist level, he couldn't even conquer secret realms of his own tier, let alone higher ones. Up to now, the highest grade magic beast crystal he had ever used was 3rd tier, and even those were provided as part of his official benefits. Yet now, Li Chengfeng had brought such a large number of high-tier crystals all at once for Yiyang. Wang Chong couldn't help but feel a twinge of temptation to keep them for himself. President, are you really willing to part with all of these? Wang Chong asked, staring at Li Chengfeng's expressionless face. Of course. Li Chengfeng replied without hesitation. If my brother hadn't run out of 5th-tier crystals, I would have taken all of his too. Honestly, at our level, these are just standard perks. The benefits provided by the Zhongting Guild of Longhua to those within the system are always generous. Beyond these beast blood potions and crystals, I participate in an 8th-tier secret realm once a month and at least 5 dungeon events. My teammates are almost all 8th-tier peak or top-tier professionals. It not only helps alleviate pressure on Longhua, but also accelerates our own growth. I've heard about this to some extent. Wang Chong nodded. I just didn't realize the perks were this excessive. Li Chengfeng smiled. Naturally. Otherwise, why do you think those top-tier families are so eager to join? In Kyoto alone, there are over 10,000 prominent families, but fewer than 100 have successfully joined. These families are known as superfamilies, and they even lead the formation of family guilds to serve the Zhongting Guild. Join? Why don't they just take the entrance exam for the Zhongting Guild directly? Wang Chong asked in surprise. Handing all the crystals to Wang Chong, Li Chengfeng explained, because they can't pass the political review. These superfamilies may have joined in name, but in reality, they're more like outsourced entities for the Zhongting Guild. They can't be considered formal members of the system like us. However, as long as they're willing to pay the registry tax, they receive the same benefits. The registry tax, essentially, is an opportunity to exchange ordinary resources for high-grade ones. There's such an arrangement? Wang Chong was amazed. Of course, Li Chengfeng said nonchalantly. Otherwise, where do you think the resources in the provincial and municipal vaults come from? The Zhongting Guild is made up of 8th-tier peak-level powerhouses. They don't have the time to gather 3rd to 5th-tier ordinary resources. After hearing this explanation, Wang Chong felt a sudden clarity. As a provincial-level guild president, he was often approached by various provincial-level prominent families, but he ultimately lacked the authority to make them official public employees. Hearing Wang Chong's question, Li Chengfeng revealed a meaningful smile and explained directly, I am now the vice principal of the Supreme Academy in the capital, with a few personal mentorship slots under my control. Naturally, the heads of those families are willing to trade resources for such opportunities. Wang Chong was stunned upon hearing this, nodding slowly. A flicker of realization flashed in his eyes. He had always believed that the Zhongting Guild in the Dragon Nation operated purely on strength and contributions. Climbing the ranks was simply a matter of being strong enough. But now, he understood that the intricacies involved were far more complex than he had imagined. Power truly is the most coveted thing, Wang Chong silently mused. However, he quickly realized that this exchange wasn't merely about trading benefits. Even if Li Chengfeng used mentorship slots to acquire cultivation resources, the talented individuals sent by those prominent families still needed to meet certain standards in strength and aptitude. If their abilities were too poor, no matter how much Li Chengfeng wanted to protect them, they simply wouldn't survive in the academy. In this era, strength ultimately reigned supreme. Power was undoubtedly important, but without sufficient strength as a foundation, survival was impossible. Take Wang Chong himself as an example. As a talent at the potential level, even if he pushed himself to the limit and reached the peak of the 8th tier, the best he could hope for at the Supreme Academy would be a position as an ordinary teacher. Even with Li Chengfeng's strong recommendation, the highest he could achieve would be a homeroom teacher role. Only individuals like Li Chengfeng, who were 8th tier job holders, were qualified to serve as vice principals. Of course, without the endorsement of Li Yingtian, even Li Chengfeng, as an 8th tier job holder, might have only ended up as a regular department head. In other words, without sufficient strength, no recommendation could truly elevate someone to the pinnacle of this hierarchy. But with enough strength, even the most obscure individuals could carve out their own path to success. Take someone like Yiyang, for example. After finishing his conversation with Li Chengfeng, Wang Chong carefully stored the 332 bottles of 3rd-tier magical beast essence and 27 bottles of 4th-tier magical beast essence he had obtained, then headed straight back to the Qingmiao City special training camp. Along the way, his brows were furrowed, and his expression was grim. This discussion had given him a harsh dose of reality. Strength was not a universal solution to everything, and many matters were far more complex than he had imagined. Though he had already lost his own chance, if he could nurture Yiyang, the resources gained might be enough to support him in pushing the limits of his potential. 8th tier, maybe even the peak of the 9th tier, Wang Chong contemplated silently. If I can reach the peak of the 9th tier, with the old president's recommendation, the opportunity to join the Longwa Central Guild or the Supreme Academy in Kyoto would be within reach. This thought filled him with renewed determination. Despite being nearly 80 years old and having been stuck without a breakthrough for years, leaving him disheartened, his conversation with Li Chengfeng reignited his fighting spirit. How could he give up now, while still in his prime? Upon returning to the training camp, Wang Chong immediately sought out Jiang Chen. Where's Yiyang? He asked. He's resting, Jiang Chen replied, pointing toward the trainee's living quarters. With a puzzled look, he added, didn't I suggest you come back later to let him rest longer? Why are you back in just 6 or 7 hours? I got so engrossed in my talk with the old president that I lost track of time, Wang Chong said absent-mindedly. Since I'm back now, let's get started right away. I doubt Yiyang is in the mood to rest much anyway. Jiang Chen gave a helpless smile, and then led Wang Chong to the entrance of Yiyang's villa. As the doorbell rang, Yiyang, who had been lightly napping on the sofa, immediately woke up. Guessing it might be President Wang returning, he quickly got up to open the door. Sure enough, Wang Chong and Jiang Chen were standing outside. President Jiang, President Wang, Yiyang greeted politely. Wang Chong, however, wasted no time on pleasantries. He directly retrieved the magical beast essence from his storage space and displayed it in front of Yiyang. These are the resources I found for you. They should last you for a while. The old president also mentioned that you shouldn't hesitate to use them when they're gone. He'll find a way to get more. Staring at the third-tier essence glowing with a sky blue light and the fourth-tier essence shimmering in dark purple, Yiyang was so stunned that he couldn't find the words to respond. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take them, Wang Chong urged. To be honest, with such a precious resource, if Yiyang had hesitated even a moment longer, I might have been tempted to keep it for myself, Wang Chong joked with a playful tone. Yiyang solemnly bowed to the two presidents in gratitude, carefully accepting the softly glowing beast essence crystals. Thank you, President Wang, and thank you, President Li. Rest assured, I will not let your efforts in nurturing me go to waste. There's no need to say more, Wang Chong replied with a faint smile. As long as you grow successfully, I will have fulfilled my duty as president. Understood. Yiyang responded firmly. In that case, I will head to the fifth-tier secret realm now. Go ahead. Wang Chong nodded, watching as Yiyang's figure disappeared into the secret realm hall. Jiang Chen, observing the scene, couldn't help but voice his concerns. You're just letting Yiyang enter the fifth-tier secret realm alone? Aren't you worried about the dangers he might face? Wang Chong chuckled lightly and snapped his fingers. In an instant, 10 powerful presidents at the peak of the fifth tier appeared before them, including Lin Chongfeng. If it weren't for waiting for them, I could have made a round trip to Kyoto City in just 3 hours. Why wait 6 or 7 hours for no reason? Wang Chong explained. In truth, the flight train from Dongshan to Kyoto takes less than an hour. Including some casual conversation with Li Chengfeng, it would have delayed him by at most an hour. The real delay had been waiting for these presidents to gather. You're always so thorough, Jiang Chen remarked with a wry smile, glancing at Lin Chongfeng and the others. Since that's the case, you all will accompany Yiyang into the fifth-tier secret realm. Remember, stay vigilant and make sure to return alive. Report back every 3 hours, and if anything happens to Yiyang, inform me immediately. Understood. The presidents responded in unison. Returning to the special training camp, none of them had anticipated being tasked with protecting Yiyang. However, upon witnessing Yiyang's astonishing progress reaching over level 40 in just a few days, they were all left speechless, especially Lin Chongfeng. Reflecting on the day he escorted Yiyang to the selection exam, Yiyang had only been a peak second-tier novice. Now, he was already a formidable fourth-tier warrior. This rate of improvement was utterly astonishing. Lin Chongfeng couldn't help but marvel if Yiyang had stayed in Tianshui City. Breaking through the peak of the second tier in these few days would have been his limit. Truly, the genius special training camp lives up to its name. When Jiang Chen saw Lin Chongfeng and the others, along with Yiyang, entering the secret realm hall, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Ah, it's a pity that our provincial-level training camp doesn't have high-grade equipment. If only we had the kind of facilities available in the 3 supreme cities, we could directly monitor the secret realm. Come on, Wang Chong immediately replied. Secret realms are hundreds or even thousands of times larger than dungeons. Even the training camps in the 3 supreme cities wouldn't dare to casually activate monitoring equipment. Only institutions like the 3 supreme academies can afford to be that extravagant. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, a trace of concern flashing in his eyes. Right now, Yiyang was like a priceless treasure to them. Even the slightest injury to him would cause alarm. If Yiyang could grow smoothly, it would be a cause for celebration for everyone involved in the Dongshan province. By the way, Jiang Chen suddenly thought of something. Yiyang is already at level 45. With his current resources and monster farming speed, even though leveling up in Tier 4 is slow, it shouldn't take him long to reach the peak of Tier 4 at level 50. He looked at Wang Chong with a serious expression. Once he reaches the peak of Tier 4, we can still support him with Tier 5 resources. But what if he reaches the peak of Tier 5 before the training camp even begins? What are we going to do when he needs Tier 6 cultivation resources? Our Dongshan province's Sky Eye observation device can't detect resources of that level. To his surprise, Wang Chong showed no sign of worry. Instead, he smiled confidently. No problem. I've already prepared for Thisbe directly activating the 10-fold overclocking mode of the Sky Eye observation device. 10-fold overclocking? Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock. Do you know how high the cost of that is? Of course I do, Wang Chong replied with a serious expression. Not only does it require 10,000 energy crystals, but the Sky Eye observation device won't be operational for the next 10 years. But do we have a better alternative? Jiang Chen fell silent. Wang Chong was right. Activating the 10-fold overclocking mode would indeed allow the observation device to detect Tier 6 extraordinary sequence dungeons and secret realm entrances within the province in just 10 days. Considering that the national exams were only a little over 20 days away, even if Yiyang leveled up at an exceptional pace, he would only reach the peak of Tier 4 at level 50 in 3 days and the peak of Tier 5 at level 60 within half a month. It was impossible for him to reach the peak of Tier 6 at level 70 within 20 days. However, the cost was enormous. 10 years of inactivity for the observation device would mean sacrificing the growth of talented individuals in Dongshan province for an entire decade. Not to mention, a single energy crystal cost 10,000 dragon yuan equivalent to 1 trillion dragon coins, making 10,000 crystals worth an astronomical 100 million dragon yuan. Such rare items only occasionally appeared at auctions in the 3 supreme cities. After careful consideration, Jiang Chun finally relented. Fine, I agree with this plan. But there's still one problem. Where are you going to get those 10,000 energy crystals? We can figure out the money, even if it means tapping into the provincial budget, and I won't oppose it. But even with the funds, can we collect that many energy crystals in 3 to 5 months? You should be more aware of the difficulty than I am. Hearing this question, Wang Chong simply burst out laughing, completely unfazed. Jiang Chun felt a surge of complex emotions after listening to Wang Chong's explanation. It turned out that 50 years ago, the old president, Li Chengfeng, had already foreseen this situation. He had spent 7 to 8 years accumulating 10,000 energy crystals, which were stored in the resource vault of Dongshan province. Li Chengfeng again? Jiang Chun sighed deeply, astonished that even after leaving Dongshan for decades, the old president was still silently protecting them. You could have told me earlier about the reserves. I wouldn't have been so worried, Jiang Qian said angrily, throwing a punch at Wang Chong. Just moments ago, he had even been calculating who he could borrow those 10,000 energy crystals from. Wang Chong rubbed the spot where he was punched, rolling his eyes with a chuckle. Haha, well, you never asked. As the two were bantering, Yiyang, who had just entered the Secret Realms Hall, suddenly came back out. Yiyang, why are you out already? Did you think the 5th-tier secret realm was too dangerous and wanted to take some time to prepare? Jiang Chun asked with concern. Yiyang shook his head and explained. I ran out of points. The 5th-tier secret realm costs 1 billion points per hour to stay in, and I have less than 10 billion left. I can't stay long. I need to go to a 5th-tier dungeon to earn some points first. It turned out that after entering the secret realm, Yiyang had seen the information about various 5th-tier secret realms, the 2-star Dark Demon Hall, the 1-star Candela Ruins, the 1-star Furnace Purgatory, and so on. The exorbitant point consumption forced him to reconsider his plans. Jiang Qian nearly spat blood upon hearing Yiyang's explanation. Others entered dungeons to level up, but Yiyang was treating them as a place to farm points. That said, 5th-tier dungeons were undoubtedly much safer than secret realms. Wang Chong was equally surprised, but he quickly said, in that case, let's head to the dungeon hall first. The 3 of them arrived at the entrance of the dungeon hall. After bidding farewell to Jiang Chun and Wang Chong, Yiyang entered alone. He quickly found a suitable 5th-tier dungeon, the Dark Altar. Although this dungeon was only 7 months away from collapsing, it held the record for the fastest clear time among all 5th-tier dungeons, making it the perfect choice for Yiyang. The system displayed the difficulty options for the dungeon: normal, hard, nightmare, hell, and Azura. The dungeon completion record showed that the fastest clear time for normal difficulty was 3 days and 12 hours, hard difficulty was 16 days and 19 hours, nightmare difficulty had only reached 21 completion of the final stage, and hell and Azura difficulties had no records. Without hesitation, Yiyang selected the Azura difficulty. As the familiar sensation of dizziness faded, Yiyang found himself inside the dungeon. All around him was an oppressive darkness, so thick it seemed to swallow any trace of light. He couldn't even see his own outstretched hand. What made matters worse was the eerie aura that was steadily infiltrating his body. System notifications flashed before him. Ding. You have entered a Tier 5 dungeon. Dark Altar. Ding. You are affected by the Shura level altar's malevolent aura. Max HP 50. Attack power 30. Defense 80. More notifications kept appearing. Every second, the altar's malevolent aura relentlessly drained Yiyang's health, a staggering 10,000 points at a time. Although his third talent, Soul of Faith, allowed his summoned creatures to share some of the damage, the continuous, massive health loss was still terrifying. So this is the difficulty of a Tier 5 Shura-level dungeon, Yiyang muttered to himself, his brows furrowed in thought. With such severe global debuffs, even a team of potent potential class professionals like Wang Chong and Jiang Qian would struggle to last long without the support of a powerful priest. This was precisely why priests were so vital in team-based scenarios. Despite their lack of offensive capabilities, they were indispensable in dungeons and secret realms. Any team attempting to challenge high-difficulty dungeons without a priest. In this Tier 5 dungeon, a full 10-member team astonishingly required 5 healers just to rely on their powerful recovery abilities to slowly advance. However, for Yiyang, losing 10,000 health points per second was barely worth mentioning. With the blessing of the Soul of Faith, he could even completely ignore this damage. Although the altar's dark aura in the dungeon inflicted negative effects on his undead army, the 30 attack reduction was insignificant for his already overpowered undead forces. Upon entering the dungeon, hundreds of Azura-class dark rotting corpses appeared before Yiyang. These level 51 monsters boasted stats such as 78,800 spirit, 23,500 constitution, and 95,200 agility, and possessed the rotten poison body skill. Any target attacking them would suffer from a severe poison effect lasting 10 seconds. What was even more challenging were the 17 Azura class Lich puppets that showed up alongside them. These level 55 elite monsters had a 100 bonus to all stats due to their Azura class aura and wielded the dark magic Fang skill, which inflicted continuous poison damage. Adding to the chaos, there were also 17 offensive magic arrays. Each array unleashed 1,000 poisonous elemental projectiles per second, dealing dark elemental damage to all targets within a 1,000 meter radius. Faced with such a dense swarm of enemies, Yiyang unhesitatingly summoned his entire undead army. Millions of undead creatures surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming the entire horde in mere moments. The system notifications flooded in relentlessly, with kill logs appearing one after another. What was even more astonishing was that, with over 3 million points of spirit, Yiyang could deploy his undead army instantly to any location within a 3,000 kilometer range. This meant he wasted no time traveling whenever monsters appeared. He could immediately mobilize his forces for swift elimination. In just a few minutes, the dungeon progress had already reached 1.6. At this pace, the first phase of the mission could be completed in 7 to 8 hours. Yiyang's strategy was straightforward. Ordinary skeletons were spread throughout the dungeon to scout the area, and as soon as monsters were detected, high-tier undead were dispatched for precise strikes. After pondering for a moment, Yiyang gained a clear understanding of the speed at which this dungeon could be cleared. The realization brought him some relief. Had been concerned after seeing that even the simplest difficulty levels of 5th-tier dungeons often required 7 to 8 days, sometimes 10 days, or even up to a month to complete. He had worried that he, too, would need several days to finish a 5th-tier dungeon. But now, the current situation left no room for such a leisurely pace. With just over 20 days left for development, if he wanted to surpass those top-tier professionals within this short period, he had to make every second count. More importantly, he couldn't afford to waste valuable time on dungeons that offered low experience point rewards. Even when facing the Ashura level difficulty of a 5th-tier dungeon, Yiyang didn't plan to overuse 4th-tier magical beast crystal essences. His strategy was to reserve them for the final boss phase, using only one begrudgingly if necessary, while relying on 3rd-tier magical beast crystal essences for the rest of the dungeon. After all, the effects of 4th-tier magical beast crystal essences were astonishing, boosting experience gain by 10,000 for 1 hour, equivalent to a 100-fold increase, which was double the enhancement provided by 3rd-tier crystals. However, even without using 4th-tier magical beast crystal essences, Yiyang's current experience gain efficiency far surpassed what it had been before. Previously, the best he could achieve was a 250-fold increase by combining 5th-tier beast blood potions with 3rd-tier magical beast crystal essences. Now, thanks to Wang Chong, also known as Li Chengfeng, who had provided him with over 1,000 6th-tier beast blood potions, he could achieve an entirely new level. 6th-tier potions offered a 1,000 experience boost, doubling the 500 provided by 5th-tier potions. When paired with the 5,000 boost from 3rd-tier magical beast crystal essences, the combined effect allowed him to reach an astounding 500-fold experience gain efficiency. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Jiang Chun and Wang Chong were closely monitoring Yiyang's progress through real-time surveillance. The display screen clearly showed 5th tier, Azura level difficulty Dark Altar, current progress, 2.1. Seeing this data, Jiang Chun felt somewhat reassured. As long as Yiyang stayed away from 5th tier secret realms for the time being, everything would be fine. Turning to Wang Chong, he asked, "Old Wang, how long do you think it'll take Yiyang to clear the Dark Altar this time?" Wang Chong responded with a smile, "At least 2 days, I'd say. Even the fastest record for the normal difficulty took more than 3 days. If he manages to clear the Ashura level difficulty in 2 days, it would already be quite remarkable." "Ha ha ha," Jiang Chun chuckled, shaking his head. "It seems you still don't fully understand the incredible talent of this super genius from Dongshan province. I'd bet he'll clear it in less than a day." "That's impossible," Wang Chong said with a look of disbelief. "I've personally witnessed the process of setting the fastest record. The first phase alone took more than a day, and the final boss took almost 2.5 days to defeat. The first phase isn't too difficult, but, on the contrary," Jiang Chun interrupted, "the final boss will be the easiest part for Yiyang. As long as he can finish the first phase within a day, the boss will only take him a maximum of 5 hours to defeat." "Not necessarily," Wang Chong retorted with a dismissive snort, clearly unconvinced by Jiang Chun's assessment. Amidst the heated argument between the two, the city-level guild presidents from Dongshan province, who were originally planning to follow Yiyang into the 5th-tier secret realm, arrived one by one and stood behind them. These presidents looked at Yiyang, who had returned unexpectedly, their faces filled with confusion. It wasn't until Lin Chongfeng led the group to Wang Chong and Jiang Chen's side and conducted a brief inquiry that they finally understood the situation. Yiyang didn't have enough points. When everyone's eyes turned to the real-time monitoring panel in front of them, The glaring 3 progress left them all gasping in shock. This was the 5th-tier Ashura level dungeon, the Dark Altar. A city-level president couldn't help but exclaim, 6 months ago, I followed a top player to tackle this dungeon, and we spent 2 whole days without even clearing the first phase on nightmare difficulty. Yiyang's only been in there for a few minutes? This kid's been gone for just a few days, and now his strength is enough to crush us city-level presidents, another president said in astonishment. The surrounding discussions grew louder. Chairman Lin's really going to rise to prominence this time. Back then, the superstar Su Chan came from Qingyao City. Who would have thought Tianshui City could produce someone even stronger, like Yiyang? This is incredible luck. Hearing the praise from the crowd, Lin Chongfeng couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He knew that with his own strength and position, he normally wouldn't even have the chance to speak in such high-level situations. It was only because of Yiyang, this extraordinary genius emerging from Tianshui City, that his status had skyrocketed. Over the past few days, the doors of the Tianshui City Professional Guild had nearly been trampled down by people coming to curry favor. Is it finally my turn to rise to the top? He thought to himself with excitement. Time flew by, and in less than 8 hours, the dungeon monitoring screen displayed a jaw-dropping number 50-tier Ashura level difficulty, Dark Altar. Yiyang's team progress. Phase 100. At this moment, everyone was staring intently at the real-time monitoring panel of the Dark Altar dungeon, utterly stunned. The screen clearly displayed the completion information for the first phase in just 7 to 8 hours. Yiyang had single-handedly conquered the first phase of the Shura level difficulty. The city-level guild leaders around exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. They had all personally experienced this decade-old dungeon and were well aware of its challenges. Even with the guidance of top-tier professionals, it would take them 3 days to barely clear the first phase on nightmare difficulty. As for Shura level, that was nothing short of an unattainable dream. This completely overturns everything I know, one guild leader murmured. We can't even break through the hard difficulty, yet he managed to conquer Shura level on his own. Wang Chong stood to the side, too shocked to speak. He had originally estimated that Yiyang would need at least a full day to complete the first phase, but reality had completely shattered his expectations. Even the ever-composed Jiang Chun couldn't help but take a sharp breath, realizing that his earlier assessment of Yiyang's strength had been far too conservative. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Yiyang was already facing the challenge of the second phase. 8 dark lich essences appeared in his line of sight. These level 58 boss-tier monsters exuded an aura of dread. Their attributes were terrifying. Strength, 251,000. Spirit, 896,000. Constitution, 468,000. Agility, 447,000. What made them even more threatening was the Shura-level aura they carried, which boosted all their attributes by 100. They wielded devastating skills like Soul Devour, Dark Impact, and Mind Shackles. Opponents of this caliber were enough to make any 5th-tier professional tremble in fear. In the second phase of the Shura-level Lich Puppet X-133, a group of multicolored boss-level monsters, known as Lich Souls, appeared on the battlefield. Though they shared a similar appearance, each emitted a distinct glow, clearly representing mastery over different elemental powers. At the same time, massive attack formations began to form above Yiyang's head, signaling the imminent battle. I don't care what elements you control, Dark Warrior, take them down. Yiyang decisively issued the attack command. Upon receiving the order, the Dark Warrior sprang into action, unleashing a terrifying aura of darkness. The dark blade in its hand radiated an ominous black glow, slashing out with a devastating dark annihilation. The blade's light swept through like lightning, instantly obliterating the Lich Soul bosses that had no time to react. System notifications followed in quick succession. Ding! You have slain a boss-level monster, LV58 Lich Soul, gaining 85,500,000 bonus experience. This was immediately followed by a series of notifications for killing elite-level Lich Puppets. When Yiyang saw the message, current dungeon progress, second phase 10, he was momentarily stunned. It turned out that the second phase of this tier 5 dungeon did not spawn all the monsters at once but required clearing them in waves. On reflection, these Lich Soul bosses were indeed formidable. Each possessed a base mental strength of nearly 900,000 points. With the Shura level aura providing a 100 boost to all attributes, their mental strength reached a staggering 1.8 million points. In contrast, the rampaging elemental spirits, even with Yiyang's boost of over 3 million mental strength, only had around 1.3 million points of mental strength, with their other attributes being negligible. The Death Commander's situation was even more embarrassing, with mental strength of only about 700,000. The Dark Warrior, however, was on an entirely different level. Its strength attribute alone was an astonishing 12 million, 6 to 7 times the mental strength of the Lich Soul bosses. With such a vast power gap, the Dark Warrior made dispatching these Lich Souls seem effortless, like cutting through paper. Each strike from the Dark Warrior was lethal. Not to mention the devastating power of the Dark Annihilation skillet could obliterate even the toughest foes, but even its regular attacks could easily crush those Lich Wraiths. Although the current Dark Warrior's skills were on cooldown, this did not hinder Yiyang's progress in the slightest. After summoning for over 10 hours, he now commanded more than 100 Dark Warriors. If one of them lost its ability for large-scale destruction, another could immediately take its place. When the second wave of Lich Wraith bosses appeared in sight, Yiyang wasted no time. He recalled a Dark Warrior that had been patrolling another area back into the summoning space and deployed it directly in front of the boss group. Dark Annihilation. A pitch-black blade of light swept across in an instant, wiping out 7 or 8 newly spawned Lich Wraith bosses in the blink of an eye. System notifications began to flood the screen. Ding! You have slain a level 58 boss-class monster, Lich Wraith. Gained 85 million experience points, 500x multiplier. Ding! You have slain a level 55 elite-class monster, Lich Puppet. Gained 55,000 experience points, 500x multiplier. Current dungeon progress, Phase 220. Seeing these notifications, Yiyang nodded in satisfaction. Less than an hour later, with the final Dark Warrior unleashing another Dark Annihilation and eradicating the last wave of Lich Wraith bosses, Phase 2 concluded perfectly. Current dungeon progress, Phase 2 100. At last, it was time to face the final boss. Anticipation surged within Yiyang. Outside the dungeon, the city-level guild leaders were utterly stunned as they watched the progress. How is this even possible? He cleared Phase 2 in just an hour? We took 3 whole days back then, and that was with a full team of potential level players? This guy is an absolute monster. Only now did these guild leaders fully grasp the extent of Yiyang's strength. What they had once struggled to conquer with all their effort, he had breezed through effortlessly. And to make matters worse, back then they had only faced nightmare or hard difficulties. Yiyang, on the other hand, was tackling the highest tier Shura difficulty. The other city-level guild leaders were left speechless. Even Lin Changfeng couldn't help but feel astonished when witnessing Yiyang's terrifying growth rate. It was as if a father, whose genius son was still in swaddling clothes yesterday, woke up to find that the child had already surpassed him in strength. This unfamiliarity left him deeply unsettled. Moreover, his relationship with Yiyang wasn't particularly close. He had merely discovered this exceptionally talented young man and sent him to a special training camp to access resources. But in Yiyang's heart, he harbored immense gratitude toward Lin Changfeng. He fully understood that if the ones he had defeated in the novice dungeon Xinyang or Han Yishu had been Lin Changfeng's relatives, he would likely still be struggling in the wilderness, grinding for experience. Forget about breaking into the 4th tier. Even reaching the 2nd tier would have been a stretch. At this moment, Jiang Chun was observing Yiyang's dungeon progress and couldn't help but turn to Wang Chong to ask, "Now, how long do you think it'll take Yiyang to clear this dungeon?" Wang Chong hesitated. His initial estimate of 2 days had clearly been shattered, as Yiyang had swept through the 1st and 2nd stages in less than half a day. Now, only the final boss remained. Logically, no matter how strong Yiyang was, it should still take at least a day to defeat it. After all, according to previous challengers, the final boss of the Dark Altar dungeon was exceptionally powerful. Even on nightmare difficulty, it required a team of potential wielders, plus 1 or 2 destiny-bound leaders, to complete the raid within a month. Probably around a day, Wang Chong replied after a moment of thought. A day. Jiang Chen chuckled at the response. I know you've heard about how strong the final boss of the Dark Altar is, but for Yiyang, this is nothing. I'd say he'll finish it in 3 hours max. If things go smoothly, he might even do it in just 1 hour. That's impossible. Wang Chong blurted out instinctively. Hearing Wang Chong's skeptical tone, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. At most, 3 hours, and Yiyang will completely clear this dungeon. Wang Chong sighed, his voice tinged with concern. Jiang Chun, I know you have high hopes for Yiyang, but aren't you afraid of disappointment with such blind arrogance? Back then, it was your overconfidence that almost cost you your life. So what? Jiang Chun sneered. Without confidence in the future, what's the point of living? Besides, I said 3 hours is the maximum time. Wang Chong was left speechless. His mind wandered back to that near-fatal incident years ago. A powerful magical beast had suddenly appeared. He wanted to retreat, but Jiang Chun insisted on fighting it head-on. In the end, it was only through Wang Chong's desperate efforts that Jiang Chen narrowly escaped death. That incident had led to both of them being expelled from the army and reassigned to positions in Dongshan province, where they remain to this day. While Wang Chong didn't regret saving Jiang Chun, seeing his friend's unchanged reckless personality still left him feeling helpless. The city-level guild leaders present began murmuring among themselves. Chairman Jiang is being way too arrogant. This tier 5 dungeon isn't something that can be cleared so easily. Back then, even a top-tier team led by a celestial job holder took over 10 days to chip away just 20 of its health. Nowadays, it would still take at least 2 months to strategize properly, Even if Yiyang is incredibly strong, clearing it in just a few days is impossible, let alone in 3 hours. Especially not on a Shura level difficulty. Forget 2 or 3 hours. Even 2 or 3 days seems far-fetched. It would take at least 7 days at minimum. How could they even figure out the boss mechanics in such a short time? Despite the chatter around him, Jiang Chun remained unfazed. Meanwhile, Yiyang had no idea that his casual progress through the second phase had stirred such intense reactions among these provincial and city-level guild leaders. At that moment, as the last Lich Spectre boss fell, the dungeon's final boss emerged before Yiyang, a colossal ghostly figure towering 3 to 4 stories high, its entire body radiating a chilling, ice-blue glow. The air around it was suffused with a heavy aura of death. The system displayed a Shura-level remnant soul of the Lich King. Level 60. Category Final Boss. Attributes: Strength 2,520,000. Spirit 3,680,000. Constitution 1,880,000. Agility 2,160,000. Trait: Azura Aura, all attributes 100. Skills: Soul Pierce, Shadow Phantom Slash, Soul Drain, Bone Eroding Shadow, and more. The Lich King's remnant soul, sensing the dense undead energy around it, didn't rage but instead appeared rather pleased. Lowly human practitioner, do you also wield the power to command the undead? Would you consider serving under me, the Lich King? Serve under you? Dream on. Yiyang scoffed, unwilling to waste words. He swiftly recalled all his high-tier undead summons into his summoning space, and then instantly unleashed over 100 dark warriors in front of the boss. The Lich King's remnant soul merely chuckled at the sight. Using these little black pests against me? Do you not realize who I am? I am the Lich King, the master of the undead. Apart from the Death Sovereign, no undead creature can stand against me. As it spoke, the Lich King raised its arm, chanting an incantation to activate its skill, Soul Drain. A wave of spatial distortion followed, accompanied by a terrifying deathly aura that enveloped all the dark warriors. The skill's effects were overwhelming. It suppressed and controlled all undead units within its spiritual range whose attributes were lower than its own. With the Lich King's attributes reaching a staggering 20.48 million, this essentially meant it could dominate almost any undead. Pathetic human. Let me show you what true mastery over the undead looks like. Your undead soldiers will now fuel my power. Ha ha ha. However, as seconds passed, and the Lich King failed to establish any spiritual link with the Dark Warriors, it was left utterly dumbfounded. At this moment, the expression on the Lich King's remnant soul boss froze. It was utterly incredulous to discover that all the skills it had been casting for so long were completely ineffective. Those tiny black bugs were entirely beyond its control, and it couldn't even check their attributes. Yiyang looked at the Lich King's confused expression, a cold smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Little Lich, according to what you just said, as long as someone's overall attributes surpass yours, your skill becomes useless, right? How dare you? The Lich King roared furiously. I am the Lich King, the ruler of all undead. How dare you speak to me like this? Yiyang shook his head, his face full of mockery. Just answer me, am I right or not? Facing Yiyang's question, the Lich King fell silent. Yiyang continued, your overall attributes, even with the special amplification of this parallel dimension, barely reach over 20 million. But you probably have no idea just how high the overall attributes of my Dark Warriors are, do you? This statement hit like a heavy hammer, making the Lich King's remnant soul boss's mind buzz. It couldn't accept the reality these seemingly insignificant black bugs had attributes that actually surpassed those of the King of the Undead, but it was the truth. With Yiyang's astounding 305x mental power boost, the Dark Warrior's base overall attributes, which were just slightly over 100,000, skyrocketed to an incredible 30 million plus over 1.5 times higher than the Lich King's remnant soul boss. Yiyang couldn't be bothered to waste more words. Trying to control undead summons with attributes far superior to your own? Utterly delusional. Of course, if it were something like Wailing Undead, that would be a different story. The Void Nightmare, with all attributes at just 1 point, stood no chance against the Soul Drain skill. While it was immune to physical and magical damage, it had zero resistance to control or special effects. Because of this, without proper protection, Yiyang dared not recklessly use this fragile undead summon. Dark Warriors, finish the battle. Yiyang decisively gave the attack command. In an instant, over 100 Dark Warriors erupted with a sharp and chilling killing intent. Even the remnant soul of the Lich King, the boss who prided itself on commanding the undead, couldn't help but tremble under this terrifying aura. Before the remnant soul of the Lich King could react, the Dark Warriors unleashed their skills in perfect unison. Dark Slash, Dark Slash, Dark Slash, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of beams of dark energy surged forward, striking the Lich King's remnant soul with pinpoint accuracy. Its seemingly massive health pool was drained in an instant. The system notification promptly appeared. Ding! You have slain the final boss, the remnant soul of the Lich King, and gained 3.2,500,000 experience points. Ding! You have successfully cleared the Tier 5 dungeon Assura level Dark Altar. Rewards: 20 billion experience points, Tier 5 exclusive profession equipment chest X1, Tier 5 exclusive profession skill chest X1. A flood of experience points surged in, causing Yiyang to level up twice. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level: LV 46. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level: LV 47. Ding! Upgrade rewards obtained: 20,000 points to all attributes, 200,000 points to spirit, 160,000 points to free attributes. Yiyang's attribute panel saw a dramatic surge. Name: Yiyang LV 47. Class: Tier 4 Necromancer Unique. Strength: 123,570. Spirit: 3,437,169. Constitution: 1,643,574. Agility: 1,347,574. His spirit attribute alone skyrocketed from 3.05 million to over 3.4 million, while his other attributes also saw significant improvements. As the Lich King's remnant soul dissipated, a plethora of rewards appeared before him. Yiyang quickly collected them into his inventory, which now included items like the Tier 5 Mage-class Universal Equipment, Soul Chaser Robe. However, these Tier 5 rewards, including the 2 exclusive chests, were still unusable for Yiyang at his current Tier 4 level. Since the Necromancer was a globally unique hidden class, these exclusive chests would have to wait until he advanced to Tier 5. From entering the dungeon at 1 p.m. to clearing it before 10 p.m., Yiyang had conquered this Assura-level dungeon feared even by Tier 5 professionals in just over 8 hours. The terrifying Lich King's remnant soul boss lasted less than a minute against him. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Wang Chong, Jiang Chun, and various city-level guild leaders from Dongshan province were all monitoring the latest real-time updates. Tier 5 Assura-level difficulty Dark Altar, real-time monitoring. Current progress of Yiyang's team. Cleared in 8 hours, 43 minutes, and 16 seconds. At that moment, as they witnessed the scene before them, the city-level guild leaders couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief, their faces filled with astonishment. Are you kidding me? Is this for real? Yiyang actually cleared a 5th-tier Assura-level dungeon in just over 8 hours. One guild leader exclaimed, unable to contain his shock. Indeed, this achievement was nothing short of extraordinary. For most players, even the first wave of small mobs in the first stage would be a struggle, let alone the fact that this was Yiyang's first attempt at the Dark Altar dungeon, with no prior experience to rely on. What's more, the highest difficulty level cleared by players so far was only Nightmare, and even that hadn't been fully completed. This kid is an absolute monster. It's only been a few days, and he's already grown to such an incredible level, another guild leader remarked, his eyes glimmering with envy. If I had known, I would have gone in with him earlier. Now I've missed out on the rewards from a 5th-tier Assura-level dungeon for nothing, someone lamented, pounding their chest in regret. The guild leaders present had never doubted Yiyang's strength, but what truly stunned them was his speed. Clearing a dungeon of such elite difficulty within 8 or 9 hours was simply mind-blowing. At this moment, Li Feng, the guild leader of Jiangyan City known as one of the 3 unlucky guild leaders of Dongshan province, suddenly spoke up. Honestly, when is Yiyang going to tackle a 6th-tier dungeon? I haven't even started my advancement quest yet. If I can join him for a 6th-tier Assura-level dungeon, wouldn't that mean I could directly complete my 5-star 6th-tier advancement quest? As a seasoned player who had been honing his skills at the 5th tier for over a decade, Li Feng had already reached the peak of an SS-class professional. His gear was fully equipped with exclusive 5th-tier items. All 5 skill slots were filled, and he even owned a standard-level transcendent weapon. However, given his current level of perfect bloodline intensity, crafting a higher-quality, specialized weapon was nearly impossible. Although, with his strength, it wouldn't be difficult to assemble a team and clear a 6th-tier dungeon below the Nightmare level to complete a 3rd-tier advancement quest. Li Feng was clearly unwilling to settle for that. Now, with an opportunity to have Yiyang lead them through a Assura-level dungeon, this was undoubtedly a golden chance to ascend rapidly. Hearing Li Feng's suggestion, the other guild leaders were also tempted. While being carried through a dungeon by a prodigious rookie who had only awakened 8 or 9 days ago might seem a bit humiliating, the offer of such a quick power boost was far too enticing to pass up. Power is the ultimate truth, Yiyang thought to himself. As long as he could reach the strength of a 5-star, 6th-tier level, he would be able to lead the entire city to greater heights. Compared to power, pride was utterly insignificant. As an SS-class professional, their advancement tasks were far more challenging than those of potentials or predestined. Take Yiyang's 5-star, 4th-tier advancement task as an example. For ordinary potentials, clearing a 4th tier Ashura level dungeon would only require forming a team and contributing 20 to 30 of the battle effort to obtain the 5-star attribute template. However, for SS class professionals, the requirements were much stricter. There was no such thing as shared battle contribution. They had to complete the task themselves, with real combat prowess. In Ashura level dungeons, even teams composed of predestined professionals would never tolerate slackers in a full 10-member lineup. But Yiyang was different. With his overwhelming strength capable of effortlessly crushing Ashura level dungeons, it didn't matter whether the other members of his team contributed or not. This was something all the city-level guild leaders present were well aware of. Following the lead of Wu Ning and Li Feng, the 5th-tier city guild leaders approached Lin Changfeng. President Lin, the talent from Tianshui City is truly extraordinary, one of the guild leaders remarked. When Yiyang challenges a 6th-tier dungeon, could he perhaps take us along? This would also be a rare opportunity for you. Hearing this suggestion, Lin Changfeng was tempted, but quickly regained his composure. Yiyang was a prodigy of Tianshui City. Once he passed the national exams and was recruited by either the Longhua Central Guild or one of the 3 Supreme Academies, Lin Changfeng, as the city official responsible for nurturing him, would undoubtedly receive an enormous amount of resources and support rewards. With such backing, not to mention the 6th tier, even the pinnacle of SS class professionals, the 7th tier, would no longer seem out of reach. More importantly, Lin Changfeng was not the type to trouble others for personal gain. No matter how tempting the offer, he would not make such a request. Now, Lin Changfeng was faced with the request to have Yiyang help him clear a dungeon, and he found himself torn. He couldn't bring himself to ask Yiyang for such a favor, just to advance his rank early. Even under the pressure from the city-level guild leaders, he held firm to his stance. Everyone, I think we should let it go. Lin Changfeng looked directly at the group, his tone resolute. Yiyang needs every second to enhance his strength and prepare for the national exam. It's not appropriate for us to trouble a younger generation for personal matters. His words immediately sparked an uproar among the city-level guild leaders. President Lin, that's not right. We're just asking to tag along with Yiyang for a 6th-tier dungeon run. Exactly. It's not like we're asking him to go out of his way to carry us. President Lin, you can't be so stingy. You have Yiyang, your trump card. With him, you are bound to rise in the ranks. You should look out for us old comrades too. Back in the day, we fought side by side on the Abyss battlefield, sharing life and death together. And now, you can't even grant us this small favor? At this point, Wang Xiaofang, a middle-aged female guild president, couldn't hold back anymore and spoke up, her tone laced with evident dissatisfaction. President Lin, you're being way too stingy. All we're asking is for you to say a word to Yiyang. It's not like we're asking you to carry us. Besides, Yiyang might even be willing to help. Who are you to decide for him? Hearing this, Lin Changfeng could barely suppress his anger. Wang Xiaofang, what's that supposed to mean? I'm just trying to keep Yiyang from being distracted. Is that wrong? Wang Xiaofang let out a cold laugh. Oh, I get it now. You just look down on us women, don't you? When Yiyang comes out, we'll ask him ourselves. We don't need you to decide for us. And if Yiyang agrees, don't you dare try to take any credit. The other city-level guild leaders chimed in one after another. Exactly. A dungeon party can have up to 10 people. 9 of us plus Yiyang is a perfect fit. Lin Changfeng, do you really think you've become someone important? That's hilarious. You are just one of East Mountain Province's 3 most pitiful guild presidents. Tianshui City is at the bottom of East Mountain Province, and your personal strength is the weakest among us city-level presidents. Exactly. Just because a phoenix came out of your chicken coop, you think you've become a phoenix too? Lin Changfeng trembled with anger at these mocking words, but found himself unable to argue back. It was true whether in terms of Tianshui City's resources or his own strength, they were at the bottom of East Mountain Province. But he was confident that his decision was the right one. Yiyang had only 1 short month to prepare, and both Provincial President Wang Cheng and Special Training Camp Director Jiang Chun were counting on Yiyang to achieve outstanding results in the national exam. Ideally, Yiyang could place in the top 10, or even the top 3, to bring glory back to East Mountain Province. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Yiyang had just finished taking inventory. 4.92 million ordinary skeletons, 547,000 first-tier stealth skeleton archmages, 51,263 second-tier skeleton tyrants, 24,461 death knights, and 10,504 rare bone wyverns. There were also 4,615 third-tier undead commanders, 2,348 rampaging elemental wraiths, 187 fourth-tier wailing spirits, 101 dark warriors, and 37 rare phased nightmares. Even in today's 4 and 5-tier battles, these numbers were extraordinary, especially the 101 dark warriors, who alone could sweep through 5-tier or even 6-tier Ashura-level dungeons. Though fewer in number, the phased nightmares were invaluable as strategic summons, primarily used for survival. Paired with the dark warriors' instant kill capabilities, they were nearly unstoppable. After recalling his entire undead army, Yiyang stepped out of the dungeon hall. Wang Xiufeng immediately spotted the young figure. Look, Yiyang is out. Hearing this, the city-level presidents present immediately turned their gazes in the same direction. Sure enough, Yiyang had already emerged from the dungeon. Wang Xiufeng quickly stepped forward with a bright smile on her face. Yiyang, you're finally out. We've been waiting for so long. Your strength is truly astonishing, clearing the Ashura-level Dark Altar in just a few hours. Back in our day, we couldn't even pass the difficult level version, and we're still preparing for the 5th-tier Demon Tide. Who would have thought you'd resolve this crisis so effortlessly? Dongshan Province is incredibly lucky to have a genius like you. Yiyang simply shrugged lightly. Oh, not at all. You flatter me. It was just luck. Luck? This is clearly a testament to your abilities. Wang Xiufeng praised him repeatedly before finally getting to her point. Since you can easily handle 5th-tier dungeons now, how about giving a 6th-tier one a try? A 6th-tier dungeon? Yiyang frowned. Sorry, I only tackled the 5th-tier dungeon to earn points. Now that I have enough, I need to focus on upgrading in the 5th-tier secret realm. I'm not considering 6th-tier dungeons at the moment. Wang Xiufeng looked a bit awkward but persisted. Yiyang, a 6th-tier dungeon shouldn't be too difficult for you. Why not give it a shot? There's no harm in trying. Her words left Yiyang momentarily stunned. Why abandon the higher-yield 5th-tier secret realm to take on a 6th-tier dungeon instead? Wang Xiufeng's insistence struck him as odd. President, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Wang Xiufeng put on an overly friendly smile. Oh, it's nothing major. I was just wondering if, when you challenge a 6th-tier dungeon, you could take us along? Sorry, I really don't want to go right now. Though Yiyang was annoyed by their intentions, he kept his tone polite out of consideration for their affiliation with Wang Chong. With that, he turned and headed toward the secret realm hall. Wang Xiufeng hurried to block his path. Don't be like that. 6th-tier dungeons really aren't hard for you, and the rewards inside are quite generous. Why should I go? Yiyang's patience wore thin. I'm only at the 4th tier. The exclusive gear and skills from a 6th-tier dungeon, how long would I have to wait before I could even use them? You could sell them. Wang Xiufeng pressed on. Even just the experience rewards from an Ashura level 6th-tier dungeon are very substantial. More substantial than a 5th-tier secret realm? Yiyang's expression darkened. There are only 20 days left until the national exams. I need to focus on leveling up. So, ma'am, would you please step aside? Ma'am? Wang Xiufeng looked as if she'd been struck by lightning. Though she was in her 50s, her enhanced strength made her appear no older than 24 or 25. Being called ma'am by Yiyang left her utterly mortified. Yiyang couldn't be bothered to argue further with these city-level presidents. He spoke plainly. Besides, I prefer soloing dungeons. The only time I team up is if I've used up my daily dungeon attempts and need to borrow someone else's. So please, stop wasting your efforts. Most importantly, advancement tasks are meant to test and temper one's abilities. Trying to skip the challenge by relying on someone else, didn't you find that shameful? These words made the presidents hoping to leech off Yiyang's efforts feel a burning embarrassment. Standing nearby, Lin Chongfeng clapped his hands in agreement. Exactly. Advancement tasks are a test, and completing them proves true strength. Relying on someone to carry you, does that even qualify you for the next stage? And now you're trying to waste Yiyang's time to satisfy your own selfish desires? Have you no shame? No dignity? As he spoke, Lin Chongfeng stepped up to Wang Xiufeng, his expression filled with disdain. It was clear his words were directed squarely at her. Seeing Lin Chongfeng's expression, Wang Xiufeng was seething with anger but found herself at a loss for words. At this tense moment, Wang Chong stepped forward just in time. All right, stop arguing. Don't forget, Yiyang still needs to enter the 5th-tier secret realm. That's what we should be focusing on today. When Jiangyan City's president, Li Feng, had made that suggestion earlier, Wang Chong had deliberately refrained from expressing his opinion after careful consideration. On one hand, Lin Chongfeng had a valid point: one should stay within their limits if their strength is insufficient. Forcing a breakthrough could lead to disaster. On the other hand, for SS-rank professionals like them, even advancing to the 6th tier wouldn't significantly change their positions. However, it could inspire local professionals to improve their strength, benefiting the entire region. As the president of Dongshan Province, Wang Chong naturally hoped to see prosperity within his jurisdiction. However, since Yiyang had already made his refusal clear, pressing further would only make him appear less wise. Wang Chong's words immediately had the desired effect. Wang Xiufeng and the other city-level presidents fell silent. Lin Chongfeng, standing nearby, couldn't help but smirk to himself as he saw Wang Xiufeng, who had been mocking him earlier, now rendered speechless. Without further delay, Wang Chong led Yiyang to the secret realm hall. He confirmed one last time. Yiyang, are you really ready to enter the 5th-tier secret realm? Yes. Yiyang nodded solemnly. The 10 billion survival points he had just earned from the training camp were enough to sustain him in the 5th-tier secret realm for 4 or 5 days. Plenty of time to max out his experience bar in one go. Alright, then I won't say more. Best of luck. After thanking him, Yiyang stepped into the secret realm hall. Wang Chong turned to the city-level presidents behind him and gave a stern warning. Keep a close eye on Yiyang. If anything happens to him because of negligence, don't blame me for being harsh. Understood. Well, watch him closely. Lin Chongfeng immediately responded. Regardless of what had happened earlier, monitoring Yiyang was now the top priority, as it concerned the future of Dongshan province. The other presidents echoed their agreement and followed Lin Chongfeng into the secret realm hall. Inside, Yiyang approached the 5th-tier sequence entrance and selected the secret realm he had already decided on. The system prompt sounded. Ding! You have unlocked a 1-star 5th-tier secret realm entrance Furnace Inferno. Confirm entry? Furnace Inferno secret realm space collapse countdown. 2 years, 7 months, 16 days. Last time it was the Icewind Demon Valley. This time, it's the Furnace Inferno. Quite the contrast of ice and fire. Yiyang chuckled lightly before stepping into the secret realm without hesitation. After a brief moment of dizziness, he found himself in a world filled with molten lava and scorching pits. Blistering magma bubbled up constantly, creating a terrifying sight. But to Yiyang, it was nothing. He immediately summoned all the undead from his summoning space and commanded, "Start the slaughter. Head straight for the core area of the secret realm." Over 5 million undead soldiers began moving instantly, spreading out in all directions to hunt for targets. Soon, system notifications started flooding in. Ding! You have slain LV-53 Fire Poison Bird, gaining 5,300 experience points. Ding! Seeing the notifications, Yiyang shook his head and remarked, "These small monsters give too little experience. Even their magic beast crystals aren't worth using. I'll wait to find elite monsters in the core area instead." Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Zhang Chun said to Wang Chong, "Yiyang has already entered the 5th-tier secret realm. Once he comes out in a few days, he'll need to start consuming 6th-tier cultivation resources. Are you ready?" "There's nothing to consider," Wang Chong replied firmly. "If we don't activate the tenfold overclocking mode, Yiyang won't have a path to advance after coming out. For him, and for the future of Dongshan province, as soon as he appears, he'll activate the Sky Eye observation device's tenfold overclocking mode to aid his cultivation." "Got it." Jiang Chen exhaled deeply. This was a massive gamble, placing the future of Dongshan province for the next decade on Yiyang's shoulders. Whether he could bear such a heavy responsibility remained to be seen. Suddenly, Wang Chong added, "Oh, and make sure not to let Yiyang know about the tenfold overclocking mode." Hearing Wang Chong's words, Jiang Chun couldn't help but sneer. "Do you think I'm that foolish? If Yiyang finds out about this, do you think the pressure will be any less? This is a matter that determines the fate of Dongshan province for the next 10 years. If we fail, not only will we be unable to rise again within a decade, but we won't even have enough people to participate in the national exams." Hearing this, Wang Chong finally breathed a sigh of relief and nodded slowly. Meanwhile, just 2 or 3 hours after Yiyang entered the dungeon, the intelligence network of Sakura Nation's secret organization had already picked up related information. In the office of their leader, Nagatani Aquino, an urgent report lay on his desk. "What? Yiyang has entered the 5th-tier secret realm, the Furnace Inferno?" Nagatani Aquino narrowed his eyes, his fingers lightly tapping on the desk. The Furnace Inferno was no ordinary secret realm. This mysterious domain, which had existed for 7 or 8 years, opened a special entrance once a year. Not only did it contain countless rare treasures, but the experience points gained from defeating its monsters were 10 times greater than those on the outskirts. For prodigies at the level of destiny-bound practitioners, it was an unparalleled opportunity for a rapid surge in strength. Although the time and location of this special entrance's opening were random, its duration was fixed at 10 to 20 days. According to reliable intelligence, the entrance had just opened 3 days ago. Yiyang's entry at this time clearly indicated he had received the information. "Well, isn't that convenient?" Nagatani Aquino chuckled coldly. The Furnace Inferno's entrances were spread across 18 countries, totaling over 200, and the most critical point was its connection to the Lighthouse Nation. "Yiyang. Oh Yiyang. This time you've walked right into the trap." Thinking of this Dragon Nation prodigy, who had slaughtered hundreds of Sakura Nation's 4th-tier destiny-bound practitioners, Nagatani Aquino ground his teeth in fury. He immediately summoned his subordinate, Yamada. "Inform the Lighthouse Nation right away. We need to join forces to eliminate this Dragon Nation prodigy." "Understood." Yamada responded but hesitated before leaving. What if the Lighthouse Nation refuses to cooperate? Leaning back in his chair, Nagatani Aquino replied casually, "On this planet, the only nations capable of opposing the Dragon Nation are the Bear Nation and the Lighthouse Nation. The Lighthouse Nation is even less willing to see the Dragon Nation rise to power. Once we tell them about the 4th-tier secret realm massacre, they'll be even more eager than us to take action. But revealing such information will make us lose face. What's face compared to national fortune? Remember why we allied with the Lighthouse Nation in the first place. At the same time, in the secret division of the Central Guild in the Lighthouse Nation, 9th-tier pinnacle destiny-bound practitioner Kern Lupo was frowning as he read the classified report from the Sakura Nation. What? Are you kidding me? A 3rd-tier prodigy from the Dragon Nation managed to kill 3 to 400 4th-tier pinnacle destiny-bound practitioners? Are the people from Sakura Nation so bad at making up lies? Kern Lupo thought incredulously. After all, in the destiny-bound practitioner hierarchy, even with a vast gap in strength, taking on 10 opponents at once was already considered the limit. Now, the news brought by Akino Hayes from Sakura Nation was beyond Kern Rupert's belief. A genius from Dragon Nation, with only peak 3rd-tier strength, had managed to kill 3 to 400 peak 4th-tier professionals from Sakura Nation in just one day? It was simply unimaginable. Even Kern Rupert, a top-tier 9th-tier professional himself, wouldn't dare claim he could defeat even the weakest 10th-tier professional across tiers. Leader, do you think this information is unreliable? Seeing the skeptical expression on Kern Rupert's face, the subordinate delivering the message couldn't help but ask. To everyone's surprise, Kern Rupert shook his head. Regardless of whether the information is true or not, and whether those useless individuals from Sakura Nation are scared out of their wits, the point is, this so-called genius from Dragon Nation has entered the Furnace Inferno realm this time. No matter what, we must eliminate these people. I understand, the subordinate smirked slightly. You mean to kill all the Dragon Nation professionals in the Furnace Inferno? No, Kern Rupert responded with a cold smile. The Furnace Inferno connects to 18 nations, including our Lighthouse Nation. What I mean is that, this year, only our Lighthouse Nation's people can use the special entrance to the realm. The subordinate immediately understood and passed the order to the Shadow Division members. Kern Rupert's intentions were crystal clear regardless of nationality. As long as they weren't from the Lighthouse Nation, they were to be killed. The resources from the special entrance to the realm were too valuable and could only belong to the Lighthouse Nation. Even if Sakura Nation later accused them of mistakenly harming allied forces, they could excuse it as an accident while clearing out other nations' geniuses. If Sakura Nation persisted, they could counter with the claim saying Sakura Nation couldn't handle Dragon Nation's genius and cause trouble by not retreating promptly when the Lighthouse Nation stepped in to help. This would render Sakura Nation speechless. Meanwhile, within the Furnace Inferno realm, Cam, a genius from the Lighthouse Nation, had just received the order. He was standing amidst the bodies of over a dozen individuals, lying on the ground. These self-proclaimed strongest geniuses from Kyoto City of Dragon Nation had been defeated half an hour ago. They had tried to fight him after he snatched their boss kill, but he had easily crushed them. Pathetic. They call themselves the strongest geniuses of Dragon Nation? To me, they're nothing. Cam sneered from above as he looked down at the fallen group. Remember this, you sick men of East Asia, the Lighthouse Nation is the strongest in the world. Next time you see us, bow down with your utmost reverence, and maybe well spare your lives. I understand. Understand your damn arrogance. Wu Pingsheng, lying on the ground barely able to move, gritted his teeth and retorted. Cam burst into laughter. As expected of the sick men of East Asia, you can't even stand, yet you're still mouthing off? If you've got the guts, stand up and say that. His teammates gathered around, mocking Wu Pingsheng and the others without restraint. Your arrogance knows no bounds. Wu Pingsheng yelled furiously, his eyes blazing with defiance. If you've got the guts, just finish us off. Even if I die and turn into a vengeful spirit, they'll devour your souls. You want it quick? Then we'll make sure to take our time with you. Cam grinned wickedly, raising his deep crimson sword and pressing it against Wu Pingsheng's knee. I enjoy watching you sick men of East Asia kneel. The sword pierced lightly into Wu Pingsheng's knee, instantly inflicting countless eerie and negative effects on him. The excruciating pain made him let out a blood-curdling scream. How does that feel? Comfortable? Tell me. Cam was about to continue his torment when one of his teammates urgently tapped him on the shoulder. Irritated, Cam twisted the sword in Wu Pingsheng's knee before pulling it out and turned to see what was happening. What he saw left him utterly stunned. An overwhelming horde of skeletal monsters was surging toward them. What's going on? Why are there skeleton monsters in the Furnace Inferno? Cam froze in disbelief. His teammates could only shake their heads. The sight before them was terrifying wherever the skeleton army passed. Whether small mobs, elite monsters, or even regular bosses, everything was annihilated as if locusts had swept through. And now, this endless skeleton army was rushing straight toward them. What the heck? Cam couldn't help but exclaim as he stared at the overwhelming army of skeletons surging toward them. These skeletal creatures, which had no business appearing in the infernal furnace secret realm, were now flooding toward them like a relentless tide. Delos, use your demon eye to analyze these creatures. Cam immediately commanded the SS-ranked demon avatar beside him. Delos' Tier 1 ability, Demon Eye, could not only reveal detailed information about all entities, but also expose the skill details of bosses. Truly an unparalleled power. Delos' eyes instantly turned into dark purple demonic pupils, and the information of the skeletal army was laid bare before him. These are all summoned creatures, he said in shock, his gaze locking onto the Necromancer commander at the forefront. The terrifying stats and skill effects of the enemy sent a chill down his spine. Summoned undead? Cam sneered. None of the geniuses from the Lighthouse Nation who entered this secret realm have the ability to summon the undead. If that's the case, annihilate them all. At Cam's command, his 9 teammates, all professional combatants, quickly formed a battle formation. Meanwhile, Wu Pingsheng, watching the scene unfold, was left in a daze. These enemies, who moments ago were intent on killing them, now seemed to have completely forgotten about them. When Wu Pingsheng turned to look behind him, the sight made him gasp. The endless skeletal army had completely obscured his view, even blocking the distant fiery red lava marshes from sight. Ulchin, can you still use your spatial powers? We have to retreat, Wu Pingsheng asked urgently. Chunjia glanced at the status of his abilities. Boss, I can use it one last time. Without hesitation, he activated his soul reversal skill. A silver-gray light enveloped his body, instantly restoring him to peak condition. Though this state would only last for 10 seconds and would leave him in extreme weakness for an hour afterward, there was no other choice. Spatial jump. Chunjia activated the skill without delay, teleporting Wu Pingsheng and the others away in an instant. As Wu Pingsheng's group vanished, Cam remained unfazed. Just a bunch of East Asian weaklings. Once we deal with these skeletons, we'll hunt down more of them. Facing the approaching skeletal army, Cam's expression grew serious. Mages, rangers, prepare to attack. A mere few thousand broken skeletons wiped them all out. At that moment, just as Cam's command was issued, 6 mages and rangers attacked simultaneously. Various skill effects lit up the sky. Corrosive storms swept across the heavens, earth spring erupted from the ground. The hunting demon heart's arrow pierced through the air, and the piercing arrow howled as it flew. In an instant, the sky was painted into a dark, ominous ocean by these cascading abilities. The skills rained down like a torrential storm, instantly bringing down waves of skeletal soldiers in the front lines. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. What? Why did Ina suddenly collapse? Damn it, Lillian's down too. Shit, why are all the mages and rangers down? It turned out that the moment the mages and rangers' attacks struck the skeleton army, they triggered a terrifying counter-damage effect, amplified dozens of times over. Although this wave of assault caused Yiyang to lose nearly 3,000 ordinary skeletons, the loss was insignificant given his astonishing summoning speed. With the extraordinary spirit burn effect from his specialized weapon and the boost from the abyssal jewelry set, Yiyang could summon 40 skeletons per second over 2,400 in just 1 minute. Replenishing the 3,000 lost skeletons took barely over a minute. On Cam's side, however, all offensive classes were wiped out in an instant, leaving only 2 tank warriors and 2 healers. Before they could even comprehend why their teammates had died so suddenly, the skeletal army surged forward like a relentless tide. Quick, stop them. Don't let these damned skeletons get near me. Cam shouted in panic, completely unable to understand how his teammates had died before even coming into contact with the skeletons. But by then, the remaining team members, including Delos, had stopped listening to his orders. Run. These skeletons are too abnormal, we can't defeat them, Delos shouted before turning and sprinting away. The other survivors also fled for their lives, leaving the hysterical Cam behind. You traitorous bastards. Damn it. Damn you all. Why won't you protect ARGH? Cam's enraged screams were abruptly silenced as a black blade flashed through the air, slicing him cleanly in half. This 5th-tier peak warrior, a supposed paragon of strength, was killed in a single, effortless strike. The scene left Delos and the others, still fleeing for their lives, utterly stunned. They couldn't believe that their powerful leader, someone they had always admired for his strength, had been so easily and swiftly killed. Yet, the most shocking revelation was still to come. Cam was not only instantly defeated in a single strike, but also faced a true death. This sudden turn of events completely shattered the composure of Delos and his group. Unlike the earlier encounters involving mages and rangers like Lillian and Ina, who were killed by the skeletons but merely teleported out of the secret realm to endure a day of extreme weakness before recovering, Cam's fate was different. He had truly perished, vanishing from this world forever. Run. Run now. Fear overtook Delos and his group, robbing them of all rationality. They knew all too well that if these skeletal creatures got close, it would mean their ultimate demise, true death. But fate was cruel. As they desperately fled, they suddenly found themselves facing yet another horrifying sight. An overwhelming legion of skeletons blocking their path. These undead knights, mounted on skeletal warhorses, exuded an aura even more terrifying than the skeletal horde chasing from behind. No, 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 stay back, Delos and the others cried out in despair. But it was too late. Thousands of Death Knights had already surrounded them completely. These prodigies from the Lighthouse Nation lost all ability to resist in the face of such overwhelming terror. Within mere moments, the entire group was annihilated by the undead army. From a distance, Wu Pingsheng and his companions were utterly stunned as they watched. Where did this sudden skeletal army come from? How could they so effortlessly obliterate someone as powerful as Cam without giving him a chance to fight back? It was important to note that even if Wu Pingsheng's group had been at their peak, they would have stood no chance against Cam and his team. Yet now, this mysterious skeletal army had effortlessly wiped out those prodigies. The sheer power on display was beyond belief. In truth, Cam and his group had initially launched a sneak attack on Wu Pingsheng and his companions when they were at their weakest. Even so, the prodigious strength Cam's group displayed had left a lasting impression on Wu Pingsheng and his team. For this skeletal army to so easily annihilate such formidable opponents, their strength must be unimaginably terrifying. Boss, what are these skeleton creatures? How are they so fierce? Cam and his group were wiped out just like that? As the skeleton creatures gradually moved further away, Wu Pingsheng's teammates couldn't help but ask while staring at the bodies of Cam's group not far away. However, upon hearing his teammates' words, Wu Pingsheng could only shake his head helplessly. I don't know, but one thing's for sure, this is definitely not a creature from the furnace purgatory. If it's not a monster, then what is it? Asked Shenlian, a priestess standing nearby, unable to hold back her curiosity. It must be someone's summoned creature, Wu Pingsheng replied instinctively after a brief moment of thought. And judging by its power, that someone must be incredibly strong. A summoned creature? Shenlian was stunned by his words. How is that possible? Just how powerful must this summoner be to single-handedly wipe out Cam's entire team of top-tier heirs? Not just Shenlian, but the rest of the team also shot skeptical looks at Wu Pingsheng upon hearing his theory. Yet, Wu Pingsheng remained confident in his judgment. There's no point in arguing about this right now, he said firmly. But one thing we can be certain of is that this summoner is definitely not from the Lighthouse Nation. He continued, Lighthouse Nation may not always be united during crises, but when things are going well, they show remarkable cohesion. In other words, when there's enough benefit on the table, they can rally everyone together without hesitation. From the start, those undead creatures didn't seem to target Cam and his team specifically. But if this summoner, who can summon such a powerful skeleton army, were truly from the Lighthouse Nation, they would have recognized Cam and his group immediately. Even if they didn't team up with them, they wouldn't have attacked them outright. But now, these undead forces have completely annihilated Cam and his team right off the bat. This alone proves that the summoner behind these undead is certainly not from the Lighthouse Nation. Knowing this makes things a lot simpler, Wu Pingsheng concluded. So, boss, even if this summoner isn't from the Lighthouse Nation, what do you plan to do? A teammate couldn't help but ask. Isn't it obvious? Wu Pingsheng chuckled. We find them, join forces, and work together to take down all the Lighthouse Nation heirs in this secret realm. You might not know this, but the Lighthouse Nation sent over 500 peak-tier 5th Order heirs for this special entrance to the secret realm. Meanwhile, we from Long Nation only sent a little over 200. Forget the power disparity, the sheer difference in numbers is already insurmountable. The team nodded in agreement as Wu Pingsheng's words sank in. In truth, the reason Long Nation sent so few people isn't because we lack talent. The issue lies with many geniuses from prominent families who simply don't want to come to this secret realm. For one, the conditions in the furnace purgatory are too harsh. For another, the special entrance has strict limitations on the number of participants. To put it simply, the first 100 people to enter gain permanent access to the secret realm. Anyone who comes afterward must eliminate others already inside to secure their spot. If they fail to do so within a day, they'll be kicked out of the realm entirely. On the other hand, if they succeed in defeating others, they'll earn permanent access and can use the realm for leveling up or gathering resources until they themselves are eliminated by someone else. In essence, this secret realm is like a special battlefield. The victor reigns supreme, while the defeated are cast out. If Long Nation truly wanted to, we could send not just 500 peak-tier 5th Order heirs but 10 times that number, combining talent from all 3 supreme cities. But the key issue is that the Furnace Purgatory isn't the only secret realm with a special entrance. Just in Kyoto alone, there are 3 such realms that I know of. Across the entirety of Long Nation, who knows how many more there are? Lighthouse Nation, however, operates differently. They focus on cultivating high-quality talent. While their numbers are far fewer than ours, they concentrate their efforts on one entrance rather than spreading themselves thin. As a result, when enough Lighthouse Nation geniuses enter a special entrance, they band together and work as a team to eliminate geniuses from other nations, securing the realm entirely for themselves. Cam's team had only just entered this secret realm and was preparing to head toward the special entrance when they ran into us. What followed was a series of unfortunate encounters for them. Now, seeing how effortlessly this undead army wiped out Cam's team of Lighthouse Nation geniuses, it's clear that if we can ally with this summoner, Long Nation's geniuses will face far less pressure in gaining access to the special entrance. Wu Pingsheng's teammates nodded in agreement after hearing his reasoning. However, Shunlian still had one lingering question. Boss, what if that skeleton summoner doesn't want to team up with us? Well, play it by ear, Wu Pingsheng replied, furrowing his brows. He had considered this possibility, but if the summoner refused to cooperate, they'd have no choice but to fight. After all, this summoner is just too powerful. To single-handedly annihilate Cam's entire team of Airsiff we were to face them heathen, I'm afraid none of us would stand a chance. Hearing this, Shunlian and the others nodded solemnly. All right, well, follow your lead, boss. Good. Wu Pingsheng acknowledged their support before turning to one of his teammates. In that case, Lu Ming, activate your innate skill and locate the summoner's exact position. Got it. Lu Ming, a priest and a son of heaven, nodded instinctively at Wu Pingsheng's command. Without hesitation, he activated his third innate skill, Heavenly Eye Observation. It's worth noting that Lu Ming shared the same rare profession as Zhou Kai from the team Yiyang had encountered in the Fourth Order Secret Realm. However, this didn't mean the Son of Heaven profession was common. On the contrary, it was incredibly rare, and only top-tier teams could afford to have such a member. Although Chao Ming's abilities were rather average among the Tianji practitioners, his childhood bond with Zhou Kai had forged a strong brotherhood between them. Zhou Kai and Lu Ming, both sons of celestial beings, differed significantly in terms of professional strength, with Zhou Kai clearly lagging behind. At that moment, after Lu Ming activated his innate skill, his entire body froze as if struck by lightning, and his face turned deathly pale. Lu Ming, are you all right? Wu Pingsheng and the other teammates immediately called out in concern when they noticed his state. After a long pause, Lu Ming finally regained his senses under the team's persistent calls. Swallowing hard, his voice trembled as he spoke. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Undead, they're everywhere. Not just on the outskirts of the secret realm, our core area is completely surrounded by an endless horde of undead. What? Wu Pingsheng frowned. What does that mean? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lu Ming explained, Boss, you were right, these skeletons are indeed summoned creatures. But now, the undead have completely covered the entire secret realm. From what I can see alone, there are at least several million of them. Several million? The teammates were stunned. You've got to be kidding. How could anyone summon that many? Do I look like I'm joking? Lu Ming shot a glare at the doubting teammate before turning back to Wu Pingsheng. Boss, I've located the summoner's true body. Judging by his attire, he seems to be one of our Dragon Nation's prodigies. This revelation shocked everyone. After all, even in the capital city of Kyoto, where the nation's top talents gathered, it was almost unheard of for a Tianji practitioner specializing in summoning to reach such a formidable level. Someone voiced their skepticism. Could he be a genius from Sakura Nation or Frost Nation instead? People from those countries have similar appearances and clothing to ours. This suggestion made Wu Pingsheng tense up as well. If the summoner turned out to be from a rival nation, they would need to find a way to eliminate him. After a brief discussion, Wu Pingsheng's team quickly reached a decision. First, confirm the summoner's identity. If he was a Dragon Nation prodigy, they would seek an alliance. If he was from another nation, they would seize the opportunity to take him out. Meanwhile, Yiyang glanced at the continuous stream of kill notifications in front of him and shook his head. From the outskirts of the secret realm to its core, his undead army had already wiped out over 1,000 foreign practitioners who dared to provoke him. As for the dozens of Dragon Nation practitioners he encountered, he had merely driven them out of the secret realm without truly killing them. Just as Yiyang was about to move forward, he sensed a hidden and dangerous presence around him. He immediately commanded a phantom nightmare to possess him and summoned hundreds of wailing undead to encircle the ambushers. If you want to make a move, do it openly. Why bother hiding? Yiyang turned to his left and spoke to the seemingly empty air. Hearing this unmistakable Dragon Nation dialect, the surrounded Wu Pingsheng and his team lit up with realization. He really is one of us. Originally, even Wu Pingsheng found it hard to believe Lu Ming's words. The suffocating aura of death lingering around them sent chills down his spine. In the long history of the three supreme cities of Longhua, there had never been a prodigy capable of summoning undead creatures. However, the moment Yiyang spoke in fluent Longhua dialect, Wu Pingsheng was so shocked that he momentarily forgot about the howling undead hovering menacingly above them. Instinctively, he shouted, "Good man, we're not enemies. We're on the same side." Hearing this, Yiyang's brows furrowed slightly. The howling undead, which had been poised to attack, immediately halted their movements. Seeing this, Wu Pingsheng cautiously led his teammates forward, stepping into Yiyang's line of sight. Good man. We are also Longwo professionals. Truly, we're on the same side. Wu Pingxing emphasized again. The same side? Yiyang sneered coldly. In this secret realm, does the concept of being on the same side even matter? Wu Pingxing raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Regardless, we're from the same country. At the very least, we shouldn't be fighting amongst ourselves, right? That has nothing to do with me, Yiyang replied, shaking his head expressionlessly. Since entering the secret realm, he had personally eliminated nearly 100 Longwo professionals. Some had coveted his undead army and were killed in retaliation, while others had attempted sneak attacks only to be slain by counter-effects. As for foreign professionals, countless had fallen at his hands. In such a perilous environment, the idea of being on the same side simply didn't exist. Surprisingly, Wu Pingxing showed no anger at Yiyang's indifference. Instead, he patiently explained, "Good man, even if we're not on the same side, that doesn't make us enemies. We're here to propose an alliance with you." An alliance? Yiyang's interest was piqued. Do you think I need an alliance? His tone was arrogant, but the truth was undeniable. His undead army had effortlessly annihilated the team of Lighthouse Nation professionals led by Cam just moments ago. So far, no monster in this secret realm had been able to stand in his way. Wu Pingxing remained unperturbed. Indeed, with your strength, you don't need to team up with anyone. However, as far as I know, you aren't fully aware of the unique aspects of this secret realm. Unique aspects? Yiyang frowned. Isn't this just a fifth-tier secret realm? Absolutely not. Wu Pingxing replied bluntly. You clearly don't know the secrets of the Furnace Purgatory secret realm. If you're willing to form an alliance, I can tell you all about it. Besides, you're currently just at the peak of the 4th tier, right? I assume you're here to grind and level up? Yiyang nodded slightly, silently acknowledging the truth of his statement. However, if the so-called secret you're talking about truly piques my interest, I might consider forming an alliance with you, Yiyang said, his gaze sharp as a blade. But if you plan to use this secret to manipulate me, you'd better abandon that idea right now. Wu Pingxing hesitated upon hearing these firm words. He was well aware of the overwhelming strength of those geniuses from the Lighthouse Nation. Cam's team was already formidable, but within this secret realm, the real powerhouse of the Lighthouse Nation was the team led by Arrow. Any random member of Arrow's team could easily defeat Cam's entire squad, and since Cam's team could effortlessly suppress Wu Pingxing's group, the disparity in strength was clear. Without eliminating Arrow's team, entering the special portal was nothing short of a pipe dream. As Wu Pingxing wavered, his teammates began to chime in one after another. Boss, why not just tell him? The matter of the special portal isn't exactly a big secret in this realm. Yeah, this guy is incredibly powerful. He can summon a whole group of undead and crush Cam's team with ease. Only by teaming up with him do we stand a chance of defeating Arrow and entering the special portal. Boss, it really isn't that big of a deal. Listening to his teammates' persuasion, Wu Pingxing became even more conflicted. He admitted that the so-called secret wasn't such a monumental issue within the secret realm, and he did urgently need someone as powerful as Yiyang. Only by working together could they hope to overcome Arrow. But what Wu Pingxing cared about most was his position. He wanted Yiyang to act under his command, rather than forming an alliance where Yiyang would hold the upper hand. If it turned out to be the latter, it wouldn't feel like an alliance at all. It would be more like his team submitting to Yiyang. For Wu Pingxing, who had never bowed his head to anyone his entire life, this was the hardest pill to swallow. You should know that the Kyoto Wujia family he represents is one of the top 100 families in Kyoto. These top 100 families have been officially recognized by the Dragon Kingdom's Central Guild and are referred to as super families, with a status and background far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Not to mention Wu Pingxing's professional identity, heaven and earth divine war, a top-tier existence among the celestial ranks. With extraordinary talent and a powerful background, how could he tolerate bowing his head to anyone? However, seeing Wu Pingxing hesitate for so long, Yiyang grew impatient and decided not to waste any more time. After all, even if Wu Pingxing refused to disclose anything, Yiyang could easily uncover the secrets of this hidden realm by letting his undead army capture a few informants. In other words, if Yiyang chose to abandon his humanity, he could simply use his undead army to coerce Wu Pingxing and his group into revealing the truth. That said, Yiyang was not someone who took pleasure in threatening others. Since Wu Pingxing was unwilling to speak, Yiyang had no interest in wasting further effort. Yiyang turned and walked straight toward the central area of the hidden realm. Just then, seeing that Yiyang seemed genuinely uninterested in the secret, Wu Pingxing panicked. Wait, please don't leave. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Let me go first. I'll reveal the secret, and then you can decide whether or not to ally with us, okay? He swallowed hard, unable to suppress his fear any longer. After all, when what you desire most is entirely in someone else's hands, your vulnerabilities are laid bare. Yiyang might not care about Wu Pingxing's secret, But Wu Pingxing had no choice but to rely on Yiyang's strength to eliminate those geniuses from Ailua and the Lighthouse Nation. Hearing Wu Pingxing's words, Yiyang, who had just turned away, allowed a faint smile to flicker across his face. Slowly, he turned back and looked directly at Wu Pingxing. All right, but I have one condition. If your secret proves useless to me, I still won't ally with you. And even if we do form an alliance, what I choose to do or not do will be entirely up to me. To understand. Wu Pingxing exhaled a deep breath, realizing he had finally crossed his own bottom line. Hearing Wu Pingxing's words, Yiyang nodded in satisfaction. All right, in that case, go ahead and tell me. Wu Pingxing took a moment to organize his thoughts before speaking. Actually, it's not much of a secret. Within the Tier 5 secret realm, the Furnace Inferno, there exists a special entrance. To unlock it, one must defeat the remnant soul of the final boss in the secret realm. 3 days ago, this entrance was already opened. He continued explaining, according to the analysis, this special entrance in the Furnace Inferno secret realm can only accommodate 356 people and remains open for 12 days. Currently, all permanent access to it has been taken by people from the Lighthouse Nation. To enter, you'd first have to eliminate them. After listening, Yiyang's eyes gleamed with interest. What can be done inside this special entrance? It's quite simple, Wu Pingxing replied. The monsters inside are all stronger than the regular boss-level monsters of the secret realm. Whether it's the experience points or other rewards, they are incredibly lucrative. In terms of experience alone, it's 10 to even dozens of times higher than regular boss-level monsters outside. If you can enter this special entrance, your leveling speed will skyrocket. After a brief hesitation, Wu Pingxing cautiously asked, to be honest, information about the special entrance of the secret realm isn't exactly a secret in Kyoto or the 3 supreme cities of Longwa. Not only do the top 100 super families know about it, but even families ranked within the top 10,000 are aware. May I ask, sir, are you not from one of the 3 supreme cities? As a vocationer, Wu Pingxing possessed a memory far superior to that of ordinary people. He could clearly recall the names of all the geniuses from the 3 supreme cities of Longwa over the past decade, from vocationers to potential level individuals. Yet, he had no recollection of Yiyang. Yiyang quickly understood why he hadn't known about the special entrance information. It was only circulated within the 3 supreme cities. Figures like Wang Chong and Jiang Chen, who were high-ranking local authorities, might appear powerful, but even they had limited access to such critical information. You're right, Yiyang replied calmly. I'm from Tianshui City in Dongshan Province. This answer left Wu Pingxing and his teammates stunned. After a brief discussion, they recalled that this was the hometown of Su Chun, a super genius from 50 years ago. Back then, Su Chin had not only been a top contender in the national exams, but had also led his team to double championships in both the National Longwood Genius Vocationer Competition and the Global New Generation Vocationer International League. So that's it. No wonder you're so powerful. You're from the hometown of a genius. Wu Pingxing's teammates exclaimed in realization. Wu Pingxing and his group weren't particularly impressed by someone like Su Chun. Wu Pingxing said with a helpless expression as he explained to Yiyang. In a place like Dongshan Province, a super genius might emerge once in several decades. But in the 3 supreme cities, dozens or even hundreds of such geniuses appear every year. He paused for a moment before continuing. To be honest, in the 500 years since the Great Mutation era began, the number of talented destiny practitioners cultivated in all the provincial regions of the Dragon Nation combined probably doesn't match the output of Kyoto City in a single year. Just as Lu Ming was about to chime in with something like, every province has had its own glorious history with talents like Su Chun, Wu Pingxing and the others immediately cut him off. At this moment, in the presence of a big shot, blind flattery was the safest bet. Yiyang, however, wasn't particularly concerned about all this. After all, he'd only been in this world for a mere 10 days. Even though he had inherited its memories, he didn't feel much of a sense of belonging. He got straight to the point. Since the special entrance to the secret realm is so important, where is it now? It's in the central area of the secret realm, Wu Pingxing replied directly. Although the location of the entrance is random every time we defeat a boss's residual soul, this time it just so happened to appear in the central area. If the location is already determined, why not just head straight there? Yiyang asked, puzzled. Wu Pingxing was momentarily at a loss for words, clearly not expecting Yiyang to ask such a question. After hesitating for a moment, he cautiously explained, to be honest, sir, based on the intelligence we have, there are at least 100 geniuses from the Lighthouse Nation guarding the area near the entrance. The most troublesome among them are the teams led by Arrow, Goravi, and Odin. Any one of them could single-handedly take on the entire Cam team you defeated earlier. I'm sure you've experienced the strength of the Cam team. To be honest, not really, Yiyang responded awkwardly. He recalled the previous battle, where the Cam team was mostly wiped out by the Thorn's counterattack effect before his skeleton army even had a chance to act. The few remaining members were casually dispatched by his Dark Warriors. Still, He did remember that those people had managed to take down thousands of his ordinary skeletons, though in his eyes, they were nothing more than disposable cannon fodder. For most people, these tiny skeletons are indeed intimidating. With the various buffs enhancing them, their overall stats had soared to over 16,000 points, making them comparable to elite-level monsters in this secret realm. Being able to annihilate thousands of such entities in one go undoubtedly showcased remarkable strength. However, to Yiyang, these little skeletons were opponents that could be dealt with in just a minute or two, completely insignificant. His casual remarks instantly left Wu Pingxing and his teammates in utter despair. That Cam team practically beat us to death, Wu Pingxing thought bitterly. And yet, in front of this powerhouse, they were wiped out just like that, without even getting the chance to fully display their strength? Wu Pingxing cleared his throat awkwardly, trying to mask his embarrassment. Ahem, well, the three major teams from the Lighthouse Nations Arrow, Gorvi, and Aden are indeed quite strong. We were just being cautious and temporarily retreated to the core area to build up strength before striking back. Even he found his explanation unconvincing. In truth, they had been relentlessly chased by Cam and his team from the center of the secret realm all the way to the core area. If it hadn't been for Yiyang's undead army intervening in time, they would have been lucky to escape with their lives. Yiyang, unfazed by the explanation, spoke bluntly, "All right, since you've built up enough strength, it's time to strike. Give me the coordinates of the special entrance to the secret realm. I'll clean up those teams, and then we'll head straight in." Wu Pingxing froze. "Boss, are you saying you're going to take on all three teams by yourself right now? What, is there a problem?" Yiyang glanced at him. "We already have the coordinates. What's the point of wasting time? Just kill them all." Hearing Yiyang's words, Wu Pingxing was immediately at a loss for words. He had initially thought that Yiyang would need some time to prepare, but to his surprise, Yiyang didn't seem to take the geniuses from the Lighthouse Nation seriously at all. Without hesitation, Wu Pingxing shared the coordinates of the special entrance to the secret realm with Yiyang. Examining the data, Yiyang frowned at it was a considerable distance away. Given the current situation, it would take at least 5 hours to reach the destination. This made Yiyang reflect on the relationship between the level of a secret realm and its spatial scope. Back in the days of second-tier secret realms, his undead army could charge from the outer perimeter to the center in just half an hour. But now, with a fifth-tier secret realm, simply traveling from the core area to the central region would take 5 to 6 hours, even with the undead army moving at full speed. However, Yiyang quickly came up with a solution. He didn't need to mobilize the entire army, he only needed to send a single undead summon to the destination. Then, using his second-tier talent, Soul Shift, he could teleport directly there. Afterward, through the summoning space, he could easily gather the entire undead army at the special entrance. With this plan in mind, Yiyang immediately dispatched a small skeletal warrior, riding on a bone wyvern. This combination was carefully chosen. Bone wyverns required a rider to activate their mount state as undead servants. Once this state was triggered, the wyvern's agility attribute would increase tenfold. Coupled with the bonus from the Wings of Death effect, its original agility stat of 940 could skyrocket to an astonishing 6.4 million. This speed was unmatched, even by the so-called fastest Dark Knights, and the bone wyvern's ability to fly made it completely unhindered by terrain. Meanwhile, near the special entrance to the secret realm, Arrow, a genius from the Lighthouse Nation and the captain of the guard, was lounging on the ground out of boredom. As a peak 5th-tier professional, his experience points had already maxed out, and he no longer needed to grind for more. Arrow's mission in the 5th-tier secret realm was straightforward: guard the special entrance and ensure that only 5th-tier prodigies from the Lighthouse Nation could pass through. Just then, a shocking piece of news arrived. What? Karm and his team were killed? Arrow's eyes widened, his voice filled with disbelief. His teammates quickly gathered around upon hearing this. Arrow, what did you just say? Karm was killed? That's impossible. In this secret realm, who but our Lighthouse Nation's prodigies could pose a threat to him? Yes, one of the teammates nodded gravely. Based on the information we've received, it's true. What's even more shocking is that the killer is a practitioner from the Dragon Nation. A Dragon Nation practitioner? The group gasped in unison. How could those so-called weaklings from East Asia possibly possess such power? Arrow frowned and pressed further. Yes, are we certain it was an actual kill and not just a simple expulsion from the secret realm? It's confirmed as an actual kill, Yes replied in a heavy tone. We tried to contact Karm, but there was no response. The life detector shows he's dead. Not just him, but his entire team was wiped out by that Dragon Nation practitioner. Arrow's expression darkened, but soon, a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. As an undefeated 5th-tier powerhouse, he had long run out of challengers in the Lighthouse Nation. Even some of the strongest 6th-tier prodigies couldn't measure up to him. At present, he was only one step away from advancing to the 6th tier, creating an extraordinary weapon of 6th-tier ghost god quality. As for the other requirements, such as clearing a 6th-tier Ashura-level dungeon or surviving 24 hours in a 2-star 6th-tier secret realm, he had already completed them. All he needed now was a sufficient amount of perfect essence blood, and crafting the weapon would merely be a matter of time. However, the sudden emergence of a Dragon Nation prodigy capable of annihilating Cam's entire team was entirely beyond Aero's expectations. Although Cam's individual strength wasn't remarkable, their team coordination was formidable. Even Aero would have to exert considerable effort to defeat them. Yet now, someone had managed to completely annihilate them. This could only mean that the Dragon Kingdom's prodigy possessed strength at least on par with his own. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Aero's eyes. After all these years, I finally get to truly unleash my power, he said, his voice brimming with confidence. Tilting his head slightly upward, he continued, this time, none of you need to step in. Let me show this so-called Dragon Kingdom genius what a true prodigy looks like. As his words fell, his teammates around him were instantly fired up. To them, no matter how strong that Dragon Kingdom prodigy was, it wouldn't matter. Aero was a genuine, undefeated Tier 5 combatant. No other Tier 5 professional could possibly be his match. However, standing on the sidelines, Gorvy couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle coldly as he watched Aero's overconfident demeanor. Turning to Yes, he asked, Yes, you just mentioned that Cam and his team were killed by that Dragon Kingdom professional. How much specific information have you uncovered about this individual? At this, Aero, pretending to be nonchalant, immediately perked up his ears. Knowing one's enemy was key to victory, and gaining even a sliver of additional information about the opponent was always advantageous. Yes promptly responded, as far as we know, this Dragon Kingdom professional can summon undead creatures, and the variety of undead they summon is extraordinarily vast. Summoning undead creatures? Ha ha ha. Aero burst into laughter upon hearing this. I am the scion of the god of light, and he controls the undead from the shadows? Isn't the outcome already decided before the battle even begins? The teammates around him couldn't help but laugh along. Initially, they thought this so-called Eastern weakling might pose a worthy challenge to Aero, but now it seemed laughable. Just Aero's innate talent, the radiance of light, was enough to obliterate any dark creatures that dared to approach him, denying them even the chance to get close. Aero, make sure to go easy on that Eastern weakling when you meet him. Yeah, don't finish him off before we've had our fun watching. Since he killed Cam, he deserves to be tormented for a while. The team bantered enthusiastically, already imagining the miserable fate awaiting the Dragon Kingdom prodigy at Aero's hands. However, unlike the others, Gorvy didn't share their unrestrained excitement upon hearing this information. Gorvy was well aware of a critical fact. Cam's team also had skilled light attribute professionals. Though their strength was not on par with Aeros, their abilities combined with teamwork should have made dealing with undead creatures a straightforward task. Yet, what was shocking was that Cam's entire team was utterly annihilated by those undead creatures without even having the chance to send out a distress signal. This fact only deepened Gorvy's conviction that this genius from Longwa was far from being as easy to deal with as Aero and his cocky teammates might imagine. Even with the advantage of attribute suppression, it was unlikely to subdue him so effortlessly. As someone whose reputation within the Lighthouse Nation's elite squad even surpassed Aeros, Gorvy was known for his caution. Though his strength fell short of Aero, who was hailed as the invincible 5th tier, Gorvy was nonetheless one of the top experts in the 5th tier, second only to Aero. Frowning, Gorvy finally voiced the question that had been lingering in his mind. What exactly is that guy's strength? Aero burst into laughter at this. Gorvy, is there something wrong with your head? How can you even ask such a ridiculous question? Anyone who can enter the 5th tier secret realm is naturally a 5th tier professional. Could he possibly be a 4th tier one? Coughed awkwardly. Well, he actually is a 4th tier professional. And not even at the peak of the 4th tiers, just a high-level 4th tier. What? This answer hit everyone present like a sledgehammer, leaving all the talented professionals of the Lighthouse Nation stunned. A high-level 4th tier meant that this emerging genius from Longwa was only at level 47 to 49, indicating that his time in the 4th tier had been remarkably short at most a year or two. In such a short time, apart from leveling up a few times, it was nearly impossible to amass significant 4th tier gear and skills. Even for a genius like Aero, facing Cam's entire team at that stage would have resulted in certain defeat. Yet, this genius from Longwa had managed to accomplish what everyone deemed impossible. Are you sure you're not joking? How could a mere high-level 4th tier professional possibly be a match for Cam's team? Yeah, are you sure you didn't misjudge? Could that guy actually be a high-level 5th tier? Or perhaps even a 6th tier professional who broke through in the secret realm? Doubtful voices rose one after another, and no one was willing to believe this astonishing revelation. Yes, confirmed everyone's suspicions and began explaining the exceptional circumstances. Although a 5th tier secret realm theoretically only allows 5th tier or lower professionals to enter, there is indeed one exception. If a professional manages to advance within the secret realm, They can temporarily exist in the 5th-tier realm as a 6th-tier individual. He cited Yiyang as an example to support his point. Yiyang had successfully advanced within a secret realm, but after receiving a warning, he swiftly defeated the final boss and exited the realm. However, as Yuz revealed the truth, everyone present was left in utter shock. That genius from the Dragon Country is indeed level 47, a genuine upper 4th-tier professional. My source personally verified his level. This statement hit like a thunderclap, causing the talented individuals from the Lighthouse Nation to erupt in disbelief. My god, a mere upper 4th-tier professional managed to annihilate Cam's entire team? Even Arrow couldn't pull off something like that at that stage. This monster must be eliminated. If he advances to the 5th tier, won't he surpass Arrow? Impossible. No one can surpass Arrow in the 5th-tier domain. Even the usually confident Arrow turned pale upon hearing the news. He silently admitted to himself that if this person reached the 5th tier, he might truly be no match. But for now, the opponent was still at the upper 4th tier and had just fought an intense battle, leaving him at his weakest. Galvi, Odin. Arrow addressed his 2 companions. Stop slacking off. If we encounter that guy, you both need to step in. Do you even need to say that? Galvi stood up, teasing Arrow, if you're scared, you can hide behind me. Odin, who had been resting nearby, also straightened up with a chuckle. Galvi, cut the jokes. Be careful, or Arrow might get so angry that he takes you down before we even meet that Dragon Country guy. You think I'd be scared? Galvi replied with a calm smile, though deep down, he knew Odin's warning had merit. As the radiant light of the Primordial Cleric series, Galvi might lack powerful offensive abilities, but his buffs and protective effects were enough to give Arrow a headache. Just as Arrow was about to counter, a sudden exclamation interrupted the confrontation between the two. Shit, look over there. A genius from the Lighthouse Nation shouted, pointing into the distance. Everyone turned their gaze in the direction of the shout, and the sight before them left them momentarily speechless. A vast, dense army of skeletal creatures filled the horizon, their gray-white bones glinting eerily under the sunlight. A rough estimate suggested the skeletal army numbered in the hundreds of thousands. What the fuck? Where did all these skeletons come from? Could it be summoned by that genius from the Dragon Nation? Impossible. Even a vocation-level summoner couldn't summon an army this massive. This must be some kind of special monster from the secret realm. Listening to his teammates' panicked speculations, Galvi shook his head quietly. To him, their feigned ignorance was laughable when the enemy was already at their doorstep. They were still deluding themselves. At that moment, Odin, ever the battle-hardened warrior, had already summoned his weapon. His towering figure cast a long shadow under the sun. Brothers, no more hesitation. Odin's thunderous voice boomed. This must be the summons of that Dragon Nation genius. Everyone, prepare for battle charge with me. With Odin's rallying cry, the aura of the other 9 Lighthouse Nation geniuses surged instantly. Odin turned to look at Galvi, but before he could speak, Galvi had already understood. In Galvi's hands, the radiant world orb burst forth with dazzling light, unleashing a series of powerful support skills like shooting stars. Radiance of the world. Vast luminescence. Lightwave's sacred seal. In an instant, not only Odin and his teammates but even Arrow and all the other vocation holders of the Lighthouse Nation felt an immense surge of power within them. Odin, in particular, could clearly sense that, under the blessing of the radiance of the world, his vitality had increased nearly 20-fold. On top of that, he was granted significant damage reduction, block enhancements, and other protective buffs. At that moment, he felt as though he could effortlessly defeat dozens of his ordinary self with a single move. There's no denying that Gorwai's support abilities were both powerful and crucial. However, what happened next went completely beyond everyone's expectations. As several skeleton warriors clad in black armor and wielding long swords emanating a dark aura appeared, Odin didn't hesitate to unleash his black shimmer flash. In an instant, his figure teleported to the nearest dark warrior. Seeing this, Ailua immediately sprang into action as well, his body radiating brilliance, and his long sword already drawn. But to everyone's shock, before Odin could deliver his next strike, he was sent flying thousands of meters away by a single slash from the dark warrior. Then, a pitch-black blade light swept through dark annihilation. Before the surrounding prodigies from the Lighthouse Nation could even react, they were already cut in half. What was even more terrifying was that as the still-reeling Odin struggled to get back up, another dark annihilation cleaved him into 2. In just one move, Odin's entire team was annihilated. The outcome left Ailua utterly stunned. How could a 5th-rank pinnacle professional be instantly killed? Even more horrifying was the fact that Odin's life force completely dissipated in an instant, a clear sign that this was a true, permanent death. Gorwai was equally dumbfounded by the scene. After all, within the 5th-rank domain, prodigies capable of defeating Odin were exceedingly rare. Even Ailua, known as the unbeatable 5th rank, could only manage to defeat him, not kill him. And yet, this black skeleton warrior not only killed Odin in an instant, but also possessed the ability to deliver a true death. What was even more despair-inducing was that among the endless sea of skeletons, there were nearly 100 similar dark warriors. This overwhelming power was no coincidence. Under Yiyang's command, the dark warriors already possessed an astonishing base strength of over 41,000. With the additional boost from Yiyang's more than 3.4 million spiritual power, their strength skyrocketed to over 14 million. Furthermore, after receiving enhancement effects from Shan Lian and other priests, Yiyang's spiritual power multiplied several times, exponentially amplifying the attributes of the dark warriors. Even with Odin's strength reaching over 38 million under Gorwai's support, he stood no chance against such terrifyingly stacked attributes and could only meet his demise. If not for Gorwai's holy light seal, which could block a single fatal blow, Odin would have fallen to the first strike. Ironically, this protective measure became his death sentence, as it allowed him to survive just long enough to face the fatal dark annihilation. This time, Yiyang truly experienced the terrifying effects of having supportive teammates. In previous battles, his initial state was sufficient to handle the challenges, so he hadn't paid much attention to the role of support. However, in this 5th-tier secret realm, facing those Tier 0 level 5th-tier celestial professionals, relying solely on 4th-tier undead summons was clearly insufficient. At this critical moment, Wu Pingxing and his team arrived with powerful support, providing Yiyang with immense assistance. The results proved that even though a dark warrior alone might not match the likes of Odin, with the augmentation of abilities like Phantom Nightmare and Thorn Armament, combined with the advantage of numbers, taking down Odin was only a matter of time though now they could deliver a decisive and clean Real kill. This shocking scene left Aero, Gervais, and their surrounding teammates from the Lighthouse Nation utterly stunned. They stood dumbfounded, staring at the skeletal warriors, unable to believe what had just happened. What the heck? How could these skeletal creatures take down Lord Odin in one strike? Not just Lord Odin, even his teammates were cut down by that black skeletal warrior in a single blow. Oh God, save us. We can't possibly stand against a skeletal army of this caliber. Initially, they had thought Odin alone could easily wipe out most of the skeletal army. But to their disbelief, Odin was instantly killed before he could even make a move. This completely shattered the confidence of the Lighthouse Nation's prodigies, exposing a typical trait of theirs: eager to shine during favorable situations, but quick to flee when the tides turned against them. At this moment, Gervais, who had been the most horrified, surprisingly regained his composure. Friends, don't panic. We have no way out now. Our only chance is to fight with all our might and seize a sliver of hope. However, his attempt to rally morale was met with fierce backlash from his teammates. Lord Gervais, it's easy for you to say that when you're not in the thick of it. You're just support. Of course, it's simple for you to talk big. Odin was killed in an instant. What do we have to fight back with? You're just trying to send us to our deaths so you can create an opportunity to escape, aren't you? Faced with these accusations, Gervais's composure crumbled. As a support, he indeed couldn't charge into battle like Odin, nor did he possess even half the combat power of Cam. Just then, Aero stepped forward. Enough. Aero's eyes burned with determination. Gervais is right. There's no escape now. Running will only lead to death. Fighting is our only chance at survival. If you don't trust Gervais, surely you can trust me, Aero? Aero knew very well that the black skeletal warrior who had instantly killed Odin was not only terrifyingly powerful but also blindingly fast. Attempting to flee now would be a death sentence. Their only hope lay in standing united and carving out a path through blood and steel. His words finally brought some calm to the panic-stricken celestial professionals. Lord Aero, are you serious? Someone asked hesitantly. Aero turned to face the approaching sea of skeletons, gripping his long sword firmly. With unwavering resolve, he declared, defeat means total annihilation. Only by fighting can we secure our survival. Hearing Aero's words, the Lighthouse Nation's appointed warriors, who had been planning to flee, fell into deep hesitation. They exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes filled with fear and confusion. These skeleton creatures that can instantly kill Lord Odin are just too powerful, one of them said, trembling. We are no match for them. Even Lord Aero might not. Another person's words were abruptly cut off by Aero's piercing gaze. Are you doubting my strength? Aero's face darkened instantly, his voice carrying an icy anger. So what if they can kill Odin in an instant? I am an invincible Tier 5 warrior. No one in the Tier 5 domain can be my equal. We'll follow Lord Aero's orders. The warriors quickly bowed their heads in response, though traces of fear lingered in their voices. Aero let out a cold laugh and turned to face the advancing skeleton army. Good. Since you doubt my strength, then watch carefully. He raised his silver-white longsword high, and a powerful energy began to gather along its blade. Holy Radiance Judgment! With a thunderous roar, a massive silver-white circular portal appeared in the sky. This attack combined the effects of his three most destructive talent skills, capable of severely injuring even a peak tier 6 warrior and rendering them powerless. A radiant silver beam shot out from the portal, aiming directly at the leading Dark Knight. Yet, the moment the beam struck the Dark Knight, an unexpected scene unfolded. Arrow suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lord Arrow? His team cried out in alarm as they rushed toward him. What's wrong? Could it be a skill backlash? Arrow didn't respond. Instead, he looked up in disbelief, staring at the relentless skeleton army charging forward, his eyes filled with shock. Damn it! How is this possible? A horrified voice echoed across the battlefield. Arrow's attack not only failed but triggered a terrifying backlash. The prodigies from the Lighthouse Nation stared in disbelief at the scene before them. They had placed their hopes on Arrow carving a path through the enemy, but to their shock, the skeletal monsters possessed a horrifying 20-fold damage reflection effect. This was enough to instantly kill any powerhouse. Arrow only barely survived thanks to the life-saving effect of the Holy Light Seal. However, the cost of survival was immense. While the Holy Light Seal saved Arrow's life, it plunged this once invincible tier 5 powerhouse into a state of extreme weakness for the next hour. All of his skills, talents, and equipment were rendered unusable. The once mighty warrior was now as defenseless as an ordinary person. What shook Gorvy even more was the scene in the area struck by the Radiant Judgment. Not a single skeleton had fallen. As the radiant beam descended, over 100 skeletal wyverns, possessed by ethereal nightmares, surged forward. Using their ethereal bodies, they completely neutralized what should have been a fatal attack. The abilities of the ethereal nightmares were utterly overwhelming. Physical, magical, or elemental attacks had no effect on their intangible forms. Once they possessed undead summons, they granted these skeletons the same terrifying defensive capabilities. Under the powerful healing effects of the Necromancer's Hellspring, the skeletal army was nearly invincible as long as they weren't instantly obliterated. While Arrow had the power to annihilate some low-tier undead, he had completely lost his ability to fight in this situation. With Odin already fallen, Arrow incapacitated, and only the support-type prodigy Gorvy remaining, there was no hope of turning the tide. The prodigies of the Lighthouse Nation were in complete panic. They realized that this battle was utterly unwinnable. Without a second thought, the dozens of transcenders from the Lighthouse Nation present immediately abandoned the severely weakened Ailua and fled in all directions in a desperate panic. However, their escape did not last long. A massive shadow suddenly loomed overhead. It was a gigantic skeletal pterosaur. Bonehell! With a piercing screech, countless bone spikes rained down from the sky like a torrential storm. Although the skeletal pterosaur was merely a tier 2 undead summon, under Yiyang's extraordinary mental power amplification, its strength was boosted dozens of times. The bone spikes, which ordinarily posed no threat to tier 5 peak transcenders, instantly pierced through the bodies of 7 or 8 Lighthouse Nation prodigies. The remaining fleeing transcenders were utterly terrified by this gruesome scene, but the worst was yet to come. A horde of skeletal mages wielding bone staffs suddenly emerged around them. What the? Where did these things come from? Everyone was stunned. How did we not sense them at all? Someone immediately dismissed the possibility of invisibility. No, my innate ability can automatically detect stealth. This can't be stealth. Could it be teleportation? Had Yiyang heard this speculation, he would have scoffed. While these transcenders did possess anti-stealth abilities, the deathly concealment of the invisible skeletal archmages existed in a void state, not ordinary invisibility. Once the deathly concealment was activated, the skeletal archmages would completely vanish from this world, leaving behind only their soul consciousness, with no physical presence whatsoever. This was why ordinary anti-stealth abilities were utterly ineffective against them. Over 1,000 invisible skeletal archmages, exuding a dark aura, simultaneously revealed themselves and unleashed their skills without hesitation. Necrotic missiles. With a deafening roar, the pitch-black necrotic missiles instantly obliterated the remaining transcenders, leaving them in pieces. In mere minutes, over 30 Lighthouse Nation transcenders were reduced to just 9 individuals standing beside Galvi. Galvi was completely shattered. Odin, a tier 0 transcender, had been killed in a single move. The invincible tier 5 Ailua hadn't even engaged in a proper fight before being countered and defeated. Dozens of top-tier transcenders were utterly powerless against the undead army. Lord Kernluber, I have failed your trust. Galvi sent his final message, abandoning resistance and quietly awaiting his demise. As a swarm of ordinary skeletons engulfed him, a black blade flashed. Galvi, along with his remaining teammates, was instantly cut in two. Witnessing all of this through the shared vision of the undead army, Wu Pingsheng was utterly stunned. Ailua, Odin, and Galva, 3 top-tier transcenders had been dispatched so swiftly. Upon learning the information about the secret realm's entrance, Wu Pingxing immediately added Yiyang to his team. Although a team could only have up to 10 members, the death of a previous member had conveniently left an open slot. Now, witnessing the terrifying combat power of Yiyang's undead army through his soul symbiosis ability, Wu Pingsheng's perception of Yiyang's forces underwent a complete transformation. A single dark warrior could instantly kill a top-tier transcender. The mere counter damage of his army was enough to take down an invincible tier 5 powerhouse. Even Galvi, in the end, was too terrified to muster the courage to resist. Such overwhelming strength was truly awe-inspiring. In the top teams of the 3 lighthouse nations, even an ordinary member would be enough to push Wu Pingxing's entire team to their limits. Yet now, their captain had his very will shattered by the undead legion. The disparity in strength was astounding. What was even more unbelievable was that this formidable opponent was only at the 4th tier. Wu Pingxing's teammates exchanged bewildered glances, their shock evident. Yiyang is just too strong, one teammate murmured. We knew his undead legion would be powerful, but we never imagined it would be to this extent. Think about it, Odin is someone who could single-handedly take on Cam's entire team, but he was nearly one-shot by a simple attack from the Dark Warrior, another teammate added. As for Arrow, it's just laughable. He was countered and killed instantly before he could even make a proper move. It wasn't even a fight. This isn't about Arrow and Odin being too weak, someone immediately countered. It's that Yiyang's undead legion is just too strong. If it weren't for Yiyang, let alone annihilating these top-tier teams, even a single member from their squads would be more than we could handle. The conversation quickly shifted to the geniuses of the Dragon Nation. If the top-tier talents of our Dragon Nation were in this secret realm, do you think Arrow and Odin would dare to act so arrogantly? One person remarked. It's a pity most of the top-tier job professionals of our generation in the Dragon Nation are already at or above the 6th tier. So they can't even enter this place, another chimed in. Don't forget about Wu Xiaoshan, Wu Pingsheng's younger brother, someone reminded. He's even stronger than Wu Pingsheng. If he were here in this secret realm, he'd easily crush Odin. But unfortunately, he wouldn't bother coming here. This discussion piqued Yiyang's interest. You're saying the top-tier geniuses are already at the 6th tier now? Wu Pingxing immediately responded with respect. Yes, brother Yiyang. Although the Wu family hasn't produced any 6th tier job professionals this generation, the Jin family, Zhu family, and Jiang family have all cultivated quite a few. The Zhu family, in particular, is remarkable. Thief even got some at the peak of the 6th tier. They've reached this level in just 18 years, and their potential is limitless. He then added a word of caution. When the national exam begins, the ones you should be most wary of are the Zhu family members, especially Zhu Yang. It said he's likely the only one who could break through to the 7th tier before the exam. A true prodigy. Hearing the words 7th tier, Yiyang couldn't help but furrow his brow. Although Yiyang had a significant advantage, the rapid growth of these talented professionals still left him astonished. In just a few days, he had risen from nothing to the level of a 4th tier advanced professional. However, reaching Zhu Yang's 7th tier status would likely require at least a year of arduous training. Still, Yiyang understood that even if he couldn't achieve the 7th tier, reaching the 6th tier would give him a solid chance of securing the top spot in the national examination, the prestigious Dragon Warrior Champion title. Noticing the slight heaviness on Yiyang's face, Wu Pingxing quickly explained, Brother Yiyang, there's really no need to overthink this. The Zhu family is one of the top 10 elite families in Kyoto, while my Wu family barely makes it into the top 100. More importantly, the Zhu family was founded by Zhu Tian, one of the former presidents of the Dragon Nation's Central Guild. Even among the top 10 families, they are among the very best. Wu Pingxing continued his analysis. With the resources the Zhu family controls, if I were placed in that kind of environment, I could have at least reached the mid-6th tier by now. However, even the resources of these elite families cannot compare to those of Kyoto's Supreme Academy or the Dragon Nation's Military Academy. If we can get into either of these institutions, we'll have a chance to rise again. Ah. Yiyang exhaled deeply, knowing Wu Pingsheng was trying to reassure him. After all, Yiyang had recently helped Wu Pingxing eliminate Ailua, Odin, and Gorvith, 3 top-tier guardians of the Lighthouse Nation, clearing the path for them to access a special entrance to the secret realm. As for teams from other nations, they no longer posed a significant threat to Wu Pingxing. Through Wu Pingxing's words, Yiyang gained a deeper understanding of how crucial resources were for professionals. He recalled how he once struggled to afford even the most basic beast blood potions, while descendants of prominent families could effortlessly utilize 7th or 8th tier beast blood potions, 5th or 6th tier magical beast cores, and even rare, unheard-of treasures. The disparity in starting points was so vast that even his advantages seemed insufficient to bridge the gap. However, as Wu Pingxing had pointed out, the advantages of elite families were limited to providing better starting points. The truly essential resources remained in the hands of national institutions like Kyoto's Supreme Academy, the Dragon Nation's Military Academy, and the Dragon Nation's Central Guild. Once admitted into these top-tier establishments, even the most talented individuals would find their advantages gradually equalized. Meanwhile, within the secretive division of the Lighthouse Nation's Central Guild, Kern Luber felt a chill run down his spine as he received Gorvy's final message. This can't be real. Ilua, Odin, and Gorviel killed by that genius from the Dragon Nation? Upon hearing the news, Kernluber's eyes widened in shock as he stared in disbelief at the report in front of him. Arrow, Odin, and Gorvy were the most powerful Tier 5 professionals in the Lighthouse Nation's secret division. By all accounts, with their combined strength and the teams they led, they should have been able to handle hundreds of top-tier Tier 5 professionals with ease. Especially Arrow, a Tier 5 powerhouse known for his unmatched combat prowess. With Odin's near-invincible defensive capabilities and Gorvy's exceptional support abilities, they should have been unstoppable in a mere Tier 5, one-star secret realm. Yet now, this seemingly unbeatable team had been completely wiped out. Kernluber slammed his hand on the desk, causing the entire office to tremble. Who did this? I will avenge Arrow and the others. The subordinate before him trembled slightly as he replied, Lord Kernluber, according to our investigation, it was a single professional from Long Nation named Yiyang. He did it alone. Alone? Kernluber's voice was filled with disbelief. What information do you have? Tell me everything. The subordinate swallowed nervously. Actually, this Yiyang is the same prodigy from Long Nation that the Sakura Nation's secret division previously asked us to join forces against. They've already sent us all the relevant information. Kernluber was struck as if by lightning. He recalled receiving that intelligence, but had dismissed it outright because the target was only a Tier 4 professional. He had tossed the report into the trash. Quickly retrieving the crumpled document, Kernluber began to read it carefully. Yiyang, from Long Nation, 18 years old, the sole user of the hidden class Necromancer, Tier 4 strength, capable of summoning basic skeletons and skeleton tyrants. As he read on, Kernluber's expression darkened, especially when he saw records of Yiyang single-handedly annihilating 300 to 400 job holders from Sakura Nation in a Tier 4 secret realm. The battle accounts involving Yamaguchi Watanabe and Nida Hanyu were particularly striking. Two individuals once regarded as potential era-level talents had been utterly powerless against Yiyang. Taking a deep breath, Kernluber stood up. This Yiyang must be eliminated. His purpose in killing Arrow and the others is likely to gain access to the special entrance to the Furnace Inferno secret realm. If he succeeds, the hundreds of Tier 5 talents we have training inside will be in grave danger. What should we do? The subordinate asked urgently. A fierce glint flashed in Kernluber's eyes. Although Arrow's team has been wiped out, we still have 300 to 400 job holders within the Furnace Inferno secret realm. If they join forces, their combined strength will surpass even Arrow's team of 3 prodigies. Hearing this, the subordinate immediately nodded and said, I'll go issue the order now, and have them join forces to attack Yiyang directly. Wait, that's not enough. At that moment, Kernluber instinctively raised his hand to stop him and said, just that alone isn't sufficient. Even if these 300 to 400 Transcenders join forces, their strength won't be much greater than that of Arrow and his team. Based on my analysis, this Yiyang from the Dragon Nation must have used some despicable means like ambushes, poison, or other underhanded tricks to take down Arrow and the others. But regardless of the method, his strength must be formidable. Therefore, we need to find additional allies. Additional allies? Hearing this, the subordinate was momentarily stunned but quickly understood. Lord Kernluber, are you suggesting involving the Sakura Nation? Exactly. At this moment, Kernluber's lips curled into a cruel smile. After all, it was the Sakura Nation who provoked this Yiyang in the first place, and they were the ones who initially wanted to ally with us to eliminate him. Now that Yiyang has come knocking on our door, why should we sacrifice our Lighthouse Nation's geniuses in vain? So this time, go inform the leader of the Sakura Nation's Dark Division, Nagatani Akino, and tell him to have all their 5th-tier geniuses within the Infernal Furnace secret realm join forces with our Lighthouse Nation. Also, let our own Transcenders know that once the battle begins, the Sakura Nation's Transcenders should be the ones to wear Yiyang down first. Once the time is right, we'll strike with full force and aim for a decisive kill. Understood, Lord Kernluber. Your plan is flawless. Hearing Kernluber's words, the subordinate couldn't help but flatter him before immediately setting off to execute the orders. As the subordinate left, Kernluber's gaze shifted to a thin book on the table. The title of the book read, The 36 Stratagems of Ancient Dragon Nation. One had to admit, some of the Dragon Nation's cultural tactics were quite impressive. This strategy of testing the waters could potentially save countless 5th-tier Transcenders of the Lighthouse Nation from losing their lives unnecessarily. However, Kernluber chuckled softly and thought to himself, Mr. Nagatani, I hope your Sakura Nation Transcenders can all survive this time. With that, he closed the book and stopped dwelling on the matter. Meanwhile, in the Sakura Nation's Central Guild Dark Division, the division leader, Nagatani Akino, was busy handling some affairs. At that moment, a tall, elegant woman from the Sakura Nation walked in and approached him. Lord Nagatani, there's a message from the Lighthouse Nation? A message from the Lighthouse Nation? Hearing this, Nagatani Aquino immediately put aside his work and instinctively asked, has Yiyang already been taken down by the Lighthouse Nation's super geniuses? Haha, I told you, no matter how strong Yiyang is, he could never match up against the Lighthouse Nation's top-tier geniuses, especially Eros, known as the invincible fifth-tier genius. Taking down Yiyang would be a piece of cake. However, upon hearing Nagatani Aquino's words, the woman's expression turned awkward. Lord Nagatani, the message from the Lighthouse Nation isn't about Yiyang being defeated. It's about Yiyang having killed the Lighthouse Nation's 3 top geniuses. What? In that instant, Nagatani Aquino's previously cheerful expression froze. The Lighthouse Nation's 3 top geniuses were killed by Yiyang? How is that possible? You can't mean Ero, Odin, and Galvi 3 fifth-tier super geniuses, can you? The woman hesitated for a moment before reluctantly pulling out a document. Lord Nagatani, this is the detailed information sent by the Lighthouse Nation, along with their proposed plan. Everything you want to know is in here. Let me see. Snatching the document from her hands, Nagatani Aquino quickly began flipping through it. The more he read, the more shocked he became. This is unbelievable. Yiyang is only at most a 4th tier, so how could he possibly wipe out Ero, Odin, and Galvithos 3 5th-tier geniuses? And not just them. Even their long-established, well-coordinated team was completely annihilated by Yiyang. Nagatani Aquino froze in place, stunned. He had known Yiyang was strong, which was precisely why he had sought the Lighthouse Nation's help in dealing with him. But never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that this Dragon Nation genius named Yiyang would be this overwhelmingly powerful. Even the combined forces of the Lighthouse Nation's top-tier geniuses and their carefully assembled team were utterly defeated by Yiyang. These were 5th-tier peak-level geniuses, with Ero even bearing the title of Invincible 5th tier. And yet, they couldn't do anything against a 4th-tier Yiyang? At that moment, Nagatani Aquino's eyes fell on the bottom of the document, where Kern Luber's plan was outlined. What? The Lighthouse Nation's Dark Division plans to deploy over 300 Transcenders to surround and kill Yiyang? And they want us from the Sakura Nation to send our top 5th-tier Transcenders to join forces with them to eliminate this threat once and for all? Upon reading Kern Luber's proposal, Nagatani Aquino felt an immediate sense of reluctance. How could he not? Yiyang's displayed strength was simply too terrifying. If even Ero, Odin, and Galvi's elite team couldn't handle him, what could sending a bunch of lesser fighters possibly achieve? However, Nagatani Aquino dared not refuse. Nagase Aquino was well aware that it was precisely because of Yiyang's astonishing potential that they had to eliminate this prodigy from the Dragon Kingdom before he could fully grow into a top-tier powerhouse. At Yiyang's current rate of growth, it might not even take him reaching the 10th-tier pinnacle. He could become a significant global threat as early as the 7th or 8th tier. Judging by Yiyang's current performance as a 4th-tier practitioner effortlessly defeating dozens of 5th-tier peak talents from the Lighthouse Nation, his power was already terrifying. Despite his reluctance, Nagase Aquino had no choice but to agree to the collaborative plan with the Lighthouse Nation. Given the current circumstances, Sakura Nation alone lacked the strength to deal with Yiyang in the secret realm. This is a do-or-die moment. Nagase Aquino gritted his teeth. We either succeed or perish. Yiyang must be eliminated in this operation. Without hesitation, he gave his secretary a clear directive. Ms. Sakamaru, immediately inform all our top-tier talent within the Furnace Purgatory secret realm to join forces with the talents from the Lighthouse Nation. No matter the cost, Yiyang must be taken out. The secretary promptly left to carry out the orders, while Nagase Aquino paced back and forth in his office, consumed with anxiety. He understood that the only chance to act was within the secret realm, where the multinational competition was governed by fair rules, and fatalities were considered part of the game. After their failure in the first 4th-tier secret realm, he had attempted various assassination methods in the real world, even dispatching 7th-tier practitioners to Dongshan province. However, Yiyang had remained secluded in his training base, leaving no opportunity to strike. The only other option would be to unleash those 7th-tier practitioners in Dongshan province for an indiscriminate massacre. While their strength would easily overpower even Dongshan province's strongest guild leader, Wang Chong, a 7th-tier potential wielder, such actions would lead to catastrophic consequences. If it were revealed that Sakura Nation was behind it, it would undoubtedly trigger an all-out war with the Dragon Kingdom's central guild. And if the Lighthouse Nation chose to remain neutral, Sakura Nation would face certain destruction. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, the talents from the Lighthouse Nation were shocked upon receiving the news from Kern Rupert. How is this possible? Lord Ero was really killed? This is just a 5th-tier secret realm. Oloros, who could have done this? Oloros, a 5th-tier mage-class practitioner, explained gravely. According to Lord Kern Rupert's information, the culprit is a Dragon Kingdom genius named Yiyang, who is only at the 4th tier. 4th tier? The group was incredulous. Lord Arrow was an unbeatable 5th-tier practitioner who had even challenged a 2-star 5th-tier secret realm. How could he have fallen to a 4th-tier combatant? Oloros continued, Lord Kern Rupert never makes mistakes. Our mission has now changed. We are to join forces with Sakura Nation and other nations' practitioners. Once Yiyang exhausts himself, we strike at the perfect moment for a decisive kill. Soon, Sakura Nation's practitioners, led by Nitahabu, along with talents from various other nations, began to gather. Although Nitahabu was only at the 4th tier and the weakest among this group of 5th-tier elite talents, he was the only one who had directly encountered Yiyang and had the most insight into his abilities, which earned him a place in the planning. However, in the eyes of Oloros and the 300-plus Lighthouse Nation practitioners, the 5th-tier talents from Sakura Nation and the other countries were nothing more than expendable pawns in Kern Rupert's grand scheme. Standing before the crowd, Xintian Yuxing reported in a deep voice, Brothers, I have already provided you with detailed information about Yiyang. Now, we have completed the tally of all the Tier 5 executors. He slowly revealed the specific numbers. The Lighthouse Nation has 364 Tier 5 executors, our Sakura Nation has 217, and combined with the 582 from Gaul and Frost Nations, we have a total of 1,163 Tier 5 executors. As he spoke this number, there was a hint of confidence in his tone. With such power, Xintian Yuxing's gaze swept across everyone present. Even if the elite Tier 5 teams of Lord Arrow, Lord Odin, and Lord Galvi were to unite, they would still be no match for us, let alone dealing with someone as insignificant as Yiyang. He paused briefly, then turned towards Oris with a respectful tone. However, such a massive force requires unified command. Lord Oris, not only are you the strongest among us, but you were also personally appointed as the commander by Lord Kern Rupert. I propose that all upcoming actions be carried out under your leadership. Finally, in a deferential manner, Xintian Yuxing inquired, Shall we proceed immediately to the special entrance to eliminate Yiyang? Hearing this, Oris let out a faint chuckle. Initially, when Xintian Yuxing began speaking, he thought the young man might attempt to seize command. Yet, to his surprise, this executor from Sakura Nation not only respectfully yielded the command, but also went out of his way to flatter him. This caught Oris by surprise. Despite his previous disdain for the Tenjibito from Sakura Nation, he found himself developing a slight sense of appreciation for Nida Hanyu. However, everyone present understood one thing clearly. Even if Nida Hanyu didn't say it, the only one capable of leading these thousands of professionals was Oris himself. No time to waste, Oris declared without hesitation. The task assigned to us by Kern Rupert isn't just to eliminate the threat that is Yiyang. More importantly, we must rescue the over 300 genius Tenjibito of our Lighthouse Nation, who are currently training in the special entrance of the secret realm. Now that we're all gathered here, let's move out immediately and head to the special entrance. Yes, sir, came the unified response from the 1,000-strong group of Tenjibito from various nations surrounding Oris. After all, someone like Yiyang was far too dangerous. With only 4th-tier strength, he had effortlessly eliminated a 5th-tier invincible prodigy like Arrow. If allowed to grow further, who on Blue Star could possibly stand against him in the future? Meanwhile, at the special entrance in the central region of the secret realm, Yiyang, after taking down Arrow and the others, wasted no time. Utilizing his soul transfer ability, he transported Wu Pingxing and his companions directly to the fiery, oval-shaped entrance. Standing before the blazing red portal, Yiyang turned to Wu Pingxing and said, As we agreed earlier, our alliance only lasts until we've dealt with Arrow, Odin, and Galvi. Now that my part is done, once we enter the special entrance, we'll no longer be teammates. Hearing Yiyang's words, Wu Pingxing's team members felt a tinge of reluctance but didn't dare voice any objections. Wu Pingxing himself, however, breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure Yiyang exerted was overwhelming. Once the sole decision-maker of the group, Wu Pingxing had barely dared to utter a word since Yiyang joined, feeling utterly stifled. Now that Yiyang was finally leaving the team, Wu Pingxing felt a wave of liberation, regaining his freedom as the team leader. As for what to do after entering the special entrance, Wu Pingxing already had a plan. Although the Lighthouse Nation had over 300 geniuses within the secret realm, most of them were mere novices at the 5th tier. If his team took them seriously, dealing with these ordinary 5th-tier opponents would be a breeze. Eliminating them would allow Wu Pingxing to navigate the special secret realm with ease. Without dwelling on it further, Wu Pingxing simply thanked Yiyang, bid him farewell with a wave, and led his team through the fiery red entrance. Yiyang, without hesitation, recalled all his summoned undead into his summoning space and followed closely behind into the special entrance. After days of battle, Yiyang had discovered a critical limitation of his summoning space. It couldn't connect to alternate dimensions. In other words, once he entered parallel spaces like dungeons or secret realms, the undead creatures he summoned in the Blue Star world would lose all connection to him. Even upon exiting the dungeon and returning to Blue Star, he wouldn't be able to re-establish contact with those undead summons. Simply put, If a separation occurred between him and his undead summons, those banished creatures would become ownerless entities or transform into independent undead monsters. Although these undead monsters would attack any nearby targets, they wouldn't harm him, they merely couldn't be commanded anymore. For most people, these banished undead monsters were no different from ordinary wild monsters. As a result, Yiyang made it a habit to recall all his undead summons into his summoning space before entering or exiting secret realms. Otherwise, with his second talent, soul transfer, he could easily place a few ordinary skeletons in the corners of different cities and achieve nationwide teleportation. Why would he need to rely on flying trains or other transportation methods to travel laboriously? I hope one day one of my talents or special skills can lift this restriction. It's a bit inconvenient otherwise, Yiyang mused with a faint smile. Without lingering on the thought, he stepped directly into the special secret realm. In a special secret realm, over 350 geniuses from the Lighthouse Nation were engrossed in grinding monsters, completely oblivious to the dramatic changes occurring outside. They were even less aware that the squads led by Arrow, Odin, and Gorvi, who were tasked with guarding the area, had been completely annihilated. Having just defeated a special realm boss, the geniuses were ecstatic as they stared at the endless stream of generous reward notifications popping up before them. Oh my god! The rewards from these monsters are incredible. Gorvi Sr. mentioned that the experience here is 10 times higher than in regular realms, but it's actually at least 20 or 30 times more. The best part is, the bosses aren't much harder to fight. Thanks to Lord Arrow and the others guarding the entrance, we can level up in peace. The Lighthouse Nation truly is the most perfect country ID. Want to be a citizen of the Lighthouse Nation in my next life too. However, just as everyone was basking in their joy, a young priestess who was about to restore her teammates' statuses suddenly noticed something unusual. Wait, look over there, she exclaimed, pointing into the distance, her voice trembling slightly. Everyone followed her gaze, and in an instant, they froze in place. Tens of thousands of skeletal monsters were surging toward them, completely shattering the norm that this secret realm should only contain fire element creatures. This can't be. Where did these skeletons come from? Damn it. Are these someone else's summoned creatures? Impossible. None of the geniuses from the Lighthouse Nation who entered the realm have the ability to summon skeletons. Panic spread rapidly. Just as they were about to turn and flee, several black slashes of light cut through the air from behind. In an instant, the geniuses didn't even have time to react before being neatly sliced in half. At the same time, similar fates befell other groups of Lighthouse Nation geniuses in different areas of the secret realm. One team, which was on the verge of defeating a boss, suddenly faced an onslaught of tens of thousands of black missiles raining down from the sky, obliterating the boss into fragments. Immediately afterward, countless skeletal knights stormed onto the scene. A few temperamental individuals attempted to fight back, but most quickly realized the dire situation and began to flee. However, before those who stayed behind could engage with the skeletal knights, a massive skeletal bird descended from the sky, unleashing countless bone spikes that shredded them into pieces in an instant. The skeletal bird in the sky didn't even pause, continuing onward as if the massacre it had just caused was nothing more than a trivial episode. The sudden appearance of skeletal monsters threw the mage captain, Aiden, into complete panic. Just then, an urgent message came through his communicator. Aiden, evacuate the special realm immediately. Lord Ilua has been killed, and Lords Odin and Galvi were also slain by the enemy. The entire realm has been overtaken by another force. These skeletons. Before the voice could finish, Aiden was overwhelmed by the advancing skeletal horde. This final warning was a desperate group notification sent in hopes that others could escape and one day avenge them. Victor froze upon hearing the news. The invincible fifth-tier powerhouse Ilua, along with his fully assembled fixed team, had been completely wiped out. Even Odin and Galvi, nearly unrivaled in the fifth-tier domain, had fallen. It was utterly unbelievable. But there was no time to process it. Further Death Knights were already charging at him. In an instant, countless skeletal spears tore Victor to pieces. In just over an hour, every fifth-tier professional from the Lighthouse Nation within the special realm was annihilated. This outcome was inevitable. The moment Yiyang entered the realm, he unleashed his entire army of summoned undead. Though the realm was vast, comparable to a furnace-like inferno, it was no match for the overwhelming tide of millions of undead. Over 6 million ordinary skeletons alone, combined with other summoned creatures, brought the total to nearly 7 million. What made it even more devastating was the enhancement provided by Wu Pingxing's priestesses. With their buffs, even the most basic skeletons possessed astonishing combat power. And according to the intelligence Wu Pingxing had provided, aside from boss-level monsters, the only other occupants of the realm were professionals from the Lighthouse Nation. This allowed Yiyang to issue a merciless command to slaughter without hesitation. This buff is fantastic. It lasts for 24 hours even after leaving the party, Yiyang remarked with satisfaction, nodding as he found a spot to rest. waiting for his undead army to finish clearing out the remaining enemies. Soon, as the undead army took over the entire special region, a flurry of kill notifications began to pop up. Defeated boss-level monster LV-60 Flame Beast Cavalry gained 850 million points, 1000x experience. The sheer amount of experience left Yiyang stunned. A regular boss provided nearly 1 billion experience points, and with the 1000 boost from the Tier 6 Beast Blood Elixir and the 10,000 boost from the Tier 4 Magical Beast Essence, the numbers were absolutely astronomical. Within an hour, he had already reached level 48. At this rate, I could hit level 50 in 6 or 7 hours. Yiyang thought excitedly. Meanwhile, Wu Pingxing and the others, who had entered the realm 1 or 2 hours earlier, were puzzled. They had yet to encounter a single professional from the Lighthouse Nation. Wu Pingxing's team entered the special secret realm and discovered a perplexing phenomenon. The more than 300 Lighthouse Nation professionals who were supposed to be scattered throughout the area had completely vanished without a trace. What's going on? Not a single Lighthouse Nation professional in sight? The team members exchanged puzzled glances, and someone joked, could they have been scared off by us? Impossible. Wu Pingxing shook his head. This place is a completely independent space from the Furnace Purgatory secret realm. Unless someone specifically tipped them off, there's no way they could know what's happening outside. As they were still grappling with their confusion, an even bigger problem arose. The team had just spotted a ball-level monster and were preparing to engage when, suddenly, a massive swarm of undead creatures surged from the distance. Skeletons and other undead flooded the area, overwhelming the boss in an instant. When the wave of undead finally moved on, all that was left was a pile of broken bones. The Undead Legion, someone exclaimed in shock. This must be the work of Yiyang. Indeed, as the only person with the hidden class of Necromancer, only Yiyang could summon an undead army of such immense scale. Wu Pingxing led the team in a different direction, trying to find an area free of undead. However, no matter where they went, they encountered hordes of skeleton warriors. Even if they managed to temporarily find a safe spot, it wouldn't be long before they were surrounded by undead pouring in from all directions. How are we supposed to farm monsters like this? The team members were in despair. Yiyang's dominance is greater than Arrow, Odin, and Gorvi combined. Meanwhile, Horus arrived at the special entrance to the secret realm with over 1,000 professionals from various nations. A disheveled and injured Lighthouse Nation prodigy, Ike, stumbled toward him, grabbing Horus by the collar and shouting hoarsely, "It's the undead, that endless horde of undead. They slaughtered all of us. Lord Horus, you must avenge us." Hearing this, Horus was enraged. He had been tasked with protecting these Lighthouse Nation prodigies, and now they had been completely wiped out. Damn those East Asian dogs. He growled through gritted teeth. They'll tear Yiyang to pieces. He patted Ike on the shoulder to reassure him. Don't worry. They'll make sure you see those undead creatures ripped apart with your own eyes. Tears streaming down his face, Ike nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Lord Horus. I will forever hold you in the highest esteem. No way. Those undead creatures were just too terrifying. Yak shuddered as he recalled the scene. Thousands of skeletal mages wielding bone staves had surrounded them in an instant. Before they could even react, a barrage of dark missiles rained down upon them. Fortunately, as a priest, Yak managed to cast a 10-second invincibility blessing on himself at the critical moment, narrowly escaping with his life. Even so, his condition had plummeted to rock bottom, leaving him completely incapacitated for battle. What broke Yak even further was discovering the bodies of Ailua, Odin, and Gawe, 3 of the Lighthouse Nation's top-tier 5th-rank geniuses at the entrance after escaping the unique secret realm. The sight shattered his mental defenses entirely, and he collapsed unconscious near the entrance. It wasn't until just minutes before Olos arrived that he finally regained consciousness. After collecting the remains of his fallen comrades, Yak saw Olos and his team approaching. Upon hearing that Olos intended to avenge them, Yak resolved to witness it himself, even if Olos hadn't said a word. The mastermind behind this undead catastrophe had not only slaughtered his teammates, but also wiped out every single genius from the Lighthouse Nation within the secret realm. Not even a prodigy like Ailua had been spared. Now, Olos had gathered over 1,000 5th-rank professionals at this location. While these individuals couldn't match the personal strength of top-tier geniuses like Ailua, the collective power of 1,000 was far beyond what those few could achieve. This time, they were determined to eradicate the source of this undead plague. With the assistance of several Lighthouse Nation priests, Yak recovered to peak condition in just half an hour, with all his skills fully refreshed. Olos nodded in satisfaction before turning to the professionals behind him and issuing a command. The time has come, everyone. Follow me into the unique secret realm and eliminate Yiyang. Yes, came the unified response. Over 1,000 professionals followed Olos in an orderly line, pouring into the secret realm. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, Yiyang had been battling for 7 to 8 hours. His level had already surpassed 50, leaving him just a sliver of experience away from triggering the 5th rank advancement quest. Soon, his experience bar began to soar. 95, 97, 98, 99. Finally, when it reached 100, a series of system notifications appeared before him. Ding! Your current level has reached 50 with 100 experience. 5th rank advancement quest successfully triggered. The attributes of the 5th rank template left Yiyang in awe. Even a 1-star template granted 20,000 points to all attributes per level, equivalent to a staggering 80,000 attribute points. The 5-star template was even more astonishing, offering 100,000 points to all attributes per level along with an additional constitution attribute entry. The 200,000 point boost to mental power alone was equivalent to the total boost of a 4-star 5th rank template. Without hesitation, he selected the 5-star difficulty. The requirements for the advancement quest were soon revealed. 1. Complete a level 50 or higher Azure dungeon without taking damage completed. 2. Obtain a 5th rank transcendent weapon of ghost god quality or higher. 3. Survive for 24 hours in a 2-star 5th rank extraterritorial secret realm while maintaining full status 99 of the time. 4. Defeat 10,000 boss level monsters or a single final boss level monster within the secret realm. Looking at these requirements, even Yiyang couldn't help but furrow his brow. A level 5 Shura dungeon isn't much of a challenge for Yiyang. Previously, when Yiyang first entered this Tier 5 secret realm, he had already cleared a Tier 5 Shura level dungeon. Because of this, the words completed appeared next to task 1 as a suffix. It seems that advancement tasks don't necessarily require you to accept them before completing the objectives. As long as you've accomplished similar goals beforehand, they are counted toward the advancement tasks. This certainly saved me a lot of trouble. However, if I want to enter a Tier 6 secret realm in the future, especially a 2-star Tier 6 secret realm, I'll inevitably have to clear several Tier 6 Shura level dungeons again. As for the other tasks, aside from forging a transcendent exclusive weapon, things are a bit tricky. For most professionals, whether it's survival tasks in secret realms or dungeon challenges, these aren't considered major obstacles. The real bottleneck lies in creating the transcendent exclusive weapon, which is a significant challenge for everyone. The first issue is the quality of the perfect blood essence. It's not only tied to one's physical fitness, but also deeply connected to the strength of one's soul. While physical fitness can be improved through training, soul strength is purely a reflection of natural talent. Even meditation methods yield only negligible improvements in this area. However, perhaps due to his transmigration, Yiyang's original soul strength wasn't particularly high, but now it's so exaggeratedly strong that it's shocking. This was vividly demonstrated earlier by Master Craftsman Wu Haisheng and Master Su Qiaoying. Beyond the perfect blood essence, the rare materials required to forge a transcendent exclusive weapon are also a major headache for all professionals. Yet now, with the help of figures like Wang Chong, Jiang Chun, Li Chengfeng, and Su Qiaoying, prominent experts and masters, Yiyang's path to forging his exclusive weapon has been practically obstacle-free. In fact, all he has to do is wait to extract the perfect blood essence, without worrying about the rest. But for ordinary professionals, even geniuses, gathering materials piece by piece is unavoidable. For Yiyang, however, creating a transcendent exclusive weapon has become the simplest task of all. The last two tasks, however, are giving Yiyang quite a headache. Not only does he have to survive for 24 hours in a 2-star Tier 5 secret realm, but he also needs to kill at least 10,000 boss-level monsters within it. If he wants to take a shortcut, the only option is to defeat the final boss of the 2-star Tier 5 secret realm. For most people, though, killing 10,000 boss-level monsters might already seem like the shortcut. Regardless, this final task is still an extremely energy-intensive one for Yiyang. The reason is simple: this is a 2-star Tier 5 secret realm. Currently, Yiyang is only in a 1-star Tier 5 secret realm, and the difference in monster strength between these zones is at least tenfold. With some variation, the monsters in a 2-star Tier 5 secret realm could even be 100 times stronger than those in the 1-star realm. Even for Yiyang, this requires his full effort. To put it bluntly, in his current state, simply establishing a foothold in the central area of a 2-star Tier 5 secret realm would already be Yiyang's limit, let alone taking a shortcut by killing numerous boss-level monsters to draw out and defeat the final boss. Clearly, he needs to improve his strength as quickly as possible. Otherwise, within just a few days, he might not even complete the Tier 5 advancement tasks, let alone reach the peak of Tier 5 or even Tier 6 before the national exams. Suddenly, upon truly grasping the difficulty of these Tier 5 advancement tasks, even Yiyang felt the pressure mounting. Nevertheless, no matter how great the pressure, for him, it only added more motivation. It wouldn't have a significant impact. Still, considering how absurdly challenging these advancement tasks are, Yiyang couldn't help but wonder how those genius heavenly occupation level professionals managed to complete them. With a slight sigh, Yiyang genuinely didn't understand. Even with his cheat-like abilities, he found these tasks difficult. How could those heavenly occupation-level geniuses, no matter how talented, possibly complete such extreme advancement tasks? What Yiyang didn't know was that the advancement tasks vary in difficulty depending on the profession's strength. For instance, for the same 5-star difficulty task, an SS-level professional might only need to achieve 10 combat contribution in a Shura-level dungeon, while a potential class professional might need 50. Even a heavenly occupation-level professional would only need to achieve 100 combat contribution, and team play wouldn't be prohibited. In other words, while those heavenly occupation-level geniuses also solo dungeons, they could still bring along supporting classes that wouldn't directly engage in combat, which would still count as soloing. Yiyang's task, on the other hand, was much more extra. Might explicitly prohibited him from teaming up with anyone. He had to completely solo the dungeon for it to count toward the advancement task, making it extraordinarily difficult. Similarly, Yiyang's 5-star Tier 5 advancement task, for example, defeating the final boss of a 2-star Tier 6 secret realm might only require ordinary, heavenly occupation-level geniuses to enter a 1-star secret realm. Even top-tier heavenly occupation-level geniuses might only need to kill a few ordinary boss-level monsters in a 2-star secret realm to complete their tasks. Ultimately, as the saying goes, heavy is the head that wears the crown. Despite facing advancement tasks that were 10 or even 100 times more difficult than those of ordinary people, Yiyang's speed of growth remained unimaginable to most. After all, he was a transmigrator with cheats. Mother Earth would never abandon any child who crossed over to another world. With that thought in mind, Yiyang decided to start by testing his skills on the final boss of this 1-star Tier 5 secret realm. He quickly prepared to issue combat commands to his undead army. However, just as Yiyang was about to lure out the final boss in this special area of the Furnace Inferno secret realm, he suddenly noticed a large group of foreign professionals rushing in. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 of them. Heh, it seems these people are here to avenge Arrow and his group? Huh? In that case, let's deal with you all first before turning my attention to the final boss. With a faint smile, Yiyang didn't take these people seriously at all. He immediately ordered his nearby undead army to shift their attack targets. Meanwhile, as Wu Pingxing and his group were puzzling over the whereabouts of the Lighthouse Nation's Tier 5 geniuses, a black professional suddenly appeared before them. At the same time, when Wu Pingxing saw them, Oris and his group also noticed Wu Pingxing's team. Oh, professionals from Long Nation? Upon spotting Wu Pingxing's group, Oris became intrigued. Judging by the situation, you must be associated with that Long Nation genius who can summon undead creatures, right? Tell me, where is that Necromancer right now? Suddenly spotting Oris and his group, Wu Pingxing was momentarily taken aback. However, as soon as he heard what Oris said, he immediately realized that these couldn't be the regular geniuses leveling up in the special secret realm. After all, they wouldn't know who Yiyang was. Only Ailua and his group, or people from the normal secret realm areas, would be familiar with Yiyang's reputation. Now, with these guys specifically looking for Yiyang, it was clear they were a group of duty-bound individuals from the normal secret realm, gathered together to seek revenge for Ailua. At this thought, Wu Pingxing chuckled to himself. Heh, if you're so eager to find Yiyang, why not go look for him yourselves? Asking me? How would I know where he is? Hearing Wu Pingxing's words, Oris' expression darkened immediately. Do you really not know? Or are you just refusing to tell us? I neither know nor care to tell, Wu Pingxing replied indifferently. Before the words even finished leaving his mouth, Wu Pingxing drew his weapon without hesitation. Though his team was now reduced to just 9 members, as long as they weren't facing top-tier geniuses among the elite professionals from the Lighthouse Nation, they still had a fighting chance. Besides, getting Wu Pingxing to submit? Not a chance. Just the name of the Kyoto Wu family he represented was reason enough for him to stand his ground. If these Lighthouse people wanted information about Yiyang, fine, they could step over his dead body to get it. Without another thought, Wu Pingxing thrust his longsword directly toward Oris. Radiant Holy Sword. In that moment, a dazzling light emanated from the blade as it sliced through the air, instantly closing the gap between him and Oris. At the same time, his teammates sprang into action without hesitation, launching an all-out assault on Oris. However, Oris didn't so much as flinch. As Wu Pingxing made his move, dozens of elite professionals surrounding Oris immediately closed in on him. Holy Light Surge. Phantom Abyssal Curse. Amaterasu's Radiance. In an instant, the sky was illuminated by a blinding cascade of light effects and magical arrays. It was as if the entire heavens had been engulfed by the overwhelming power of their abilities. The next second, deafening explosions erupted one after another. Before Wu Pingxing and his teammates could even get close to Oris, they were sent flying by the sheer force of the attacks. When the dust and debris finally began to settle, Wu Pingxing and his companions lay sprawled on the ground, battered and barely clinging to consciousness. Seeing this, Oris couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Huh, and here I thought anyone standing beside Yiyang would be formidable. But this? Is this the extent of your strength, you so-called sick men of East Asia? He walked over to Wu Pingsheng, placing a foot lightly on his chest. What's wrong? Weren't you acting so tough just a moment ago? Why are you lying here now? Stand up. I, Oris, am gracious enough to give you one more chance to live. All you have to do is tell me where Yiyang is and provide the coordinates of the special secret realm. Despite his weakened state, Wu Pingsheng struggled to roar defiantly, lighthouse scum. Stop wasting your breath. Kill me or torture Mado whatever you want. But don't even think for a second that I'd betray my country. To Wu Pingsheng, revealing Yiyang's whereabouts was tantamount to betraying his nation. Besides, Yiyang had already left the team before entering the special secret realm, so Wu Pingsheng genuinely didn't know where he was. Hearing this, Oris sighed theatrically. Poor fools. Having backbone doesn't equate to having strength. Doesn't your dragon kingdom have a saying, a wise man adapts to circumstances? Why are you so stubborn now? Since you're so unreasonable, I guess I have no choice but to send you on your way. Shaking his head, Oris turned away, signaling to the dozen elite professionals surrounding Wu Pingsheng and his team to finish them off. Just as the professionals moved in to deliver the final blow, a sudden cry rang out. Wait, look over there. What is that? Startled, Oris and the hundreds of elite professionals around him instinctively looked in the direction the voice had indicated. In the distance, at the edge of their vision, a massive horde of skeleton creatures surged toward them like a tidal wave. Everyone present couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. What in the world is that? Undead creatures? Someone muttered in disbelief. Could it be, are these things summoned by that Dragon Kingdom genius? Definitely. Lord Kernluber mentioned that the Dragon Kingdom genius profession is unique, one of a kind. No one else in the world can summon these disgusting undead creatures but him. This is perfect. We were just about to go looking for him, and now he's come straight to us. Oris and his group, instead of feeling fear, were visibly exhilarated at the sight of the approaching undead army. After all, their objective was to capture Yiyang. If he was coming to them, it would save them a great deal of trouble. Oris, sir, someone spoke up. Shall we engage? Oris glanced at the horde before turning to a figure beside him. Mr. Nida, it seems the undead creatures have finally arrived. Now is the time for the Sakura Nation geniuses to prove themselves. Show me if your strength is as impressive as you always claim. A figure from the Sakura Nation smirked. Oris, sir, you're trying to provoke us, aren't you? Don't worry, just watch. With over 200 Sakura Nation geniuses here, we'll wipe out these mere tens of thousands of skeletons in one charge. Then I await your triumphant return. Mr. Kimura, Oris replied, his face full of respect and anticipation, though internally, he was laughing. Lord Kernluber had been right, people from the Sakura Nation were fools. A little flattery, and they'd lose all sense of reason. Kimura Tamazawa, however, didn't care about Oros' intentions. He had his own vendetta. In a previous fourth-tier secret realm, Yiyang had slaughtered hundreds of their elite professionals, including Kimura's younger sister, Kimura Yurina. Now, he was determined to settle the score. Even without Aulus's instigation, he would undoubtedly be the first to charge forward and tear these skeletal creatures to shreds. Let's go, brothers. Let's avenge the hundreds of fallen prodigies of Sakura Nation. With a decisive command, Kimura Tamazawa gripped his dark crimson dagger tightly and led over 200 Sakura Nation professionals straight toward the skeletal legion. Meanwhile, Wu Pingsheng couldn't believe his eyes as he saw Aulus's Lighthouse Nation professionals redirect their focus and the endless undead army before him. Was this really happening? The undead army, had they been saved by Yiyang once again? Witnessing the scene, Wu Pingsheng couldn't hold back his emotions and felt an urge to cry. Last time, they had almost been killed by those prodigies from Lighthouse Nation led by Cam, only to be saved in the nick of time by the undead army. And now, just as Aulus and his team were about to strike, the undead army had appeared once more to rescue them. Boss, we can't afford to overthink this. After that attack from the Lighthouse guys, Lu Ming and the others sacrificed themselves. There are only 5 of us left now. We need to leave this cursed place immediately. His teammates' voices snapped Wu Pingsheng back to his senses. Chunjie, quick, get us out of here, he commanded without hesitation. Got it. Chunjie responded promptly. Activating his innate skill, he unleashed Soul Reversal. Spatial Leap. With a roar, everyone's state was instantly restored to peak condition. The surrounding space rippled with an unusual energy, and Wu Pingsheng and his companions vanished on the spot. At that moment, Aulus and his team finally realized they had been so preoccupied with the undead army that they had completely overlooked the Dragon Nation professionals. Lord Aulus, should we go after those Dragon Nation professionals and eliminate them? One of his teammates asked instinctively. Aulus smirked disdainfully. No need. Lord Kernruber only tasked us with eliminating Yiyang. As for those weaklings, even if they survive, they are of no consequence. Once Yiyang is dead, Won't these pests be at our mercy? His words eased the tension among his teammates. They all understood Yiyang's strength was someone capable of annihilating the elite teams of Arrow, Odin, and Gorvi, the top-tier 5th-rank professionals of Lighthouse Nation. Any carelessness could lead them into an irreversible disaster. Therefore, their top priority was to eliminate the skeletal creatures and locate Yiyang's true body to ensure his complete destruction. Just then, Aulus and his team noticed Kimura Tamazawa leading the Sakura Nation professionals into the fray against the skeletal army. However, just as the Lighthouse Nation prodigies anticipated the Sakura Nation team obliterating the undead forces, a sudden arc of black light sliced through the air. In the blink of an eye, before Kimura Tamazawa could even react, all 200 Sakura Nation professionals were cleaved in half. The remaining professionals on the battlefield froze in shock at the sight. What just happened? How did Kimura Tamazawa and his team get wiped out in an instant? How is this even possible? We're talking about over 200 5th-rank peak professionals. How could they all be gone in a flash? This is insane. How could these skeletal creatures be this powerful? Even Aulus found himself unable to believe his eyes. From the beginning, he had never underestimated these skeletal creatures. For that very reason, he had sent Kimura Tamazawa and the entire Sakura Nation team to confront them directly. He had assumed that, no matter how strong the skeletal army was, Kimura Tamazawa's team of over 200 5th-rank peak professionals would at least put up a decent fight, buying enough time for the Lighthouse Nation professionals to seize an opportunity to strike. But Aulus could never have predicted that Kimura Tamazawa and his 200 Sakura Nation professionals would be completely annihilated the moment they engaged the skeletal army. How could these skeletal creatures wield such overwhelming power? Despite his initial shock, Aulus forced himself to calm down after a brief moment of panic. He knew that anyone else on the battlefield might falter, but he couldn't afford to. If he lost his composure, the seemingly formidable group of over 1,000 professionals would crumble instantly, leaving them to be slaughtered by the skeletal creatures. Damn it! Those useless Sakura Nation fools. Kimura Tamazawa and his team were far too careless. They charged in recklessly without any preparation against the skeletal army. Aulus scoffed coldly, using a few sharp words to dispel the growing fear among the professionals. Yes, the blame for this devastating loss would be placed squarely on the shoulders of Kimura Tamazawa and his foolish team from Sakura Nation. Although Aras's ruthless disparagement of his own country's prodigies had ignited Nida Yushing's fury, even he had to admit the truth in Aras's words at this moment. After all, talents like Kimura Tamazawa were 5th-tier pinnacle professionals, yet in just a few fleeting moments, over 200 elite professionals had been completely annihilated by the skeleton army. Such an astonishing result was something even 7th-tier pinnacle professionals would struggle to achieve, let alone these skeleton soldiers, who hadn't even reached the strength of 4th-tier pinnacle. This shocking contrast made everyone present, including Horus himself, begin to doubt. Were those Sakura country professionals really killed by these skeletal creatures? Surely, they must have been too careless. How could mere 4th-tier beings, not even at their peak, possibly annihilate 200 or 300 5th-tier professionals in the blink of an eye? Without dwelling further, Horus turned and ordered a black mage, Caliba, lead the 500-plus professionals from Van Country and the other nations to launch an attack immediately. Be extremely cautious and hold off the skeleton creature's assault at all costs. Whether we can eliminate these skeletons and kill Yiyang depends entirely on your performance. Caliba froze in place upon hearing Horus's command. He had personally witnessed the massacre of over 200 Sakura country professionals at the hands of the skeleton army. Sending them to fight now felt like sending lambs to the slaughter. Noticing Caliba's hesitant expression, Horus's once hopeful demeanor darkened instantly. What's the matter, Caliba? Are you unwilling to serve the Lighthouse Nation? Remember, eliminating Yiyang isn't just our responsibility, it's a mission for the entire world. If we let that man grow stronger, the entire world will face catastrophe. Under Horus's icy and oppressive gaze, Caliba realized the grim reality of his situation. Either flee and be hunted down by Horus and the other prodigies of the Lighthouse Nation, or charge into battle, where there might still be a sliver of hope. After a moment of inner turmoil, Caliba mustered the courage to ask, Lord Horus, will you provide support from the rear during our charge? Of course. Horus replied with a smile. We're allies, after all. If the Sakura country professionals hadn't fallen so quickly, we would have assisted them with all our might as well. Reassured by this promise, Caliba felt a surge of bravery. He turned to the surrounding professionals from various nations and shouted, Brothers, charge with me and destroy these skeletal creatures. Lord Horus will fight alongside us. With a deafening roar, Caliba led over 500 professionals from different countries in a charge against the skeleton army. Watching this unfold, Horus finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time, it was an army of over 500 5th-tier pinnacle professionals. Though their average strength might not match that of Kimura Tamazawa's Sakura country contingent, the sheer numbers gave Horus a glimmer of hope. The assembly of over 500 Tianji warriors was an extraordinary display of power. The imposing aura emanating from their perfectly aligned formation was truly intimidating. This force could effortlessly crush the elite teams of the three great lighthouse nations of Ailua, and even the 200-plus Tianji warriors led by Kimura Yuza from Sakura Nation would stand no chance against it. This was the undeniable advantage of sheer numbers. Even when faced with an invincible Tier 5 warrior, the combined might of hundreds of Tianji warriors of the same tier could completely overwhelm them. Kuraba was convinced that such strength would undoubtedly annihilate the mere tens of thousands of skeletal soldiers before them. Learning from Kimura Yuza's previous defeat, Kuraba adopted a more cautious tactical approach this time. He ordered all shield-bearing warrior Tianji to form a tight defensive line at the front, while mages, rangers, and other ranged Tianji prepared in the rear, charging their attacks to unleash a devastating assault once the skeletal army entered their range. Before the defensive formation was fully in place, thousands of massive skeletal tyrants roared as they charged forward. Without hesitation, Kuraba gave the command, "Mage Tianji, unleash your skills." No sooner had the words left his mouth than hundreds of Mage Tianji raised their staffs in unison. Powerful spells such as Starfire Blaze, Dragon Abyss Domain, and Sacred Flames of Destruction erupted simultaneously. A dazzling array of magical lights intertwined, transforming the entire sky into a kaleidoscope of colors. From a distance, Olos watched with a faint smile on his lips, as if he could already foresee the cataclysmic devastation this overwhelming torrent of magic was about to unleash upon the skeletal army. I have to admit, although the people of the Fan Kingdom may not be very intelligent, their survival instincts are quite strong. This strategy, using defense as a form of attack, is at least much smarter than those fools from the Sakura Kingdom. However, what Olos did not expect was, as the dazzling array of skills unleashed by the hundreds of mage professionals descended upon the advancing skeletal army, Aeolos watched in anticipation. Yet, to his utter disbelief, before the skeletal overlords could even react, the mages suddenly began coughing up blood, one after another. Aeolos was stunned. What on earth was happening? He had expected this devastating wave of attacks to at least take out half, or at the very least a third, of the skeletal monsters. But what he couldn't have imagined was that after such an overwhelming barrage, not only were the skeletons completely unharmed, but every single mage who had cast those spells dropped dead on the spot. Aeolos wasn't the only one in shock. Kuraba and the other professionals around him were equally horrified. "What the hell is going on?" someone shouted. "How is it possible that such a massive assault didn't even scratch those skeletons?" Another exclaimed, "This is insane. And why did all the mages die immediately after attacking?" Panic set in. "Oh my god. I can't do this anymore. Let me go home. I want to go home. What are these skeleton monsters? Why can't we even hurt them?" The morale of the hundreds of professionals around Kuraba shattered in an instant. No one had anticipated that such a powerful coordinated attack, capable of obliterating even top-tier professionals like Arrow hundreds of times over, would fail to kill a single skeleton. Worse still, all the mages who attacked were instantly wiped out. How could they possibly fight against this? Charge forward? The bloody lesson from the Sakura Nation was still fresh in everyone's minds. Kamamura Tamazawa and his group hadn't even made it to the front lines before being annihilated. And now, even long-range attacks from a safe distance were proving utterly useless. Some rangers, unwilling to accept this grim reality, tried their luck with their own attacks. But without exception, anyone who dared to assault the skeletal army met the same fate: instant death. Those who survived were gravely injured. Fighting was impossible, and defending even more so. Against this bizarre and terrifying undead army, despair consumed everyone. And then, before Kuraba's group could even think about retreating, the tide of undead creatures surged toward them. Leading the charge were skeletal wyverns soaring through the sky. In an instant, a rain of bone spikes descended like a storm, killing over half of the remaining 300 to 400 professionals from various nations. Before Kuraba and the others could even react, dozens of dark knights clad in black armor and wielding pitch-black blades appeared before them. The next moment dark slash, blades of darkness flashed through the air. Before Kuraba could comprehend what was happening, his vision tilted. He looked down in horror to see his upper body sliding off his legs, collapsing to the ground. "No, I don't want to die." Olos. In his final moments, as his life ebbed away, Kuraba desperately called out to Aeolos for help. But before he could finish his plea, a skeletal overlord's massive fist smashed into his face, extinguishing his life in an instant. The carnage didn't stop there. As the undead creatures broke through their defenses, the remaining professionals, those lucky enough to have survived so far, were torn apart like meat thrown into a grinder. Within moments, the 500 to 600 fifth-tier peak professionals from various nations were completely annihilated. Blood, severed limbs, and shattered bodies littered the battlefield. The area where Karaba's group once stood had become a hellish scene of devastation. Aeolos stood frozen, staring at the horrifying spectacle before him. The sea of undead surged closer, their skeletal forms relentless and unstoppable. How could this happen? How could hundreds of fifth-tier peak professionals fail to stop a mere skeletal army of tens of thousands? He refused to believe it. This can't be real. It's impossible. Overwhelmed by despair, Aeolos's calm demeanor shattered. He erupted into a frenzy of screams, his mind unable to process the overwhelming loss. He had known the undead army would be formidable, but he never imagined they would be this overpowering. The Sakura Nation's 200 professionals hadn't even made it close before being slaughtered. And now, even with over 500 professionals banding together, they couldn't withstand the undead's assault. To make matters worse, the skeletal monsters were now charging straight toward Aeolos himself. What do I do? What do I do now? He screamed, his voice trembling with fear. Quick! Someone stop them. Don't let those skeletons get near me. I'm Lord Kernluber's most trusted fifth-tier professional. Protect me at all costs. Grabbing a few professionals nearby, Aeolos turned and fled in terror. But seeing Aeolos's cowardly retreat, the other professionals from the Lighthouse Nation also panicked and began fleeing in all directions. Aeolos, you despicable coward. You're throwing us to the wolves to save yourself, someone shouted. May God curse you for eternity. Oh no, the skeletons are here. Someone save me. Please, someone. The cries were abruptly cut off as another professional was torn apart. Gus, my brother. No, stay away from me. Go after Aeolos, the one who led us here. Go after another scream. Damn it, get away from me, you monster. In mere moments, the remaining 350-tier peak professionals from the Lighthouse Nation were utterly decimated. As Aeolos glanced back while running, he saw only a handful of survivors, those lucky enough to have fled quickly, still desperately trying to escape. However, the resistance from those defenders of the Lighthouse Nation was utterly futile. Within mere seconds, the oncoming skeletal monsters overwhelmed them completely. The skeleton warriors, wielding black long swords, moved with such precision and swiftness that they didn't even allow their opponents a final scream before slicing them into pieces. This gruesome scene caused Aeolos's legs to give way, and he fell heavily to the ground. Faced with the overwhelming number of skeletal monsters, he was completely shattered inside, desperately crying out, K. Kernrober, my lord. Before he could finish his plea, a dark sword had already pierced through his heart. With a slight twist, the skeleton warrior caused Aeolos's innards to spill out. Throughout it all, the skeleton warrior remained expressionless, the sole fire in its eye sockets never flickering. Wu Pingxing and his companions, who had been transported to safety by Qianjie's spatial jump, witnessed the undead army massacre thousands of defenders from various nations. This is insane. Wu Pingxing was so shocked he could barely speak. Killing thousands of defenders is as easy as eating or drinking for them. It's like nothing can stop them. His teammates were equally stunned, their scalps tingling with shock. Unlike the surprise attack on Ailua and others, this was a direct confrontation where thousands of fifth-tier defenders were completely crushed. We knew Yiyang was strong, but this strong. Someone finally broke the silence. Those were thousands of fifth-tier peak defenders, and not a single one survived. Imagine how powerful Yiyang would be if he reached the fifth-tier peak when he's already a fourth-tier peak now. The conversation soon shifted to the upcoming national examination. Wu Pingxing explained that although Yiyang could overpower fifth-tier defenders, reaching the sixth tier involves a qualitative transformation and hidden advancement conditions. At that moment, Yiyang seemed uninterested in the battle. Sigh, it wasn't fun at all. I thought these 1,000 or 2,000 defenders would keep me entertained longer, but they died so quickly. I should have summoned fewer undead and played with them a bit more. In his view, Aeolus and the others were far too weak. Even Ailua couldn't withstand the undead army's charge, let alone these small fry. As for their numerical advantage, against the vast undead army, a mere 1,000 or so people were nothing. Despite being confident in his victory, Yiyang remained cautious. He dispatched less than 30,000 undead summons and a dozen dark warriors. Even with such a modest force, the battle against Olos and his allies ended in just a few minutes. This restraint wasn't out of mercy. Yiyang was simply biding his time, as waiting for the final boss of the secret realm to appear was incredibly dull. Otherwise, he could have easily mobilized hundreds of thousands of undead summons to annihilate Olos's 1,000 celestial rankers in one swift charge. Against absolute power, any tactical formation seemed futile. Suddenly, a suffocating sense of terror swept in from all directions. Instead of feeling anxious, Yiyang felt a thrill of excitement. The final boss of the secret realm was about to appear. Sure enough, a colossal figure slowly emerged before Yiyang. It was a giant monster, towering over 100 meters tall, emanating waves of demonic flames with scorching magma continuously seeping from its body. Yiyang immediately checked the boss's attribute panel. Infernal Flame Sovereign. Level 60. Category: Final Boss Monster. Strength: 78,600,000. Spirit: 23,600,000. Constitution: 55,800,000. Agility: 42,500,000. Skills: Abyssal Flame Fury, Scarlet Sky Inferno, Flame Devour, Hellfire Explosion. Seeing these terrifying attributes, each surpassing millions, even the usually composed Yiyang felt a bit tense. Its strength alone was over 78 million, far exceeding his strongest Dark Warrior's 17 million, and even surpassing the 60 million enhanced by the priests in Wu Pingxing's team by over 10 million. This was the first time Yiyang encountered an opponent whose raw attribute values exceeded those of his Dark Warriors. Though he had over 200 Dark Warriors, facing such an overwhelmingly powerful Tier 5 final boss of the Secret Realm was unimaginable for ordinary players. As the Infernal Flame Sovereign appeared, hundreds of flame attack arrays suddenly materialized in midair, sealing off the entire sky. Each array could launch 10,000 attacks per second, each inflicting 10,000 points of fire damage, resulting in a staggering 100 million damage output per second from just one array. Faced with this terrifying barrage, Yiyang immediately withdrew most of his undead summons, leaving only 84 Dark Warriors. He had only 85 Void Phantasms available, and after using one himself, the rest were attached to the Dark Warriors to absorb those flame attacks. With Yiyang's command, the Dark Warriors, shrouded in phantasm power, charged at the Infernal Flame Sovereign. Nearly 100 beams of dark energy burst forth, each dealing nearly 30 million damage. Yet, such tremendous output barely reduced the boss's health by a tenth. More challenging still, the Infernal Flame Sovereign promptly used its Flame Devoured skill, causing the surrounding magma to converge on its body, quickly restoring its health to 98. This battle was destined to be a prolonged one. As the Infernal Flame Sovereign prepared to counterattack, Yiyang summoned an ordinary skeleton several hundred kilometers away, setting the stage for the ongoing fight. Before the terrifying strike from the Inferno Demon Lord could land, Yiyang used his soul transfer ability and vanished in an instant. A few dozen meters away, he steadied himself and carefully observed the battlefield situation. This boss's attributes are simply terrifying. Yiyang calculated silently, even if I can summon an undead army with my soul of faith to absorb damage, this level of attack would still cost a significant number of skeletons. In the center of the battlefield, the combined assault of dozens of Dark Warriors barely took down a tenth of the Inferno Demon Lord's health. Yiyang's eyes narrowed as he quickly estimated, this guy's defense and health are extraordinarily high, with at least 23 billion in health alone. This is going to be a prolonged battle. In the distance, the Inferno Demon Lord, enraged by the missed strike, let out a thunderous roar. Watching this, Yiyang's expression turned serious. This battle was destined to be a drawn-out tug-of-war. It's worth mentioning that although Yiyang possesses the Tier 4 talent Corpse Soul Explosion, which allows undead summons to self-destruct and cause massive damage, this seemingly powerful skill proved to be ineffective against the Hellfire Demon Lord. In previous battles, Yiyang tried various explosion combinations. Whether it was a few scattered skeletons self-destructing or hundreds detonating simultaneously around the boss, none left a scratch on the Hellfire Demon Lord. The reason was clear. This boss had damage-blocking attributes far superior to normal, combined with multiple resistances like defense and damage reduction, effectively neutralizing the damage from the skeleton's explosions. In light of this, Yiyang didn't want to waste any more effort. If Corpse Soul Explosion were truly effective, he would have no hesitation in deploying more skeletons. If 1,000 weren't enough, he would use 10,000, and if 10,000 weren't enough, 1,000,000. At his current rate of summoning 40 skeletons per second, even if he exhausted all 6 million skeletons, he could resummon them in just 2 or 3 days. Unfortunately, the reality was harsh. In battles of this level, ordinary skeletons were only useful as a suicide squad, with no other roles to play. The Corpse Soul Explosion talent seemed more like a skill designed specifically for clearing minor enemies. After an hour or two of entanglement, dozens of Dark Warriors couldn't budge the Hellfire Demon Lord. As Yiyang was in a predicament, hurried footsteps suddenly approached from afar. "Yiyang, we're late," shouted the leader, Chanjia, from a distance. Following closely behind were Wu Pingxing and his group. After Yiyang defeated Horus and his men, they decided to join Yiyang's forces after careful consideration. After all, they had been saved by the undead army twice, and if they didn't ally with Yiyang, their only option would be to leave the secret realm. Seeing Yiyang engage with the final boss, the group quickly understood and prepared to assist. "Yiyang, the final boss of the Furnace Purgatory is a pure tank warrior. Let us help you." With Yiyang's approval, they launched a series of skills. Netherfire Armor Break. Soul Reaver. Damage increased by 200. Lasts 6,000 seconds. Soul Scream, Eye of Dispelling Magic, Blade of Destruction. Under this barrage of skills, the Hellfire Demon Lord's momentum sharply decreased, accumulating layers of negative statuses. Health plummeted, defense collapsed, and even its prized blocking attributes were nearly depleted. Seizing this rare opportunity, Yiyang immediately commanded the Dark Warriors to launch a fierce assault. Dark Slash, Dark Slash, Dark Slash. Countless dark blades blossomed in the air, and a series of damage numbers erupted from the Hellfire Demon Lord. Wow, having support makes all the difference. Yiyang marveled at the data panel in front of him, deeply impressed. Under the boost effects of the support specialist in Wu Pingxing's team, his Dark Warrior's damage output surged 6 to 7 times. Although these 5th-tier pinnacle specialists hadn't shown remarkable combat power against the Lighthouse Nation specialists, their support capabilities were indeed significant. Yiyang understood well that the true value of a support role lies in maximizing the core team's fighting potential. As the core himself, Yiyang's strength far surpassed the other members of Wu Pingxing's team. However, even with the enhanced powerful output, after several rounds against the Infernal Demon Sovereign boss, its health only slightly decreased. After all, this was the boss's domain, where it could continually absorb the surrounding molten flames to regenerate health. This recovery speed was a thorny issue for Yiyang and Wu Pingxing's team. Even Yiyang's prize Soul Burst skill was ineffective here. Fortunately, with the protection of the Phantasmal Nightmare, the Infernal Demon Sovereign inflicted 0 damage on the Dark Warrior. In this state, although progress was slow, they could at least chip away at the boss's health despite its formidable regeneration. After nearly an hour of intense battle, the Infernal Demon Sovereign's health had barely dropped by 1. This is too tough, Yiyang thought to himself. If we encounter a similar tank boss in a 2-star 5th-tier secret realm, we might really be unable to advance. Another hour passed, and observing the boss's health change, Yiyang roughly calculated the time needed to defeat it. At a rate of 1 health loss per hour, it would take 4 days at best, or 5 to 6 days at worst to take down this boss. This was undoubtedly the most time-consuming boss battle Yiyang had ever faced. In previous boss fights, it was always a matter of life and death, never requiring several days of continuous effort. However, for an ordinary 5th-tier specialist team, defeating such a 1-star 5th-tier secret realm boss within 5 to 6 months would already be considered remarkably efficient. For this reason, after just a few hours, Yiyang watched the battlefield where dozens of Dark Warriors were engaged. They wielded their shadowy weapons with precision, each strike gradually wearing down the Infernal Demon Lord boss's health bar, successfully reducing it by about 7. To Yiyang, this progress seemed quite ordinary, even a bit slow, but Wu Pingxing's team was utterly astonished. They gathered nearby, whispering, "My God, is this the power of the Undead Legion? Just a few dozen Dark Warriors can deplete one of the boss's health in an hour. I used to think it was my support skills that were lacking, but now I realize that's not the issue at all. Yiyang is just too powerful. If only we could team up with him all the time, that would be amazing. Shoo, keep it down. Don't let boss Wu Pingxing hear." These whispers reached Wu Pingxing's ears, making him so frustrated his liver hurt. What pained him the most was that he had no grounds to refute them. As a T1 level genius among the top professionals in Kyoto, Wu Pingxing had always been proud, but compared to Yiyang, he seemed insignificant. What was even more shocking was that Yiyang was currently at the peak of the 4th tier. If he reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier, he might not even need an hour to clear the challenge. The relatively slow progress now was entirely due to the restriction of over 100 flame attack arrays, preventing him from summoning his entire undead legion. If Yiyang could unleash his full power, the boss would be defeated in a day at most. In contrast, Wu Pingxing himself couldn't even hope to deal one of the boss's health in an hour. Even at his peak, giving his all, managing to chip away 1/10th of the boss's health would be an achievement, and that's without considering the boss's terrifying regeneration capabilities. Is this the gap between people? Why does it feel even larger than the gap between a person and a dog? Wu Pingxing thought bitterly. Always composed, he found his mindset crumbling. He couldn't imagine the despair that Arrow and Oris would feel if they faced this undead legion as enemies. As Yiyang was fiercely battling the Inferno Demon Lord boss, not far away, Lin Chongfeng and the others who were guarding him finally breathed a sigh of relief. Reflecting on a few hours earlier, when they saw Yiyang actively challenge super geniuses from the Lighthouse Nation like Ailua, Odin, and Gawei, their hearts were in their throats. Everyone thought it was a foolhardy move. After all, although Ailua and the others were at the peak of the 5th tier, they were the cream of the crop among their kind, with Ailua being especially touted by the Lighthouse Nation as the invincible 5th tier. To everyone's astonishment, Ailua's elite team crumbled the moment they clashed with Yiyang's undead army. Even more shocking was that the 1,000-strong punitive force led by Olos was completely defeated before even encountering Yiyang. When Yiyang began challenging the special boss in the secret realm, Lin Chongfeng almost rushed out to stop what seemed like a suicidal act. Yet, hours later, the Inferno Demon Lord posed no threat to Yiyang. Instead, its health steadily decreased under his brilliant tactics. Yiyang's strength is unbelievably terrifying, a companion beside Lin Chongfeng whispered in awe. He not only instant-killed the 3 great geniuses of the Lighthouse Nation and wiped out a 1,000-member team, but now he's even soloing the final boss. Even the so-called invincible 5th-tier Ailua couldn't match him. It's likely that not even 7th-tier peak experts like Wang Chong and President Jiang Chun could compete. What will it be like when Yiyang enters the final exam hall of the national exams in half a month? Suddenly, someone reminded them, President Jiang Chun asked us to report every 3 hours, and it's been almost a day now. Old Lin, you should go out and report to him. Lin Chongfeng nodded in agreement and immediately exited the secret realm to face Wang Chong and Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen promptly approached, questioning President Lin. Why did it take so long to report? Wang Chong's expression was equally anxious. I apologize, Lin Chongfeng replied with a wry smile. It's indeed challenging for us SS-class professionals to operate in a 5th-tier secret realm. Jiang Chun waved his hand to interrupt. Tell me about Yiyang's situation first. Yiyang is currently tackling the final boss in the special secret realm, and the battle is stable. What? Jiang Chun was shocked. He actually entered the special secret realm and is fighting the final boss? That's a den of tigers and wolves. Lin Chongfeng quickly explained. President Jiang, rest assured. All potential threats have been eliminated by Yiyang. He then detailed the entire series of events. After hearing the whole story, Jiang Chun and Wang Chong's expressions were colorful. After a moment, Jiang Chun regained his composure. President Lin, are you saying Yiyang really took down the invincible 5th-tier Ailua? More than that, Lin Chongfeng smiled. He also dealt with Odin, Gai Wei, and their entire team. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen was initially shocked, then burst into jubilant laughter. Well done. Those arrogant lighthouse folks needed a lesson. Yiyang, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he listened to Yiyang's achievements. This wasn't just about surpassing one's level and defeating ordinary 5th-tier professionals. Under the powerful cultural influence of the Lighthouse Nation, Arrow had long been considered the undefeated 5th tier in the hearts of professionals below the 5th tier globally. This title was not just for show before encountering Yiyang. Arrow had never tasted defeat, whether in individual duels or team battles. Each failure of a challenger only added more weight to this title. Even more astounding was the fact that Odin and Galvi, although slightly less powerful than Arrow, could easily crush a fully assembled peak 5th tier team. Even when facing elite T0 level squads, they could suppress their opponents with sheer strength. And Yiyang? He not only defeated Arrow but also single-handedly confronted and eliminated the 3 geniuses Arrow, Odin, and Galvi. Jiang Chun couldn't help but imagine the expression on the face of the Lighthouse Nation's secret organization, Kernkruber, upon learning this news. However, just as Jiang Chun was filled with excitement, Wang Chong's face showed concern. Jiang Chun, you're celebrating too early. Yiyang not only wiped out hundreds of professionals from the Lighthouse Nation this time, but also killed over 1,000 professionals from other countries who joined forces. Do you think the Lighthouse Nation will let him off easily? What do you mean by that, President Wang? Lin Chongfeng, who stood nearby, asked nervously. Among those present, he was the most worried about Yiyang's safety, as without Yiyang, he would lose almost all avenues for advancement. With a grave expression, Wang Chong explained, the Lighthouse Nation is never one to suffer losses willingly. They've lost hundreds of professionals, and top talents like Arrow, Odin, and Galvi. I can assure you, once Kernkruber knows about this, they will definitely exert diplomatic pressure on our Long Nation's Zhongting Guild either to execute Yiyang or hand him over to the Lighthouse Nation for disposal. This is not like the Sakura Nation's 4th-tier secret realm incident. The Lighthouse Nation's strength is nearly on par with our Long Nation. Faced with Wang Chong's concerns, Jiang Chun responded with a knowing smile, as if he had anticipated all of this. He looked directly into Wang Chong's eyes, a cold smile curling at his lips. Old Wang, I don't think this is something we should worry about. Even if the Lighthouse Nation really tries to pressure us through international diplomacy, do you think the Longwa Central Guild would be afraid? Master Yilong just returned victorious from the Abyss battlefield, bringing back a wealth of resources. Master Yilong? Wang Chong's eyes lit up. You mean the same Master Yilong who almost became the next president of the Longwa Central Guild after President Zhu Tian left? Who else? How many Master Yilongs does the Longwa Central Guild have? Jiang Chen chuckled. You know, Master Yilong has always valued talent. Even if the old President Li Chengfeng or Principal Li Yingtian couldn't withstand the pressure, as long as Master Yilong is aware of this, he could at least suppress those Lighthouse Nation diplomats until the national examination is over. And if Yiyang stands out in the exam, even becoming the top martial champion, do you think Master Yilong would easily hand him over? Wang Chong fell into deep thought. As a regional guild president, though they had never met Master Yilong, they were well aware of his legendary character. Over 100 years ago, Master Yilong's famous saying, "Dignity is not spoken with words but fought for with fists," had spread throughout every corner of Longhua. At that time, a 10th-level secret realm had appeared, and 9 countries discovered its entrance. Upon learning of the abundant resources within, Master Yiyang led his team to fight against 8 allied nations, driving them all back. Back then, he was merely a deputy commander in the Longhua Central Guild's military district. Faced with strong powers like the Bear Nation and the Lighthouse Nation vying for the secret realm, the Longhua Central Guild internally leaned towards a conservative stance, planning to participate under the guise of supporting the Bear Nation. However, Master Yiyang, newly promoted to a 10th-level professional, outright rejected this decision during the meeting. Even though the meeting ultimately adopted the conservative plan, Master Yiyang took his fully assembled team and, after leaving a bold statement, charged directly into the secret realm. Behind Yiyang's decision was a simple yet steadfast reason to secure true dignity for Longhua, rather than relying on others' charity. The situation at the time was this. Conservatives, under the guise of cooperating with Bear Nation, claimed that Bear Nation promised to share resources equally with Longhua after gaining primary control of the secret realm. But Yiyang saw through this trap. Immediately, a partnership without leadership was like a manipulated business deal. Even if you made a fortune, the other party could alter the accounts at will, leaving you with no say. In response to the conservatives' claims about Bear Nation's loyalty and righteousness, Yiyang made a straightforward demand. Let Longhua hold the leadership, and they would even settle for just a 20% share. The result of the negotiations was clear. They broke down. Not only that, but Longhua also earned a reputation for being insatiable. When Yiyang led his team to fight for the secret realm, the Longhua Central Guild adopted the shrewdest stance, neither assisting nor obstructing. This way, success would be Longhua's glory, while failure could be blamed solely on Yiyang. A notable characteristic of Yiyang, as a first-generation professional, was the frequent turnover of his fixed team members. However, this wasn't random. Each replaced member had either achieved great success and held a high position in the guild or retired with honor. Because of this, while outsiders might call him ruthless, many more referred to him as a gentleman. A few years ago, during the Abyss Uprising, Yiyang led his team onto the battlefield and was never heard from again. Now, his sudden return even shocked Wang Chong. What do you mean I'm telling the truth? Jiang Chun looked at Wang Chong, somewhat speechless. The news of Master Yilong's return was broadcast nationwide a few days ago. I really didn't know, Wang Chong replied, stunned. Jiang Chun suddenly understood. Oh, right. You were in Kyoto City with Yiyang, crafting extraordinary weapons that day? Meanwhile, in the Sakura Nation's covert organization, Kern Luber was raging in the office of the group leader. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could a 4th-tier peak professional from Longhua, not even a first-generation professional, defeat the 5th-tier professionals I meticulously trained? Yilong, Odin, Garivi. They were all super geniuses I personally nurtured from a young age. Incredibly, Yilua was destined to be the future head of the covert operations in the Lighthouse Nation. This shocking revelation was hard for Kern Luber to accept. A genius fated to lead the covert operations had fallen at the hands of a mere 4th-tier peak professional from the Dragon Nation. When this news reached the ears of Vitras, the deputy head of the covert operations beside Kern Luber, even the usually composed deputy lost his composure. His face turned pale, and his hands trembled involuntarily. Kern Luber, sir, Vitras said through gritted teeth. Yilua and the others died so tragically. We cannot let this go unpunished. We must make the Dragon Nation pay a bloody price. Otherwise, wouldn't Yilua and the others have died in vain? Kern Luber's sharp gaze turned to Vitras, his voice low and resolute. Rest assured, though Gorvi was your nephew, he was a genius I personally groomed. I will not let his sacrifice be in vain. I, Kern Luber, swear to make the Dragon Nation hand over that damned Yiyang and tear him to pieces. In fact, everyone present knew that Gorvi's father was Vitras's own brother. This exceptionally talented young man had received special training from Kern Luber since childhood. Vitras had always believed that his nephew had the potential to compete with Yilua for the position of head of the covert operations. After all, Yilua was just an unbeatable 5th-tier, not inherently invincible. Even if Gorvi couldn't ultimately become the head, with his potential and family background, he could at least serve as the deputy head of the covert operations, like Vitras himself. However, this sudden tragedy shattered all of Vitras's expectations. And the culprit behind all of this was none other than Yiyang from the Dragon Nation. If he couldn't be brought to justice, Vitras would not only be failing Gorvi but also his own brother. At this moment, hearing Kern Luber's promise filled with murderous intent, Vitras immediately spoke up. Lord Kern Luber, please command as you wish. I, Viteras, will never say no. Otherwise, you may execute me on the spot. Viteras stood before Kern Luber, speaking with utmost reverence. He quickly skimmed through the documents in his hand, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. According to the records, this Yiyang kid hails from Longhua's Dongshan province. And the strongest figure in Dongshan province is merely a 7th-level potential user. A fierce glint suddenly sparked in Viteras' eyes. Lord Kernliber, I have a proposal. Let me, under my own name, directly invade Longwa's Dongshan province. Regardless of Yiyang or the so-called president of Dongshan province, I want to annihilate every living being in the entire province. No way. Kernliber abruptly stood up, his face changing dramatically. Viteras, are you insane? I'm not insane. Viteras retorted passionately, his voice filled with deep hatred. Lord Kernliber, Yiyang killed your most valued arrow and my nephew Gorvi. If we don't make Longwa pay a terrible price, their spirits will haunt my dreams forever. Still no. Kernliber interrupted him sternly. Calm down. Even if you go on a killing spree in Dongshan province, what difference will it make? The people you kill are insignificant. How can their lives equate to those of Arrow, Odin, and Gorvi? More importantly, if Longwa discovers that the perpetrators are from our lighthouse nation, they will certainly declare war on us. Can you bear that responsibility? Upon hearing this, Viteras laughed coldly instead of getting angry. Lord Kernliber, that's exactly why I said I would act under my own name. I will claim it is to avenge Gorvi, making the entire Dongshan province pay with their lives. At that point, even if the Longwa Central Guild wants to execute me, Viteras, I will have no regrets. You're truly mad, Viteras. Kernliber, after hearing these words, was so furious that he trembled all over, nearly fainting. After a long pause, Kernlub finally spoke, his voice filled with deep resignation. Viteras, why do you have to be so reckless? Didn't you hear a word I said earlier? Arrow, Odin, and Gorvi have all fallen. Going now is nothing short of a death wish. Sacrificing your life, a peak 9th tier professional, for someone like Yiyang is simply not worth it. Viteras appeared anxious. Lord Kernlub, then what should we do? Are we just going to let Yiyang roam free? Kernlub let out a cold laugh. Of course we can't just stand by, but we also can't foolishly throw our lives away. We can report this to the Lighthouse Guild and apply diplomatic pressure on the Long Kingdom's Guild, forcing them to hand over Yiyang. This way, we can seek revenge without unnecessary bloodshed. Viteras looked skeptical. Would the people of Long Kingdom really hand over Yiyang that easily? Kernlub's lips curled into a knowing smile. You might not be aware, but there are very few truly hardline figures in the upper echelons of the Long Kingdom's Guild. Their only 10th tier expert, Yilong, was sent to the Abyss battlefield years ago. The current leadership mostly advocates for slow and steady growth and favors peace. If we threaten them with war, they will surely choose to back down. This plan sounds almost too simple. Viteras remained hesitant. Kernlub patted his shoulder, his voice brimming with confident assurance. 18 years ago, during the Cosmic Explorer operation, we used this exact tactic to force the Long Kingdom to hand over their supernova prodigy. We will succeed this time as well. Leave it to me. I'll meet with the guild master now. In 5 or 6 days, our diplomatic envoy will reach the Long Kingdom and demand an explanation. All right, I'll leave it in your capable hands, Lord Kernlub, Viteras said, taking a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Meanwhile, as Kernlub began arranging the diplomatic pressure, Yiyang was still battling the final boss, the Inferno Demon Lord, in the Furnace Hell Realm. 5 days flew by, and as the Dark Warrior's final strike emptied the Demon Lord's health bar, a series of system notifications appeared before Yiyang. Staring at the notifications, Yiyang couldn't help but exclaim in shock. No way. How can the rewards for a 5th-tier realm be this incredible? The system alerts chimed repeatedly, announcing Yiyang's successful defeat of the final boss of the Tier 5 Furnace Purgatory secret realm, the Inferno Demon Lord. An overwhelming amount of experience points and reward information continuously refreshed before his eyes. 360 billion experience points with a 500x multiplier, a clearance reward of 50 billion experience points also with a 500x multiplier, 3 rare Tier 5 exclusive profession equipment chests, and 2 rare Tier 5 exclusive profession skill chests. The system also warned that the secret realm would collapse in an hour, advising a swift exit. In recent days, Yiyang's strategy was clear: to have hundreds of dark warriors possessed by phantom nightmares distract the attack formations and the boss, while commanding tens of millions of undead troops to rampage through the secret realm. This strategy was highly effective. His level 50 experience bar had already surpassed 50,000 half a day ago. With the massive rewards from this clearance, his experience points skyrocketed even more. However, all this excess experience turned into temporary storage, and if he couldn't complete the advancement to a Tier 5 professional within 24 hours, these experience points would vanish. Considering that advancement required surviving for 24 hours in a 2-star Tier 5 secret realm, these temporary experience points were destined to be unusable. But compared to the real rewards of the secret realm, the temporary experience was insignificant. Normally, clearing a secret realm would yield only 1 rare exclusive profession skill chest and equipment chest, plus a few common chests. This time, the Furnace Purgatory offered 3 rare equipment chests and 2 skill chests, which was an excitingly generous reward. Seeing the look of delight on Yiyang's face, Wu Pingxing seemed to understand something and cautiously approached to ask, Yiyang, did you see the rewards for clearing this secret realm? Yiyang glanced at him warily. Why? Are you planning to split these rewards with me? No, no. Yiyang, you misunderstood. Wu Pingxing quickly explained. We only added some inconsequential buffs while you tackled the boss. How could we dare claim credit? I just wanted to ask, did the rewards for clearing this secret realm seem different from usual? After confirming that Wu Pingxing had no intention of sharing the rewards, Yiyang relaxed a bit. How did you know? Upon hearing Wu Pingxing's words, a hint of surprise flashed in Yiyang's eyes. Noticing this, Wu Pingxing immediately elaborated. Our Wu family in the capital has explored countless secret realms over the generations. Although I haven't personally experienced such a realm, I've heard quite a bit about them. He paused for a moment before continuing. The reason you received such generous rewards this time is because the Inferno Furnace realm you entered is a special realm with a unique entrance. It's this special characteristic that allowed you to directly obtain such rare rewards. If it were an ordinary realm, the rewards would never be of this caliber. I see, that makes sense, Yiyang realized. As an orphan from a small place, this information was entirely new to him. He had neither experienced nor even heard of such things. What was even more surprising was that even experienced individuals like Wang Chong and Jiang Chun were unaware of this. Although they were talented at the potential level, defeating the final boss of a realm was beyond their capabilities, let alone a special realm like the Inferno Furnace. Seeing Yiyang's interest, Wu Pingxing continued to explain the characteristics of special realms in detail. The richness of resources in special realms is not only reflected in the rewards from the final boss. Even the ordinary boss-level monsters within the area have a chance to drop exclusive rare rewards, though the probability is relatively low. Then he shifted the conversation. In the past few days, you've defeated so many monsters in the special realm. You must have acquired quite a few 5th-tier exclusive profession rewards, right? Yiyang, upon hearing this, checked his inventory and nodded in confirmation. That's right. I currently have over 2,000 ordinary exclusive profession equipment chests, and more than 100 exclusive profession skill chests. To say that it's no exaggeration, if Yiyang could advance directly to a 5th-tier professional now, he would not only be able to immediately equip a set of 5th-tier exclusive gear, but could also fill all the skill slots. After all, each tier only has 5 skill slots, and besides the 2 rare exclusive skills, he also possesses over 100 common exclusive skills, making it easy to fill these slots. However, after listening to Wu Pingxing's explanation of the special secret realm, Yiyang's ambition was further ignited. Wu Pingxing's words revealed an enticing possibility. If he could find the special entrance to a 2-star 5th-tier secret realm, he might not only be able to upgrade all his equipment to rare level, but could also fill all the skill slots with rare exclusive skills. Since you know about the 1-star 5th-tier secret realm, how much do you know about the special entrance to the 2-star 5th-tier secret realm? Yiyang asked eagerly. Wu Pingxing looked surprised. Why are you asking about this? Of course, it's for my advancement quest, Yiyang shrugged and explained. A few days ago, I reached level 50 before even encountering the final boss and received the 5th-tier advancement quest. One of the requirements is to go to a 2-star 5th-tier secret realm. Oh my god. Wu Pingxing and his teammates were shocked. It's known that the difficulty of advancement quests is directly linked to the strength of the profession. Wu Pingxing recalled his own 5th-tier advancement quest, which was merely surviving for 24 hours in the central area of the secret realm, with the harshest requirement being to maintain over 50 status for 12 consecutive hours. Even so, it took him 3 to 4 months to barely complete it. Although they were all admired professionals, the gap compared to Yiyang was embarrassing. If faced with such a challenging advancement quest at the 5th tier, fear alone might have deterred them. Wu Pingxing swallowed and finally said, I don't know as much about the 2-star 5th-tier secret realm as I do the 1-star. But I do know that if you can defeat the final boss, the rewards are at least double those of a 1-star secret realm. He looked at Yiyang. If I'm not mistaken, you got 3 rare exclusive professional equipment chests and 2 exclusive skill chests from the 1-star secret realm, right? Yiyang nodded in confirmation. Based on this, Wu Pingxing continued, if you can conquer the final boss of the 2-star 5th-tier secret realm, you should be able to get 6 rare 5th-tier exclusive equipment chests and 4 rare 5th-tier exclusive skill chests. Yiyang was stunned by the incredible rewards. That's unbelievable. Wu Pingxing shook his head and said, don't get too excited, Yiyang. This is just my speculation. You might not know this, but dungeons rated 2 stars or above are actually considered national strategic resources. Wu Pingxing said with a serious expression. He paused for a moment, then continued to explain. So the rewards I deduced earlier might be conservative. Beyond the rare level exclusive rewards, there exists an even higher level of reward. What? Yiyang raised an eyebrow, unable to hide his surprise. That's the extraordinary level exclusive reward, Wu Pingxing said, looking Yiyang straight in the eye, enunciating each word. Extraordinary level? Yiyang repeated. This term was completely unfamiliar to him. He had only heard of rare-level exclusive rewards before and had never known about the existence of extraordinary level ones. Noticing Yiyang's reaction, Wu Pingxing explained, although extraordinary level exclusive rewards sound powerful, in reality, they are almost impossible to obtain. Even our Wu family, one of the top 100 super families in the capital, has yet to acquire a single extraordinary level exclusive reward. Why is that? Yiyang asked, frowning. Wu Pingxing shrugged. The reason is simple. While theoretically, the final boss of a 2-star dungeon can drop an extraordinary level exclusive reward, the probability is astoundingly low. Even after conquering hundreds of 2-star dungeons, one might not obtain a single one. He sighed and continued, to consistently acquire extraordinary level exclusive rewards, one must venture into 3-star dungeons. But the problem is, the occurrence rate of 3-star dungeons in the 5th realm is extremely low. As far as I know, not just within the Dragon Kingdom, but across the entire Blue Planet, there has never been a reported case of a 3-star dungeon appearing in the 5th realm. After listening to Wu Pingxing's explanation, Yiyang felt even more confused. His brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of puzzlement flashed in his eyes. Is there some special condition for the output of high-star level secret realms? Of course. Wu Pingxing replied confidently, looking directly at Yiyang. Have you ever heard of a 2-star level secret realm in the 1st, 2nd, or even 3rd-tier domains? Yiyang recalled his experiences at the secret realm hall of the special training camp in Dongshan province. Indeed, all secret realms below the 4th tier were 1-star. It wasn't until the 4th tier that the star levels began to diversify. Even within the 4th tier, 2-star secret realms were extremely rare. By the 5th tier, the number of 1-star and 2-star secret realms was nearly equal. Exactly, Wu Pingxing said with a meaningful smile. What do you mean by that? Yiyang asked with a frown. Instead of answering directly, Wu Pingxing posed another question. Since you know about high-star level secret realms, do you understand the principle behind their production? I'm somewhat familiar with it. Yiyang nodded. A high-star level secret realm is formed by the fusion of multiple ordinary or low-star level secret realms, right? That's correct, Wu Pingxing affirmed. Because of this principle, secret realms below the 3rd tier can't produce high-star level realms because they simply can't merge. They can't merge? Yiyang's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new world. Wu Pingxing's words seemed to open a door to a new realm of understanding for him. Seeing Yiyang's eager expression, Wu Pingxing began to explain in detail. After listening to Wu Pingxing's explanation, Yiyang suddenly understood. It turned out that each secret realm space is a parallel space surrounding Blue Star. They are like dough, with higher levels having greater malleability. Wu Pingxing used a vivid analogy, explaining that secret realms below the 3rd tier are like dry dough pieces, and forcibly merging them will only lead to breakage. In contrast, higher-tier secret realms resemble fresh dough, making them easier to merge. However, the more they are merged, the less malleable they become. Similar to dough becoming drier the more it is kneaded. This also explains why some secret realms collapse prematurely. Specifically, 4th and 5th-tier secret realms can merge hundreds, forming a 2-star secret realm. 6th and 7th-tier secret realms can accommodate thousands, producing a 4-star secret realm. 8th and 9th-tier secret realms can merge tens of thousands, reaching a 5-star level. 10th-tier secret realms theoretically can surpass 5-star, but none have been witnessed yet. Hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed across Yiyang's face. Without a 3-star secret realm, the chance of obtaining extraordinary exclusive rewards seemed slim. Seeing this, Wu Pingxing quickly comforted him. Don't be discouraged, Yiyang. Since rumors suggest that the final boss of a 2-star secret realm can drop extraordinary rewards, there must be some truth to it. Thanks for the encouragement, Yiyang responded with a faint smile. Moreover, with your current strength, even without extraordinary rewards, as long as you advance to the 5th tier, you will be unbeatable in the 5th and 6th tier domains. Wu Pingxing said earnestly. Once you reach the 6th tier, finding a 3-star secret realm will be much easier. You're too kind. I don't even have confidence in a 5th tier, 2-star secret realm right now. Yiyang shook his head, glancing at the secret realm space about to collapse. The secret realm is ending. I should go. Alright, oh wait. Wu Pingxing suddenly remembered something. Yiyang, I have a small favor to ask. Would you be willing to help? What is it? Yiyang inquired. Upon hearing Wu Pingxing's request, Yiyang hesitated slightly before responding. Wu Pingxing, I see. You want me to take your sister along when I head to the 2-star, level 5 secret realm? Yiyang was momentarily surprised. Your sister? Wu Pingxing stepped back, revealing a young woman behind him. This is my cousin, Shanlian, he introduced. She is a level 5 priest-type vocation holder, specifically a soul high priestess. Her role complements your necromancer abilities perfectly. After witnessing your strength firsthand, she has been eager to follow you. You must have noticed her exceptional support skills, right? Over 70% of the buffs you received earlier were her doing. Yiyang turned his gaze to Shanlian, observing the girl who had provided him with such impressive enhancements. Indeed, without her support, although he would still have defeated the three genius talents of the Lighthouse Nation Arrow, Odin, and Gorvanan, the Legion of Thousands led by Horus, the loss of summoned undead would have been significantly greater. Especially in the confrontation with the final boss, the Inferno Demon Lord. Without Shanlian's enhancements, even if he could ultimately clear the challenge, the time required would have multiplied, possibly taking an entire month. For ordinary professionals or vocation holders, this might not be a big deal, but for Yiyang, it was excessively long. After all, his development speed was on a completely different level compared to Wu Pingxing and others. Spending a month to conquer the final boss of a 1-star, level 5 secret realm might even cause him to miss the opportunity to participate in the national exams. After careful consideration, Yiyang politely declined. Since our meeting was by chance, let's not dwell on the suddenness of parting. If fate allows, we will meet again. Hearing this, Wu Pingxing had no choice but to accept Yiyang's clear stance. In truth, Yiyang's reason for refusal was simple. This battle had indeed shown him the tremendous boost that strong support could provide. Having 1 or 2 dedicated supporters would undoubtedly ease his journey through the impending 2-star, level 5 secret realm. However, the primary reason was his own rapid growth rate. This isn't Yiyang being boastful. His incredibly rapid growth means he faces increasingly harsh battle environments. To become as strong as possible before the national exams, Yiyang can no longer fully control the level of danger he encounters. Yet, it's precisely these extreme conditions that drive his swift development. Yiyang knows not everyone can adapt to such a combat style. More importantly, he prefers to go it alone. Having no ties means no constraints, allowing him to maneuver skillfully in various harsh environments. Wu Pingxing watched the scene unfold and could only sigh, turning to pat his cousin's shoulder. See, Lian, Yiyang won't team up with us. No. Xinlian shook her head determinedly, breaking free from Wu Pingxing's grasp and walking straight up to Yiyang. Master Yiyang, please give me a chance. Her eyes shone with resolve. I understand your concerns. You must think I struggle to protect myself in a 4-star 5th-tier secret realm, let alone the upcoming 2nd-star 5th-tier one. But trust me, I have enough self-preservation skills, and even if faced with a life-threatening situation, I have ways to escape. She bowed deeply. Even if I encounter danger, it's my choice. And these past few days, you've seen that with my presence, your mental strength has been consistently amplified 5 to 6 times. Please, grant me this opportunity. Xinlian wasn't merely trying to curry favor. As a support professional, she knew she had to find a powerful core to maximize her value. Yiyang was extraordinarily strong, and with her support, his abilities could reach new heights. She chose to let her skills speak for themselves, demonstrating her worth. This scene left Wu Pingxing and the other teammates in awe. They weren't shocked by Xinlian's vulnerability, but genuinely admired her courage. They all knew that if Yiyang were slightly cold-hearted, like challengers Arrow and Horus, he could easily obliterate them with a single finger. But how can one seize an opportunity without risking it all? Though everyone present hailed from top 100 elite families in Kyoto and didn't lack access to powerful figures, their inner insecurities held them back. Seeing Xinlian daring to break this barrier, who could not regard her with respect? Xinlian's words caused Yiyang's heart to waver slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he looked up at Xinlian and said, "All right, you can join me the next time I enter a 2-star, level 5 secret realm." Really? Xinlian's head shot up, her eyes sparkling with disbelief as she confirmed, "Yiyang, are you saying I can join your team?" Sort of, Yiyang nodded, his expression turning cold. "But let me make it clear. Although I'm allowing you to join, you must take care of yourself. I'm used to fighting alone and have no experience in protecting others. If you find it too dangerous, you can leave at any time, and I won't hold it against you. Coming from a super family in Kyoto, you should be more aware than I am of how perilous a 2-star, level 5 secret realm can be." "I understand." Xinlian nodded repeatedly, like a chicken pecking at grain. Being able to join Yiyang's team was already a tremendous stroke of luck for her, and she dared not ask for more. Even if she ended up dying in the secret realm, she would only blame her own lack of strength. After all, the place was 10 times more dangerous than the secret realm of the Furnace of Purgatory, and even top-level 5-stage professionals like Ailua, Odin, and Gawei from the Lighthouse Nation had to be extremely cautious there. Wu Pingxing was genuinely happy for his cousin when he saw her wish fulfilled. Yiyang's strength was undeniable. Even at the peak of the 4th stage, he could defeat Ailua, the so-called unbeatable 5th stage. If he reached the 5th stage, his power would be even more terrifying. However, upon seeing Xinlian succeed in joining, Wu Pingxing's teammates immediately swarmed around Yiyang. "Yiyang, I'm really strong too. Can you take me along? I'm a warrior with high defensive capabilities. I can shield your undead army from damage. Yiyang, my attack power is really high. I'm a space priest. I guarantee I can keep you safe." Seeing his once loyal teammates now fawning over Yiyang, Wu Pingxing felt his composure crumble. Years of camaraderie seemed to pale in comparison to Yiyang, someone they had just met. To be honest, after spending these few days with Yiyang, even Wu Pingxing had to admit that if he were to stand against Yiyang, he would lose all will to fight just by facing him. Amidst the clamorous pleas, Yiyang began to feel irritated. Yiyang sneered inwardly. Bringing Shanlian along was because her support abilities were perfectly aligned with his, but Chunjia and the others? Ridiculous. His undead army needed no one to tank damage or deal output. The sheer power of over 1,000 Dark Warriors using their Dark Slash could annihilate opponents of the same level, or even those 5 or 6 tiers higher, in one fell swoop. With enemies being wiped out instantly, what need was there for tanking? Seeing the hopeful expressions of Chen Jie and the others, Yiyang merely furrowed his brows slightly. This subtle gesture was enough for them to understand their place and wisely retreat to a distance. Alright, since that's the case, I'll be exiting the secret realm first, Yiyang said, turning to Shenlian. If you truly want to join me in the 2-star, 5-tier secret realm, come directly to the special training camp in Dongshan province after we leave. Okay. Shenlian nodded obediently. Without further delay, Yiyang began to recall all the undead summons from the secret realm back into the summoning space. Before leaving, he habitually checked the data of his summoning space. Summoning space. Companion ordinary skeletons, 25.36 million. Tier 1 invisible skeleton grand mages, 2.51 million. Tier 2 skeleton tyrants, 245,000. Tier 2 death knights, 121,000. Rare Tier 2 bone wyverns, 49,147. Tier 3 necromancer commanders, 23,922. Tier 3 riot elemental spirits, 11,972. Tier 4 wailing undead, 2,119. Tier 4 dark warriors, 1,067. Rare Tier 4 phantasmal nightmares, 405. In just 5 or 6 days, the number of ordinary skeletons had surged from less than 5 million to over 25 million, a 5-fold increase. The numbers of other undead summons had also seen astonishing growth. Tier 4 wailing undead had soared from a few hundred to over 2,000, and dark warriors expanded from a little over 100 to over 1,000. Most exciting for Yiyang was the increase of the rare Tier 4 phantasmal nightmares, which had skyrocketed from a few dozen to over 400. This progress was truly exhilarating. If it weren't for the special ability of the phantasmal nightmare, which can ignore all damage, no matter how many undead Yiyang summoned, it would be futile against the final boss, the Infernal Demon Lord. The base power attribute of the Infernal Demon Lord might seem like only 78 million points, but with his terrifying skill bonuses, even a casual strike can unleash an astounding damage of over 10 billion points. The disparity in strength was evident from previous comparisons. Even with the support of Shanlian and others, the Dark Warrior's power attribute could only reach over 60 million, far less than the Infernal Demon Lord. The Dark Warrior's proud second skill, Dark Slash, could at best deal 100 times the full attribute damage. In contrast, any attack skill of the Infernal Demon Lord would have a damage multiplier of several hundred times, making this gap truly despairing. Yiyang clearly understood that without the Phantasmal Nightmare's monstrous special ability, his current strength was far from enough to contend with the Infernal Demon Lord. However, dealing with a 5th-tier professional like Ailuwa, who boasted of being invincible, was more than manageable. After checking the status of various summoned undead, Yiyang's gaze fell on his backpack. Although the rewards from this special secret realm expedition were plentiful, the consumption was equally staggering. The survival points, initially over 10 billion, were now less than 2 billion. Dozens of 4th-tier magical beast crystals were completely used up, and of the more than 300 3rd-tier magical beast crystals, fewer than 200 remained. However, the supply of 6th-tier beast blood potions was still abundant, with several hundred bottles left. From Wang Chong, Yiyang seemed to have sensed something. Yiyang wasn't too concerned about the consumption of high-tier beast blood potions. What really troubled him was the replenishment of high-tier magical beast essence crystals. However, the rewards from this expedition into the Inferno Purgatory secret realm were truly abundant. Over 5,000 5th-tier magical beast cores, plus 12 5th-tier magical beast essence crystals obtained after defeating the final boss, the Inferno Demon God. The effects of these 5th-tier magical beast essence crystals were astounding. They could increase experience gain by 20,000 for an hour after use. In other words, this means the speed of gaining experience could surge by 200 times, which is double the effect of 4th-tier magical beast essence crystals. As for those 5,000 plus 5th-tier magical beast cores, Yiyang wasn't sure of their exact use yet. He only knew these cores dropped from boss-level monsters in the secret realm. He decided to ask Wang Chong, Jiang Qin, and the others about their purpose once he exited the secret realm. After putting away his backpack, Yiyang chose to leave the secret realm. Lin Chongfeng and the others, who were secretly watching over him, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Nonetheless, they couldn't help but gasp when they saw Yiyang defeat the 5th-tier secret realm's final boss, the Inferno Demon Lord, in just 5 or 6 days. Who would have thought that someone at the peak of the 4th tier could defeat the final boss of a 1-star 5th tier secret realm? The power of the Inferno Demon Lord was suffocating even from a distance, and yet he not only withstood it, but also defeated it. These city-level guild leaders were filled with admiration. From a struggling youngster in the initial secret realm selection trials to a formidable force they could barely fathom, Yiyang's transformation was astonishing. They even considered asking Yiyang to lead them through the secret realm. Unfortunately, since they entered the secret realm as spectators rather than consuming survival points, they couldn't gain any rewards even if they teamed up. This was a rule of the secret realm hall. Entering without consuming points meant no experience, equipment, skills, or any other benefits. Only through wild, secret realm entrances could this restriction be bypassed. As Wang Chong and Jiang Chun anxiously waited at the entrance of the secret realm hall, the familiar figure of the young man finally appeared before them. Jiang Chun quickly approached. Yiyang, you're finally out. Are you all right these past few days? No problem, Yiyang replied, slightly embarrassed. Remembering the magical beast cores in his backpack, he took out a few palm-sized, multicolored shining cores and asked Jiang Chun, President Jiang Chun, I got these magical beast cores while farming in the special secret realm of the Inferno Purgatory. Do you know what they're used for? Wow. Isn't that a 5th level magical beast core? Yiyang, how many did you manage to get this time? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he stared at the softly glowing core in Yiyang's hand. Yiyang casually tossed the core in his hand and calmly replied, I got around 5,000 of them. 5,000? Jiang Chen gasped. Goodness. Did you clear out all the boss-level monsters in that special secret realm? Yiyang looked puzzled and asked, So, President Jiang, what exactly are these used for? Jiang Chun took a deep breath, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. These are used to make magical beast essence. Make magical beast essence? Yiyang's eyes widened in shock. I always thought magical beast essence could only drop from the final boss. Jiang Chun waved his hand and patiently explained. It's been over 500 years since the blue star mutation. With our current level of technology, many things can be artificially created. In fact, the artificially made ones are often more powerful than the natural ones. Seeing Yiyang's thoughtful expression, Jiang Chun continued to elaborate. Take the 5th level magical beast core in your hand. With an 8th level alchemist, you can create one artificial magical beast essence using 10 cores. The most impressive part is that this artificial product is twice as effective as the natural Onite boosts experience by 40,000 compared to the usual 20,000. Of course, Jiang Chen added, it's not easy to make. Even for an 8th level alchemist, the success rate is less than 10. But according to this calculation, your 5,000 cores could produce at least 50 artificial essences. If you find a 9th level national treasure alchemist, the success rate could be 50, resulting in over 250 essences. Yiyang's eyes sparkled as he started calculating. 255th level artificial magical beast essences, paired with 6th level beast blood potions. Doesn't that mean I could gain 4,000 times the experience from killing just one monster? The thought made him feel a surge of excitement. This trip to the 5th level secret realm had made Yiyang acutely aware of the difficulty in enhancing his power after breaking through the 5th level. It also gave him a glimpse of the strength of the top family geniuses in the 3 supreme cities. Now, this unexpected bounty might just be the key to narrowing the gap. The extraordinary level exclusive rewards and the information about the artificially created 5th tier beast crystal essence mentioned by Jiang Chun left Yiyang utterly stunned. Though these items might not seem significantly different when viewed individually, together they form an insurmountable gap, far beyond what he can currently reach. Seeing the shock on Yiyang's face, Jiang Chun couldn't help but display a smug expression. So, Yiyang, now you should understand why a seemingly ordinary special secret realm can attract so many people to compete for it, right? I understand. Yiyang nodded, eagerly asking, President Jiang Chun, if we want to create a 5th tier artificial beast crystal essence now, how exactly should we proceed? Noticing Yiyang's urgency, Jiang Chun quickly explained, don't rush, it's not that simple. The few thousand beast crystal cores you have are far from enough. First, you need to find an 8th or even 9th tier national treasure level alchemist, which is extremely difficult in itself. Even if you find one, just the production cost will far exceed your imagination. He elaborated further. The cost of producing a single 1st tier artificial beast crystal essence is 1 billion dragon coins, 2nd tier 10 billion, 3rd tier 100 billion. By the time you reach the 5th tier, each one costs at least 10,000 dragon yuan, or 1 trillion dragon coins. You want to produce over 200 of them, which amounts to an astronomical figure of over 200 million dragon yuan. Not even our guild can afford such an amount. At the mention of money, Yiyang's gaze instinctively shifted to his backpack. Inside, he had over 2,300 5th tier exclusive equipment chests and more than 130 5th tier exclusive skill chests. These resources might just change everything. Seriously. Yiyang looked at the loot dropped by the final boss, completely unimpressed by the usual 5th-tier exclusive rewards. Ever since learning from Wu Pingxing that a 2-star 5th-tier secret realm might even drop extraordinary exclusive rewards, these ordinary prizes seemed lackluster to him. Just when I need funds, Yiyang said, opening his inventory to display the mountain of equipment and skills to Jiang Qian and the others. Why not use these ordinary rewards to cover the costs of producing the 5th-tier artificial beast essence? This. Jiang Qian's eyes widened, his voice almost cracking. Holy crap. Yiyang, what did you do this time? Over 2,000 pieces of 5th-tier exclusive equipment and more than 100 5th-tier exclusive skills. Did you go on a shopping spree in a special secret realm? Even in a special secret realm, the chance of a regular boss dropping exclusive rewards is incredibly low. The fact that Yiyang amassed so much in just a few days was beyond belief. Just took down some regular bosses while tackling the main boss. Yiyang shrugged nonchalantly. Didn't expect the drop rate to be so high. Jiang Qian almost fainted upon hearing this. For regular players, even in special secret realms, it takes defeating dozens or hundreds of bosses to get a single piece of exclusive equipment. Yet Yiyang had acquired 2,000 to 3,000 in just 5 or 6 days, completely shattering his understanding. How much are these worth? Yiyang asked directly. Jiang Qian quickly calculated. Each 5th-tier exclusive equipment chest is 100 billion dragon coins, and each exclusive skill chest is 1 trillion dragon coins, which is 10,000 dragon yuan. Your 2,300 pieces of equipment and 130 skills total about 2.3 million dragon yuan. That's just enough to make over 200 5th-tier artificial beast essences. Yiyang's eyes lit up. You've got some nerve. Jiang Qian shook his head helplessly. Selling all these valuable items just to make artificial beast essences? Of course, Yiyang replied matter-of-factly. Didn't President Wang mention that Principal Li couldn't provide many high-tier beast essences for the time being? This fills the gap perfectly. Plus, aren't the effects of 5th-tier artificial beast essences even stronger than the natural ones? You have a point, Jiang Qian sighed. He had been worried that even with 5,000 beast cores in hand, Yiyang might struggle to gather the production costs. Little did he know, Yiyang was already prepared. Everyone present was wide-eyed at Yiyang's action had directly brought out thousands of 5th-tier exclusive equipment and skill boxes. Alright, since the money issue is settled, if you want to try, I'll help you out, Wang Chong said calmly, looking at the mountain of equipment before him. He turned to Yiyang and continued, besides, you're already level 50 and about to start the advancement quest for the 5th tier, right? Wang Chong crossed his arms, pondering. I happen to be heading to Kyoto City to ask the old president for help in preparing materials for crafting a 5th-tier extraordinary specialized weapon. I might as well inquire if there's an 8th or 9th-tier alchemist who can help make a batch of 5th-tier magical beast crystals for you. Is that possible? Jiang Qian immediately turned his head and asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Whether it's possible or not, we'll find out by trying. Wang Chong smiled slightly, then his expression turned serious. And don't forget, Yiyang caused quite a stir in the secret realm this time. The Lighthouse Nation definitely won't let it slide. While in Kyoto City, I can also check with the old president about their movements so we can be prepared. Although Li Chengfeng is only an 8th-tier professional in the Dragon Kingdom Central Guild and not very prominent, his brother Li Yingtian, as the president of Kyoto Supreme Academy and a 9th-tier pinnacle professional, along with his special relationship with Master Chen Yuan, can always gather some valuable information with effort. Jiang Qian nodded seriously. In that case, be careful. If you notice anything unusual, be sure to contact us immediately. Seeing Wang Chong's dedication, Yiyang felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He knew that his rapid growth was largely thanks to Wang Chong. If it weren't for Wang Chong's efforts in networking and paving a smooth path for his development, reaching the 5th tier, or even advancing to the 4th tier, would have been uncertain. President Wang, I truly appreciate it. Yiyang said sincerely, handing over the thousands of 5th-tier exclusive boxes and over 5,000 5th-tier magical beast crystal cores from his backpack to Wang Chong. Seeing the materials, Wang Chong nodded slightly. Alright, Yiyang, you can stay here and continue to enhance your strength. I'll take my leave now. As Wang Chong's figure disappeared into the distance, Yiyang felt a surge of emotions, but he quickly refocused on the tasks at hand. His 5th-tier advancement quest consisted of 3 key objectives: crafting a transcendent weapon, conquering a 5th-tier Ashura-level dungeon, and surviving for 24 hours in a 2-star 5th-tier secret realm, in addition to defeating 10,000 ordinary bosses or one final boss. Considering the danger level of the 2-star 5th-tier secret realm, Yiyang decided to first push his abilities to their limits. He reviewed his skill slots, skipping over the lower-tier slots. With his current peak 4th-tier strength, he could no longer access 3rd-tier or lower dungeons. Among his 4th-tier skill slots, aside from the existing Howling Wraith, Dark Warrior, and Phantasmal Nightmare, there were 2 empty slots that urgently needed filling. Yiyang quickly devised a plan. First, fill up the 4th-tier skill slots, then challenge the 2-star 5th-tier secret realm. With his current prowess, tackling 4th-tier Ashura-level dungeons would be a breeze. This approach would not only grant him new skills but also accumulate the points needed to enter the 5th-tier secret realm. It's important to note that in the 2-star 5th-tier secret realm, 10 billion points are required per hour, totaling 240 billion points for the 24-hour survival task. Meanwhile, a 4th-tier Ashura-level dungeon only rewards 10 billion points, whereas a 6th-tier Ashura-level dungeon can reward a whopping 1,000 billion points at once. However, the entry ticket for a 6th-tier dungeon costs 100 billion points. After careful consideration, Yiyang decided to proceed in the following order. First, tackle 2 4th-tier dungeons, then challenge a 5th-tier dungeon, and finally attempt a 6th-tier dungeon. Once these are completed, he would be ready to enter the 2-star 5th-tier secret realm and commence the 5th-tier advancement quest. After sharing his plan with Jiang Chun, they both headed to the dungeon hall. With Jiang Chun's approval, Yiyang entered the 4th-tier dungeon portal alone, randomly selecting a dungeon and activating it immediately. The system prompt sounded. You have opened the 4th-tier dungeon entrance, Wolf Wilderness. Please select a difficulty. Normal, Hard, Nightmare, Hell, Azura. Wolf Wilderness Dungeon Collapse Countdown. 3 years, 2 months, 17 days. The dungeon's record showed. Normal difficulty completion time was 18 hours, 33 minutes, 26 seconds. Hard difficulty took 7 days, 8 hours, 15 minutes, 51 seconds. Nightmare difficulty took 23 days, 15 hours, 46 minutes, 32 seconds. Hell difficulty had reached the 3rd stage at 58, and there was no record for Azura difficulty. As Yiyang activated the entrance to the Songlong Wilderness Dungeon, the system interface immediately caught his attention with the recorded completion time 18 hours for normal difficulty. He smirked, pondering how long it would take for his formidable undead army, numbering in the millions, to conquer this dungeon. Without hesitation, he opted for the Ashura-level difficulty and stepped into the dungeon space. Instantly, a series of system notifications flashed before him. Ding, you have entered the Tier 4 dungeon, Songlong Wilderness. Ding, you are affected by Ashura-level Breath of Desolation, reducing your maximum health by 50 and attack power by 20. Ding, under the influence of Breath of Desolation, your health has decreased by 50 points. Ding, your 3rd talent, Soul of Faith, is activated, and your summons have absorbed the damage for you. Surrounded by a desolate landscape of swirling yellow sands and barren trees, Yiyang took a cursory glance at the wasteland before him. He immediately summoned all the undead from his summoning space, and in an instant, his 30 million-strong undead army filled the battlefield. Go! Finish the battle quickly. He commanded his undead legion through the soul coexistence talent. In moments, the system notifications flooded in like a waterfall. Ding! You have slain LV-41 Desolate Giant Wolf, gaining 410 experience points. Ding! You have slain Elite LV-42 Desolate Demon Wolf, gaining 42,000 experience points. Current dungeon progress, 0.1. Seeing the progress reach 0.1 in just a few minutes, Yiyang smiled with satisfaction. At this rate, the first stage would likely take less than 2 hours. Since he was only here to acquire a few Tier 4 exclusive skills and couldn't complete the Tier 5 advancement task within 24 hours, he saved the Beast Blood Potion and other experience-boosting items. Sure enough, as the undead army spread throughout every corner of the dungeon, each wave of monsters was swiftly annihilated. In less than 2 hours, the 1st and 2nd stage monsters were completely cleared. Remarkably, when the final boss of the 3rd stage appeared, Yiyang hadn't even gotten a clear look before several nearby Dark Warriors had already slain it with a single strike. Immediately after, the dungeon completion notifications popped up consecutively in front of Yiyang. Ding! The system notification sounded. You have slain the final boss, the Wasteland Great Wolf King, earning 380 million experience points. Another notification followed. You have successfully cleared the Tier 4 dungeon Azura level, Blue Wolf Wilderness. Rewards, 1 billion experience points, Tier 4 exclusive class equipment chest 1, Tier 4 exclusive class skill chest 1. Yiyang stood there, momentarily unable to believe the outcome. Clearing a Tier 4 Ashura level dungeon in under 2 hours? In just 5 or 6 days, his undead army had multiplied dozens of times, and the qualitative change brought by this quantitative growth was astonishing. He recalled how, upon entering the Tier 4 dungeon, he had to send his undead army searching for monsters everywhere. Now, no matter where the monsters spawned in the dungeon, they would immediately be overwhelmed by the vast undead forces. Not waiting for his shock to subside, Yiyang immediately opened the Tier 4 exclusive class skill chest he had received. Ding! You have successfully used the Tier 4 exclusive class skill scroll, acquiring the skill Necromancer Cataclysmic Thunder Spirit. Skill effect. Consumes 30,000 points of mental energy to summon one Cataclysmic Thunder Spirit to fight for you. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, even Jiang Chun, who was mentally prepared, couldn't help but express his amazement in front of the real-time monitoring screen. The screen clearly displayed Tier 4 Azura level difficulty. Blue Wolf Wilderness. Real-time monitoring information. Current progress of Yiyang's team. Cleared. Clear time, 1 hour and 58 minutes. A dungeon that typically required over 8 hours to complete on normal difficulty had been cleared by Yiyang in under 2 hours on Azura level. Jiang Chun, who had been closely following Yiyang's growth, knew that even with his current strength as a Tier 7 potential, clearing it in this time frame would be very challenging. The city-level presidents present were equally stunned. From the awakening ceremony to now, just half a month had passed, and Yiyang had already grown to such an extent. Some believed he was sure to rank in the top 10 in the national exams, while others predicted he would firmly hold a spot in the top 3. Even the geniuses from the 3 supreme cities, who hailed from super families, might find it hard to compete with him. These city-level presidents, who had witnessed Yiyang's prowess in the secret realm, only now truly realized the extent of his formidable abilities. Although Wu Pingxing and others, as well as the talents from the Lighthouse Nation like Cam, Arrow, and Oris, were also Tier 5 class professionals, each of these individuals is a powerful prodigy at the level of a celestial job holder. In comparison, Lin Changfeng and his team are merely SS-level professionals, and aside from having similar ranks, they are not on the same level at all. A Tier 4 dungeon is not unfamiliar to them. Even the simplest, normal difficulty dungeons require a full team of equal strength and take 8 to 10 hours to clear. This is only after extensive research and mastering the dungeon strategy. And then there's Yiyang, who conquered a Tier 4 Ashura-level dungeon in less than 2 hours. The gap in skill is like an average student watching math prodigies effortlessly complete a national math competition exam. At first, the average student might just think these prodigies are impressive, but they can't grasp how impressive they truly are. It's only when the average student sits down with the math prodigies to work on the same regular test that they truly understand the gap. What took them 2 to 3 hours to barely complete, the math prodigies finish in 5 minutes and score perfectly. 4 city-level guild leaders like Lin Changfeng. A Tier 5 secret realm is a forbidden territory, but a Tier 4 dungeon is a familiar domain. However, Yiyang is completely unaware of the sensation he caused by clearing a Tier 4 Ashura-level dungeon. At this moment, all he wants is to see the effects of this brand new Tier 4 summoning skill. Without hesitation, Yiyang quickly opened the Tier 4 exclusive profession skill box, acquiring the skill Summon Calamity Thunder Spirit and integrated it into his skill slot. The system immediately displayed a series of notifications. The skill successfully evolved into the god-level Summon Calamity Thunder Spirit, with a base consumption of 30,000 mental power and the ability to automatically summon a Calamity Thunder Spirit every 30,000 seconds. Under the influence of the extraordinary trait Mental Burn, the skill's consumption dropped to 1,500 points. Further enhanced by the Abyssal Jewelry set effect, the final consumption was reduced to 750 points. This meant that the original summon time, which required nearly 8 hours, was now reduced to a mere 12.5 minutes. Yiyang nodded in satisfaction and patiently waited for over 10 minutes. Soon, the first Calamity Thunder Spirit appeared in his summoning space. He immediately summoned it and examined its attributes closely. This level 50 Calamity Thunder Spirit was enveloped in a dense layer of lightning, holding a small transparent staff, with the tip gathering an intimidating force of thunder. Its attribute data was astonishing. Strength, 9,000 40,071.69. Spirit, 100,000 40,071.69. Constitution, 21,000 40,071.69. Agility, 18,000 40,071.69. Even more impressive were its 3 skills. 1. Thunderstorm Tide. Based on mental power, it covers a range of mental power x 10 meters, causing mental power x 100 lightning damage, with a cooldown of just 10 seconds. 2. Universal Thunderclap. Deals mental power x 500 lightning damage per second, consuming level x 10,000 mental power. 3. Soul-Breaking Thunder. Targets hit by the skill suffer double damage, triggering a true death effect upon death. Yiyang quickly calculated. A single Calamity Thunder Spirit's Thunderstorm Tide, under various enhancements, could inflict 120 billion points of area damage, covering a region with a diameter of over 4 million meters. The continuous skill Universal Thunderclap was even more terrifying, theoretically capable of dealing 48 trillion total damage within 80 seconds. This not only surpassed the single target damage of the Dark Warrior, but its area attack capability was beyond imagination. If hundreds or thousands of Calamity Thunder Spirits were summoned, just one wave of Thunderstorm Tide would be enough to sweep the battlefield. Combined with the double damage and true death effect of Soul-Breaking Thunder, even the infernal demon god might struggle to withstand such a formidable output. I must say, the true death effect of this is much more useful than the Dark Swordsman's Dark Annihilation. After all, the true death caused by Dark Annihilation requires not only directly killing the enemy, but also having a higher strength attribute than the enemy to achieve a true kill. Under these conditions, Yiyang often encountered situations where even if Dark Annihilation had killed the enemy, it couldn't result in a true kill because the opponent's strength attribute was higher than the Dark Swordsman's. The Dark Swordsman isn't purely an offensive undead summon. It's more of a hybrid between a tank and a damage dealer. Simply put, it can take hits and deal damage, but it's not as good as a pure tank or a dedicated damage dealer. Previously, the Dark Swordsman seemed overpowered compared to lower-tier undead summons due to its exaggerated stats and the various boosts Yiyang gave it. However, as Yiyang faced stronger enemies, the Dark Swordsman started to show its limitations. Its most seemingly powerful true kill effect often fell short due to insufficient attributes, which was quite awkward. In contrast, the Calamity Thunder Spirit is entirely different. To trigger its true kill effect, it only needs its skills to hit the enemy, and regardless of whether it delivers the final blow, it still achieves a true kill. The most critical part is that if the mental attributes of priests attempting to dispel this state are lower than its own, they can't dispel it. This makes it an incredibly formidable existence. The Calamity Thunder Spirit is like a pure war machine. The only downside is its weak body and agility, but that's not a big issue. Weak agility can be compensated by riding a skeletal wyvern, and a frail body can be enhanced by the possession of a phantom nightmare. As long as the output is high enough, any problem can be solved. With the Calamity Thunder Spirit, the Dark Swordsman can almost retire. Yiyang, quite satisfied with the newly acquired 4th-tier undead summon, let out a deep breath. Then, Yiyang squinted his eyes at his last available 4th-tier skill slot. Next, let me see what my final 4th-tier undead summon will be. Without hesitation, upon seeing the 1 billion reward points credited to his account, Yiyang immediately chose to exit the instance and return to the 4th-tier instance hall, not wanting to waste any time. Once back, Yiyang didn't even bother to carefully select an instance, choosing one at random and starting it. Soon, a series of familiar system prompts appeared before Yiyang again. Ding, you have opened the 4th-tier instance entrance, Frozen Corridor. Please choose the difficulty level: normal, hard, nightmare, hell, Azura. Frozen Corridor instance collapse countdown: 5 years, 8 months, 23 days. Frozen Corridor instance strategy records: normal, 15 hours, 21 minutes, 48 seconds. Hard, 12 days, 9 hours, 26 minutes, 12 seconds. Nightmare, 30 days, 15 hours, 41 minutes, 52 seconds. Hell, second phase 61. Azura, not yet completed. When the information about the Tier 4 dungeon, Frozen Corridor, appeared before Yiyang, he casually glanced at the normal level strategy records and immediately chose to enter the dungeon at the Azura difficulty level. System notifications flashed before him in rapid succession. Ding, you have entered the Tier 4 dungeon, Frozen Corridor. Ding, you are affected by the Azura level effect of the Frozen Wind, reducing your attack speed by 70 and attack power by 40. Healing effects are reduced by 90. Ding, you are affected by the Frozen Wind, reducing your health by 2,000 points. Ding, your third talent, Soul of Faith, is activated, and your summoned creatures have taken the damage for you. Seeing these notifications, Yiyang smirked. Heh, the global debuff in this dungeon is indeed fierce, but it's meaningless to me. Without hesitation, he summoned all the undead creatures from his summoning space. Noticing the unique Calamity Thunder Spirit, a hint of anticipation flashed in Yiyang's eyes as he issued the battle command. All undead summons, begin action. Calamity Thunder Spirit, show me your true power. Millions of undead summons swarmed in all directions of the dungeon. However, at that moment, the Calamity Thunder Spirit seemed to sense something, gripping its transparent, short staff tightly. In an instant, the endless sky was covered by rolling thunderclouds. The Calamity Thunder Spirit unleashed Thunderstorm Tide, with dark purple lightning surging through the clouds, transforming into countless giant serpentine bolts that cascaded down like a deluge. Boom, boom, boom. The entire field of vision was covered by these raging thunder serpents. Before the thunderclouds had even dispersed, the system notifications began to flood the screen. Ding, you have slain LV-41 Frost Python, gaining 410 experience points. Ding, you have slain elite level LV-42 Ice Crystal Dragon Beast, gaining 42,000 experience points. Current dungeon progress, 0.05. Once the thunderclouds cleared, the ground was riddled with countless craters, as if it had been subjected to a barrage of missile strikes. Holy crap, is this the power of the Calamity Thunder Spirit? Yiyang couldn't help but marvel. The power of this single Calamity Thunder Spirit was comparable to an army of 100,000 undead. Incredible, just incredible. Without hesitation, Yiyang quickly scanned through the skill list of the Cataclysm Thunder Spirit and then ordered it to act freely. As for the skill Universal Thunderclap, he decided to abandon further research on it. In his view, the monsters in this mere Tier 4 dungeon weren't worth the Cataclysm Thunder Spirit using such a powerful skill. Time flew by, and just over 3 hours later, as the final boss emerged, The aftershocks of the thunderstorm tide instantly engulfed it. Blue arcs of electricity crisscrossed and flickered through the air, and the frost drake didn't even have time to roar before it dissolved into specks of light, vanishing into the air. System notifications then cascaded down like a waterfall. Ding, you have slain the final boss, Frost Drake, earning 320 million experience points. Ding, you have successfully cleared the Tier 4 dungeon, Azura level, Frozen Corridor, and received rewards. 1 billion experience points, Tier 4 exclusive class equipment chest X1, Tier 4 exclusive class skill chest X1. Looking at these notifications, Yiyang couldn't help but sigh. Darn, I wanted to test the power of Universal Thunderclap on the final boss, but it couldn't even withstand a single thunderstorm tide. However, it was something he had to accept. With that decision made, Yiyang decided to first check out the reward he had just received. Without hesitation, he opened the Tier 4 exclusive class skill box. A system notification promptly appeared. You have successfully used the Tier 4 exclusive class skill scroll and acquired the skill, Necromancer's Compassionate Wraith. The skill summons a compassionate wraith at the cost of 40,000 mental energy to fight alongside you. Yiyang's eyes lit up. Although the compassionate wraith didn't seem like a combat-focused undead summon, the fact that it required such a large amount of mental energy for a Tier 4 skill suggested it wouldn't be weak. Currently, he had a dark warrior to absorb damage, a cataclysmic thunder spirit for offense, and the ethereal nightmare creature to protect his core summons. If the compassionate wraith turned out to be a strong support-type summon, it could make his combat capabilities even more well-rounded. He immediately integrated the Summon Compassionate Wraith skill book into his skill set. The system notifications continued. The skill Summon Compassionate Wraith has successfully evolved into Divine Summon Compassionate Wraith. The Divine Summon Compassionate Wraith skill is affected by the transcendent trait Mental Burn, reducing the skill cost to 2,000 mental energy. The Divine Summon Compassionate Wraith skill is further affected by the Abyssal Jewelry set effect, reducing the skill cost to 1,000 mental energy. This meant he could summon a Compassionate Wraith every 1,000 seconds about 17 minutes, which greatly pleased Yiyang as he patiently waited for the skill cooldown to finish. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon hall, Yiyang's feat of clearing a Tier 4 dungeon in just 2 to 3 hours twice in a row left everyone in awe. At that moment, an instructor named Zhang Cheng hastily approached Jiang Chen to report that a young lady claiming to be from the Shun family of Kyoto had come to visit Yiyang. Jiang Chen initially intended to turn the visitor away as usual, but upon hearing that the visitor was from the Shin family, one of the top 100 super families in Kyoto, and that she had made an agreement with Yiyang in the Tier 5 Secret Realm Furnace Purgatory, his demeanor became serious. Are you saying that young lady is from that top-level Shin family in Kyoto? Jiang Chen asked in disbelief. Yes, Zhang Cheng replied, feeling a bit wronged. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen finally spoke. In that case, let her in. However, if she dares to lie, even if she comes from one of the top 100 families in Kyoto, she won't disturb Yiyang. Zhang Cheng immediately went to the entrance of the training camp and brought the young lady to Jiang Chen. President, this is Miss Shanlian from the Shin family in Kyoto. Miss Shin, this is Jiang Chun, the general manager of our Dongshan province special training camp and one of the 3 vice presidents. Shun Lian bowed respectfully upon meeting Jiang Chen. Hello, President Jiang. I'm here to see Yiyang. Jiang Chun scrutinized the young lady before him. As Zhang Cheng had mentioned, despite her youth, she exuded an innate confidence and pride. Even as she bowed, her noble aura, honed from a position of power, was unmistakable. According to Instructor Zhang, you arranged to meet Yiyang here after an encounter in the secret realm? Yes, Shunlian replied with a light smile. We agreed in the secret realm. Yiyang will be heading to a 2-star, 5th-stage secret realm next, and as a 5th-stage soul high priest of the celestial profession, I can provide some assistance. That's why he agreed to let me join him. Jiang Chun nodded at her words. A 5th-stage peak support-type celestial professional could indeed be a significant help to Yiyang. I assume you had quite an interaction in the 1-star, 5th-stage secret realm, Furnace Inferno? Xinlian shyly lowered her head and recounted her experiences in the secret realm to Jiang Chen. With the testimony of Lin Chongfeng and other city-level presidents, Jiang Chen finally fully believed her story. All right, since you've arranged this with Yiyang, I won't say much more, Jiang Chen shrugged. However, Yiyang is currently tackling a 4-stage Ashura-level dungeon, so you'll have to wait a bit. Xinlian instinctively looked up at the real-time monitoring screen above the dungeon hall entrance. When she saw Yiyang's dungeon progress, she was speechless with shock. The 4-stage Ashura-level Frozen Corridor showed on the real-time monitor. Yiyang's team had cleared it in 3 hours and 18 minutes. Yiyang cleared a 4-stage Ashura-level dungeon in just over 3 hours. Xunlian was incredulous. Although she was also a celestial professional and capable of tackling Ashura-level dungeons, even for her, clearing a dungeon of the same tier took several days. Recalling her own record during her peak 4th stage period, the fastest she ever cleared one took 3 full months. not including the time spent on research and strategy preparation. The vast difference in ability left Shun Lian deeply astounded. She couldn't help but ask, President Yiyang, may I ask if Yiyang entered the dungeon with other celestial professionals this time? However, when Jiang Chun heard this, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. A chosen one? Miss Shun, our Dongshan province isn't as wealthy as your Jingdu city. This time, Yiyang entered this 4th-tier Ashura-level dungeon all by himself and cleared it in just 3 hours. Soloing an Ashura-level dungeon? Cleared it in 3 hours? Shin Lian stood there in disbelief, her eyes fixed on the real-time monitoring screen in front of her. Although she and Yiyang had fought the final boss, the Infernal Demon Lord, together in the Furnace Purgatory realm, at that time, like Lin Chongfeng and other city-level leaders, she knew Yiyang was strong but couldn't truly grasp the extent of his power. Recalling her last attempt at a 4th-tier dungeon 2 or 3 years ago, the memories were still vivid. Facing the terrifying final boss, she made several mistakes due to the fear of a team wipe. Even though it took her team more than 10 days to finally defeat the boss, she was quite pleased with herself at the time. Now, however, Yiyang had single-handedly cleared an entire 4th-tier dungeon in just a couple of hours. This fact was a huge shock to Shun Lian's understanding, leaving her momentarily speechless. That's terrifying, she murmured to herself. Meanwhile, after waiting in the dungeon for about 10 minutes, Yiyang finally saw the first compassion ghost spirit appear in his summoning space. He immediately summoned it to his side. To his surprise, this compassion ghost spirit was a female undead with a striking figure, petite yet exuding a unique allure. Yiyang smiled slightly, not too concerned about the gender of his summon. However, he couldn't help but think that if he summoned hundreds or thousands of such compassion ghost spirits, people might mistake him for having a harem of 3,000 beauties. Soon, the attributes of the compassion ghost spirit appeared before Yiyang's eyes. Compassionate ghost spirit. Basic attributes. Strength, 1. Spirit, 300. Constitution, 3,500. Agility, 320. Willpower, 280. Skill list. 1. Spirit Nourishing Spring. In the Necromancer's summoning space, the compassionate ghost spirit automatically releases the Spirit Nourishing Spring, providing all summoned undead with 1 increase in all attributes. Removal of all negative statuses. Effect duration. Continues to be effective for 24 hours after leaving the summoning space. Special note. Can be stacked infinitely, with each compassionate ghost spirit providing 1 layer of enhancement. 2. Blood Pact Annihilation. Applies the Blood Pact status to all summoned undead of the Necromancer. Damage dealt includes true damage equal to 1 of spirit. Converts kill effects into true kills. Special note. Can be stacked infinitely, with each compassionate ghost spirit providing 1 layer of enhancement. 3. Compassionate Spirit Charm. Applies protection to all summoned undead of the Necromancer. Grants 1 death immunity effect. Special note. Can be stacked infinitely, with each compassionate ghost spirit providing 1 layer of protection. Important note. When multiple compassionate ghost spirits exist within the summoning space, they will fight each other. The damage they inflict on each other is absolute instant death damage, unaffected by any status including the divine sequence. At that moment, as Yiyang fully absorbed the attributes, strengths, and skill effects of the compassionate ghost spirit, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. The power of this compassionate ghost spirit far exceeded his expectations. The first skill, Spirit Nourishing Spring, was particularly astonishing. Just 1 compassionate ghost spirit could provide a 10 boost to all attributes of undead summons, and this boost could stack. In theory, if he had 10, 100, or even 1,000 compassionate ghost spirits, the attributes of the undead summons could be multiplied accordingly. The second skill, Blood Pact Annihilation, was even more astounding. Each compassionate ghost spirit could add true damage equivalent to 1 of spiritual power to all undead summons. Based on Yiyang's current attributes, just 1 compassionate ghost spirit could increase the entire undead army's true damage by over 700,000 points. If the number reached 100 or 1,000, this figure would skyrocket to over 70 million, or even 7 to 800 million. Even the most ordinary skeleton could gain world-shattering combat power as a result. The most extraordinary is the third skill, Compassionate Spirit Curse. Each compassionate ghost spirit could grant the entire undead army an extra life. 100 spirits would mean 100 extra lives, and 1,000 spirits would mean 1,000 extra lives. This means that if the number is sufficient, Yiyang's undead army could truly become immortal. However, this seemingly perfect set of skills had a fatal limitation. Only 1 compassionate ghost spirit could exist in the summoning space at a time. If a second one appeared, they would immediately engage in a life-and-death battle, with their attacks dealing instant lethal damage. But Yiyang quickly came up with a solution. As long as he summoned the compassionate ghost spirit and immediately released it outside the summoning space, he could prevent them from killing each other. With his current ability, he could summon over 80 in one day. accumulating 300 to 400 in just a few days, making this force quite substantial. Reflecting on his current 4th tier summons the Howling Wraith, Dark Warrior, Catastrophe Thunder Spirit, and Phantasmal Nightmare. Along with this compassionate ghost spirit, each was a formidable presence. Yiyang couldn't help but anticipate the terrifying power that would be unleashed when these powerful summons combined. Seeing the system display showing 1 billion reward points credited, Yiyang took a deep breath, silently looking forward to showcasing the strength of this 4th tier undead army in the 5th tier dungeon, and then chose to exit the dungeon. Meanwhile, outside the realm, Jiang Chun was continuing his conversation with Shanlian. His questions mainly revolved around the family connections and resource information of Kyoto City and the 3 supreme cities. Although Shanlian hesitated at these rather sensitive questions, she ultimately answered them one by one, considering her relationship with Yiyang. As a child of one of the top 100 super families in Kyoto City, Shanlian displayed knowledge far beyond Jiang Chun's expectations. Many secrets that Jiang Chun had never heard of were recounted by her in detail, confirming her status as a prodigious talent from a top family in Kyoto City. In the midst of their engaging conversation, Jiang Chun suddenly sensed a familiar aura emanating from the realm's hall. He immediately paused the discussion and turned toward the hall. "Miss Shen, it seems Yiyang has come out." Upon hearing this, Shanlian looked toward the entrance of the realm's hall and indeed saw the familiar figure of the young mage approaching slowly. "Master Yiyang, finally, I get to see you," she exclaimed joyfully. Shanlian?" Yiyang responded with slight surprise. "You came so quickly. I thought I'd have to wait until tomorrow at least." Shanlian explained with a smile. "After leaving the secret realm, I reported the situation to the family elders with my cousin. They were very impressed by your achievements and strongly recommended that I team up with you, which is why I got here so quickly." Yiyang, however, frowned slightly. "I see, but I can't enter the 2-star, 5th tier secret realm just yet. I still need to wait a bit." "Why?" Shanlian asked curiously. "Not enough points," Yiyang replied frankly. "Survival points from the training camp?" Shanlian's eyes lit up, and she turned to Jiang Chun. "President Jiang, the survival points from the training camp can be exchanged through resource donations, right?" Jiang Chun's mouth twitched slightly. "Indeed, generally, resources valued at 10,000 dragon coins can be exchanged for 1 survival point at the training camp. These donated resources go directly into the resource vault of Dongshan province." Shanlian immediately turned to Yiyang. "How many points do you need, Master Yiyang? If it's not too many, I can help donate." "Oh, there's no need for that. I need quite a lot of points, and relying solely on donations would require many resources," Yiyang politely declined. But Shanlian insisted, "Please, Master Yiyang, there's no need to be polite. Being part of your team to tackle the 2-star, 5th tier secret realm is already a great honor. Helping you a little is the least I can do." "Well, alright then." Yiyang eventually accepted the generous offer. Seeing that Shanlian was determined to donate, a trace of hesitation flashed across Yiyang's face. Refusing again would indeed be somewhat disrespectful, so he took a deep breath and began to explain his needs in detail. "A 2-star, 5th tier secret realm requires 10 billion points per hour. This time, I need to complete a 24-hour survival mission, which totals 240 billion points." Yiyang calculated quickly with his fingers. In terms of dragon coins, that's 2.4 million dragon yuan. At this point, Yiyang couldn't help but recall the spoils he had obtained from the Furnace Purgatory secret realm. If he donated all those resources to the training camp, he could barely gather enough points. However, when he heard Jiang Chen mention that the more than 5,000 magic beast crystal cores could be used to create artificial magic beast crystal essence, he decisively abandoned the idea. For Yiyang now, points weren't the biggest issue. With his current strength, he could clear a 5th tier dungeon in just a few hours, and even a 6th tier Ashura level dungeon wouldn't take more than a day or two. But finding a suitable high-level alchemist to create artificial magic beast crystal essence was not so easy. More importantly, entering the 2-star, 5th tier secret realm this time was not only to complete the survival mission, but also to face the ultimate advancement challenge of the 5th tier defeating 10,000 ordinary level bosses or final boss level monsters. Remembering that it took nearly a week to defeat just one final boss in a 1-star, 5th tier secret realm, Yiyang couldn't help but frown. The bosses in the 2-star realm would only be more challenging, and a day or two would not suffice. However, Shanlian's reaction after Yiyang's explanation was unexpected. 240 billion points? Shanlian said casually. "Yiyang, the treasures in my backpack are just enough to help you with this." Her words were like a bombshell, leaving Jiang Chun and the other city-level presidents present speechless. This was equivalent to an astronomical figure of over 200 trillion dragon coins. As expected of the young lady of a super family in Kyoto City, her wealth was enough to leave ordinary people utterly astonished. For Shanlian, this didn't seem to be a big deal. As a member of the Shen family branch in the capital, a few million long yuan was just her annual living expense. Although she felt a bit of a pinch, This amount of money was nothing if it meant she could impress Yiyang. However, when Shun Lian was about to head to the training camp's mission hall to donate supplies, Yiyang immediately stopped her. Yiyang, what do you mean by this? Shin Lian asked, puzzled, as she looked at Yiyang blocking her way. You're not seriously planning to donate over 20 billion points, are you? Yiyang asked directly. Of course I am. Shin Lian replied without hesitation. I joined your team by force, and as a teammate, it's my duty to solve any urgent problems. You don't need to donate that much, Yiyang explained. This time, we're going to a 2-star, 5-stage secret realm. Besides the 24-hour survival task, there's also a monster killing task. A day's worth of points might not even be enough. I see. Shun Lian calmed down. So how many points do you actually need? Yiyang? At least 100 billion. Yiyang thought for a moment before saying. He wasn't sure about the strength of the ordinary and final bosses in the secret realm, but with 4 or 5 days worth of points in reserve, it would be enough to figure out the secret realm's intricacies. If 100 billion was enough, he would go all out. If not, he could always clear a few 6-stage Ashura level dungeons to make up the difference. 100 billion points. Shun Lian hesitated. In that case, my resources might not be enough. I can only donate a little over 60 billion from my backpack. What should we do? Don't worry, Yiyang smiled. Just donate 10 billion, and then we'll clear a 6-stage Ashura level dungeon together to make up the rest. 6-stage Ashura level dungeon? Shun Lian was stunned, staring at Yiyang in disbelief. To him, this kind of difficult dungeon seemed as simple as a trip to the market. Not only was she shocked, but Jiang Chun, standing nearby, was also taken aback. Yiyang's confidence was beyond their imagination. Although the monster attributes and strength in a 2-star, 5-stage secret realm were comparable to, or even slightly stronger than, those in a 6-stage Ashura level dungeon, the special mechanisms of the dungeon were far more complex than those of the secret realm. Yiyang, are you sure? Shin Lian couldn't help but advise. Why don't we use this 60 billion to gather resources in the secret realm first and exchange for points later? Yiyang shook his head in refusal. Too troublesome. We can gather 100 billion points in one run of a 6-stage Ashura level dungeon, and we can also complete future 6-stage advancement tasks. In the end, Shun Lian stopped persuading and went to the mission hall with Jiang Chen. Less than an hour later, Yiyang noticed his account suddenly increased to 706 billion points, subtracting his original 22 billion. This meant Shun Lian had donated 684 billion. Just as Yiyang was wondering about this, Jiang Chen and Shun Lian returned to him. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.